Ronda Runningbird was born on November 22nd in Camrose, Alberta. Soon after, she and her mother returned to the Siksika Nation to be with family. After graduating high school, Ronda met her first husband and had 2 children. A few years later, at a family gathering, she met Fred Legros, her aunt's husband. Shortly after, Ronda and Fred left their respective spouses and moved in together in Red Deer, Alberta. In January 1994, Ronda gave birth to their son. On March 26, 1995, Fred, Ronda, their 14-month-old son, and Fred's aunt went on a hunting trip to Swan Lake, Alberta. Ronda never returned from the trip. According to Lagrelle, his truck became stuck in the mud, and in frustration, he stormed off into the woods with his shotgun. When he returned after dark, Ronda had left the truck in search of help. When Lagrelle and his aunt finally found help 2 days later, Ronda was reported missing, although Fred did not wait to show authorities where the truck had gotten stuck and therefore where to start their search for Ronda. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police did search for Ronda, but after a few days, the medical examiner told them that Ronda could not have survived that long out in the woods on her own, and the search was called off. When Ronda's family arrived to search for her, they had the first of many disrespectful and frustrating interactions with the RCMP. The first officer, Ronda's mother, Mavis Crowchild, spoke to told her that the reason they had not found her daughter was because she was off on the streets of Edmonton getting drunk. Ronda's family, in the course of their own search of the area, located a pair of glasses, an unused colostomy bag, and a pair of shoes tied in a distinctive fashion that they believed belonged to Ronda. The RCMP told them that none of the items belonged to Ronda. This was in part because the prescription of the lenses in the glasses did not match Ronda's. However, the RCMP obtained Ronda's prescription from an optometrist she was no longer seeing, and they refused to compare the glasses to records from her current optometrist. The idea that Ronda walked off into the woods in the dark and got lost has also been highly contested by her family. According to family members who saw Ronda just before the hunting trip, she was barely able to walk at the time. Lagrelle was physically abusive towards Ronda, with one of the beatings he inflicted on her being so severe that she had to use a colostomy bag as a result of the internal damage it caused. Ronda was scheduled for surgery the day after she went missing to repair this damage and hopefully lessen her pain and improve her poor health. She had been gathering evidence to have Lagrelle charged with assault, something he had learned just prior to her disappearance. Even if Ronda had mustered the strength to go search for help, her family does not believe she would have gotten so lost in the woods that her body was never found. According to Mavis Crowchild, Ronda had been trained since she was a child in how to make her way if she were lost. If Ronda had been physically able to get out and walk for help, she surely would have been able to navigate back to the major road that was less than a mile from where the truck got stuck. The RCMP says that there is a person of interest in Ronda's disappearance, but that person has since passed away and that there is not enough evidence to determine if foul play was involved in Ronda going missing. Fred Lagrelle died in 2016. Ronda's 2 oldest children were placed in Mavis Crowchild's custody 2 months after she went missing, and her son with Lagrelle was eventually left with Lagrelle's aunt. Neither Ronda nor her remains have ever been located. In the fall of 1971, 16-year-old Janice Hanigan was a sophomore at White Swan High School and lived on the Yakima Reservation in Washington State. In November, Janice was selected as a candidate for Queen for the Intertribal Veterans Day ceremonial that was held in the town of Toppenish. She was featured in a newspaper article detailing her family, accomplishments, and hobbies. Despite her excitement at being a candidate for Queen, Janice was going through a difficult period of her life. Her parents had recently separated and her 6 younger siblings had left their family home near Hera, Washington with their mother to go live in the town of Buena. Janice had stayed behind to take care of their father. On December 21, 1971, Janice was admitted to the hospital with numerous contusions on her head and chest. She did not have any lingering neurological problems after a few days of being observed by doctors, and so she was discharged from the hospital on Christmas Eve with her discharge papers stating that she was in satisfactory condition at the time. She has not been seen since. Many of the important records at Janice's case have been lost. While some of her medical records remain, they are incomplete. We do not even know what hospital she was treated at and have no insight as to the cause of her injuries. Official documents contain errors which confuse the case. Several agencies list the date of Janice's disappearance as March 1, 1971, 9 months prior to when she went missing. It is possible that this is because of a missing persons report filed for Janice when she traveled to Lewiston, Idaho to attend a basketball game with her father in February. One of Janice's sisters, Trudy Lee Clark, was just 8 years old when Janice vanished. Her efforts to publicly advocate for Janice intensified after the death of their parents and continued until her own death on December 23, 2018, the day before the 47th anniversary of Janice's disappearance. Roberta Marie Ferguson was born in 1968, the youngest of 9 children, in a family that belonged to the Dunvegan Beaver Band. The Ferguson siblings were bullied for their heritage and appearance, but they were all quick to stand up for themselves and their family. Roberta had been born with a heart defect that required her to take medication into her teenage years, but did not let her health problem hamper her independent and clever nature. In 1983, Roberta's beloved mother died of lupus. Roberta began having trouble paying attention in school, but did not rebel in reaction to her loss like many teenagers would have. She lived with her sisters Carol and Marilyn in Edmonton for a year before moving in with her sister Verl in Surrey, British Columbia. In late August 1988, 19-year-old Roberta went on a camping trip to the Sunnyside campground in Cultus Lake, roughly an hour east of her home in Surrey. She and 8 of her friends were celebrating the end of the summer work-study program they had participated in. On the evening of August 24th, Roberta, who had a fever, decided she wanted to go home. She either planned to make her way to the bus station or hitchhike the entire way home. Around 8 p.m., she left the camp with her backpack. Witnesses reported seeing a young woman, matching Roberta's description, talking to a man with a prominent jaw in a red sports car along the road. Roberta has not been seen since. On the morning of August 26th, Roberta's sister Carol began the 15-hour drive from Fairview, Alberta to Surrey to visit her sisters. She stopped 2 hours into the trip to call ahead to them and learned that Roberta could not be found. She continued to stop to call for updates from her family as she continued her trip to them. When they called the police that morning, they refused to take the missing persons report since Roberta was an adult and had not yet been gone for 48 hours. The Ferguson family therefore spent Friday night printing missing persons flyers. They spent all of Saturday in Cultus Lake searching themselves and calling the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, unsuccessfully asking for help in the search. The family's relationship with the RCMP has evolved over the years. While the Fergusons initially had trouble getting them involved in the case, the RCMP does have an open file on Roberta. At times, the Fergusons would go years without hearing anything from the RCMP, but the newest officer assigned to the case has been more proactive in the case and communicates with the family regularly. 2 of Roberta's sisters provided their DNA in the early 2000s in hopes that it could help identify Roberta's remains if they are ever found. Roberta's sister Carol serves as the family's main contact with the RCMP. She keeps a picture of Roberta smiling in a pink dress on her refrigerator so that she sees it first thing in the morning. 43-year-old Valerie Sifts of Anchorage, Alaska planned to spend the weekend after Independence Day 2012 camping with her boyfriend at the Granite Creek Campground in Moose Pass, Alaska. Their plans were disrupted around midnight of July 7th when the couple got into an argument. According to her boyfriend, Valerie angrily walked away from their campsite. She never returned. She left behind all of her belongings, including her cell phone, keys, and identification. Her boyfriend says that he looked for her, but left the campground around noon the following day when he could not locate her. Valerie was not reported missing until July 11th. At that point, Alaska State Troopers began a search for her. Valerie's family also began a massive volunteer effort to find her. They put up flyers and canvassed the area themselves. Heavy rains hampered the search and summer turned to autumn, but the family and volunteers who supported them pressed on, even after Valerie's brother and sister were injured after hitting a car with an ATV they were using in the search. The surrounding area was searched by boat and by helicopter, and search dogs were brought in to help. The volunteers were at one point joined by a group of infantrymen who had just returned home from Afghanistan. At the end of August, a kayaker discovered a green shirt in 6 Mile Creek, which runs behind the Granite Creek campground, approximately half a mile downstream. At the beginning of October, Valerie's family found a DKNY hooded sweatshirt in a log jam in 6 Mile Creek, not far from where the green shirt was located. These are believed to be some of the clothes Valerie was last seen wearing. She is pictured wearing her DKNY sweatshirt with a green shirt visible under the hem. Valerie was legally presumed dead in 2016, but neither she nor her body have ever been located. Shirley Lone Thunder was born in January of 1966 and was the oldest of 5 children. She was originally from the White Bear First Nations in southeastern Saskatchewan, but her family spent periods of time also living in Saskatoon. In 1991, she was living there with her mother. Shirley was going through a difficult time, struggling with drug use and reportedly working in the sex trade to support her 2 children. She told her mother that she was going to start university the following year and went near to watch the children while she was away at school. On Christmas Eve of 1991, Shirley left her mother's home to shop for presents. December 25th was not only Christmas, but her son's birthday as well. Shirley was seen out in downtown Saskatoon, but never returned home. Despite being known to police, Shirley has never reoffended or shown up in any police database. Serial killer John Martin Crawford has been named as a potential suspect by authorities, but according to Shirley's brother, their investigation into Shirley's disappearance has been minimal. Leona Kinsey was fiercely independent and took pride in how self-sufficient she could be. A member of the Puyallup tribe, she lived in rural La Grande, Oregon. She would hunt animals and gather berries and mushrooms to feed herself and chop the firewood she needed to stay warm. Leona worked 3 jobs as a landscaper, a housekeeper at a motel, and as a custodian to pay for anything she could not do or make herself. On October 25, 1999, Leona left her home to go grocery shopping at a nearby Albertsons. On her way home, she was supposed to stop at her friend Nancy's house. On October 26th, Leona's daughter Carolyn, who was living in Lacey, Washington, received a panic phone message from Nancy. Leona had never made it to her house after her shopping trip and she could not be found. Leona's boyfriend, Lonnie, told police that he had seen her around 4:30 on 25th. Her friends also came forward saying they had seen her at the same time, but at the local Walmart. On the morning of October 29th, Leona's light brown GMC Jimmy was found parked in the lot of the Albertsons she had been planning to go to on 25th. The manager of the store did not believe that it had been there the night before. No clues were found inside of the vehicle. Leona's purse, pager, and cigarettes had all been left behind. Food had been left out to rot in her home, something Leona, who did not like anything to go to waste, would not have done. Leona's beloved dog and cat were also left at her home, and those close to Leona are certain that she would not have abandoned them. Leona also had a full week of landscaping appointments booked for the week after she vanished. Despite her independent nature, Leona struggled with dependency on alcohol and drugs. Her daughter Carolyn believes that Leona met with foul play and that the person responsible was a local alleged drug dealer. In 2008, Leona's family and friends, with the help of the Blue Mountain Sundance Society, held a memorial service for her, both to honor her memory and hopefully inspire people with information in the case to come forward. In 2015, Carolyn spoke with the La Grande Observer for a future on her mother's case. These efforts have so far not resulted in Leona's disappearance being solved. In 1988, Betsy Owens was 15 years old and living in the Pangasee First Nation in Manitoba. She had 3 sisters and loved listening to music and going swimming. On Saturday, October 22nd, she left her family home. A police report says that she was going to play volleyball at a nearby school, but her family claims she was going to a school dance. Around 11 p.m., she and her boyfriend went to his house where they spent the night. Betsy left early the next morning. Her boyfriend was the last known person to see her. She never arrived home, and there has been no sign of her since. Extensive searches of the area were performed right after Betsy went missing, and another series of searches were conducted between 1996–1997. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police have told Betsy's family that they believe foul play is involved in her disappearance, but they do not have enough evidence to make any arrests. One of Betsy's sisters provided DNA to authorities in 2013. Betsy's father has since passed away, never learning what happened to his daughter. Lissa Lonehill was a 21-year-old mother to a 2-year-old daughter. She was the third youngest out of 8 children and loved caring for her family members. She lived in Manderson, South Dakota, on the Pine Ridge Reservation, but would often travel to Rapid City to see family. She would sometimes stay with her sister Carol, but in mid-September 2016, the sisters had an argument and Carol demanded that Lissa leave her home. On October 2nd, Lissa and her mother had a conversation about the disagreement in Rapid City, after which Lissa left with her boyfriend and a friend to go to the Rushmore Mall. The following morning, October 3rd, Lissa sent a text to one of her cousins saying that she was with 2 male friends of hers she knew from Pine Ridge. The 2 men picked her up at her boyfriend's house. According to her boyfriend, she introduced one of the men to him as her cousin. It would later be determined that the man was not related to Lissa. Larissa's boyfriend could not find or reach her after she left with the 2 men, so he reached out to her family. One of Larissa's brothers reported her missing a few days later. The 2 men who picked up Lissa on October 3rd were interviewed by police. One said he dropped her off at a party and the other denied having seen her at all that day. Larissa's family believes the 2 men were involved with illegal drugs. They claim to have seen text messages from the men that support these claims. Lissa could not work a traditional job because she had lost her identification card, so her family was unsure of how she managed to make money. While Lissa was a doting aunt and mother, she was beginning to go down a path that concerned those close to her. The argument that resulted in Lissa being asked to leave her sister's house began when one of their brothers told Carol that Lissa had been smoking meth in her bathroom. In April 2017, the Rapid City Police Department announced a $5,000 reward in Larissa's case. While they specified that her case was still classified as a missing persons case and not a homicide investigation, they did say that they believed Lissa to be dead and buried within a 100-mile radius of Rapid City. They would not disclose what led them to this conclusion, so as to protect their investigation. Desiree Old Woman lived on the Siksika First Nation Reserve in southern Alberta. She was autistic and nonverbal, but was still able to communicate her friendly nature and enthusiastic spirit to those in her community in other ways. She was the oldest of 4 children and was close with her brothers and sister. She was known for her love of things that smelled nice and liked to carry a shopping bag filled with her favorite perfumes and air fresheners with her. Desiree was unable to care for herself independently, so after her mother passed away in 2007, she went to live with her grandmother. She was still living with her in 2011, when she was 21 years old. Desiree was last seen around 8:20 p.m. on the night of Saturday, August 27, 2011, inside of her home. Her grandmother believed she must have wandered away from the house, and members of the community performed an extensive search of the area. When she was not found, search and rescue was called in. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police spent 2 days searching a larger area on foot using specially trained dogs. An air search was also performed. None of these searches found any sign of Desiree. The RCMP has speculated that Desiree may have found her way to nearby Highway 901. There she could have been picked up by a passing motorist. While Desiree was nonverbal, she could write her name. So if she had been taken to the police or a shelter, she would have been able to identify herself. If she had been taken elsewhere by someone who discovered her walking along the highway, it was not to the proper authorities, as she has not been seen since leaving her home. Olivia Williams of British Columbia's Lake Baby Nation lost her mother as a small child and struggled with never getting the chance to really get to know her. Despite this, she had an outgoing and jovial personality and loved spending time with her family. By 1996, however, the 22-year-old was living alone in Vancouver. She had gotten involved in the drug and sex work scene in the city's downtown east side. Olivia was last seen in December of 1996 and reported missing in 1997. The Vancouver police believe that Olivia met with foul play. They suspect that she may have been a victim of the infamous Robert Pickton. Pickton, who is currently serving a life sentence for 6 murders, confessed to an undercover agent to 49 murders, but only 27 victims have been tied to him and his pig farm through DNA. Most of his victims were Indigenous women who worked as sex workers in Vancouver's downtown east side. While Olivia fits this description, there is no evidence tying her to Pickton, and his involvement in her disappearance is purely a theory. Olivia's status with police still lists her as missing. Olivia's father and brother remain in contact with the police and look for her whenever they are in Vancouver. Brandon Gonzalves, a 22-year-old living in Goragayan West, a growing suburb in Mumbai City, shared his home with his mother, Seema, and older sister, Kakma. On the morning of December 19, 2016, as was his routine, Gonzalves left for a walk from his home to Ari Colony. Typically, he would return within an hour, but on this day he didn't come back until afternoon. Worried, Seema and Kakma tried contacting his friends, as Gonzalves had left his phone at home. Despite their efforts, no one had any information about him. As night fell, concern grew, prompting Seema and Kakma to visit the nearby Dindosi police station to file a missing person report. The police joined Gonzalves' family and friends in their search, distributing his photo to nearby stations. Then, on December 22nd, around 12:30 p.m., a call was received at the nearby Ari police station. The caller reported discovering a headless body. Police immediately rushed to the scene in Ari Colony, where the sight they encountered left them shocked. There, beneath a tree, lies a body without a head, neck, or clothes, and upon seeing it, it seemed as if someone had placed it there deliberately. Now witnessing this sight, the police cordoned off the area completely, not allowing any ordinary person to approach. Afterwards, the police began their investigation by first examining the area nearby. Just 20 meters away from the body, the police found the head and clothes stained with blood. Additionally, a few meters away from the body, the police also found some other items used in worship such as a mirror, coconut, padukas, threads, turmeric powder, and kumkum powder aka vermilion. Anyway, the police collected these items and sent the body to a nearby hospital for post-mortem. Subsequently, the files of missing persons were checked at the Ari police station, and the identification of this dead body was made with a boy named Brandon Gonçalves. As I mentioned earlier, the missing report of Brandon Gonçalves had been distributed to all nearby police stations by Dindosi police. So now the Ari police confirmed that he was the same boy who had gone missing 3 days ago on December 19th. Well, now Gonzalves' family is also informed, and thus the missing case of Gonzalves turns into a murder case. After this, as far as I have read, perhaps the police had to form 8+ teams to search for Gonzalves' killer, including a special team from the crime branch. But seeing the body of her only son in this condition, Gonzalves' mother, Seema, and elder sister, Kaxma, were both in a terrible state of distress. So much so that when Seema saw her son in this condition, she fainted upon seeing the body. However, the police quickly began their investigation to find the culprits. On the other hand, some shocking details emerged in Gonzalves' post-mortem report. The post-mortem report stated that Gonzalves' tongue, voice box, skin from his right cheek, and even his entire neck were missing with the neck bone intact. This means that someone had killed Gonzalves so brutally that even the small spine is fragment of our neck, the neck spine, was broken. All these things were horrifying the police because initially, the police thought this case seemed to be a result of personal rivalry, as if someone had killed Gonzalves to settle a score, but the police were soon to be proven wrong. Actually, according to the post-mortem report, it was found that Gonzalves' death occurred due to the separation of his head from his body. However, forensic pathologists also checked whether Gonzalves was given any drugs or substances before being killed, but nothing like that was found in any post-mortem report. After that, The police found out that Gonzalves was murdered 3 days before his body was found between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. on the same day he went missing. Additionally, there were no signs of any fight, struggle, or injury on his body, indicating that Gonzalves didn't even try to save himself until his last breath. Furthermore, 2 marks were found on Gonzalves' body. Actually, there were 2 cross symbols on his forehead and right hand, which seemed to have been made with a sharp object. After learning about all these things, this case became even more intriguing for the police and investigators because now there were a lot more questions in front of the police. Looking at Gonzalves' body, it seemed as if his body had been cut twice. First, his head was separated from his shoulders, and then later his neck was cut from the head. Additionally, forensic experts said that where Gonzalves' body was found, there was absolutely no evidence of his murder if there's not a single trace of blood was found there. So it was clear that Gonzalves was killed somewhere else, and then some parts of his body were removed to perform some rituals or something similar. Later, his body and clothes were thrown away in this deserted place. Here, when the police found the materials of worship in glass, coconuts, slippers, turmeric, and vermilion at the crime scene, for the first time, this case seems like a human sacrifice. After the possibility arose that Gonzalves might be taken to another location and harmed, the police began checking the CCTV cameras around the Ari colony. But first, they checked the CCTV cameras around his house. They saw Gonzalves leaving with his dog around 7 o'clock in the morning and returning after a morning walk within an hour. O'clock in the morning and returning after a morning walk within an hour. However, just 10 minutes later, Gonzalves left his house again, but this time with a bag. Now what was in that bag could not be determined because the bag itself was not found. But then a little further from Gonzalves' house, the police spotted a white Audi car in another CCTV footage with 2 people inside, a driver and a woman in a white Punjabi suit. It was shown in the CCTV that they were following Gonzalves slowly with their car. The woman wearing a white Punjabi suit is given directions to the driver, telling him to take the car in that direction. However, the police also questioned Gonzalves' family members to see if anyone might know that woman and driver. But the police didn't get any good response from there either. The police suspected that there might be more than 2 people in the car. And unfortunately, the day Gonzalves' body was found, the 2 CCTV cameras in that area were not working. This raised suspicion for the police that Gonzalves was abducted on December 19th in this same car, and then murdered elsewhere with his body being thrown in a deserted place in Ari Colony on the dark night or morning of December 22nd. But since then, investigators have felt that perhaps a local person might be involved in this murder case because the police chucked 70-plus CCTV cameras in this entire case. But none of them recorded anything suspicious that would raise suspicion on any individual. The investigators clarified that perhaps the killers were aware of the location of every CCTV camera in the air colony. This helped them in escaping from the colony and Gora game. This clears one thing, that the killer was someone who was well acquainted with Gora game and the colony because an outsider couldn't have known every road in CCTV so well. The investigators explored all possible angles of Gonzalves' killing, such as a love affair angle, whether someone jealous killed Gonzalves, and a personal rivalry, human sacrifice angle, robbery, and property dispute. But the police never found any leads in any angle. Although for some time, the police kept the angle of human sacrifice on the table and even questioned several tantrics, babas, and black magicians about the cut parts of the body, the mark of the cross on the forehead and the right hand, whether there was any connection between them or not. But the police didn't get any help from here either. Gonzalves was a middle-class boy who decided to graduate in arts. However, due to some reasons, he dropped out of college as well. His father had passed away 3 years ago, leaving Gonzalves in a state of depression for a long time. During the police investigation, Gonzalves' call records were also checked, but no suspicious numbers were found. In fact, Gonzalves rarely talked to anyone except for his family or perhaps 3 or 4 friends. But what intrigued the police in this case was finding a diary in Gonzalves' room. Within it were some sketches that further complicated this case. Actually, if these sketches are examined closely, it will be apparent that they tell the story of 2 sacrifices. In the first, a person is attempting to cut off an animal's head while wearing a suit. Meanwhile, in the second sacrifice, a man's head is being cut off with a saw. In addition to these, an attempt has been made to portray the SpongeBob cartoon character as a monster. On the other side of the page, a cartoon character as a monster. On the other side of the page, a picture of a deer without a head has been drawn, and right next to it, only the head of a lion cub has been drawn. Furthermore, when the police went inside Gonzalves' house, they found a strange sign on a wall just behind the door, as if it were some sort of cult symbol. Now what was even more surprising was that when the Mumbai police tried to recreate the crime scene with Gonzalves' dog, the startling thing was that Gonzalves' dog went straight to where Gonzalves' body was lying with a tree. After a while, his dog arrived at the spot where Gonzalves' body was found, just a few meters away. Among all the cases we've explained on this channel so far, this case was the weirdest. Like how Gonzalves' dog somehow went to the places where his body was found. It's possible that when Gonzalves first went out for a walk with his dog on December 19th, he might have already gone to the place where his body was found. Another point is that the white Audi car following Gonzalves might have been known to him, and he might have gone with them willingly, sitting in the car. Additionally, it's possible that after returning home, Gonzalves took the bag with him, which might have contained items related to worship like coconut, padukas, etc., because it's also being said on the internet that maybe Gonzalves sacrificed himself. Today, it's been over 7 years since this case, but the murderer of Brandon Gonzalves is still unknown. Meanwhile, Gonzalves' mother and sister have made numerous visits to the police station and the crime branch office to find out the status of their son, Brandon Gonzalves' murder case. During this time, Gonzalves' mother and sister were afraid that the police might close Gonzalves' murder case. Due to this reason, Seema's elder daughter, with this Brandon Gonzalves case, also concludes here. Before moving forward, quickly subscribe to the channel. This is strange. You haven't subscribed to the channel yet. Quickly subscribe to it. Now we are jumped to the next story. This is the story of Madanapalli city in the state of Andhra Pradesh, India, which is Asia's largest tomato market. Besides, there are many mountains here as well. It was January 24th, 2021 around 8:30 p.m. on Sunday night in Madanapalli when Dr. V. Purushotham Naidu, the head of the Naidu family, called his friend Raju and said on the phone, "Both my daughters are no longer in this world. Aleka, 27, and Sedivya, 22, have both passed away, but there's nothing to worry about. Tomorrow morning, they will come back through reincarnation because the Kalayug is ending, and the Satyug will begin from tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Raju said to his friend Dr. Naidu, "Everything is normal at home. Speaking such language against your daughters doesn't suit you." In response, Dr. Naidu said, "No, Raju, I am telling the truth. In a while, both I and your sister-in-law will leave our bodies in Kalyug and be born again in Satyug." Upon hearing this, Dr. Naidu's friend Raju started feeling extremely restless. Consequently, he abruptly ended the call and within a few minutes arrived at Dr. Naidu's house. Raju reached there, knocked on the door, and just as the door was about to open, Dr. Naidu himself appeared, looking completely normal. But when Raju went inside and saw the scene there, his eyes widened in shock because Dr. Naidu had spoken the truth. Lying on the ground in the prayer room of his house was the lifeless body of his 27-year-old daughter, Alakija. She had completed her master's in Bhopal and now was preparing for the civil services. Her face was pale, and blood was oozing from various places. After this, Dr. Naidu took Raju to another room adjacent to the prayer room where the dead body of his 22-year-old daughter, Sedivya, lay on the ground. She had been struck with a trident of Lord Shiva on her forehead, and a small brass pot placed in the prayer room was inserted into her mouth. The clothes were removed from both bodies, and they were wrapped in red cloth. Additionally, their hair was partially cut, and they were placed in front of the statue of Lord Shiva in the temple. They had scattered many worship materials around the bodies. However, despite seeing the bodies of their daughters, there was no sign of tension or sorrow on the faces of Dr. Naidu and his wife, Padmaja. This behavior of his friend and his wife seemed very strange to Raju. Therefore, he bids them goodbye and leaves their house. However, instead of going home, he goes straight to the police station and tells the police the whole story of how these educated parents sacrificed their daughters. He also informs them about the mental condition of Dr. Naidu and his wife. However, The police didn't having little belief in Raju's story after hearing this strange tale, because for the past year, Dr. Naidu and his family, who had been living in the new house in Madanapal, had earned quite a reputation in the city. Anyway, after that, the police station in charge, along with some officers, directly reached the Naidu family's house. When the police knocked on the door, once again it was Dr. Naidu who opened it. But seeing her husband's friend with him, Padmaja got very angry and started shouting at the police because they had once again disrupted their worship. Now the argument between the police and the Naidu family had attracted neighbors from nearby. Now as soon as the police entered the house and saw what was inside, they too were astonished. Later, after hearing Raju, the police realized that it was a case of superstition. Although Mr. and Mrs. Naidu repeatedly tried to convince the police that both their daughters would return to life before sunrise tomorrow, they were just saying that they only need a day's time, and tomorrow morning both our daughters will come back to life. Then you all will be surprised. But the police knew that both girls were dead. So how could they come back to life? Therefore, Mr. and Mrs. Naidu were first explained with great difficulty. But when they still didn't understand, the police showed some firmness and took both of them to the police station. Afterwards, a forensic team was called in to investigate the crime scene. The forensic team continued their examination for some time and then sent the bodies for post-mortem. Now the police have started investigating both inside and outside the house. Here, the police learned from neighbors of the Naidu family that someone from the family used to go out daily to buy something. But for the past 3 days, no one has come out of the house nor has anyone gone inside. Not even the maid who used to clean the house, as these people did not even call her. After that, the police directly approached the maid who told them that 3 days ago she was told by the Naidus that we are going to perform a special worship in the house for 3 days, and until we call you, do not come to work at the house. On the other hand, upon checking both girls' social media profiles and bookshelves inside the house, the police found out that Ailkia highly respects Indian philosopher Osho. On his social Alikia's dead body was a book by the spiritual guru, Meher Baba. Besides, pictures of Shri Sai Baba, Meher Baba and Osho were plastered all over their house. Furthermore, neighbors often heard prayers and tantric chants from their house, and several times they saw some swamis entering the house. On the other hand, what was surprising was that just a few days before the murder, Ailkia posted twice on her Instagram. In one post, she wrote, "Work is done." And in the second post, "Shiva is coming." Well, only Dr. Naidu and Padmaja, who were present in the custody, could reveal the truth behind this. However, controlling Padmaja was proving to be extremely difficult for the police. But before the custody, when the police were taking both husband and wife for a COVID test, Padmaja started saying, "I am Shiva myself. Because of my body particles, COVID has spread everywhere. It did not come from China." After getting their COVID tests done, Dr. Naidu informed the police about his background. Actually, Dr. Naidu had a master's in philosophy and science. In addition, he had obtained a PhD and was currently a professor of chemistry at Government Degree College for Women, Madanapalli. His wife, Padmaja, was a gold medalist in mathematics and had been teaching at the famous schools of Madanapal for nearly 23 years, including at Mastermind's IIT Talent High School. Alongside, she also had a master's in science. Additionally, Aleksh, 27, was a postgraduate from Phopal and then an aspirant for civil services. Furthermore, Saidivya, a 22-year-old, was training at the A.R. Rama Music Conservatory in Mumbai after completing her Bachelor of Business Administration course. However, due to the lockdown, both of them had to return home. You might also wonder why, with such educated family members, these individuals attempted suicide. You'll find the answer by the end of the video. Afterwards, Ailkia picked up Lord Shiva's trident from the temple and thrust it into her sister Divya's forehead. Then a copper vessel was placed in her mouth. Following the death of her younger sister Divya, Ailkia told her mother that now she had to kill her. As a result, Padmarja struck Ailkia on the head with a dumbbell kept in the house. Consequently, Ailkia also died shortly thereafter. After killing both their daughters, both the husband and wife wandered around their bodies for quite some time. Now, because of the insistence of the wife and daughter, it was Dr. Naidu's turn. Perhaps out of fear, he called his friend and told him the whole matter. And if he hadn't made that call, perhaps neither of them would be in this world today. However, due to this, Padmajaja scolded her husband, Dr. Naidu, a lot, saying, "You are a coward. Because of you, our secret got out and our daughters couldn't come back." After seeing all this, it was finalized in this case that due to mental illness, all these family members had planned this. And it was revealed from a psychiatrist's source that their entire was dealing with a rare disorder called shared psychotic disorder. Actually, in this disorder, more than two people who are in close relationships have a similar way of thinking. And it's because of this disorder that Alikia and Sedivia are no longer in this world today. In this double murder case, Alikia had a Canadian friend who told the print media that he couldn't believe for many days that Alikia could do such a thing. After questioning on Monday evening, funeral of both these girls were performed, and permission for this was given only to Dr. Naidu, while the girl's mother, Padmaja, was not allowed to participate for some reasons. In my opinion, in this case, Sedivia and Dr. Purushottam Naidu seem innocent to me, although if they hadn't fallen into the temptation of Alekia and Padmaja, perhaps this would have been a happy family today. So with this, the case comes to an end here. Friends, how did you like this combined cases? In December 1987, as families gathered to celebrate peace and joy in the small town of Dover, Arkansas, a sinister shadow disrupted the season's cheer. For one family, the holidays turned into a nightmare of unimaginable horror. This is the chilling story of Ronald Gene Simmons, the so-called Christmas killer who transformed a season of love into one of tragedy. What drives a person to destroy what they once held dear? What darkness within the human psyche turns a father into a predator? From a decorated war hero to the perpetrator of one of the deadliest family massacres in American history, Simmons' story reveals a mind consumed by secrets and rage, where the line between protector and predator blurred fatally. To understand the depths of this tragedy, we must trace Ronald Gene Simmons' life back to its beginnings, long before violence defined his legacy. Born on July 15, 1940, in Chicago, Illinois, Ronald Gene Simmons' early life seemed unremarkable. His father passed away from a stroke when Simmons was just 3 years old. Less than a year later, his mother remarried a civil engineer with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, prompting the family to move to Arkansas. Little is known about Simmons' early years, but his life took a disciplined turn when he dropped out of school and joined the United States Navy in 1957, later transferring to the U.S. Air Force. Simmons served his country with distinction during a 22-year military career, earning multiple honors, including the Bronze Star Medal, the Republic of Vietnam Gallantry Cross, and the Air Force Ribbon for excellent marksmanship. Yet, beneath this seemingly honorable exterior lay the seeds of a far darker future. But behind the facade of a decorated military man, there were undercurrents of turmoil. Simmons married Rebecca Ulibarri in 1960 in New Mexico, and together, they had 7 children. However, the veneer of a normal family life was shattered in 1981 when allegations emerged that Simmons had been the assaulting his 15-year-old daughter, Sheila, and had fathered a child with her. Fearing prosecution, Simmons uprooted his family, moving them from New Mexico to a desolate 13-acre tract of land in Pope County, 6.5 miles north of Dover, Arkansas, known as Mockingbird Hill. This property, isolated and ringed with a makeshift fence up to 10 feet tall, became a fortress of sorts, a place where Simmons could exert total control. The residents didn't have a phone or indoor plumbing. But what was it that drove a man of discipline and service to the edge of such darkness? Was it the fear of losing control over his family? The desperation to conceal his illicit acts? Or something deeper, a more sinister aspect of his psyche yet to be revealed? The facade of the family man began to crumble, revealing a tyrannical figure ruling his household with an iron fist. The family, once a symbol of joy and unity, became prisoners in their own home. This descent into tyranny was but a prelude to the horror that would unfold, unraveling the chilling transformation of Ronald Gene Simmons from a respected military man to one of the most notorious mass murderers in American history. In November 1979, Simmons retired from the Air Force and military service. He did some low-paying jobs in the nearby town of Russellville, Arkansas. He worked as an accounts receivable clerk at Woodline Motor Freight, but had to resign after multiple reports of inappropriate sexual advances. He worked for about a year and a half at a Sinclair mini-mart, but had to quit on December 18, 1987 because of low wages. Two of the elder children, Billy and Sheila, had moved out, got married, and started their own families. So by the time of the murders, there were only 7 people living in the house. The calm of the holiday season in 1987 was shattered in Dover, Arkansas by a series of heinous crimes. Ronald Gene Simmons' descent into murderous madness began shortly before Christmas on December 22nd. The Simmons family home, once a haven of domestic life, turned into a chilling stage for an unthinkable act. Ronald Gene Simmons, armed with a .22 caliber pistol, commenced a killing spree that would become the worst family massacre in American history. His first victims were his wife, 46-year-old Rebecca, and eldest son, 26-year-old Ronald Jr., bludgeoned with a crowbar and shot. And he strangled Ronald Jr.'s daughter and his granddaughter, 3-year-old Barbara. Their demise was just the beginning. Simmons lay in wait for his other children, feigning a festive spirit, only to mercilessly end their lives, one by one. Later that day, the Dover school bus dropped off the younger kids for their Christmas break from school. In a macabre ritual, Simmons systematically strangled and drowned his younger children, displaying a level of brutality that defies comprehension. The youngest victims, mere toddlers, met a similar fate, their innocence stolen in the most atrocious way. Simmons told them he had gifts for each of them, which he wanted to give one at a time, then strangled them and held under the water in a rain barrel. First to receive her gift was his eldest daughter, 17-year-old Loretta. His 3 other children, 14-year-old Eddie, 11-year-old Mary, and 8-year-old Becky, were murdered in the same brutal manner. He then dumped the bodies in one of the cesspits he had made his children dig days before. But the horror did not end there. On December 26th, as the rest of the world celebrated, Simmons' remaining family members arrived for a holiday dated, unaware of the nightmare that awaited them. 23-year-old Simmons' son Billy, his 21-year-old daughter-in-law Renata, and their child were the next to fall victim to his unfathomable rage. Billy and Renata were both shot dead. Their bodies were left by the dining room table next to the decorated Christmas tree with unopened gifts and covered with their own coats and some bedding. Then their 20-month-old son, Trey, was strangled and drowned. The same fate befell his 24-year-old daughter, Sheila, her 33-year-old husband, Dennis, and their children. Simmons strangled his and Sheila's child, 6-year-old Sylvia, and finally, his 21-month-old grandson, Michael. The bodies were meticulously laid out, a grim tableau that defied any sense of humanity. He then covered their bodies with coats. Sheila's body was laid on the dining room table and covered with Rebecca Simmons' best tablecloth. He wrapped the bodies of Trey and Michael in plastic sheeting, and they were left in abandoned cars behind the Simmons home. Simmons then embarked on a chillingly ordinary series of errands, his actions a stark contrast to the carnage he had just inflicted. He drove to a Sears store in Russellville to pick up Christmas gifts previously ordered for his family. That night, he went out for a drink at a local bar. When he returned home, he spent the night and the next day drinking beer and watching television surrounded by the dead bodies of his family. On December 28th, the killing spree spilled over into the town of Russellville. In the morning, Simmons drove a car that had belonged to his son, Ronald Jr., to a Walmart in Russellville and purchased a second firearm. Fueled by a mix of revenge and rage, Simmons targeted those he felt had wronged him. The violence was indiscriminate, claiming the lions of acquaintances and strangers alike. His former workplace, a law firm, became the stage for his continued rampage. 24-year-old Kathy Kendrick, a secretary who had rebuffed his advances, was his first victim. She was fatally shot. The brutality continued at the Taylor Oil Company, where he shot and wounded the 38-year-old owner, Russell Taylor, who was also the owner of Sinclair Mini Mark, from which Simmons had recently resigned. He also killed a complete stranger in the building and shot at another employee before exiting the building, but missed. In Sinclair Mini Mart, Simmons shot and wounded 2 more people. He then shot his former supervisor, 35-year-old Joyce Butts, twice and wounded her in the office of Woodline Motor Freight. She survived and testified later that Simmons had yelled at her during a previous argument about wages. The entire rampage lasted 45 minutes. 2 people were killed and 4 wounded. Simmons' final act was as perplexing as it was chilly. He said to the secretary in Woodline Motor Freight, "I just wanted to kill Joyce. Just Joyce. I've gotten everybody who wanted to hurt me." Simmons surrendered to police without resistance, his spree of violence concluding as abruptly as it had begun. But the most heinous of his crimes were yet to be discovered. Simmons sat silently in his cell and stared at the wall. He refused to speak to investigators or even his attorneys. He didn't say a word during the interrogation. But when he was asked about his family, Simmons' eyes got red and started to well up. His lips started to quiver. The police got suspicious. They couldn't reach his family, so 2 officers drove to the isolated home. The investigation began on the chilling grounds of the Simmons family home. Here, detectives encountered a scene that defied belief. Family members' bodies laid out with a chilling meticulousness. It was a tableau that spoke volumes about the mindset of the killer. In the aftermath of this unprecedented massacre, questions swirled. What drove a father, a husband, a war veteran to commit such unspeakable acts against his own family and community? And what can we learn from this tragedy to prevent such horrors in the future? In the wake of the horrific murders committed by Ronald Gene Simmons, law enforcement faced the daunting task of piecing together a puzzle that spanned both family tragedy and public rampage. As the probe widened to include Simmons' subsequent attacks in Russellville, the challenge for investigators was to understand the connection between the family murders and the seemingly random acts of violence that followed. The evidence gathered was overwhelming. Firearms, witness testimonies, and Simmons' own actions painted a picture of a man who, after committing an unspeakable act against his own family, sought to extend his vengeance to those he perceived had wronged him in the wider community. In a case that stunned even seasoned investigators, the question wasn't just who had committed these crimes, but why. What drives a man to annihilate his family and lash out at the world around him? The arrest of Ronald Gene Simmons brought an end to the immediate threat, but it was just the beginning of a quest for justice and understanding. The prosecution's task was to unravel the mind of Simmons, to present a narrative that could make sense of the senseless. As the investigation progressed, more disturbing details emerged. Allegations of abuse, control, and a life led under the tyranny of Simmons became the focus. Each piece of evidence added another layer to the dark portrait of a man who had lived a life of deception and brutality. In the courtroom, the full extent of his crimes would come to light, bringing some answers, but also leaving haunting questions about the nature of evil. What kind of man lurked behind the annihilation of his family and terrorizing a community? Simeon's life was marked by strict discipline and control, traits honed during his military career. But beneath the surface of this structured exterior lay a tumultuous inner world. Allegations of sexual assault within his family suggest deep-seated pathological behavior. Experts in criminal psychology often point to a history of abuse, either experienced or perpetrated, as a significant factor in the development of violent behavior. In Simmons' case, the blurring of boundaries within his own family coupled with a need for dominance may have contributed to his downward spiral. The isolation of the Simmons family at Mockingbird Hill paints a picture of a man intent on exerting absolute control. This isolation could have exacerbated existing mental health issues, creating a pressure cooker environment. What then triggered Simmons to turn to murder? The possibility of his wife seeking a divorce might have been the tipping point, challenging his authoritarian hold over his family. She had already tried to leave him on numerous occasions, but always returned. A family friend informed the police that Simmons' wife had been saving up money to divorce him when the murder happened. Simmons' wife had written to their son shortly before the killings, "I don't want to live the rest of my life with Dad. I am a prisoner here and the kids too. Every time I think of freedom, I want out as soon as possible." Simmons' actions in Russellville suggest a broader rage directed not just at his family, but at anyone he perceived as a threat or who had rejected him. His targeting of individuals in the community indicates a blend of personal vendetta and displaced aggression. Yet the absence of any recorded mental illness diagnosis leaves us with more questions than answers. The depths of Simmons' mind remain, in many ways, a locked enigma. Could this tragedy have been averted? In exploring these questions, we confront the unsettling reality of how little we sometimes know about those closest to us. After the chilling massacre by Ronald Gene Simmons, the wheels of justice began to turn, bringing us to a courtroom where the grim details of his crimes would be laid bare. After a psychiatric evaluation, it was determined that he was sane and capable to stand trial. Simmons' trial was a focal point of national attention, a legal battle to seek justice for the unprecedented atrocity he had committed. The proceedings were swift, reflecting the urgency of a community seeking closure. In May 1988, Simmons stood trial for the murders outside his family, specifically the killings of Kathy Kendrick and Jim Chaffin. The evidence presented was overwhelming, leaving little doubt about Simmons' guilt. Simmons, who had acted with such brutality, now faced the consequences of his actions in a court of law. His demeanor in court was reported as defiant, a stark contrast to the calculated coldness of his crimes. On May 12, 1988, the verdict was delivered. Ronald Gene Simmons was found guilty and sentenced to death by lethal injection, plus 147 years. Remarkably, Simmons himself requested that no appeal be made on his behalf, saying, "To those who oppose the death penalty, in my particular case, anything short of death would be cruel and unusual punishment." Because of this, he had to be separated from other prisoners on death row. His life was in danger as they believed Simmons' refusal to appeal his death sentence was jeopardizing their prospects of escaping their own executions. The second trial for the murders of his 14 family members began in February 1989. Here, the prosecution delved into the harrowing details of the family massacre, painting a picture of a man driven by control and rage. During the trial, a shocking moment unfolded. Simmons lashed out in court, punching the prosecutor and attempting to seize a deputy's gun, an act that only outed to his infamy. This happened after Simmons' letter to his daughter, Sheila, was introduced, in which Simmons said, "You have destroyed me, and you have destroyed my trust in you. I will see you in hell." After she had disclosed that he was her child's father to the police, on February 10, 1989, Simmons was found guilty of 14 counts of capital murder. The judge, undeterred by Simmons' outburst, handed down another death sentence. This rapid succession from trial to sentence was unprecedented, reflecting the severity of the crimes. The execution warrant for Simmons was signed by Arkansas Governor and later President Bill Clinton on May 31, 1990. All visitors, including legal counsel and clergy, were refused by Simmons. On June 25th, he died via the fatal injection method he had chosen in the Cummins unit. This was the shortest period from sentence to execution to death in U.S. history since the death penalty was reinstated in 1976. His last words were, "Justice delayed finally be done is justifiable homicide." Nobody claimed his body, and he was buried in a common grave in Lincoln County, Arkansas. As we reflect on the legal proceedings against Ronald Gene Simmons, we are left to ponder the balance between justice and understanding. The case of Ronald Gene Simmons is a stark reminder of the potential for hidden dangers within our own homes, and it's crucial to recognize early warning signs. FBI profilers and psychologists suggest vigilance for certain behaviors, patterns of control, isolation, and abuse within a family. These can often be precursors to more violent actions. In cases like Simmons, where the perpetrator isolates the family, the intervention of external agencies becomes critical. Neighbors, friends, and relatives need to be attentive and proactive in reporting any suspicions. But perhaps the most profound lesson lies in understanding the human psyche. Simmons' case demonstrates the complex interplay of psychological factors that can lead to such extreme behavior. What led Ronald Gene Simmons to commit such heinous acts? The answer lies in a complex web of control, abuse, and psychological instability. His desire for dominance coupled with deep-seated issues, Simmons' military discipline juxtaposed with his chaotic personal life created a volatile mix. The isolation and control he exerted over his family only fueled his capacity for violence. And when his authority was threatened possibly by a looming divorce, it may have been the catalyst for the massacre. John Harris, one of Simmons' defense attorneys, said of his abused family, "I think he felt like they are going to take him out. He's gonna take them out first. I think that was his mindset. Could anything have been done to prevent the carnage? In hindsight, the warning signs were there. Isolation, abuse, and a man teetering on the edge. Timely intervention could perhaps have altered this tragic course. Simon's story is a grim reminder that behind closed doors, within seemingly normal families, the seeds of tragedy can grow unnoticed. People feared him even back then in New Mexico. They said he was strange, unfriendly, antisocial. He didn't have much to say. A friend of his daughter's said he had a beer in his hand all the time. He had one little room he would stay in all the time. It was dark and seemed spooky, and it stunk. Attorney John Harris also said that there was more than one person to blame. If authorities had successfully arrested him back in Mancom 81 on the basis of his daughter's sexual assault, the murders likely wouldn't have happened. However, prosecutors at the time said they had dropped the charges at the family's request. Ronald Gene Simmons' Christmas week killing spree is the worst mass murder committed by a single person in Arkansas history. What were the underlying reasons that made Simmons annihilate his whole family that once formed the core of his identity? In 1981, Lieutenant Ronald Oliver was a highly respected veteran of the Memphis Police Department, where he had served diligently for 2 decades. At home, he was a devoted father to his 11-year-old daughter Paula from his first marriage. 2 years into his second marriage to Sandra, he embraced his role as a stepfather to her son, Vic. The family had recently purchased 5 acres of land, where Lieutenant Oliver planned to build a log cabin with his stepson, reflecting his hands-on approach to life and family. Despite having a desk job that offered safety, Lieutenant Oliver frequently chose to go on patrol. Known for his intelligence, dedication, and integrity, he prioritized justice over departmental politics and was deeply loyal to his colleagues. Philip Ray Workman, on the other hand, had a tumultuous start in life. Born on June 1, 1953, at Fort Campbell in Kentucky, he grew up on various military bases. His mother was absent, and his father was harsh and abusive. Workman's troubled upbringing led him to run away multiple times, culminating in his placement at Gatesville, a reform school in Texas infamous for its abusive practices, which eventually led to its closure. After his release at 17, Workman's father arranged for him to enlist in the Army. Stationed in California, Workman was introduced to drugs, marking the beginning of a downward spiral. Discharged from the Army in 1973, he quickly found himself in legal trouble, serving more than half of a 5-year sentence for burglary and drug possession in Georgia. His life after the Army was marked by instability and crime, setting the stage for a fateful intersection with Lieutenant Oliver. By 1981, Workman was married and had an 8-year-old daughter, Crystal. He also had a serious drug addiction. He left Columbus, Georgia, where he had been living with his family and working odd jobs to support them, and began hitchhiking and drifting throughout the Southeast. By August, he was in Memphis, Tennessee. On August 5, 1981, Workman was almost out of money and out of drugs. High on the last of the cocaine he had, he entered the Wendy's on North Thomas late that evening. He ordered a burger and lingered inside the restaurant for almost an hour. Around 10 p.m., closing time for the restaurant, Workman pulled out his .45 caliber pistol and herded the employees, as well as the one remaining customer, into the manager's office. He demanded money and was given the $11.70 the restaurant had on hand in a mixture of bills and coins. Since he had no means of escape, he demanded the car keys from one of the employees. He then spent a few minutes struggling to get the house key off of the keychain so that he could leave it with the person whose car he was in the process of stealing. One of the teenage employees, who had been told to sit on the floor of the office, told Workman that he had a cramp in his leg and needed to stand up. Workman told him that was all right. When the employee Lieutenant Oliver's position within the department meant that he did not have to respond to alarm calls. However, he was close to the Wendy's, and according to one of his coworkers, he had a get-things-done-yourself kind of attitude. When he pulled him to the Wendy's parking lot, Lieutenant Oliver was the first on the scene. As Lieutenant Oliver arrived in the parking lot, Workman was just walking to the exit of the restaurant. Lieutenant Oliver did not immediately realize that Workman was the robber. It appears that Lieutenant Oliver mistook Workman for the night janitor at the Wendy's because he announced over the radio that the call appeared to be a false alarm and that the cleanup crew was coming out. At roll call at the beginning of his shift, the lieutenant had been reminded, along with the other officers coming onto shift, to be on the lookout for an African-American man who had been robbing fast food restaurants at closing time in the neighborhood. Lieutenant Oliver may have assumed that this robbery was part of that spree and not identified Workman as a suspect because he did not meet the description of the individual who had been robbing area restaurants. Lieutenant Oliver and Workman began walking out of the restaurant. As a second police officer, Officer Aubrey Stoddard, arrived on the scene. However, the situation quickly deteriorated. Workman tried to make a run for it as he exited the Wendy's and was ordered to stop. At this point, Workman's account and Officer Stoddard's account become very different. Workman's account is problematic not only because it is in his best interest to make himself look innocent, but also because he was high at the time, and by his own admission, his recollection of that night is impaired. According to Workman's account, he tripped on the curb that separated the Wendy's parking lot from that of the neighboring Holiday Auto Parts store as he tried to escape. Hearing the officers catching up to him, he decided to surrender. Kneeling near the curb, he yelled, "I give up," and took the gun from his pants to surrender it. He was then hit over the head with a flashlight and the gun went off, shooting a bullet straight up into the air. He then heard gunfire from behind him and took off running. He cocked his weapon, which discharged a live round. A few moments later, he tripped, and his gun fired again. According to Officer Stoddard, after Workman tried to escape, Lieutenant Oliver caught up and grabbed him from behind. Stoddard then ran up and grabbed Workman from the front. Workman then took out his weapon, which left it sandwiched between his stomach and Officer Stoddard's. Workman then fired the gun, striking Officer Stoddard in the arm. The shot sent Officer Stoddard flying backwards. He says he heard Workman firing wildly at this time, emptying his revolver. By the time he got up, Lieutenant Oliver was wounded on the ground, firing his weapon in Workman's direction. He saw Workman leap over a fence and go into an adjacent neighborhood. Eventually, the evidence collected at the scene would match closer to Workman's account, at least in terms of the number of shots he fired. 2 spent cartridges and a live round were found closer to where Workman had struggled with the officers, and one was found near where Workman claims to have tripped in the auto parts store parking lot and fired again. This does leave 1 cartridge unaccounted for and may be from the bullet that wounded Officer Stoddard. Shooting Officer Stoddard is absent from Workman's account. Civilian witnesses did also report seeing Workman running across the store parking lot, clutching his head, wound with his right hand, which also held the stolen bag of money and a jacket. His gun was in his left hand. The third officer on the scene, Officer Stephen Parker, had arrived on the scene at approximately the same time as Officer Stoddard and followed him into the parking lot. Having been trained to block all the entrances when responding to this kind of call, he stopped on the south side of the building because he saw Officer Stoddard drive around to the north side of the building. He tried the door to the restaurant, but it was locked. He then heard 2 gunshots and ran to the other side of the building. Lieutenant Oliver was already on the ground, and he saw Workman shoot Officer Stoddard. He says he could not pull out his own weapon because his holster had slid around, so he called out to Workman instead. Officer Parker lost sight of Workman after he ducked behind the parked pickup truck he had been standing near, startled by the arrival of another officer. Officer Parker ran to Lieutenant Oliver, who was already turning blue. After the shooting was called in over the radio, the Wendy's parking lot was quickly swarmed with police officers and paramedics. Lieutenant Oliver was transported to the hospital, suffering from 1 gunshot wound that went completely through his chest cavity. Despite the best efforts of doctors and nurses, Lieutenant Oliver died as a result of the gunshot wound. He was only 43 years old. The area around the Wendy's was searched with dogs, helicopters, and police officers on foot for Workman. A witness saw him hiding under a truck and helped narrow down the search area. When Workman was eventually discovered amongst a group of bushes, police dogs were given the command to attack him. He was taken to the hospital to receive 7 stitches for a head wound and to be treated for shotgun wounds to his backside as well as dog bites. He was then taken to jail, where he began experiencing the symptoms of drug withdrawal. On May 11, 1982, Workman was found guilty of the felony murder of Lieutenant Ronald Oliver. He was sentenced to death. Workman was represented by public defenders at his trial. He would later sue them for negligence, although the court ruled that they had done their jobs adequately. Workman claims that they were of the opinion that if he did not object to the facts as presented by the prosecution, they had a slim chance of getting Workman life in prison rather than the death penalty. They did not question the prosecution's main eyewitness, attack any inconsistencies in the statements made by Officers Stoddard and Parker, and did not look at any of the ballistics. Workman spent the rest of the 80s-90s going through the lengthy appeals process required of death row inmates. These proceedings did little to actually challenge Workman's death sentence until 1990 when he got new legal representation. By the end of the decade, there will be serious doubts about whether or not Philip Workman actually shot Lieutenant Oliver on that night in 1981. The major debate surrounding this case involves whether or not a bullet from Workman's gun could have been the bullet that killed Lieutenant Oliver. This is important because Workman was sentenced to death for the felony murder of Lieutenant Oliver. Workman has never denied his culpability in the armed robbery. Workman's pistol fired .45 caliber silvertip hollow point ammunition. This type of ammunition generally expands once it enters the human body, mushrooming out as pressure around the inner edge causes it to expand. As a result, this type of bullet tends to stay inside the body rather than exit it. On occasions where it does exit a body, the exit wound is usually larger than the entrance wound due to the bullet's expansion. At Lieutenant Oliver's autopsy, it was determined that the bullet that killed him entered the left side of his chest, going through his 7th rib, and exited the right side of his back between his 5th and 6th ribs, striking his heart as it passed through his chest. The surface area of the entrance wound was almost 3 times the surface area of the exit wound. This could still be explained by the fact that hollow point ammunition often fragments as it expands. There was no evidence of additional wound paths found during Lieutenant Oliver's autopsy, however. An additional way to see if this fragmentation had occurred would be to examine an X-ray taken at LT. Oliver's autopsy. Autopsy X-rays were not necessarily routine in 1981 as the Memphis morgue did not have the equipment to take them and had to enlist the help of a hospital when they were taken. Workman's lawyers asked for any films taken at the autopsy in preparation for his trial, and again in 1990 and in 1995. They were never turned over by the medical examiner's office. But this did not necessarily raise suspicion as there was no guarantee that such images existed. In 2000, while preparing for a clemency hearing, Workman's lawyers happened to notice reference Dr. O. Sebe Smith, the chief medical examiner for Shelby County, made to X-rays taken during the autopsy in a letter he had written in reference to the hearing. An X-ray had been taken at Lieutenant Oliver's autopsy after all. The X-ray did not show any bullet fragments left behind in LT. Oliver's body, supporting the possibility that a .45 caliber bullet did not kill Lieutenant Oliver. According to Dr. Smith, the X-ray had simply been county morgue had been displaced due to a fire at the time of Lieutenant Oliver's autopsy and had moved facilities a few years after that. The only reason he had the X-ray was because of diligent research by some of his co-workers at his request. They apparently were not so diligent when trying to locate it to comply with court orders filed by the defense. Dr. Smith also did not make the X-ray available to the defense when it was given to him, arguing that he had no way of knowing that they would want to see it because he had been on active duty with the Navy Reserves when the 1995 court order was filed. Workman's lawyers in turn argued that the medical examiner's office had deliberately withheld the X-ray. Suppressing evidence that a man is innocent of capital murder while preparing a report for use against him meets any definition of egregious that one consults, they claimed in a court motion. The court cannot condone fraud, particularly when the fraud aims at executing a man who is innocent of capital murder. Workman's defense lawyers had 2 prominent forensic experts whose testimony supported the theory that Lieutenant Oliver was not shot with a .45 caliber bullet. Dr. Chris Sperry, the chief medical examiner for the state of Georgia, and Dr. Cyril Wecht, the coroner for Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, who had consulted on many high-profile cases and previously served on the forensic pathology panel for the U.S. House of Representatives Select Committee on Assassinations. Dr. Sperry first became involved with the case in 1995 and testified at a clemency hearing for Workman in 2000. According to Dr. Sperry, Lieutenant Oliver's wounds are inconsistent with every .45 Silvertip hollow point bullet. Dr. Wecht testified at a 2001 hearing that he believed within a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the bullets from Workman's gun could not have caused the injuries that killed Lieutenant Oliver. According to Dr. Wecht, the injuries were more consistent with those caused by a .38 caliber bullet, the kind of ammunition used by the Memphis Police Department in 1981. This is one of the numerous controversial aspects of this case. In asserting his innocence, Workman is claiming that Lieutenant Oliver was killed as a result of friendly fire, being shot accidentally by one of his fellow officers. While there are inconsistencies between the accounts of the night of August 5, 1981, given by Officers Stoddard and Parker, they agree on two major points. Neither of them saw Lieutenant Oliver get shot, and no one besides Workman and Lieutenant Oliver fired a weapon at the scene. There are reports that neither Stoddard nor Parker's weapons were tested after Lieutenant Oliver's death, but it does appear that Officer Stoddard's weapon was tested and shown to have not been fired. A civilian witness named Steve Craig contradicts the assertion that Parker did not fire any weapon that night. Steve was friends with Officer Stoddard and saw him pulling into the Wendy's parking lot. Steve did not witness Lieutenant Oliver getting shot as he had ducked down in his car when he heard gunshots. He did, however, see Officer Parker firing a shotgun at Workman. This account is seemingly corroborated by the fact that Workman had shotgun wounds when he arrived at the hospital. Steve required emergency surgery for appendicitis in 1982, which prevented him from testifying at Workman's trial. In 1995, he provided Workman's lawyers with a signed affidavit describing what he had seen. He also claimed that he had been told by the police that there was no need to talk about this unless it was with someone from the department. The 6th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals would eventually rule that while Steve Craig's account was troubling, it was not relevant because he did see Officer Parker fire the shotgun until after Lieutenant Oliver was shot. In 2000, Dr. O.C. Smith dismissed the diagnosis of the doctors who treated Workman in 1981 and argued, based on a photograph of Workman's wounds, that they were just additional dog bites sustained during his apprehension. Lieutenant Oliver was not killed with a shotgun, so the presence of such a weapon at the scene does not directly support the friendly fire theory. However, it does imply that the account given by the two surviving officers does not provide a full inventory of the weapons in play at the scene. This implication is also, according to Workman's lawyers, supported by a bullet hole in a pickup truck parked in the Holiday Auto Parts parking lot, not far from where Lieutenant Oliver fell when he was shot. The bullet hole was photographed and listed in police reports as being from a .38 caliber bullet, but the bullet hole does not appear to have been fully forensically examined. As best as Workman's lawyers can tell from the photographs, the bullet hit the car at an angle indicating that it could not have been shot from Lieutenant Oliver's gun. The bullet cannot be tested because for some reason it was never collected from inside of the truck. According to the Memphis police, this was because the truck was locked. For some reason, the car was not impounded until the owner could be found and the police could gain entry into the vehicle. Without forensic analysis of this bullet to determine what gun it was fired from, Workman's lawyers can argue for the possibility that an unaccounted .438 was being fired at the scene. The general consensus in this case is that the bullet that killed Lieutenant Oliver has never been found. At Workman's 2000 clemency hearing, Dr. Smith argued that the bullet had been found at the scene. A deformed .45 caliber bullet had been found near the curb that divided the Wendy's and the auto parts store parking lots. The bullet was 104 feet past where Lieutenant Oliver had fallen. According to Dr. Smith, this means that the bullet had passed through Lieutenant Oliver because this type of ammunition would normally travel much farther, and the shortened travel distance shows that its speed had been hampered by hitting something. However, to prove that Workman shot the bullet at Lieutenant Oliver, Dr. Smith assumes that Workman shot the bullet at Lieutenant Oliver. The bullet is only 104 feet past Lieutenant Oliver if we assume that it came from Workman's position. The bullet was also found near where Workman says his gun went off accidentally the first time, sending a bullet straight up in the air. Dr. Smith performed an experiment using a dog's rib cage and ballistics gelatin that showed that an .45 caliber hollow point bullet would be deformed if it passed through a body. His experiments did not prove, however, that this would be the only scenario in which the bullet could become deformed. The The bullet could have been damaged upon hitting the ground after being shot straight up and falling back down to the ground. As Dr. Smith correctly points out, the bullet was fired from Workman's gun to the exclusion of all other guns in the world, which we know because of tests performed on Workman's gun by the FBI. However, this still does not prove that it is the bullet that killed Lieutenant Oliver. In his testimony, Dr. Smith does not acknowledge that other tests on the bullet performed by the FBI showed no signs of blood or tissue on it. There is no physical evidence showing that the bullet ever struck a person in general, or Lieutenant Oliver specifically. Besides the ballistics evidence, the other major point of contention in this case is the prosecution's witness at the 1982 trial, Harold Davis. Davis called the police the day after Lieutenant Oliver's death and told them that he had been in the Wendy's parking lot the night before and that he had been just 10 feet away when Workman shot Lieutenant Oliver. He testified at trial that Workman had calmly pointed his gun at Lieutenant Oliver and shot him. The problem with Davis's testimony is that there is no actual indication that he was in the Wendy's parking lot. Davis claimed to have been in his car during the shooting and that he fled on foot, coming back for his car in the morning. His car is not seen in any crime scene photos, nor is it in any diagrams drawn of the scene by the police on the night of the shooting. None of the police officers at the scene saw him, nor did any of the 5 civilian witnesses in the area. It is hard to imagine that he was able to leave the scene without being noticed or how he was allowed to once other officers arrived at the scene. Vivian Porter, a family friend of Davis's, also came forward after the trial saying that she knew Davis wasn't at the scene of the crime that night because she had been with him. She says she had been unaware of Davis's involvement in the trial. According to Vivian Porter, she and Davis had been out buying drugs not far from the Wendy's on North Thomas on the night of Lieutenant Oliver's death. They were pulled over by a policeman, but before he came up to speak with them, he got a call on his radio and got back into his car and took off. Vivian and Davis drove past the Wendy's a little later in the evening and saw the heavy police presence there and assumed that the officer who had stopped them had left to respond to the scene. According to Davis's sister, he had a habit of calling in tips to the police about cases he had seen in the paper to try to get reward money that he could use to fund his drug habit. Davis left Memphis after the trial, living a transient lifestyle. Workman's new defense lawyers had wanted to speak to him since they were put on the case in 1990, but they would not have the chance until 1999 when they tracked him down to Phoenix, Arizona. In both a written and a videotape statement, Davis admitted to lying about being in the Wendy's parking lot and seeing Philip Workman shoot Lieutenant Oliver. His account of the night of Lieutenant Oliver's death differs from the one provided by Vivian Porter. Davis says they were sitting at a parking lot across the street from the Wendy's, smoking marijuana at the time of the shooting, but they were facing away from the scene. Davis says he was able to pick Workman out of a photo lineup because he had already seen his picture in the paper by the time police brought him in to speak to them. He alleges that the police explained the details of the crime to him and asked if he would testify to those facts. He agreed but changed his mind as the trial got closer and expressed his concerns to the police. He claims that after he did, a large man came to visit him, telling Davis that he and those close to him could be made to disappear if he did not testify as he had been told to. According to Davis, this is why he left the state after the trial. Harold Davis is not a very reliable witness. While I am skeptical of his claims that he was threatened and coached by the police, I am equally skeptical of his claims that he witnessed Lieutenant Oliver being shot. John Struthers, one of the prosecutors of the case, has said that he still believes Davis testified truthfully at the trial in 1982, even after hearing Davis's new statements. After hearing about the ballistics evidence and learning about Harold Davis's perjury testimony, 5 out of the 12 jurors convicted Workman and voted to impose the death penalty signed affidavit saying that they would have changed their vote on the verdict, the sentence, or both if this information had been available at the time. Workman's lawyers were very vocal in the media about the doubts about Workman's guilt, and he began to receive support from the public. He also received support from a source most people probably would not have expected, Lieutenant Oliver's daughter, Paula Dedelia. Both Ms. Dedelia and her mother, L.T., Oliver's first wife, did not wish to see Workman executed. Ms. Dedelia publicly appealed for Workman's sentence to be reduced and for the new evidence in the case to be thoroughly examined, which I have to imagine was an emotionally taxing undertaking. Ms. Dedelia wrote a letter to the governor for Workman's clemency hearing in 2000 and also appeared in a video appeal to him asking that Workman's sentence be commuted to life in prison. My belief, my feelings are that Mr. Workman did not kill my father, and if so, I do not believe it was intentional. And I would like to see his sentence be reduced to at least life, she said in her taped statement. I know it's odd for me to be saying this, but it seems like there's a lot of questionable things relating to this case, and I would like to see someone look into it further. She also appeared at a news conference in 2000 with Workman's daughter Crystal, telling the press, taking her father not bring mine back. While I have the utmost respect for Ms. Dedelia for the strength and compassion she showed by taking the stance she did, I do not want that respect to be interpreted as disrespect for those in Lieutenant Oliver's family who did not agree with her. Not everyone Lieutenant Oliver left behind shared Ms. Dedelia's views. Sandra Oliver Noblin, Lieutenant Oliver's wife at the time of his death, believed Workman was guilty and supported his execution. In a statement prepared for Workman's clemency hearing in 2000, she argued, clemency should not be an option for a person who takes another person's life. Philip Workman is not innocent of this murder. He killed Ronnie. In the same statement, she questioned how her former stepdaughter could reach her conclusions about her father's murderer, but acknowledged that Ms. Delia's opinion was her privilege in her choice between her and her God. There have been a lot of concerns raised over the behavior of and decisions made by the courts and public officials in regards to this case. Given the vast number of court appearances Workman made over the 25 years following his conviction, covering every single one of them is not practical, nor is it probably helpful. For the purpose of this video, we will just be examining Workman's 2001 evidentiary hearing to illustrate why some of these concerns arose. Due to the various legal challenges Workman and his defense team posed beyond the standard appellate proceedings required of inmates condemned to death, his execution date was set and then deferred several times over the years. On March 30th, 2001, Workman's execution was deferred less than an hour before it was scheduled to occur. Workman's lawyers had petitioned for a writ of error quorum nobis in Shelby County Criminal Court. In the state of Tennessee, this type of writ is issued in criminal proceedings for evidence discovered after the trial. The evidence has to relate to issues raised at the trial. A judge has to rule that the evidence could have resulted in a different verdict at the trial, that it is reliable, and that the defendant is not at fault for failing to discover the evidence sooner. The judge denied the petition. At 12:37 a.m., however, the Tennessee Supreme Court overturned the lower court's decision. The court was of the opinion that due process requires that Workman be granted a hearing to evaluate his claims that new evidence, which was unavailable at trial and which has never been evaluated in a hearing in this state's courts, shows that he is actually innocent of capital murder according to the order it released. The order was issued at 12:37 a.m. Workman's execution had been scheduled for 1 a.m. The Tennessee Supreme Court decision sent the case back to the judge who had originally denied the petition for an evidentiary hearing to fully examine the ballistic evidence and the evidence that Harold Davis had committed perjury at the original trial. That judge was Judge John P. Colton Jr. Judge Colton had also been the judge at Workman's trial in 1982. Judge Colton and Workman's lawyers had issues before the hearing even began. When the case was sent back to him, Judge Colton scheduled the hearing for just 2 weeks later, which gave Workman's lawyers only that small amount of time to prepare for it. That decision was overturned on appeal. Judge Colton ordered Workman's lawyers to turn over a videotaped statement made by Harold Davis to the prosecution. This tape should not have been made available to them until after Davis testified. Judge Colton's order was overturned on appeal. Judge Colton issued a gag order preventing the attorneys from communicating about the case outside of court. Judge Colton's order was overturned on appeal. Believing that these actions showed that Judge Colton was biased against Workman, Workman's attorneys asked him to recuse himself from the hearing. Judge Colton refused. It has been alleged that Judge Colton failed to protect the witnesses the defense presented at the hearing. DA Jerry Kitchen was allegedly verbally to both Harold Davis and Dr. Cyril Wecht, but Judge Colton said nothing about his method of questioning. Judge Colton also barred Wardai Parks, one of the jurors from Workman's trial, who said that he would not have found Workman guilty or sentenced him to death in light of the ballistics evidence and the purged testimony, who had also testified at Workman's 2000 clemency hearing, from testifying at this hearing. On one hand, this ruling makes sense as Mr. Parks could not provide new evidence in the case. On the other, however, the defense could have used his testimony to confirm that the new evidence would have changed the outcome of the trial, as they needed to for their petition to be successful. On January 7, 2002, Judge Colton ruled against Workman, stating that the new evidence presented by lawyers for death row inmate Philip Workman is insufficient to warrant a new trial. He found that Harold Davis's testimony did not amount to a recantation of his original trial testimony. Robert Hutton, one of Workman's lawyers, had gone over Davis's trial testimony line by line, and Davis had refuted each line of it. During the 2 days of questioning by D.A. Kitchen, however, he often claimed to have memory issues when asked specific questions and refused to say directly that he had lied under oath. Davis had to be rushed to the hospital after his testimony concluded, allegedly because the A. Kitchen was so abusive in his questioning. Judge Colton also held that the ballistics evidence did not merit a new trial because Dr. Wecht could not conclusively exclude the possibility that a .45 caliber bullet caused a fatal wound, even after viewing the autopsy X-ray. Workman was given a new execution date of September 24, 2003. On September 15, 2003, Tennessee Governor Phil Bredesen granted Workman a 4-month reprieve. When that reprieve was about to expire, he extended it by another 3 months. The reason for the reprieve turned out to be a federal investigation into Shelby County Medical Examiner, Dr. O.C. Smith. Dr. Smith had testified at a clemency hearing for Workman in 2000 and at the evidentiary hearing presided under Judge Colton in 2001. At both hearings, he argued against the testimony of Dr. Sperry and Wecht, maintaining that Workman's gun was the murder weapon. In June of 2002, Dr. Smith had been discovered, bound with barbed wire with a bomb around his neck, at the Regional Forensic Center. He claimed he had been attacked by an unknown assailant. Workman's case was originally considered to be a motive in the attack, and Workman was interviewed as part of the investigation. By the fall of 2003, however, Dr. Smith was being investigated for staging the attack himself. He was indicted on federal charges in February 2004 and went to trial in 2005. A video detailing this case will be linked in the description. Governor Bredesen did not extend Workman's reprieve any further because he had state medical examiner, Dr. Bruce Levy, who coincidentally would go on to face his own legal troubles, examined Dr. Smith's testimony in Workman's case, in light of the issue of Dr. Smith's credibility being raised by his indictment. Dr. Levy did not report any inaccuracies in Dr. Smith's testimony in either hearing, so Bredesen allowed plans for Workman's execution to move forward. The various appeals and proceedings delaying Workman's execution ran out in 2007. On May 4th, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit refused to grant Workman a stay of execution. That same day, however, a U.S. District Court judge issued a temporary restraining order barring the state of Tennessee from executing Workman. The restraining order was issued due to issues with the state's lethal injection procedures. In February of 2007, Governor Bredesen had rescinded Tennessee's instruction manual for lethal injections, citing deficiencies in the procedures it outlined. The manual still required procedures for execution by electrocution, even though it was supposed to be specifically for executions using lethal injection. The state's Commissioner of Correction had 90 days to write a new manual. The revised procedures were released on April 30th. Workman's lawyers were granted the restraining order so that they would have a chance to question if the new procedures were constitutional. At a hearing on May 7th, however, the restraining order was vacated by the U.S. Court for Appeals for the Sixth Circuit. Philip Workman was moved to death watch inside the Riverbend Maximum Security Institution. At 10 p.m. on May 8th, the U.S. Court refused to hear an appeal from Workman. At 12:15 a.m. on May 9th, the Tennessee Supreme Court refused to hear an appeal from Workman's lawyers, asking for additional time to review the state's new injection procedures. For his last meal, Workman had asked for a vegetarian pizza. Instead of having it brought to him, however, he asked that the pizza be taken to the nearby city of Nashville and given to a homeless person instead. The prison denied the request because taxpayer funds cannot be used for charity. Workman refused to select another last meal for himself in protest and did not take the prison standard meal tray when it was brought to him at 4:50 p.m. on May 8th. His actual last meal, as it were, was at 9:40 when he asked for and was brought grape juice while he met with a spiritual advisor. When word of Workman's denied last meal reached the public, people from around the country decided to fulfill his request. Teen crisis and homeless shelters in Nashville like the Oasis Center and the Nashville Rescue Mission became inundated with donations of vegetarian pizzas that had been ordered from all over the country. Pizzas were also sent by PETA President Ingrid Newkirk and a radio station in Minnesota. In Memphis, the Destiny Diner ran a promotion for the rest of the month of May, allowing people to buy their vegetable pizza at half price, with all the pizzas being donated to an area homeless shelter in the beginning of June. We don't condone violence or crime of any kind, and it's not our place to comment on Workman's sentence or execution, said Destiny Diner employee Hart Simha. But we do believe that his last request was honorable, and the excuse to feed the homeless is a good one. Workman's execution was scheduled for 1 a.m. on May 9, 2007. After he was strapped to the gurney in the execution chamber, curtains were opened to allow witnesses in another room to view the execution. Warden Ricky Bell asked Workman if he had any final words. "I've prayed to the Lord Jesus Christ not to lay charge of my death to any man," Workman, who had become a born-again Christian in the early 1990s, replied. He then closed his eyes and the process of injecting him with cocktail of drugs began. Approximately 2 minutes later, he said, "I commend my spirit into your hands, Lord Jesus Christ." According to the witnesses, he at that point appeared to become unconscious. Workman was declared dead at 1:38 a.m., almost 26 years after the death of Lieutenant Ronald Oliver. Lieutenant Oliver's widow, Sandra Oliver Noblin, and her son Beck were present at the execution. Workman's older brother Terry planned to attend but decided at the last minute not to witness the execution. I did not make this video to try to persuade anyone one way or the other about Philip Workman's guilt or innocence. I do not know if he was guilty or not, and I would never claim to. I personally do wish that there had been a new trial, however, or some other way for the controversial evidence to have been more fully evaluated in a neutral setting. I think this case was important to cover because it, like many other cases, shows just how politics and perspective play major roles in the criminal justice system. Prosecuting criminals is not as straightforward of a process as many of us would like to believe. Especially now in the age of DNA and advanced forensics, it is easy to assume that if a scientist claims that forensic tests say something is true, it must be true. This case reminds us that two different experts can look at the same evidence and arrive at completely different conclusions. Two different experts can look at the same evidence and tell two completely different stories about what happened at a crime scene. The same can be said about lawyers and judges. Different interpretations of the law and of legal statutes can result in vastly different rulings and opinions on how a case should be handled. I hope that the conflicting opinions and strong feelings held by the various legal and scientific experts in this case remind us all how vital it is to think critically about cases. My other major reason for covering this case is Lieutenant Oliver, especially in the early 2000s, as the controversy about the X-ray and Harold Davis's testimony was coming to light. This case was featured heavily in the local news in Memphis, where I grew up. I remember hearing about the case all the time and knowing that Workman was on death row for killing a cop. But I never knew that cop's name until a few years ago when I looked it up on my own. Between the anger, politics, accusations, and questions involved in this case, I fear that the focus of the case has shifted away from the man we lost. I believe the way in which cases are covered has changed in the past several years, and that the focus has been put back on the victims of violent crime. We are becoming more sensitive to the identity of a crime victim beyond what someone else did to them and the unique void their loss leaves behind. Having been killed in 1981, Lieutenant Oliver has not benefited from this change. The one picture of him I have shown in this video is seemingly the only one publicly available. After a lot of digging, I was able to find one more of him being loaded into the ambulance on the night of his death, but it hardly shows him and it seemed inappropriate to share in this video. Almost all of the information I shared about Lieutenant Oliver beyond his job and rank came from one article published in 2000. I wish I could share more about who Lieutenant Oliver was as a person because from what I can tell, he was a good man who deserves the respect of being remembered. Even though there is so little direct information available for us to learn about who Lieutenant Oliver was, we can still infer a lot about him from the legacy he leaves behind. a daughter who seemingly inherited his bravery and sense of justice, a widow with strong convictions and even stronger teeth, and his stepson who joined him in law enforcement, going on to become a captain in the Bartlett, Tennessee Police Department. I am sure that viewers of this video will have conflicting opinions about this case, but I am also sure that we all agree that Lieutenant Oliver Workman was executed without a new trial, and others of you may feel anger at me for sharing the doubts raised about Workman's guilt. But my hope is that the main feeling you take away from this video is gratitude for Lieutenant Oliver's service and respect for his memory. For the Halbach family, October 31st, 2005, would become a harrowing reminder that nightmares can seep into reality. For Teresa Halbach, it began as just another workday. A freelance photographer for Auto Trader magazine, Teresa was assigned to photograph vehicles at Avery's Auto Salvage. She was never seen alive again. Reported missing on November 3, 2005, a widespread search for Teresa ensued. On November 5, 2005, her Toyota RAV4 was discovered partially hidden in the Avery salvage yard. Investigators found blood in the vehicle and, on the property, a burn pit containing charred bone fragments and teeth. Her car keys were later located in the bedroom of Stephen Avery, the salvage yard owner. Born on March 22, 1980, Teresa Halbach was one of 5 siblings. Her parents, Richard and Karen, raised their children on the family dairy farm. After her father's death when Teresa was just 8, Karen remarried Richard's brother, Thomas, and they continued raising their blended family. Teresa was an adventurous and outdoors-loving young woman who aspired to work for National Geographic as a photojournalist. Friends and family fondly remembered her as someone with an incredible gift for making others feel welcomed and valued. Her life, full of promise, was tragically cut short in circumstances that would haunt all who knew her. She was dedicated to her studies, making summa cum laude with a degree in photography. After graduating from the University of Wisconsin, Green Bay, Teresa continued to work with Pierce Photography, whom she interned with during her college days. She started her own business, Photography by Teresa, and operated out of the Pierce studio. She traveled extensively, and to supplement her income, she took on freelance jobs for Auto Trader magazine, taking pictures of vehicles that were put up for sale. It was this job that led to her untimely death. All the evidence found pointed to one person, Stephen Avery. Avery had contacted Teresa to set up an appointment to take pictures of his sister's minivan. According to records, she was last seen at 2:30 p.m. that afternoon. This was later confirmed by Stephen's nephew, Bobby, who told police he saw the car enter the salvage yard. Avery was initially charged with a weapons violation mutilation of a corpse. The blood found in the SUV proved a positive match for Avery's. A set of car keys belonging to Teresa found in Avery's room. All the while, Avery maintained his innocence, alleging the police were trying to frame him. He was in the middle of a civil lawsuit with Manitowoc County for $36 million. Stephen Avery, born July 9, 1962, is a Manitowoc County native, raised in Wisconsin alongside his 2 brothers, Charles and Earl, and sister Barbara by parents Dolores and Alan. He dropped out of high school with reports suggesting he had an IQ of 70. Stephen was no stranger to the law. In 1981, he served 10 months in jail following the burglary of a bar. A year later, he pleaded guilty to animal cruelty after pouring gasoline on this pet cat and tossing it into a bonfire. For this, he served another 9 months. In 1985, he threatened his cousin Sharon Morris by forcing her off the road and thereafter pointing a gun at her. He later alleged that he wanted her to stop spreading rumors. She'd filed a report alleging that he exposed himself on several occasions and was mooding in the front yard. Although he received a 6-year sentence for his crime, he was granted bail and released. However, it was a case of mistaken identity that had him locked away for nearly 2 decades. Penny Berenstain reported that she'd been walking along a beach near 2 Rivers when she was attacked and assaulted on July 29, 1985. Police believed the description she gave had a striking resemblance to Avery. She went on to choose his photo during an interview with police and later picked him out during a suspect lineup. He was arrested and charged with the attack on Jen Stein. A state-appointed forensic official claimed that a hair found on Avery's shirt was consistent with the victim's. This evidence led to his conviction in December 1985. All this despite a staggering 16 witness testimonies and a time-stamped receipt to prove his whereabouts at the time of the assault. Stephen was convicted of rape and attempted murder and sentenced to 32 years in prison. Avery maintained his innocence and appealed in both 1987 and 1996. Both appeals were denied by the higher court. In 2001, though, Stephen made contact with the Wisconsin Innocence Project. The organization took on the case, and in 2002, Stephen was exonerated after DNA evidence proved he was innocent. It was later learned that another man, Gregory Allen, committed the crime and did, in fact, confess to it in 1995. Deputies alleged that Sherp Deputy Thomas Koch-Eric received a call and said, "We already have the right guy. Don't concern yourself with it." Allen and Steve bore a striking resemblance. Allen also committed a similar crime in the same area that Bjornston was attacked and was under police surveillance, but he was not considered a suspect. Allen was not even called up as a suspect in the lie-up. After 18 years, Stephen walked out a free man on September 11, 2003. He then went to file a civil lawsuit against former Sheriff Thomas Corcoran and former District Attorney Dennis Vogel to the tune of $36 million as freedom. However, wouldn't last long. When Teresa was reported missing, searches were conducted in the salvage yard. This was the place she had last been seen, as confirmed by Stephen's nephew, Bobby Gassie. Stephen claimed that he'd spoken to Teresa when she came by to take the photos, and then she left. Apart from the bone fragments, SUV, car keys, and blood found in the car, a bullet with Teresa's DNA was discovered in the garage. While incarcerated for Teresa's murder, Stephen's lawsuit was settled in February 2006, and he was paid a mere $400,000. While in jail, Stephen's younger nephew, Brendan Dacey, was also questioned in relation to the murder. Brendan, who was 16 years old at the time of the murder, was interrogated by police without parental supervision or a lawyer being present. Brendan confessed to investigators that he and Stephen first assaulted Teresa before murdering her. They then burned her body to destroy evidence. I go down to put he was charged in March 2006 as an accessory to the murder. He later recanted his statement, claiming that he'd been coerced by detectives. Brendan was charged with the same crimes as Stephen, although there was no physical evidence linking him to the crime scene. Stephen was convicted in March 2007 and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Later that same year, Brendan too was found guilty and given a life sentence with a possibility of parole in 2048. But there was not to be a cut and dry solution to the murder. The conviction sparked controversy. It was a sensational case. Stephen was the first of the Innocent Project's 174 exonerated convicts to be charged with a violent crime after being released. This caught the interest of aspiring filmmakers Laura Ricciardi and Moi Redemos. Making a Murderer premiered on Netflix in 2015 and created a media maelstrom. The documentary, which took 10 years to research and produce, profiled the case of Stephen Avery. The series chronicles the case timeline beginning with Stephen's wrongful conviction in 1985 and subsequent exoneration, civil lawsuit against the Manitowoc County, and the arrest of Stephen and Brendan in regard to the murder of Teresa Halbach. It received both praise and criticism from critics and those directly involved with Teresa's case. The story, caused on an international level, has driven to division in public opinion. A petition to have Stephen and Brendan pardoned was drawn up and sent to the White House. It garnered over 128,000 signatures, but still failed to make any impact. The White House stated, as the convictions were made in a state court, the president had no authority to pardon either defendant. There are those who firmly support the innocence of Stephen and Brendan. These include his immediate family, who have supported him and also pray for the real killer of Teresa to be found. Sandy Greenman, Stephen's ex-fiancée, is one such person. Greenman has been his avid supporter, going as far as to start a Facebook page to garner support and give exposure to the case. She described him as a model inmate. Greenman stated that people take a perverse pleasure in tainting Stephen's name. People like to say Stephen Avery has been violent all his life, which is not true, she said. Most notably, though, was the support offered by Kim Kardashian. The socialite has been using her influence to advocate for a fair justice system. Having come across the case on a social media site, her interest was piqued. Although she has made appeals to the governor, even her level of influence has no sway. However, she hasn't given up and hopes to seek justice for both Stephen and Brendan. The other half feels Stephen is where he belongs. On that side of the coin is Jody Stokowski, another ex-fiancé. Jody initially pledged her support in Stephen's innocence during the documentary. Afterwards, she alleged that she had lied and it was all an act. Jody went on to explain to Nancy Grayson in an interview that he threatened to kill her and her family. The first thing I want to ask you is, do you believe Stephen Avery killed Teresa Halbach? Yes, I do. Why? Because he threatened to kill me and my family, and he alleged that he wanted revenge on all women after his life was wrongfully stolen from him. Stephen is the one person I can't trust. He's a monster, she said. The show also ignited a debate regarding the perspective covered by the documentary. For the supporters of Stephen and Brandon, they feel the points most significant to the trial were highlighted. Dean Strang, one of Stephen's attorneys, agreed that the documentary covered enough to give the public a chance to judge for themselves. He disagreed that the series was subjective. As for the relatives of Teresa, they say the show saddened them. The Halbachs stated the show sought to entertain and seek profit from their loss. Teresa's aunt, Kay Jordana, and cousin-in-law, Jeremy Fournier, both stated that the show was one-sided. Former Calumet County District Attorney Ken Krantz alleges he was not given a chance to tell his side of the story. The filmmakers denied this and claimed that he refused to give an interview. In an interview with People magazine, Krantz alleges the documentary has left out key pieces of evidence. These include Stephen using a fake name when calling Teresa, DNA belonging to Stephen was found on the SUV's hood latch, and a ballistics report showed that the bullet found in the garage was fired from a rifle owned by Stephen. Krantz further alleges that prior to her murder, Teresa had once before made a trip to the Avery residence. When Stephen answered the door with only a towel on, she said she wouldn't go back because she was scared of him. In response to criticism from Krantz and other officials, the filmmakers said they'd given prosecutors the opportunity to answer questions. They believed that the documentary was a fair representation of the case and covered the most consequential evidence given during the trial. The documentary had its desired effect. It poked holes into the narrative of Stephen and Brendan's case by exposing allegations of police and prosecutorial misconduct, evidence tampering, and witness coercion. At the outset, Stephen called out the police for trying to frame him. This to avoid the county paying out the $36 million lawsuit he filed. Stephen believed his lawsuit would be undermined if he was convicted of another violent crime. To avoid a conflict of interest, Manitowoc County gave neighboring Calame County authority over the handling of the case. Part of the deal, however, was that Calame could use resources which included personnel from Manitowoc. The key in Stephen's room was found by a Manitowoc sheriff's deputy after several searches of the property. Another allegation made was regarding the blood evidence found in the car. Stephen and his defense team believe it was blood used from his prior conviction. Given credence to this scenario were the claims made by the defense. According to the Avery defense team, the vial containing Stephen's blood had been tapered with and a puncture hole was visible on the stopper. The prosecution, however, combated this claim by testing the blood for a preservative not found in fresh human blood and found none. Avery's defense team brought in an expert witness who stated it was not possible to tell if the negative result meant there was none of the preservative present or the typology to test itself was inconclusive. The documentary shone a spotlight on the men who have interrogation with regard to Brenton Dassey. Dassey was just 16 years old during the interrogation. Firstly, he was interviewed without the supervision of a lawyer or parent. It's understood that both he and his mother consented to the interrogation. But what piqued the interest of many was that Brendan had an IQ of 73, classifying him as intellectually challenged. Many have argued that his intellectual disability left him open to suggestion, particularly when it was shown that the Ree technique of interrogation was used. The Ree technique has been criticized for producing high rates of false confessions, especially from juveniles and the mentally impaired. The technique is used to make the suspect comfortable and eventually confess to crimes through familiarity with the interrogators. The interrogator then proceeds to tell the suspect that the evidence shows that the suspect did commit the crime. Dassey allegedly agrees with the interrogators during the interviews, but later recants at his confession. He accused his first defense team of collaborating with the prosecution to get him to confess. Is this your smile? Yeah. Here's your roll. Yeah. He's also claimed the coercion was used to elicit a confession from them. Both Stephen and Brendan have appealed their convictions, but have been denied innumerable times and remain in prison. The defense teams of both men have exhausted their efforts in trying to get retrials on both men's charges. Following the making a murder documentary and the public outcry regarding Stephen and Brendan's innocence, significant new developments have occurred in both their legal teams. Professors Loring Ariiter and Stephen Dreisen of the Northwestern University Center on Wrongful Convictions of Youth are representing Brendan. They too began with numerous appeals and have come up against many hurdles. Both have refused to give up just yet. Meanwhile, Stephen's appointment of Kathleen Zellmer has shaken up the case and given further hits to the prosecution's claims. His previous lawyers, Deems Trang and Jerry Buting, have taken their newfound fame and gone on tour to promote and bring attention to the case of Stephen Avery. Zillner, considered a trailblazing trial lawyer, has been responsible for overturning 19 wrongful convictions. Her dogged determination and careful analysis of cases has seen her uncover missing evidence that helped exonerate her clients. Most recently notable, she was a consultant for Johnny Depp and his defense team during his trial. Zellner hit the ground running once she was appointed to Stephen's defense team and firmly believes her client is innocent. One of the first things she put to rest was the alleged confession of Joseph Evans Jr. Evans alleged he was responsible for killing Teresa and trying to frame Stephen. Zillner stated that it was a not-so-subtle attempt at publicity. Previously, Evans played snitch and allegedly wrote a 9-page letter to media outlets claiming he heard Stephen confess to the murder. This time, though, it seems he wanted in on a portion of reward money to make his life in prison more comfortable. However, his claim is not gaining the traction he expected. In August 2016, Zellner filed a motion demanding new scientific testing be done. Willing to pay for the extensive testing, Zellner intended to use this evidence to prove that Stephen had been framed. The theory was that 3 different burn pits showed evidence of human remains being burned. A particularly significant find was thought of a human pelvic bone fragment, a bone that was given to the Halbachs as part of Teresa's remains. This action, claims Zellner, was proof that Teresa's remains were planted in Stephen's burn pit. The defense, however, didn't get the opportunity to test these bones as they were not disclosed to them. This was a Brady violation according to Zellner, meaning that evidence which could have helped exonerate Stephen was not disclosed in the proper manner with regards to the criminal case. Crucial evidence was just out of their reach. Zellner remained relentless in her pursuit for justice. She approached the case with a new angle, one that could potentially point to a new suspect in the case. Being unable to test the bone fragments, Zellner opted for forensic testing of the Daysaki family computer. What she found on it was damning. Pornographic images of women in various stages of torture, violent images and videos depicting women as victims. All these images were allegedly accessed at times when Bobby Dassey was at home. Furthermore, Zellner pointed out that Barbara, Bobby and Brendan's mother, along with Stephen's sister and her husband, Stott Todick, were trying to get rid of evidence that could implicate Bobby. The forensic team were able to download 2,449 pages of data from the computer to a CD-ROM to present as part of the motion for a retrial. On it were all the searches, videos, and photos accessed by Bobby. Bobby is the older brother of Brendan and the nephew of Stephen. He was also the key eyewitness for the prosecution at Stephen's trial. He alleged that he last saw Teresa going to his uncle's house, and when he returned from hunting that afternoon, did not see her or the car again. Added to these claims are the allegations of his half-brother, Brad Dassey. Brad is alleged to have said he believes his uncle is innocent. He also made claims that his stepmother, Barb, and Stephen's brother-in-law, Scott, wiped the computer, deleting all pornographic material. Allegedly, Barb has filed a harassment suit against Brad following a conversation they had about tracing deleted files from a computer, which some believe is, in part, to ensure Brad remains silent about his knowledge. For Bobby, though, the final nail in this coffin could be the evidence that exonerates Stephen and, in turn, Brendan. An eyewitness has come forward claiming to have seen Bobby being assisted by a much older man, pushing Teresa's SUV back into the salvage yard. Thomas Sawinski stated in a sworn affidavit that he drove by Bobby and the other man while en route to deliver newspapers. When he passed the duo a second time, Bobby allegedly stepped out in front of his car to stop him. Thomas swerved to avoid him and continued on his morning route. He said that Bobby's eyes showed he was not pleased to see him there. Following the discovery of the SUV, Thomas realized the significance of the find and contacted police. He told them everything he'd seen that morning, and their response was, "We already know who did it." He provided his details, but he never heard back from them. For Zillner, this provides a contradiction to the prosecution's key witness. If proven true, which he's confident about, Bobby's testimony would be false. Zellner believes the rejection of all the crucial evidence in favor of Stephen denied him a fair chance to prove his innocence years ago. The newly filed motion is still with the appeals court and is awaiting an opinion or decision to be read over in November 2022. Stephen Avery continues to maintain his innocence. Kathleen Zellner, in her own words, says she represents the wrongfully convicted and added, "If you lie to her, she will find you out." Could Stephen be the scapegoat to a bigger conspiracy? Is this all a conspiracy to discredit Stephen's claim of improper police procedure? Or was there a monster truly hiding within Stephen all these years? Please let us know your thoughts in the comments section below. On July 31st, 1999, 17-year-old high school seniors and best friends, J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett, began their journey from their hometown of Dothan, Alabama. They were headed towards a birthday party for J.B. in Headland, Alabama, but the girls ended up getting lost along the way. In a phone call to her mother from Ozark around 11:30 p.m., Tracy informed her mom that they were heading back home. However, neither girl would ever make it home. Their lifeless bodies would be found the next day in the trunk of their car, raising the long-debated question of what might have happened to them. Did it have something to do with the party? Or did the girls run into trouble on the road heading back from Ozark? Located in southeast Alabama near the Florida border, Ozark is known as the home of Fort Worker. Situated in the heart of Dale County, it's a typical charming southern town. Home to nearly 15,000 people, it's a nice place for both raising a family and spending retirement years. However, the town was not the sort of place to hit the headlines until the gruesome double homicide of two high school seniors in 1999, which baffled the community for years to come. J.B. Hilton Green Beasley was born on July 31, 1981 to parents Cheryl and Hilton Lanier Beasley in Troy, Alabama. After her parents separated, she moved to Dothan with her mother in 1984. She was adored by her mother as well as her stepfather, Joey Bagun, whom her mother married after a few years. She grew up in a nice home in Dothan along with her four sisters. J.B. grew up to be a very outgoing girl who was involved in various activities including cheerleading, dance, piano, and swimming. She even modeled for several agencies along with her sisters. Besides all of her hobbies, she loved hanging out with her friends and family. It was high school where J.B. met her fellow cheerleader, Tracy Hallett, and the two did not take long to become best friends. Tracy Jean Hallett was born on March 3, 1982 to parents Carolyn Robert Hallett. Unfortunately, her father, who worked in the Dothan Police Department, died when Tracy was only 5 years old. Her mother later remarried a man named Mike Roberts, who helped raise Tracy along with her mother. Unlike J.B., Tracy was a bit shy, but never hesitated to put people before herself. She was also very protective over her two brothers, who were much younger than her. Even at a young age, she was a responsible older sister. Tracy also attended Northview High School and regularly received good grades and was a cheerleader alongside J.B. As both girls were blossoming into their adulthood, J.B. and Tracy were oblivious to their dreadful fate, which would strip them of all their future hopes and dreams. On July 31, 1999, at around 10 or 5 p.m., J.B. and Tracy left Dothan in J.B.'s black 1993 Mazda 929 to attend a birthday party organized in J.B.'s honor in Headland, just a few miles north. However, the young girls, being unfamiliar with the roads leading to their destination, soon found themselves in trouble. Within a few minutes of starting their journey from their hometown, they got lost. Around 10:30 p.m., JB and Tracy stopped at a BP gas station at the intersection of directions. Using a payphone at that gas station, they called their friends to get better directions to the party. After the call, the girls kept driving to reach their destination, but instead ended up in Ozark, Alabama, about 24 miles northwest of Headland. Realizing they still did not understand the directions to the party, at 11:30 p.m., the girls stopped at the Big Little store. Although the store was already closed by then, Tracy called her mother from the store's payphone. She informed her of how they got lost and ended up in Ozark and that they were now planning to come back home. At the same time, a woman named Marilyn Merritt and her daughters stopped at the gas station to buy a soda. The girls then asked her for directions back to Dothan. Marilyn tried to explain the way as well as she could, and the young girls seemed to understand. Marilyn would later say that she noticed that the girls looked nice and polite with a clean and tidy car. Marilyn remembered seeing the girls pulling out of the parking lot and turning right just as Marilyn had directed. Although nothing seemed amiss at the time, J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett never made it home. The following morning, August 1st, 1999, at around 8 a.m., Tracy's mother called the police to report her daughter missing. It did not take police long to find their first clue regarding the girls' whereabouts. Later that day, after Tracy was reported missing, cops successfully located JB's car, which had been parked on Herring Avenue in Ozark. The most bizarre thing was, despite having filled the gas tank the day before, the tank was almost empty. The car was muddy. The driver's side window was partially down, yet the doors were locked. However, police could not find any signs of a forced entry into the vehicle. Inside the car, JB's driver's license was lying on the dash. The presses of both girls were still inside the car along with their cash. The only known missing item was JB's car keys. However, there was no sign of either of the girls. A palm print was recovered from the trunk lid of the locked trunk, which gave the police a foreboding feeling that something was horribly wrong. Assessing the scene, Pumps theorized that the locked trunk could provide them with significant clues, but without the keys, they could not open the trunk. It took them 6 long hours to discover that they could open the trunk of the car with the help of an interior latch without needing a trunk key or a locksmith. Upon opening the trunk, police made a grisly discovery. The lifeless bodies of the 2 girls were stuffed inside. Both girls were fully clothed, but their pants were soiled from the waist down. Both girls had been shot once in the head, in the temple, and JB in the right cheek. Tracy had a 9mm shell casing on her leg, scratches on her arm, and her jeans had thorn briars on them. Baby's clothes, on the other hand, were muddy and dirty, especially her newly purchased shoes. Although authorities concluded that the teenagers were killed execution style, they had most likely been killed inside of the trunk. As the families were informed about the heart-wrenching discovery, authorities formally started their homicide investigation. Although investigators were considering robbery as a possible motive during the initial phase of the investigation, it was quickly ruled out after confirming that not only the girls' purses, but also their jewelry, money, and credit cards remained inside the car. Autopsies later confirmed that there were no traces of alcohol or drugs in their system. The report also suggested that the girl had been sexually assaulted prior to their demise. This basically ruled out the possibility of the crime being sexually motivated. However, more than 2 months later, the state crime lab issued a report indicating that there were traces of unknown semen on JB's bra, panties, and skin. The palm print recovered from the lid of the trunk also remained unidentified. With no matches in the system and no one to compare their evidence against, authorities were left without much to go on. As word of a double murder of 2 teen girls spread like wildfire, authorities were no close to zeroing in on a suspect. A reward was also put out in an attempt to gather information regarding the murder, but it did not uncover any new leads. However, authorities, it seemed, soon got an unexpected breakthrough. On September 1st, exactly 1 month after the bodies of JB and Tracy were found, a longtime Ozark resident, 28-year-old Johnny William Barrington walked into the Ozark Police Department to tell a bizarre story. He claimed that he had been a witness to the high-profile double homicide of the Dothan teenagers. Barrington told police that on the night of the murders, around the same time Tracy Hall had called her mother from the pay phone at the Big Little store, he went out to buy milk for his 2-year-old son. He claimed that while he was out, he had witnessed the horrendous act. He returned home at 1 a.m., visibly upset, and told his wife that he'd been hit by a black truck near Herring Road. In the days following JB and Tracy's murder, when he shared the information with some of his friends, they convinced them that he should go to the police with this information as it could be linked to the murders of Tracy and JB, which would not only help police crack the case, but could also get him the reward as well. Disturbingly, in the 4 hours of interview with Ozark police, Barrington changed his story 6 times. According to then Ozark Police Chief Tony Arspivey, Barrington initially said that on the night of the killings, he had seen a black truck speeding away from the area where the girls were found. But as the interview continued, his story kept evolving and changing. Finally, he claimed that he picked up a tattooed man he didn't know and the two drove by the Big Little store. He further claimed that the man to whom he'd given a ride got into a car with 2 girls, whom Barrington identified as the deceased Dothan teenagers. He said they ended up on Herring Avenue, where the man forced the girls out of the car. A struggle occurred between the man and the girls as they were trying to get away. After placing them in the trunk, Barrington said he saw something in that man's hand moments before hearing 2 gunshots. And when the man returned, Barrington again gave him a ride from the scene and then went home. In another version, Barrington confessed to investigators that he knew the men he'd picked up and given a ride to and identified him to be his neighbor. Alarmingly, Barrington himself lived less than a mile from where police discovered the bodies. Police did not buy his story, naming him the prime suspect in the murder of J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hollett. Ozark police arrested Johnny Barrington on the spot, charging him with 2 counts of capital murder. But there were several problems with his accounts. Barrington never mentioned sexual activity that would account for the semen found on JB's clothing and body. Besides, the neighbor he implicated had an alibi for the evening. Several people noted that he looked startled and like he had just awoken from a deep sleep in his mugshot. Just after arrest, Barrington immediately admitted that he had fabricated the whole story in order to collect the reward money. However, police at the time believed they arrested the right person. In the preliminary hearing on September 21st, Aladad of the Bureau of Investigation Agent Charles Hudums testified that Barrington was able to describe the girls' clothing and other items consistent with the crime, suggesting he was there at the scene. From the time of his arrest, Barrington was held without bond in the Dale County Jail in Ozark. In an October 18th bond hearing, Barrington denied he was involved in the killings, confessing to the judge that he never picked up a tattooed man and didn't see anything the night of the murders. He said that he simply went to the BPE at about 11 p.m. to get milk for his little boy and later fabricated the whole story to claim the reward money. However, he was denied the bond and sent back to jail. Even during this turbulent time, Barrington's family members never stopped supporting him. They even gave interviews to the media professing his innocence, saying he was incapable of hurting anyone. Barrington's lawyer, Bill Kimmons, also maintained that his client was not responsible for the double murders in any way, shape, or form. He further stated that the 4 hours of continued interrogation took a toll on Barrington, who had wrapped himself in this mess of a lie. June police questioning. He was never told that he could go to the bathroom or was free to leave whenever he wanted. Barrington's defense also pointed out the fact that Barrington only finished the 7th grade and a portion of the 8th grade. He said his client was in special education classes, indicating his inability to plan this heinous crime. Barrington was finally released from jail on December 17, 1999, after it was revealed that Barrington's DNA did not match fat from the semen front on JB's body and clothing. In January 2000, a Dale County grand jury declined to indict Barrington and cleared on the suspect in this double murder. After Johnny Barrington was cleared of suspicion, the investigation endured a setback. The methods employed by investigators were also criticized. There began to be mutterings that the Ozark police were incapable of handling the case. However, police still had some potential suspects. Investigators discovered that the man, who was not publicly named, left town within days of the murders. Investigators have even traveled to Michigan 3 times to interview him. He could not account for 3 or 4 hours of his time on the night of the murders and later made some suspicious statements to people. However, the police declined to elaborate on these alleged statements. As it turned out, he was also later ruled out by DNA. One other significant lead police were chasing during the initial phase of the investigation was the driver of a small white pickup truck. A video surveillance camera inside the Big Little store caught a grainy, poor quality image of what appeared to be a small white pickup truck at the gas pumps at the same time JB and Tracy were at the payphone, Cullen Tracy's mother. No digital trail could be traced, though, as there was no record of a gas purchase at the pump at that time. The video neither showed anyone getting out of the truck, nor did it show the driver clearly. After releasing a photo of the truck to the media a month into the investigation, police urged the public to come forward with information. Unfortunately, both the driver and the truck vanished into thin air as the lead faded away. The last lead for the investigators was a man from Mississippi. Police said the man, who was extradited from Jones County, had been arrested there on an outstanding warrant for possession of drug paraphernalia issued in Ozark. The man had been staying with relatives in Ozark, but left 2 days after the murders. According to Spivey, investigators wanted to question him in connection with the case. However, no significant information came out in light of this lead. Without any evidence, investigators were forced to let him go. In March of 2000, a woman called police and said she heard screams and 2 gunshots near Highway 123 South, just inside the city limits, on the night of July 31, 1999. When asked why she did not come forward earlier, she claimed she was scared to get involved. Based on her description, police thoroughly searched the area and discovered a 9mm bullet, the same type used to kill the girls. But the brand name of the bullet did not match the brand of bullet shell casing found on Tracy's body. Furthermore, the unspent bullet had no markings that would help with forensic comparison to other evidence in the case. Again, another dead end for investigators. Although several leagues over the years proved to lead nowhere, investigators never lost hope in the search for a DNA match. As the heartbroken families of JB and Tracy tried to get on with their lives, the case turned cold. Then years later, another twist in a case added another layer to the thrilling mystery. After remaining cold for years, 2015 would mock a bombshell allegation in the murder case of J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett. Rena Crum, a sworn Ozark Auxiliary police officer, came forward and openly accused an Ozark police officer of murdering J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett and others of covering it up. Rena alleged that on the night of July 31, 1999, a police officer for Ozark Police pulled over J.B. Beasley, demanded to know the whereabouts of some cassette tapes that contained recorded conversations. According to Rena, these tapes could have incriminated Ozark police officers regarding the illegal business of cocaine distribution and profits. The incident escalated into the murders of 2 innocent teens, she further alleged. Rena claimed that she'd been threatened by multiple law enforcement officials who had knowledge of the murderer's identity and covered it up by getting rid of evidence. Rena named 3 Cobbs, Gary Butch Whittington, Rex Tipton, and Eddie Henderson, accusing them of harassing and threatening her. She went as far as to say that then Police Chief Tony Spivey, who had held the original investigation, had also helped cover it up. However, she shied away from revealing the name of the police officer who, she claimed, had actually committed the murders. Renowned American journalist and newspaper editor, John B. Carroll, wrote an article saying that he believed the officer in question presumed the 2 girls intended to use these tapes in a court case that was scheduled for August 2, 1999, less than 48 hours after they were murdered. The tapes were to be entered as evidence into that case. In this article, Carroll also stated that Rena was severely beaten with a baseball bat after coming forward, which stopped her from naming the actual killer. A law enforcement officials Rena accused had all denied having any involvement in the murders of J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett. Without any physical evidence, none of them were ever formally named as a suspect in the case. Regardless of that, the allegations blew up on numerous true crime websites and social media, leading to a defamation lawsuit. On January 29, 2016, Keith Coffin, Rex Tipson, Tony Spivey, Eddie Henderson, and Gary Butch Whittington, all Ozark, Alabama police officials, filed a lawsuit against Weena Crum, John B. Carroll, and Dean Matthews for libel, slander, and defamation of character. That case was dismissed in 2018. In May 2016, Weena Crum received a suspended sentence and a $250 fine after being convicted for harassing J.B. Beasley's sister. Over the years, authorities investigated many theories. They interviewed hundreds of people and took DNA samples from several suspects, but to no avail. It would take 20 years and the innovation of new DNA technologies before police could apprehend a suspect. In March 2019, investigators sent the DNA found on JB's bargain close to the Virginia-based Parabon Nanolab, which specializes in DNA phenotyping and genetics using public genealogy databases. After analyzing the DNA, the lab finally made a connection to a suspect, Coley McCraney. 45-year-old Coley Lewis McCraney was never on the radar of investigators in the brutal 1999 murders of J.B. Beasler and Tracy Hallett until DNA implicated them in the crime. McCraney, who's an Alabama native, graduated from Carroll High School in Ozark in 1992, where he was an athlete as well as the president of the Library Club. After that, he joined the U.S. Air Force and served there from 1993 to 1997. He was married in 1992, but separated from his first wife in 1994 and later divorced. According to the reports of Dothan Eagle at the time, McCraney's ex-wife filed a complaint with the Air Force in 1994 stating that McCraney had assaulted her. McCraney remarried in 2001 and had children with a second wife. Other than failing to pay child support in 1998, McCraney had no criminal record in the past 20 years or so. He'd been working as a trucker all of his life and had worked for several trucking companies in Alabama over the years. In recent years, he co-founded a church and worked as a bishop there. At the time of the killings, he was around 26 and living on Lisenby Drive in Ozark, about 1 mile away from where the bodies of J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett were found in 1999. 2 decades after the Splain High School seniors, J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett were found. Cole McCraney was arrested after a traffic stop in Daleville, Alabama on March 19, 2019. In the interview with police, after he was taken into custody, McCraney said he did not know the girls. Investigators did not clarify any motive for the murder. The news of his arrest was a great shock to the Ozark community and the Ozark Police Chief, Marlins Walker, who went to school with McCraney. As it seemed that the many twisted strands in this affluent case were finally all being tied together, there was to be one more revelation. The now 53-year-old Weena Crum, who previously accused the Ozark Police Department of covering up the murder, recanted her allegations as she testified during a hearing for McCraney in August 2022. McCraney, now 49, is facing 5 counts of capital murder charges for the shooting deaths of J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett. He now sits behind bars in Dale County Jail as of the time of his arrest. His bond has been denied pending his trial on April 17, 2023. The news of finally apprehending the killer was a relief to the families of both girls. However, reliving all the haunting memories through the trial and hearings is another painful journey still to come. We can only hope that the families can heal through a sense of peace that their daughters are finally getting justice more than 2 decades later. Do you believe McCraney is responsible for the murders? So what was the motive? Do you find any validity in the police cover-up claims? Let us know what your thoughts are in the comment section below. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel for more gripping stories like this. Lieutenant Steve Scott of the University of Tennessee Police Department was conducting a routine patrol at the Shelby County Regional Forensic Center, affiliated with the university, at 1060 Madison Avenue in Memphis. A seasoned law enforcement officer, Lieutenant Scott had previously served in the narcotics unit of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office and had been a member of the K-9 unit. Despite his extensive experience, nothing could have prepared him for what he encountered just after midnight on June 2, 2002. While patrolling, Lieutenant Scott noticed a set of keys on the floor, which immediately signaled that something was amiss. Hearing a banging noise, He followed the sound and discovered a horrifying scene. A man padlocked to a window security grate in an outdoor stairwell. The man's arms were outstretched and tied to the grate, with barbed wire wrapped around his head, hands, and feet. A crude homemade explosive device was fastened around his neck. The victim was Dr. O'Brien Cleary, better known as O.C. Smith, the chief medical examiner for Shelby County. His office and the county morgue were located within the forensic center. Lieutenant Scott held deep respect for Dr. Smith, and the two had formed a friendship over their mutual interest in firearms. However, Dr. Smith later admitted he didn't react appropriately when his friend arrived on the scene. Instead of warning Lieutenant Scott to stay away due to the bomb, he begged for help. "I really did some things I shouldn't have done," Dr. Smith told reporter Janice Broach in 2006. "I called for him to help me. I wasn't man enough to shut up, and I begged him to come down." Despite his training, Lieutenant Scott violated all safety protocols and approached Dr. Smith. "He came down and talked to me," Dr. Smith recalled. The Memphis Police Department bomb squad soon arrived, and under the command of Mike Willis, 3 team members managed to safely remove the explosive device from Dr. Smith without it detonating. Lieutenant Scott stayed with Dr. Smith until the device was disabled and he was freed from the grate. The barbed wire from Dr. Smith's wrists and legs was removed at the scene, but Dr. Smith wanted the wire around his head removed at the hospital, so those strands remained on his head as he was transported to the regional medical center. He was released after just 4 hours, having only sustained minor injuries. According to Dr. Smith, he had been attacked injuries. According to Dr. Smith, he had been attacked around 10 p.m. on June 1st as he was leaving his office. He saw a man, whom he described as being Caucasian with a fleshy face, approximately 6 feet tall and weighing roughly 200 pounds out of the corner of his eye. He then felt 2 splashes of liquid, which would later be determined to be lye, hitting his face and burning him. The attacker then punched Dr. Smith in the stomach. Assailant led Dr. Smith down to the flight of stairs. Dr. Smith stumbled and fell and was dragged down the remaining steps, face down. The assailant then sat on the small of Dr. Smith's back and leaned forward to wrap Dr. Smith's legs with strands of barbed wire. He then hit Dr. Smith in the head and used other strands of barbed wire on Dr. Smith's wrists and head before lifting him up and padlocking him to the security gate. The attacker then affixed the bomb around Dr. Smith's neck with a canister under his chin and pulled out a tab that Dr. Smith assumed armed the bomb. The attacker did not speak until he was about to leave when he whispered in Dr. Smith's ear, "Push it, pull it, twist it, and you die. Welcome to death row." Dr. Smith took this as a warning that the device that was now on his chest was motion sensitive. The reference to death row was initially viewed as a clue to the potential motive for the attack. Almost as soon as Dr. Smith was named a chief medical examiner in January of 2000, he had been heavily involved in the case of death row inmate Philip Workman. Workman's case will have its own video next week because it is too involved to quickly summarize here. For the purpose of this video, however, it is important to understand that this case was highly controversial and highly publicized. Dr. Smith had performed the autopsy of the victim in the case, Memphis Police Lieutenant Ronald Oliver, in 1981. By the time Dr. Smith became chief medical examiner, there were serious concerns over whether or not Philip Workman had actually fired the shot that killed Lieutenant Oliver. Workman's trial and appeals lawyers had requested any images from the autopsy on 3 different occasions but were never provided with any. Workman's lawyers happened to notice a reference Dr. Smith made to X-rays taken during the autopsy in a letter he had written in reference to a clemency hearing for Workman set for March 8, 2000. They requested and were finally given access to the X-rays on March 2, 2000. They began the process of fighting for a new trial for Workman based on this new evidence. Dr. Smith claimed that he had not been aware that his office still had the X-rays until recently. In court documents and in the press, Workman's lawyers argued that the X-rays were deliberately withheld. On March 30, 2001, Workman was granted a last-minute stay of execution so that his case could be reviewed by the appellate court. Shortly thereafter, in April of 2001, 3 strange and threatening letters were delivered to 3 different individuals: District Attorney General Bill Gibbons, reporter Lawrence Busser from the Commercial Appeal, and Robert Hutton, one of Workman's attorneys. Hutton had received his letter 3 days after appearing on a Memphis radio show, during which he discussed his concerns about Dr. Smith. All the letters contained strange religious language accusing Dr. Smith of being dishonest and trying to murder Workman. Smith must be returned to hell, for no purgatory can cleanse a soulless demon inhabiting a body made by the evil one, according to one of the letters. According to the letter writer, the evil one is in the body of O.C. Smith, soulless pawn of the devil, guilty of 2 mortal sins. The 2 sins being deceit and attempted murder. The letters refer to Workman, who had become religious while in prison as an innocent child of the Holy Family that Dr. Smith was trying to murder. The letter writer was never identified. Dr. Smith was called to testify in the subsequent appellate proceeding in 2001. In his testimony, he rejected the testimony given by other expert witnesses and declared that Philip Workman's gun, and only Philip Workman's gun, could have been used in the crime. Prior to Dr. Smith's testimony, the defense seemed to have presented a strong case based on the work of other experts that Lieutenant Oliver had not been shot with Workman's gun. The judge in the proceedings ruled against Workman on January 7, 2002. While he cited a number of factors in his decision, Dr. Smith's testimony was one of them. Workman's attorneys again criticized Dr. Smith and the press throughout the following months. On March 13, 2002, a janitor discovered a bomb and 2 smaller explosive devices on a metal tray on the staircase outside the Regional Forensic Center. Dr. Smith was asked to come out and confirm that they were in fact explosives. He did. According to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, who conducted the analysis on the devices, the largest device could have killed several people. The ATF also claimed to have evidence linking the bombs to the letterator. Analysis of the tray the devices had been placed on would later find several religious phrases in cut-out letters. The phrases, now you know, scourging the flesh, crown of thorns, nail of the cross, fires of hell, forever steel, were found in between the layers of aluminum of the tray. The bomb found in March also bore similarities to the one used in the June attack. Dr. Smith's attack was also tied to the letters because the bomb had the phrase "steel in the hands of the King of Kings," which had been used to end all of the letters scratched into one side of it. The other side had the letters JMJ, which may stand for Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, etched into it. The potentially religious overtones of the attack, the barbed wire which made Dr. Smith appear to have a crown of thorns upon his discovery, and his arms being outstretched in a manner that seemed to mimic the crucifixion, also made it appear that Doctor's attack in June was connected to the letters and the previous explosive devices. Philip Workman was interviewed in prison and authorities investigated his family members, but no connection to the attack on Dr. Smith could be made. On June 3rd, the U.S. Attorney in Memphis, Terry Harris, announced to an assembled group of representatives from every law enforcement agency in the greater Memphis area that finding whoever was responsible for the attack on Dr. Smith would be their #1 priority. Dr. Smith and his wife were placed under 24-hour protection. 17 different agencies at the local, state, and federal levels would be involved in the investigation, and they would follow up on 112 leads over the next 2 years. Despite this massive effort, Dr. Smith's assailant was not identified. The tone of the investigation began to change by the fall of 2003. On September 15th, just 9 days before the day set for Philip Workman's execution, Tennessee Governor Phil Bredesen granted him a 4-month reprieve. His reasoning for granting the reprieve was a 15-month federal investigation in West Tennessee. On September 24th, Shelby County Mayor A.C. Wharton announced that he planned to remove Dr. Smith from office. Wharton argued that he had a responsibility to say to the county commission that circumstances have developed that there is a great likelihood that Dr. Smith cannot perform his duties. Being attacked and having the person responsible remaining out on the loose would be a trying experience for anyone, and certainly could have affected Dr. Smith's ability to perform his job. However, this is not what was concerning Mayor Wharton. By this time, investigators on the case were coming to the conclusion that there had never been any attack and that Dr. Smith had staged the entire incident. On September 11, 2003, Dr. Smith had been brought in for a meeting with Special Prosecutor Patrick Harris, not to be confused with U.S. Attorney Terry Harris and 2 investigators. The meeting was covertly recorded. The meeting began as Dr. Smith had probably expected it to, with him being asked to give his account of the attack. By the end of the meeting, however, Dr. Smith was being advised to confess to faking the entire incident to avoid the media circus that his trial for doing so would cause. He was offered a plea deal but refused it. Terry Harris would eventually testify that the transition from viewing Dr. Smith as the victim of a crime to the perpetrator of one was very slow. It was routine to eliminate individuals close to a crime as suspects, so Dr. Smith had to be looked at critically as a matter of procedure. He was not cleared right away, and questions about his story lingered rather than resolved. There were several factors that led investigators to the conclusion that Dr. Smith was responsible for the incident by the end of the summer of 2003. Some of these indications were present from the very beginning of the investigation, like the lack of cuts in Dr. Smith's clothing and his minor injuries compared to what he claimed to have endured. Other indicators came over time, like the inconsistencies that came up in Dr. Smith's stories about what had happened that night in June. A federal grand jury was convened to examine the evidence against Dr. Smith. After hearing testimony for several months, the grand jury indicted Dr. Smith on 2 counts of making false statements to investigators and 1 count of unlawful possession of a bomb. If convicted on all charges, he was facing up to 20 years in prison. The indictment came down on February 10, 2004. Dr. Smith pleaded not guilty to the charges and was released on his own recognizance. Dr. Smith, knowing that the indictment would speed up the mayor's plans to replace him, then formally resigned from the medical examiner's office, as well as from his position as professor of pathology at the University of Tennessee Health Science Center. Dr. Smith's trial began in February 2005. Terry Harris, the U.S. attorney based out of Memphis, recused himself and the Western District of Tennessee office from the case. Harris had worked as a prosecutor for Shelby County for 14 years, meaning he had worked closely with Dr. Smith. Harris considered Dr. Smith a personal friend, and so prosecuting his case was a conflict of interest. Dr. Smith's case was therefore prosecuted by U.S. Attorney Cummins and Prosecutor Patrick Harris out of the United States District Court for the Eastern District of Arkansas. Dr. Smith's defense attorney, Gerald Easter, tried to spin the trial as the ATF and the boys from Little Rock appear persecuting O.C. Smith. While this statement obviously oversimplifies the situation, it does highlight an important aspect of Dr. Smith's trial. While federal attorneys from out of state accusing a local doctor of a serious crime might not have upset a jury like Easter intended, the situation did make some members of local law enforcement uneasy. Dr. Smith had been with the Shelby County Medical Examiner's Office since 1978. He was well known and well liked by local law enforcement. He had a reputation amongst police officers for being willing to go to any crime scene at any time to move an investigation forward. Local prosecutors enjoyed having him testify in court because of his enthusiasm and ability to clearly explain complex concepts. He was an everyman with a working-class upbringing, but also a brilliant and successful doctor, which earned him a lot of friends and respect throughout the Memphis criminal justice community. He appeared to still have this respect even after his indictment. District Attorney General for Shelby County, Bill Gibbons, still called Dr. Smith as a witness in a criminal trial the same week he was indicted. Members of various local law enforcement agencies had to be called as witnesses during Dr. Smith's trial, and some were able to show their support of Smith in their testimony. Memphis Police Lieutenant Richard Borges, for example, had been the first on the scene on June 2nd. He was able to testify that he did not believe Dr. Smith staged the attack because of the look of terror he had seen on Dr. Smith's face when he arrived on the scene. Dr. Smith's place in the criminal justice community did potentially jeopardize the investigation into the events of June 1st, 2002 right from the beginning, as it did afford him considerations that would not have been available to the average victim of a crime. Dr. Smith was allowed to return to the crime scene the day after the attack and spend most of the day in his office. ATF agent Mike Rowland would testify at trial that he had been upset that Dr. Smith was allowed back at the scene when the attacker could have still been in the area. A bomb-sniffing dog reportedly hit on Dr. Smith's vehicle during the initial sweep of the area, but the vehicle was never processed by the crime lab because, according to Memphis Police Detective Connie Manis, Dr. at trial, the prosecution had little physical evidence indicating that Dr. Smith had staged his attack. Agents from the ATF had found holes cut in barbed wire fences on Dr. Smith's farm, but samples from those fences did not match the barbed wire used during the attack. The prosecution tried to argue that a bottle found next to Dr. Smith had contained the lye, scientifically known as sodium hydroxide, that had been thrown in his face, and that the testing of the residue in that bottle showed that it had contained a heavily diluted solution of just 12% sodium hydroxide, which would burn skin, but not as harshly and instantly as solutions of between 25 and 50% would have. The defense argued that the amount of residue left in the bottle was too small for this testing to be accurate. The lack of physical evidence played a larger part in the prosecution's argument. They held that if Dr. Smith had been attacked as he had described to them, his injuries would have been much more severe. Dr. Smith's eyes were red from irritation at the hospital, but no sodium hydroxide had gotten into them, and no traces of it were found on the scrubs he had been wearing. If the solution had been thrown in his face by an assailant, it would not have been so precise and injury-sparing, according to the prosecution. Dr. Smith was also not seriously injured from any of the barbed wire that had been wrapped around him. He had a few scratches on his hands, but the injuries on his face were superficial. The trauma nurse who treated Dr. Smith at the hospital, Stephanie Ziegler, testified that while Dr. Smith's face was irritated, she did not see any punctures or lacerations on it, only noting breaks in the skin on his hands and wrists. Other witnesses would describe Dr. Smith as looking as though his face were sunburned or as though he had been in a fist fight the day after the alleged attack. Dr. Smith would later argue that his face did not have severe lacerations because the barbed wire was old and dull. While Dr. Smith's injuries may seem minor for the dramatic attack, trying to quantify how injured someone should be is problematic, especially when it is done by lawyers, not medical professionals. Another major issue the prosecution raised during the trial was how Dr. Smith's assailant was able to overpower him. Dr. Smith normally carried a gun and kept a knife in his boot, but had neither of them with him on the night he says he was attacked. While Dr. Smith was 49 in June 2002, he had been a medical officer in the Navy Reserves for the previous 25 years and had excellent physical fitness and self-defense reports. But Cummins raised the issue of why such a skilled individual would fail to put up a fight when being attacked. William Lee Hickey, who was the recipient of 3 Purple Hearts and the Navy Cross, testified that Dr. Smith was one of the finest doctors he had ever worked with while in the service. When asked on the stand why he thought Dr. Smith took such a passive approach when he was attacked, Hickey argued that part of dealing with a surprise attack involves staying calm and assessing the situation. Since Dr. Smith claimed he could not see after the lie hit his face, he would not have been able to see if his attacker was armed or not. So the passive approach may have been appropriate. The prosecution mainly took issue with the fact that Dr. Smith did not fight back after he was lying on the ground. According to Dr. Smith's early accounts of his attack, his assailant had sat on the small of his back and tied his feet with the barbed wire first. In this scenario, Dr. Smith's hands would have been free, giving him the ability to fight back. If he had pushed himself up, his assailant would have fallen to the ground, and he would have had the upper hand in either fighting him off or running away. This moment in Dr. Smith's account caused other problems for him as well. It is one of the main inconsistencies that helped turn suspicion towards him in the first place. In his initial statements to authorities, Dr. Smith provided detailed accounts of his attacker tying his feet before tying his wrists. In the September 2003 interview, he said that his wrists had been tied first. Dr. Smith had also initially given a detailed description of the assailant, but later said that he did not get a good look at him. All of these details show that Dr. Smith may have staged the attack, but they do not explain why he would have done so. To explain their proposed motive, prosecutors hired famed forensic psychiatrist, Dr. Park Dietz. Dr. Smith's lawyers would not allow him to be examined by Dr. Dietz. As such, Dr. Dietz had to limit his testimony to simply explaining the different types of disorders that would lead an individual to stage an attack on themselves. He talked at length about factitious disorder, in which an individual makes themselves appear ill in order to get attention. Prosecutors believe Dr. Smith's alleged attack was an example of factitious victimization, and that he had made it appear as though he had been attacked to garner sympathy from the public. The prosecution alleged that Dr. Smith's decision to stage the attack on himself in June 2002 was a bid to improve public perception of him. Faced with increasing criticism over his testimony in the Philip Workman case, a case which he had allegedly been obsessed with, Dr. Smith wanted to garner public sympathy. Being attacked by someone who opposed Workman being executed would have had the added benefit of making those who opposed Dr. Smith and his opinion of the case look unbalanced. While this theory sounds insane, it would technically be possible. ATF agent Michael Rowland testified that he had gone to the crime scene and had been able to attach himself to the security grate in the position Dr. Smith had been discovered in twice. So staging the attack would have been physically possible. The prosecution also presented details about Dr. Smith's personality and relationships that supported their theory. Dr. Smith had a reputation for not taking kindly to criticism or being questioned. And when he was named chief medical examiner, he had made a number of administrative changes that were not popular with the rest of the office. As the public criticism of Dr. Smith increased in regards to the Philip Workman case, the morale in the office decreased. Dr. Smith Workman case, the morale in the office decreased. Dr. Smith's lawyers even tried to argue that the theory that Dr. Smith staged the attack had originated in the medical examiner's office, suggested by disgruntled employees who residential the possibility that Dr. Smith's attack was a hoax. However, she also said that Dr. Smith was brilliant and burst into tears on the stand as she described how she loved and missed working with him. Dr. Stephen Symes, who had a very public falling out with Dr. Smith when he left the Regional Forensic Center, testified at the trial that while he had concerns about how the center was run under Dr. Smith, he still considered Dr. Smith to be the greatest he had ever worked with. While Dr. Smith's actions may not have always been appreciated, he was respected in his office. While Dr. Smith did have a long career in the Navy Reserves as a medical officer, he had a habit of misleading people about what exactly he did with the Navy. He claimed to have written the Marine Close Kill Manual, taught sniper tactics, and been sent on secret military intelligence operations. Commander Rick Russell, a Navy personnel records expert, was called to testify about Dr. Smith's service. Dr. Smith's records did not indicate that he had been involved in any intelligence missions. Dr. Smith's defense team tried to argue that the secret missions would not have been in his standard file. But according to Commander Russell, his location during such missions would have been noted in his file, and his total daily credits for active duty would have been higher if he had been on such missions. Commander Russell also testified that Dr. Smith had not received the required military training in the specialties he claimed to have. Lieutenant Colonel Paul Schultz of the FBI Training Academy in Quantico also testified that there was no record of Dr. Smith ever having attended training there as he claimed. The defense continued to assert that not only had Dr. Smith been trained there, he had taught there as well. Other witnesses provided testimony about other grand claims Dr. Smith had made about himself. Michael Means, a sheriff's deputy from Texas, testified that Dr. Smith had asked him about acquiring a large shipment of guns for a contact he had in the Middle East while at a forensics conference in 2002. When he began making progress on fulfilling the request, Dr. Smith suddenly claimed that he was no longer hearing from his unnamed contact. Other acquaintances of Dr. Smith report that he had claimed to have been a mercenary in Central America and that his family had all been in Africa. These accounts were not accurate. The case was sent to the jury on February 25th. The jury deliberated for 3 full days but remained deadlocked. On March 1, 2005, U.S. District Judge Bernice Donald accepted the jury's assertion that they were unable to reach a verdict and declared a mistrial. On March 14th, prosecutors announced that they would not be retrying Dr. Smith. No other idea of thought he had really been attacked. Other jurors did not buy into the idea of factitious victimization, and some did not believe that the prosecution had provided solid evidence that Dr. Smith faked his attack. I personally agree that there was not enough evidence presented at trial to prove Dr. Smith guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. When it comes to my own opinion about whether or not Dr. Smith staged his attack, I am conflicted. I can see how Dr. Smith, tired of being publicly criticized and known to fabricate stories to make himself look important, might create scenarios in which he is the victim. I think it is believable that he sent the threatening letters and left the explosive devices outside of his office. As larger than life as some of his fabricated military achievements are, I even think that it is conceivable that Dr. Smith burned himself with lye, strapped himself to a security grate, and claimed to be attacked. I stopped thinking that Dr. Smith could have faked the attack as soon as the live bomb attached to his chest comes into play. I cannot imagine putting a live explosive device around my own neck for any reason. I suppose Dr. Smith could have done so if he really were mentally. He also was familiar with what the Memphis Police Bomb Squad would be able to safely disarm and could have built a device to comply with their knowledge to maximize his chances of surviving unharmed. That being said, the bomb still keeps me from fully accepting the idea that the attack was a hoax. If Dr. Smith was attacked as he claimed, I am puzzled by the lack of any further escalation from his attacker. If the assailant was as unstable as he appeared in his letters, and he did escalate from the letters to the devices outside the forensic center to the attack on Dr. Smith, I find it hard to believe that he simply stopped his dangerous behavior cold turkey unless he passed away shortly after assaulting Dr. Smith. Even though no one was seriously injured in this incident, the lack of resolution to it is still troubling. If Dr. Smith was attacked, a dangerous criminal has remained free. While we don't know of any similar crimes this individual has committed since 2002, that does not mean that he did not change his patterns and continue to harm others. If Dr. Smith did fake the attack, it is even more troubling. Dr. Smith performed thousands of autopsies and testified at hundreds of criminal trials, some of which were capital cases. I am concerned by the idea that someone who was deeply disturbed enough to place the lives of 4 law enforcement officers and himself in danger just to get people to stop criticizing his work played a part in so many serious matters. Dr. Smith attempted to get his job in the medical examiner's office back after his trial, but was unsuccessful, possibly due to these concerns, which have never been definitively assuaged. Dr. Smith's life was not the only one derailed by his trial. His friend, Lieutenant Steve Scott, the police officer who discovered him on June 2, 2002, also feared legal repercussions once the investigation turned towards Dr. Smith. Lieutenant Scott was interrogated by the ATF so many times that he began to fear that he was going to be charged as Dr. Smith's accomplice. No charges were ever filed against him, but prosecutors did tell reporter Janice Broach that they did believe that Lieutenant Scott was withholding information from them. By 2005, Lieutenant Scott was suffering from liver cancer. His wife, Virginia Scott, alleges that his health took a rapid decline during Dr. Smith's trial due to the stress it put him under. Lieutenant Scott testified at the trial, bringing Dr. Smith to tears in the courtroom with his account of finding him that night. The Scotts remained close with Dr. Smith. Virginia asked him to be with her at a meeting with Steve's doctors discussing his prognosis. At that meeting, doctors told her that all they had left to do for Steve was put him in hospice care. Lieutenant Steve Scott passed away just a few months after Dr. Smith's trial ended. Virginia Scott believes that she would have had more time with her husband had federal agents not investigated him so thoroughly. I feel like Steve would be alive had the ATF harassed him so much, trying to make a case, she told Janice Broach in 2006. Dr. Smith went into private practice after he was not allowed back in at the medical examiner's office, testifying as an expert witness on behalf of defendants at their trials. In 2006, he announced that he had plans to write a book about his attack and the ensuing trial that would provide additional information about the case. He was looking for a publisher at the time. He does not appear to have ever found one, as the book was never published. Dr. Smith passed away on July 9, 2019, at the age of 66. Dr. Don C. Wiley, one of the world's leading structural biologists in 2001, held the title of John J. Loeb Professor of Biochemistry and Biophysics at Harvard University. His groundbreaking research had earned him numerous accolades, including the prestigious Japan Prize and the Albert Lasker Medical Research Award. According to Ian A. Wilson, Dr. Wiley's first postdoctoral fellow in 1977, any single one of his many achievements could have been a career-defining accomplishment for most scientists. Dr. Wiley's work focused on the structures of viruses and proteins in the human immune system, profoundly impacting cell biology, immunology, virology, and biochemistry. Dr. Wiley also contributed as a member of the Scientific Advisory Board for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital in Memphis, Tennessee, attending its annual meetings. This role allowed him to support the hospital's mission while reconnecting with family in Memphis, where his father and brother resided. Born in Ohio, Dr. Wiley and his family, based in Massachusetts, made a tradition of gathering in Memphis after the meetings. On November 15, 2001, Dr. Wiley attended a dinner at the historic Peabody Hotel to conclude the advisory board's annual meeting. Afterward, he visited the hotel bar, where he enjoyed drinks while listening to a pianist in the lobby. According to the bartender, Dr. Wiley ordered 2 alcoholic drinks before switching to sparkling water, explaining his plan to drive back to his father's home. Sometime around midnight on November 16th, Dr. Wiley left the Peabody Hotel. At 3:47 a.m., a truck driver called 911 to report a car obstructing traffic on the Hernando de Soto Bridge, which spans the Mississippi River, connecting Memphis, Tennessee, and West Memphis, Arkansas. Over the next 15 minutes, 4 additional calls reported the same vehicle, which was blocking a lane and creating a safety hazard on the bridge, which lacks a shoulder. When police arrived on the scene, they discovered a white 1001 Mitsubishi Galant with a full tank of gas, its keys still in the ignition, and no driver to be found. It was missing its right passenger side hubcap. Driver to be found. It was missing its right passenger side hubcap, and it had streaks of yellow paint on the rear driver's side bumper. Police estimated that the car could only have been on the bridge for 15 minutes at most, given the fact that it was disrupting traffic and quickly generated numerous 911 calls. Even at 4 o'clock in the morning, the Hernando de Soto Bridge is still heavily traveled. The city of Memphis is a major logistics hub. It is home of the world headquarters of FedEx and one of the largest cargo airports in the United States. The city also has 5 Class 1 railroads and a port on the Mississippi River. Freight is continuously coming in and out of the city. There may not have been commuter traffic on the bridge at 4 in the morning, but there would certainly have been plenty of trucks using it to come and go from Memphis. The Galant had Missouri plates, and police soon learned that it was part of the Avis rental car fleet. It had been signed out at the Memphis International Airport to Dr. Don Wiley of Cambridge, Massachusetts. When Dr. Wiley's wife received the phone call informing her that her husband's car had been found abandoned, she was already at Logan International Airport with her 2 children, waiting to board a plane to Memphis. Dr. Wiley had been married twice and had a total of 4 children, 2 from each marriage. His current wife, Katrin Valgestadter, was flying into Memphis with their 2 children, ages 10 and 7, to spend time with Dr. Wiley's family, as was the family's custom after Dr. Wiley finished his meeting of the Scientific Advisory Board. Dr. Wiley was supposed to pick his family up at the airport that day, and they had plans to visit Graceland. Dr. Wiley's case was initially treated as a missing persons case. The detectives assigned to it feared that Dr. Wiley had jumped off the Hernando de Soto Bridge. Those who knew Dr. Wiley were quick to dismiss this theory. Dr. Wiley's brother, Greg, called the theory completely inconceivable. Witnesses who had been at the dinner on 15th said that Dr. Wiley had been happily talking about long-term plans, like the trip he was taking to his wife's native Iceland over Christmas, as well as short-term plans, like the jog he was going to take in the morning that evening. Dr. Wiley had no marital or financial problems or any history of mental health problems. The river was searched, but nothing was found. When Dr. Wiley's body was not found in the river below the bridge, his case was transferred from the Missing Persons Department to the Homicide Bureau. The case was transferred on November 20th. It had rained heavily in Memphis on November 19th, eliminating any potential forensic evidence that may have been left on the bridge by the time the Homicide Bureau opened its investigation. The missing hubcap from Dr. Wiley's rental car was never found. There was yellow paint on several construction signs near the bridge, but no damage corresponding to that on the car's bumper was found on any of the structures in the area. Both of these facts indicated that the car may not have received the damage it had sustained in the immediate area of the bridge. 5 weeks after Dr. Wiley was last seen, on December 20th, 2001, a crane operator at the Murray Hydroelectric Plant was pulling logs out of the Mississippi River. The plant was located outside of Vidalia, Louisiana, more than 300 miles downriver from Memphis. The crane operator suddenly noticed a body in the river, amongst the logs. The Concordia Parish Sheriff's Office was called, and investigators went out on a boat to retrieve the body. The body was still covered by clothes, and in one of the pockets was a wallet containing Dr. Wiley's identification, credit cards, and some cash. Unaware of Dr. Wiley's disappearance out of Memphis, the sheriff's office first called police in Cambridge, Massachusetts based on the address on the identification. They also contacted the FBI office in New Orleans, who knew to get in contact with the authorities in Memphis. The body was transported back to Memphis to be positive identified. Using dental records, the body was quickly confirmed to be Dr. Wiley. The identification was made public on December 22nd, 2 days after his body was discovered. Dr. Wiley had just turned 57 a month before his death. The autopsy and investigation by the medical examiner's office would take several weeks to complete. On January 14, 2002, Shelby County Medical Examiner, Dr. O.C. Smith, held a press conference to announce his findings in Dr. Wiley's case. Dr. Smith ruled that Dr. Wiley had died following an accidental fall from the Hernando de Soto Bridge. Dr. Smith acknowledged that there was no way to definitively say what brought Dr. Wiley to the bridge that night, or what exactly happened once he got there. Based on the autopsy and his examination of the bridge, however, Dr. Smith put forth a hypothesis that a physically impaired Dr. Wiley had been in 2 minor mishaps while driving, one of which damaged the back of the car and the other that took off the front hubcap. Dr. Wiley then stopped the car on the bridge to inspect the damage, even though it was minor. He stepped up onto the curb and was then blown over the railing of the bridge, potentially from a gust of wind coming off a passing 18-wheeler. The curb on the bridge was only 8 inches wide. Dr. Wiley would have needed to stand on it to avoid being hit by oncoming cars, as there is no real shoulder on the bridge. He would have had to be standing close to the railing because the curb was so narrow. The railing only rose 43 inches above the roadway, and the curb was 10 inches tall. Based on Dr. Smith's measurements, when the 6'3" Dr. Wiley was standing up on the curb, the top of the railing would have only hit him mid-thigh, approximately a foot below his center of gravity, making it possible for him to have fallen over it. Dr. Smith outright rejected the possibility that Dr. Wiley had jumped off of the bridge, in part due to the lack of indicators and stressors in his life. Physical indicators from Dr. Wiley's autopsy supported this assertion as well. Dr. Wiley's body had numerous fractures, but there were more on his right side than on his left, 22 versus 15, and they were in a pattern that indicated that Dr. Wiley had hit the water with his right side, which will be more consistent with an accidental fall than with an intentional jump with the feet going first. Dr. Wiley's autopsy was also inconsistent with those of other individuals who had jumped off the same bridge. In the previous autopsies he had performed on some of those individuals, Dr. Smith noted that they had all cleared a box beam 12 feet below the roadway that stuck out 38 inches beyond the main structure of the bridge, presumably due to the force of jumping. Dr. Wiley's breastbone was cracked at the spot that would have been right under the third button of his dress shirt. When Dr. Wiley's body was found, the third button from his dress shirt was missing, but the stitching that had held it on was intact. To Dr. Smith, this indicated that it had been broken off rather than ripped off. He believed that Dr. Wiley's chest hit the box beam during his fall, which would mean that he did not have the force of a jump behind him. Dr. Smith estimated that Dr. Wiley's 135-foot fall from the bridge to the waters of the Mississippi River took 2.9 seconds. He hit the water with his right side at a speed of roughly 60 miles per hour. He died upon impact rather than from drowning. Dr. Smith made a major revelation at the press conference that greatly changed the context of Dr. Wiley's disappearance. Dr. Wiley had apparently suffered from what Dr. Smith described as an infrequent and poorly understood seizure disorder for several years. Dr. Wiley kept this disorder private, with only his immediate family and a small circle of friends knowing about it. He did not ever receive any medical treatment for this condition and tried to manage it himself. He had no formal diagnosis of this condition and took no medication to control it. Episodes from the condition could be mild or severe, with the mild episodes being more controllable, but the severe ones impacting Dr. Wiley's ability to drive. Dr. Wiley's widow has chosen to protect his privacy and not publicly speak about his condition. As such, the only information we have about this disorder comes from Dr. Smith, who learned about it from Dr. Wiley's wife and spoke about it both at this press conference and in future press interviews. We do not have specific information about what these episodes entailed or what specific kind of seizures Dr. Wiley had. According to Dr. Smith, the episodes did seem to be brought on by alcohol, lack of sleep, or stress. Dr. Smith believed that all 3 of these variables could have contributed to Dr. Wiley's death. The toxicology report had not been completed at the time of the initial press conference, but alcohol has been identified at levels suggesting impairment in the samples from the autopsy. There was no blood left in Dr. Wiley's body, so other tissues had to be used for testing. A sample taken from Dr. Wiley's chest cavity showed an alcohol level of 0.17%. If this had been Dr. Wiley's blood alcohol content when he was still alive, he would have been heavily intoxicated. However, alcohol levels tend to rise in the body after death due to fermentation and diffusion. According to Dr. Smith, this process makes it impossible to say exactly how much alcohol was in Dr. Wiley's system at the time of his death. I would defy any expert who would come up with a solid number that would adequately define what his true blood alcohol was at the time of the mishap, Dr. Smith said at the press conference. Based on Dr. Smith's findings and the lack of any physical evidence indicating foul play, the Memphis Police Department officially closed Dr. Wiley's case. Dr. Wiley's case was perplexing from the very beginning when his rental car was found on the Hernando de Soto Bridge. The fact that Dr. Wiley's car was found on the bridge was concerning not just because it was found on a bridge and because it was obstructing traffic, but because there is no reason for him to have been traveling in that direction. Not all of the reports on this case agree where Dr. Wiley's father's house was located, but the general consensus is that it was in suburb of Germantown. One report puts it north of Memphis, and a few say it was in East Memphis. The unifying detail in all of these accounts is that Dr. Wiley had an approximately 20-minute drive to reach the house. It is not necessarily important which of these locations is accurate. The important thing to note is that they are all not in the direction Dr. Wiley was driving. East Memphis and Germantown are both east of the Peabody, and north of Memphis obviously means north of the Peabody. Dr. Wiley's car was found west of where he was last seen. No one has a solid explanation as to why Dr. Wiley was driving into Arkansas. Memphis Health Department spokesperson Brenda Ward has posited that Dr. Wiley may have intended to get on I-40 East and simply gotten on I-40 West by mistake. It is an easy error to make, she argued, for someone who is not familiar with the area and would be confused by all of the construction that had been going on at the bridge at the time. The problem with this explanation is that Dr. Wiley was familiar with the area. He visited Memphis frequently to see his family and was in that exact area of town at least once every year for the advisory board meeting, if not at other times during his trips to town. Dr. Wiley had been in Memphis just a month before his trip there in November 2001. Furthermore, this construction had been going on since the year before. An ongoing seismic retrofitting project began on the bridge in 2000. The bridge is within close proximity of the new Madrid seismic zone and is being retrofitted to be able to withstand a 7.7 magnitude earthquake. The construction would not have been a surprise to someone who frequently visited the city, like Dr. Wiley. The most glaring mystery in this case is the missing time between when Dr. Wiley left the Peabody and when his car was found on the bridge. As previously stated, the car could not have been on the bridge very long before it was reported to police because it was blocking traffic in a highly traveled area. The entrance to the Hernando de Soto Bridge is only 5 minutes away from the Peabody Hotel. In addition, the records from the rental car agency showed that the car had not been driven any more miles than the police could account for. If Dr. Wiley left the immediate area of the Peabody before driving to the bridge, it was either on foot or in a different vehicle. Given the fact that Dr. Wiley was an accomplished biologist with detailed knowledge about how viruses interact with the human immune system, and he went missing during the fall of 2001, there were initial fears that he may have been abducted by individuals who wanted to use his extensive knowledge for nefarious purposes. The FBI took an early interest in the case, although they were never formally investigating Dr. Wiley's disappearance. According to William Warner, head of FBI office in Memphis, the state of affairs in the United States at the time required them to entertain this possibility, even though it seemed remote. Dr. Wiley would not have been a good person to abduct for such purposes. While he studied viruses, he did not have access to samples of dangerous viruses or have the knowledge to grow them, as he only studied their component parts. I do not believe that this theory plays any part in this case. To be fair to the people who still hold this theory, though, his abductors would not necessarily have understood that Dr. Wiley lacked this knowledge. A Harvard professor who had won numerous awards for studying dangerous viruses would probably sound like someone who knew how to grow viruses to the average person without a scientific background. My main problem with this theory is that I do not believe that Dr. Wiley would have ever been released by his abductors if the scenario occurred. I also believe that the physical evidence indicates that he did fall from the bridge. Since he was alive when he went over the railing, his abductors would have had to drug him with something that would not show up on the toxicology report and then hoist him over the railing. While Dr. Wiley could have fallen accidentally within a few seconds of stopping his car, it would have taken multiple people, a few minutes, and an additional vehicle to get an unconscious 6'3" Dr. Wiley over the railing. It is hard to imagine that none of the truck drivers passing by on the bridge would have seen this. The same problem arises if Dr. Wiley had been knocked over the railing while fighting off his abductors. The altercation would most likely have been witnessed by a passing driver. Furthermore, the force of a push off the bridge may have caused Dr. Wiley to clear the box beam under the bridge on his way down to the river. Overall, I am accepting of the conclusion that Dr. Wiley died in an accidental fall. However, I still question how exactly he got to the bridge and what happened in the 4 hours prior to the fall. I also have concerns with some of the conclusions Dr. Smith arrived at, or at least believe that they add new layers to the mystery rather than take them away, if they are correct. While I agree with Dr. Smith that we will probably never know exactly what happened to Dr. Wiley in the moments leading up to his death, I do have some concerns about some of the conclusions he reached. I am most concerned by Dr. Smith's assertion that Dr. Wiley had enough alcohol in his system to be impaired at the time of his death. We know, based on eyewitness testimony, that Dr. Wiley consumed alcohol on the night of November 15th. However, we also know based on this testimony that he did not drink to excess or become visibly intoxicated. He also switched to a non-alcoholic drink before leaving the hotel to allow some time for his body to process the alcohol he had consumed before he began driving. At this point, I have to make some assumptions to fill in some details and make my own calculations, which I want to make very clear could very well be faulty and are decidedly not exact. To estimate Dr. Wiley's level of intoxication on the night of November 15th, I am believing the bartender's report that Dr. Wiley had 2 alcoholic drinks and that he was in a good mood but not overly intoxicated. I am placing his final drink before switching to something non-alcoholic, 1 hour before he left the Peabody, which would make it at 11 p.m. I do not know the exact amount of food and wine Dr. Wiley consumed at the banquet earlier in the evening, which is a major variable to have missing. Dr. Wiley's weight has not been publicly revealed, but he was 6'3" tall. He appears to have a slight build in most of the publicly available pictures of him, so from my calculations, I am assigning him a weight of 160 pounds, which is on the lower end of the healthy weight range for a man of that height, according to the National Institutes of Health. There are a wide variety of factors that impact blood alcohol content, but based on the information we have, I am estimating that Dr. Wiley's blood alcohol content when he left the Peabody around midnight would be 0.05, the approximate value provided on this chart. This level would make him impaired, but not legally intoxicated. If this number is correct and Dr. Wiley's BAC dropped at the approximate standard hourly rate, his BAC would have been back to 0 by 3:47 a.m. when his car was discovered on the bridge. Based on Dr. Smith's statement that alcohol levels go up in a person's body after they die, it makes sense that alcohol will be detected in his system at his autopsy. I do not know how much longer alcohol remains in tissue rather than in the blood, so there could have been a fair amount of alcohol left in Dr. Wiley's body. However, given the amount of time it took to find Dr. Wiley's body, even a small amount of alcohol left in his tissues would have had time to ferment and show up in the larger amount found at the time of his autopsy. Dr. Smith, however, was convinced that the levels found during the autopsy were high enough to have caused impairment in Dr. Wiley at the time of his death. By his own admission, though, there is no way to know for sure exactly how much alcohol he had in his system at the time. It seems unlikely then that Dr. Smith can be certain that Dr. Wiley was impaired by alcohol at the time of his death. Based solely on Dr. Smith's own statements at the press conference, I am inclined to believe that Dr. Smith overstepped in making this assumption. I do not have a medical background, however, so I cannot completely discount the possibility that Dr. Wiley did have enough alcohol in his system to impair his behavior. If this is true, it opens up 2 main possibilities. Either Dr. Wiley died closer to the time he left the Peabody, or he went somewhere else and consumed more alcohol after he left the hotel. Given the amount of time that had passed between when Dr. Wiley died and when his body was found, His exact time of death cannot be determined, so he theoretically could have died closer to midnight rather than 4 a.m. However, this would mean that someone else staged the scene on the bridge several hours after Dr. Wiley fell. As again, we know that the car was not on the bridge until closer to 4 a.m. Someone who was not responsible for Dr. Wiley's death, but was aware of it somehow, could have staged the scene with his rental car. But that begs the question of why, and of how they had his rental car. It would not have been impossible for Dr. Wiley to walk less than the mile from the Peabody to the bridge and then fall from it. Someone else then theoretically could have driven the rental car to the bridge to ensure that Dr. Wiley's fall was discovered. But what would their motive be to bring attention to the accident but not report it? How would they have gotten the car key? And most importantly, how would they have known that Dr. Wiley fell from the bridge? The only real scenario in which this works will be if someone from the conference took Dr. Wiley's keys from him because they thought he was too intoxicated to drive, and Dr. Wiley then took off on foot. He then began walking across the bridge to Arkansas and fell off of it. There would be no way for the people back at the hotel to know that Dr. Wiley fell off the bridge, however. Even if they did somehow learn that it had happened, it is curious that they wanted the accident to be discovered enough that they drove the car to the bridge, but not enough that they simply reported it to police. The possibility that Dr. Wiley made a stop on his way back to his father's house and consumed additional alcohol closer to 4 a.m. seems a lot more likely. However, no witnesses have ever come forward to say that they met with Dr. Wiley that night or that they saw him at a bar or liquor store. Dr. Wiley was not known to have a problem with alcohol, so it seems unlikely that he would stop for another drink just for the sake of having another drink. If he did make another unknown stop that last night, it would most likely be because he was meeting with someone. Dr. Wiley had a full day with his wife and youngest children planned on August 16th. Which makes me wonder what could have been so important to Dr. Wiley that he would be willing to stay out until 4 a.m. knowing he had a full day of commitments ahead of him. We know that Dr. Wiley could not have been aimlessly driving around Memphis for 4 hours because of the mileage on his rental car. Furthermore, if he had enough alcohol in his system to physically impair him and cause him to have 2 minor traffic incidents as he got onto the bridge, as Dr. Smith has asserted, his driving would probably have been erratic. He would have been incredibly lucky if he did not pass a police officer during these 4 hours, especially in the area of town he was in. If Dr. Wiley had been on foot, he still would probably have tracked notice, either because of his impaired behavior or his formal dress. Still in his clothes from the banquet, he was decidedly overdressed for the bar and nightlife scene he was so close to. No witnesses came forward with a report of a lone man in a fancy suit when police were appealing for information while Dr. Wiley was missing. Dr. Wiley's unspecified seizure disorder could have played a role in this missing period of time. While many people are only familiar with tonic-clonic or grand mal seizures, in which the affected individual shakes uncontrollably and loses consciousness, there are, in fact, quite a wide variety of different types of seizures. Other types of seizures can cause muscle weakness, muscle stiffness, uncontrollable tics, and the experiencing of sounds and smells that are not real. In absent seizures, the patient cannot respond or react for several seconds, often staring blankly into space and not remembering the experience. Seizures are complicated and can have drastic and complex effects on human behavior. Some types of seizures could explain why Dr. Wiley fell off the bridge, since a sudden change in his muscle tone while he was standing near the railing could have sent him over it. Other types of seizures, or perhaps their aftermath, could explain why he was unaccounted for almost 4 hours. He may have been left disoriented following a type of seizure that impacted his level of consciousness, but not necessarily his motor function. Without specific information about what happened to Dr. Wiley during his episodes, it is hard to say what impact they could have had on the final hours of his life. It is easier to imagine how they could have impacted his final few minutes. Perhaps Dr. Wiley could feel a major episode coming on, possibly clued in by the fact that he was driving somewhere he shouldn't be, away from his father's home. This would be almost the only reason why stopping the car in the middle of the busy road would have actually been a smart move. An unnamed friend of Dr. Wiley's hypothesized to Doug Most of Boston Magazine that Dr. Wiley may have gone over to the railing to vomit. Nausea can be a side effect of certain types of seizures. Personally, this scenario seems like the most logical account of the doctor's final moments. However, it does not answer all of the questions that linger in this case. Even if we accept Dr. Wiley's death as the simple yet unusual accident that it appears to be, the missing 4 hours remain a mystery, and that mystery still bothers me. Again, I don't believe that there was necessarily foul play involved in this case or that Dr. Wiley was held and interrogated for his knowledge of the structure of viruses by individuals with evil intentions during those 4 hours. I do, however, believe that there is a missing piece of this story. There are multiple plausible explanations for why Dr. Wiley fell from the Hernando de Soto Bridge, but there are almost no plausible explanations for what happened during those missing 4 hours based on the information we currently have. While Dr. Smith is correct in that there is no way for us to find out if it was alcohol, a seizure, or a passing truck that sent Dr. Wiley over the railing of the bridge, it seems conceivable that we could one day find out where Dr. Wiley was during that elusive missing time. This is not to suggest that the police in Memphis did not adequately investigate where Dr. Wiley was during this time. They seem to have done all they could, publicly appealing for witnesses, investigating the mileage on the car, and collecting and reviewing surveillance footage. If we ever do get more information about where Dr. Wiley went after leaving the Peabody, it will most likely be the result of a new witness coming forward. Dr. Wiley spent his life investigating life below even its cellular level, solving mysteries and benefiting the scientific and medical communities. His death, however, created large lingering mysteries in addition to the pain his loss caused his family and friends. Hopefully, one day, a different kind of investigator will be able to answer these final, nagging concerns about Dr. Wiley's final hours. The death of Diane and Alan Johnson sent shockwaves through their tranquil community. On September 2, 2003, the Blaine County Sheriff's Office responded to a harrowing 911 call from Kim Richards. Kim reported that her neighbor's 16-year-old daughter, Sarah Johnson, had run to her door screaming that her parents, 52-year-old Diane and 46-year-old Alan Scott Johnson, had been murdered. Officers and first responders promptly arrived at the scene. Upon entering the house, they encountered a gruesome sight. Diane was found in bed with a fatal gunshot wound to the head, seemingly killed in her sleep. Blood splattered the walls and ceiling near the headboard, and a fragment of her skull lay on the floor. Nearby, Alan's body was discovered lying on the floor beside Diane's side of the bed. He wore only a towel, and blood pooled beneath him. Initially, investigators suspected a murder-suicide, but as they examined the scene more closely, their theory shifted. Following a blood trail to the ensuite bathroom, they heard water running and found the shower left on. When they turned off the water, they noticed blood spatter and a bullet hole in the shower wall. Investigators searched the house for further evidence. In the bedroom, they found what appeared to be the murder weapon, a .264 caliber Winchester rifle. 2 kitchen knives lay at the foot of Diane's bed, and another knife was discovered on the bed belonging to the couple's son, Matt. The clues at the scene puzzled investigators. There was no sign of forced entry, as it was noted that the Johnsons didn't lock the doors, a fact that only those close to the family would know. The house hadn't been ransacked as one would expect from a possible robbery gone wrong. Officers at the scene questioned Sarah as to what she remembered before she ran to her neighbor's house for help. She explained to investigators that she'd been asleep when she heard a gunshot. She ran to her parents' bedroom and called out for her mother, and that was when she heard a second gunshot. Without hesitation, Sarah ran to a neighbor's house for help. She didn't see the intruder. The statement was corroborated by the neighbor who called 911, Kim Richards. On the property was a guest house which had been rented out to a close friend of Alan's, 45-year-old Mel Spiegel. Investigators entered the house and found a rather incriminating piece of evidence on the bed, the scope belonging to the same rifle found at the crime scene. However, Mel was nowhere to be found. His convenient disappearance had made him a possible person of interest for investigators. The entire property was sealed off on the orders of lead investigator Sergeant Walt Pemling. He also told officers to stop the waste disposal truck from removing any trash cans from the property. The theory was that Mel may have had an altercation with Alan and Diane and killed them in the heat of the moment. As they worked through this theory, forensics teams searched through the trash cans and discovered even more evidence. Inside, they found a pink bathrobe that had been bundled up. Once crime scene technicians opened the bathrobe, they found a latex glove, a single brown leather glove that matched the one found in the Johnsons' bedroom, and ammunition for a .25 caliber gun. All the evidence was tied and sent off for DNA testing while investigators developed their own scenario. It was now becoming clear to investigators that whomever killed the couple knew about the unlocked doors and the day the trash was removed. It was possible the killer threw the evidence in the trash before fleeing the scene. It was time to call in Mel Spiegel. Hours after the double homicide, sheriff's deputies received news that Mel Spiegel had been found in Boise, Idaho. Mel agreed to speak with investigators and met them at the police station in Boise. Investigators asked Mel about his whereabouts that morning. Mel said he spent the weekend with his family and was planning to return to Bellevue in a week. Investigators contacted Mel's family members who confirmed his alibi. Mel was asked about his relationship with Alan and Diane. He told officers that he'd been renting the guest house from the couple for years, and he showed a very good and close relationship with them. When asked about the rifle used in the murders, Mel admitted that it did belong to him. However, he said it had been locked away in his closet before he left for Boise over the weekend. Investigators then asked Mel about anyone he believed that may have made enemies with the couple. Mel revealed that Alan and Diane were starting to grow worried about their daughter, Sarah. She'd started dating a 19-year-old boy named Bruno Santos. From what Mel had heard, Bruno was living in the country illegally and selling drugs to make a living. It was a bit of a stretch for investigators, but now urged them to speak to other family members. Investigators did just that and started to put together a picture of the Johnson family. Alan and Diane met in the early 1980s. Diane had been in a relationship before meeting Alan and had a toddler son named Matt. The pair married in 1983, and Alan adopted Matt as his own son. They moved into a beautiful home in the quiet city of Bellevue, Idaho, and in making 87, welcomed their daughter Sarah Marie Johnson into the world on January 25, 1987. Alan was the co-owner of a landscaping firm in Bellevue, and Diane worked as a tax collector. Together, they made a beautiful home for their 2 children and were, by all accounts, a loving family. The couple were also well known in their community as Alan was an avid trap shooter, a common pastime for many in the community. In 2003, their family life had seemed harmonious to outsiders. Matt, who was 22 years old at the time, was away studying at the University of Idaho in Moscow, Idaho. Sarah had also been doing well at school and was part of her school's volleyball team. She was also the apple of Alan's eye. But investigators were about to uncover the family tensions that had started arising in the previous few months. Having cleared Mel was a possible suspect, investigators took his advice and returned to Bellevue to speak with family members. As expected, everyone knew the Johnsons to be a happy and loving family. Investigators interviewed their son, Matt, who had returned from university, as well as Diane's sister and brother-in-law, Linda and Jim Faveld. All 3 said that the family life appeared to be happy and normal. That was until Sarah met Bruno Santos. Matt, Linda, and Jim all agreed that Sarah dating Bruno had become a major point of contention in the family. Over the few months leading up to the murder, tensions had gotten worse within the household. But being a teenager, Sarah naturally rebelled against her parents' rules. Even when her parents forbid Sarah from seeing Bruno again, she continued to defy them. However, Jim revealed information to the investigators that could possibly have given Bruno a reason to murder Diane and Alan. Days before the murders, Alan and Diane had discovered that Sarah had been lying about spending the night at a female friend's house. Sarah had spent the night with Bruno instead. Alan called Jim and told him what happened. Alan then asked Jim to come with him to confront Bruno. Jim told investigators that Alan was furious and threatened to report Bruno to police for assaulting Sarah. She was underage. The 2 men then left with Sarah. A charge of such a serious nature could spell deportation for Bruno. After listening to what Jim had revealed, investigators believed that this was motive enough for Bruno to eliminate the Johnsons. It was time to speak to Bruno Santos. County police were familiar with Bruno Santos. He was a high school dropout and had been involved in a few minor drug-related crimes. When he was taken in for questioning, he became confrontational with investigators. During his interview, he was arrogant and hurt to deal with, according to investigators. He then told investigators that he proposed to Sarah and that she'd accept it. Investigators bully you that he'd said thus to prove that he loved Sarah and wouldn't have done anything to jeopardize their relationship. When investigators asked him about his whereabouts on the morning of the murders, Bruno said that he was asleep on the couch at his home. He told officers to contact his mother, who confirmed that she'd been at home with him. For investigators, this was still not a strong alibi. When investigators asked Bruno about Alan and Diane, his attitude towards the Johnsons was obvious. He wasn't a fan of the couple. Back at the Johnsons' house, forensic teams were collecting evidence from the entire home. They'd used a UV light to comb through every part of the house for possible blood evidence that could indicate an escape route taken by the killer. While searching Sarah's room, they found blood splatter and bone fragments on a wall in Sarah's room. This discovery only added to the mystery of the shooting. The blood and bone were sent to the lab for testing. This discovery had investigators questioning if Sarah was being honest about what she really saw that morning. The search of the room led investigators to even more evidence. A single brown leather glove, the same one that was found bundled up in the trash. A key to the guest house and unspent .264 caliber shells were also found in Sarah's room. On one of the unspent shells was tissue matter possibly transferred from the glove when the killer tried to hide evidence. This too was sent to forensics for testing. Investigators now believe that Bruno may have killed Sarah's parents and went to her to help him get rid of the evidence. Investigators served Bruno and his mother with a search warrant to collect evidence from the house. All the clothes he wore in that day, including his shoes, were taken in for testing. His fingerprints were also taken to test against any found at the crime scene. Bruno was taken to the hospital where a DNA sample was taken for testing. Hair clippings and hand scrapings were also collected for evidence. Bruno was announced as the prime suspect in the murders of Alan and Diane Johnson. However, investigators were about to receive information that was going to take the investigation in a completely unexpected direction. Having thoroughly tested the clothes and shoes taken from Bruno, forensic experts couldn't find any trace of blood belonging to either Diane or Alan. At the actual crime scene, there were no traces of DNA, hairs, or fingerprints found anywhere near the bodies of Alan or Diane, nor was there any physical evidence that placed Bruno in the couple's room. The tests done on the gloves and bathrobe also came back with a negative result. Investigators were stumped. They were sure that Bruno had the most reason to kill both Alan and Diane. However, the complete lack of physical evidence that should have placed Bruno at the scene suggested he was telling them the truth. Bruno was eventually eliminated as a suspect in the case. As they looked at the case closely, their minds started to shift to someone else. Investigators began questioning Sarah's family and friends more intensely about her home and personal life. They come to discover that Sarah had been prescribed antidepressants and that her relationship with her parents was rocky at best. Family members said that they brushed off her behavior as being normal for a teenager. Sarah, they believed, was at the age when most children start to become rebellious and push against their parents' authority. But Linda, Sarah's aunt, started to grow suspicious with her niece's behavior. She told investigators that Sarah was not going through the normal grieving process. Linda said that Sarah showed more interest in returning to school. Investigators then turned to some of Sarah's friends and asked them about her behavior since the death of her parents. They all agreed that Sarah was acting indifferent to the murders. They also told investigators that she seemed more interested in getting her nails painted. The one thing that stood out for them, though, was Sarah being more concerned for Bruno since his arrest. It was odd to them that Sarah was concerned rather than angry with her parents' alleged killer. Investigators didn't want to believe where their thoughts were taking them, as it was too horrible to imagine. But they had no choice except to look into Sarah as a possible suspect. The Johnsons' home was still an active crime scene, and now investigators were treating Sarah's room as a second area of interest. Investigators at the scene were now questioning how the blood splatter had reached that far. A gun expert was called to the house to take a closer look at the spatter pattern. After analyzing the direction from Alan and Diane's room to Sarah's, the gun expert concluded that both bedroom doors were open at the time of the shooting. Investigators had also called plumbers to the scene after clogging was reported in one of the bathroom toilets. The source of the clog appeared to be a shower cap. Investigators decided to interview Linda, Matt, and Mel Spigo regarding some of the evidence they discovered. Matt and Linda both identified the pink bathrobe as belonging to Sarah. Mill confirmed that Sarah had a key to the guest house and often helped him clean up the place. He also told investigators that Sarah was aware of the gun that was kept in the closet. Investigators now needed to be able to link Sarah to all the evidence, but that was going to prove difficult as eyewitnesses on the morning of the murders said that Sarah didn't have any traces of blood on her when she ran to a neighbor's house begging for help. This was also confirmed by forensics experts who used a luminol to test for any blood splatter on Sarah's clothes and found nothing at all. Investigators issued a warrant to confiscate and test the clothes Sarah had been wearing in the morning. Meanwhile, investigators wanted to speak to Sarah again and see if her story had changed since they last spoke to her. Investigators once again called Sarah in for an interview. She'd been staying with her aunt and uncle. Small inconsistencies were noted in Sarah's story. Overall, investigators found that her story had changed at least 5 different times. In some explanations, she said she was asleep and woke up to the sound of a gunshot. In another, she said she'd been awake when she heard the first gunshot. Another time she told investigators that she was still in her room when she heard the second gunshot, but once again changed her story and said she was outside her parents' bedroom when the second shot was fired. Sarah also had a hard time to remember if her parents' room door was open or closed at the time of the shooting. Investigators remained calm when questioning Sarah to avoid her picking up on their suspicions. They'd already been made aware that both bedroom doors were open, and that was the only explanation for the blood splatter on Sarah's bedroom wall. Sarah was asked to submit a DNA sample, hair samples, and hand scrapings as part of the investigation to clear her name. These were all sent for testing during the lab. The pajama top and bottom that Sarah was using on the morning of the murders were sent to the lab to be tested by forensic specialist Rod Englert. Under a high-powered microscope, Englert found no traces of blood on the front of the robe. However, on the back of the garment, he found patterns of high-velocity blood splatter. He also found blue cotton fibers and green specks of paint on the inside of the robe that matched the shirt worn by Sarah that morning. But the smoking gun moment was yet to come. Lab results had also confirmed that Sarah's DNA was found on the inner lining of the latex glove and gun residue on both pairs of the brown leather glove. The blood found on the gloves and robe belonged to both Alan and Diane. This was more than enough for investigators to arrest and charge Sarah with the double homicide of Alan and Diane Johnson. On October 29, 2003, Sarah Johnson was arrested for the murders of her parents, Helen and Diane Johnson. She was held without bail at the Blaine County Jail awaiting trial. The story of a teenage girl murdering her parents made headlines nationally and became a media sensation. Investigators and prosecutors had to develop a plausible argument that showed Sarah was motivated and capable of committing such a heinous crime. Relying on statements from family members and friends of both Sarah and her parents, they started to put together a twisted tale of a teenager in the throes of passion. Since Sarah had started dating Bruno, her parents had disapproved of the relationship. As a result, Sarah started to sneak around behind her parents' bags and acted out as any normal teenager would. However, the trigger for Sarah happened a few days before the murders. She'd lied to her parents about staying with a friend when in fact she was staying with Bruno. Her father's threats to have Bruno charged with assault and deported to Mexico pushed Sarah over the edge. Investigators and prosecutors believe that this was the moment Sarah had concocted the plan to get rid of her parents and live a happy life with Bruno. Being a fan of true crime and murder mysteries, Sarah believed that she had the perfect plot in place. On the morning of the murders, she got up and went to the guest house to retrieve the rifle. She then put on latex gloves, leather gloves, a shower cap to avoid blood splatter on her hair, and her bathrobe backwards to avoid any blood touching her clothes. Sarah then went to her parents' room when she heard her father get into the shower. She shot Diane in the head while she slept. Sarah then heard her father, Alan, call out and open the bathroom door and shot him in the chest. After committing the murders, she placed knives in the bedrooms to stage the scene as if an intruder killed her pants. She then bundled up the evidence and threw it away in the trash, knowing the waste disposal company would pick up the evidence before investigators could find it. However, that didn't go to plan. Added to that, she didn't take into account the evidence that would be found in her room and the shower cap that had gotten lodged in the plumbing system. The evidence against Sarah was glaring, and it was time to go to trial. In February 2005, 2 years after her parents' murders, her defense team argued that Sarah was innocent and that her parents were murdered by an intruder. The prosecution, though, were ready with their argument. They presented the court with the physical evidence found at the crime scene and testimonies from family and friends that showed Sarah's behavior was strange since her parents were both killed. Most damning of all was the testimony of Bruno Santos, who not only wanted to clear himself of the murder at the trial, but provided the jury with evidence of Sarah's state of mind before the murders. Bruno testified that he and Sarah had agreed to get married, and Sarah had even told them that they could live in a big, beautiful house and be happy with just each other. Bruno also told the court that Sarah always spoke about how much she hated her dad and talked about shooting him. After 5 weeks of testimonies, proof of evidence, and crime scene explanations, the jury had come to a decision on March 16, 2005. Sarah, aged 18, was found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder. She was sentenced to life in prison without parole to the Pocatello Women's Correctional Center in Idaho. Sarah has since made several appeals to have her life sentence reduced. However, all her appeals have been denied and she still remains in custody. Following Sarah's sentencing, the remaining family members have spoken out publicly about their feelings towards Sarah and her actions. The deaths of Alan and Diane have devastated their family entirely. The majority feel that Sarah was at fault and assert the punishment she received. Sarah's brother, Matt, believed that Sarah showed no remorse for murdering their parents. He said that if she were ever given a second chance, she'd do a better job with the murders to avoid being caught. Pat Dishman, Diane's mother, spoke to Sarah during her sentencing hearing. She told her granddaughter that they still loved her, but that her actions had devastated their entire family. Awan's sister, Lynn Murrell, said that Sarah was spoiled and rotten and was capable of murdering another person if she was ever released. She asked the judge to consider never releasing her from prison. Today's case was one of a truly twisted and disturbing nature. To be capable of murdering one's own parents proved that Sarah Johnson only thought about herself and not of the devastation she caused for her brother and family. While they're left behind to pick up the pieces, Sarah remains behind bars for her senseless crime. Kristen Rossum's story is one of a brilliant mind derailed by destructive choices. A chemistry graduate from San Diego State University with promising prospects, Kristen now serves a life sentence at the Central California Women's Facility for the murder of her husband. Raised in a highly accomplished family, Kristen was one of 3 children of Ralph and Constance Rossum. The Rossums invested heavily in their children's futures, enrolling them in elite schools, providing tutoring, and fostering their talents through extracurricular activities. However, Kristen, impulsive and fragile, struggled to meet the high expectations placed on her. Her struggles led her to deception, truancy, and, eventually, substance abuse. Seeking escape from reality, Kristen initially turned to alcohol, but when it failed to provide solace, she became dependent on methamphetamine, the most addictive illicit drug in the U.S., known for causing paranoia, euphoria, hallucinations, and impaired judgment. Kristen's increasingly erratic behavior alarmed her parents, and after much probing, she confessed to her addiction, which had begun in high school. This revelation was devastating for her family of academically accomplished professionals. Tensions escalated, and at just 17 years old, Kristen ran away to Mexico with friends. During her time in Mexico, she met Gregory DeVille, a tall and charismatic man 7 years her senior. Greg became a stabilizing force in her life, falling in love with her and taking on a protective, almost parental role. With his support, Kristen began to rebuild her life and secured a job as a toxicology assistant at a local forensic department, offering a glimpse of the promising career she once seemed destined for. Her skills impressed the employer. Her addiction was forgotten, which worked in her favor as her job in toxicology provided access to seized controlled substances. As a forensic assistant, Kristen graduated from university with honors. Her teachers and employer praised her, handing her the Best Student Award, unaware of the reasons for her love of the chosen profession. Her relationship with Greg lasted about 5 years and ended with a grand wedding on June 5, 1999. Kristen's parents adored Greg and were at ease for their daughter, as she had climbed out of the pit of dependency and confidently stood on the road to a promising and happy life. In March 2000, Kristen was hired by the San Diego County Medical Examiner's Office as a toxicologist. A toxicologist analyzes body fluids to detect controlled substances. Gregory was working in the biotechnology industry at the time. Kristen quickly grew bored with her monotonous life and began seeking excitement elsewhere. She found an opportunity with a new colleague, Michael Robertson, who had been appointed as the department head. He was married, but that didn't stop a sudden infatuation between them. They couldn't keep their relationship secret for long. Greg found numerous letters exchanged between the secret lovers. The marital relationship deteriorated, but Gregory still hoped to save the marriage, knowing his wife's weaknesses and trying as hard as ever to save her. This time, Kristen didn't want to be saved. She demanded a divorce. On the morning of Monday, November 6, 2000, Kristen was getting ready for work as usual. Greg was ill and stayed home. Kristen was very worried about her husband. In the days following their separation talk, he had been lethargic and unusually calm. She informed his workplace of her husband's illness. She also visited him during her lunch break. Greg was asleep. At 9:22 p.m. that same day, Christine called emergency services to report that her husband, Greg, was not breathing. He had most likely committed suicide because he was home alone. The woman cried into the phone and did not listen to the dispatcher's instructions to examine the body and possibly administer first aid. Police officers and paramedics arriving on the scene at 10:19 p.m. pronounced Gregory de Villiers dead. He was lying on the bedroom floor with his torso exposed, surrounded by scattered rose petals. The room examination suggested that Greg most likely consumed a lethal dose of several controlled substances. Empty vials of powerful painkillers were scattered around, and torn wedding photos were found on his bed. During the interrogation, Kristen stated that she had informed her husband of their separation the previous evening. Just 17 months after the wedding, she regretted getting married. She felt she had rushed into it. Greg was too clingy, and she wanted to distance herself. Greg's death was ruled a suicide. The cause of death was strong sedative drugs. Kristen signed the cremation papers. However, Gregory's family and friends refused to believe in such a sudden suicide. None of them noticed any changes in his character or mood. He had not shared his marital problems with anyone. Greg was so opposed to controlled substances that he would never have taken them. Soon, the relatives managed to stop the cremation and insisted on an independent autopsy. The family's persistence allowed for the consideration of a homicide scenario. Soon, toxicological tests revealed that Gregory's body contained an extremely high amount of phenyl, a pain reliever 150 times stronger than morphine, along with lesser amounts of clonazepam and trace amounts of oxycodone known as hillbilly heroin. Investigators speculated that, under the strong influence of clonazepam and other detected drugs, someone else administered the lethal dose of fentanyl to Gregory. Kristen became the prime suspect as fentanyl is not an over-the-counter medication, and she had ample knowledge and access to such drugs. Upon arrival for interrogation at the police station, Kristen's emaciated, unattractive appearance and her doping behavior indicated her drug dependency. This was confirmed by her own statements on the day of Gregory's death. Kristen was inconsistent in her accounts. Initially, Kristen told paramedics that Gregory had not taken any medication, but later she changed her statement suggesting he might have taken oxycodone. At the hospital, Kristen told a nurse that Gregory might have overdosed on oxycodone. Oxycodone is similar in effect to codeine-based drugs. It can not only relieve pain, but also induce a sense of euphoria. It depresses the respiratory center, and without timely assistance, its use can be fatal. The police considered the possibility that Gregory died from an accidental overdose of cold medicine and oxycodone. In conversations with Kristen, they also learned that Gregory was very upset about their failing marriage, leading Kristen to tell the police that he ended his own life. This was another investigative avenue they explored. On November 8th, a colleague of Kristen's, Russ Lowe, called the police. He informed them about Kristen's affair with her boss. This information shifted the course of the police investigation. Evidence of Kristen's connection with her boss, Dr. Robertson, was found. The evidence included passionate emails they exchanged as well as computer files and professional articles revealing Dr. Robertson's specialized knowledge of fentanyl. The criminal puzzle was coming together perfectly. It was suspected that Gregory became a threat to the lovers as he knew that Kristen, with her access to the lab and controlled substances, was secretly using them and Michael was covering for her. It was a premeditated crime. The challenge for the investigators was to prove it. During interrogation, Michael Robertson told detectives that he was aware of his lover's drug dependency. At that time, no charges were brought against the couple. They were both dismissed from their jobs for violating several rules during the investigation. Serious trouble for Kristen began in January when police raided her home, finding traces of drugs and paraphernalia. She was arrested for the first time but was later released on bail. The investigation progressed as new information emerged. This included Kristen's diary. During its initial examination, investigators hypothesized that it was written by Kristen not for herself, but for an external reader as a means of covering up and affirming her innocence while crafting the appearance of Gregory's perfect self-inflicted demise. On the day of her husband's death, she bought a rose in revealing lingerie actions inconsistent with her distressed demeanor. Medical examination indicated that Gregory was unconscious for at least 6 hours before his passing, and his death could have occurred an hour or an hour and a half before it was confirmed. Additionally, a bruise around a needle injection site on the young man's arm was found, its purpose and executor unexplained. At Kristen's workplace, a shortage of the drug that led to Gregory's demise, as well as other controlled substances, was discovered. Police believed Kristen poisoned Gregory, administering fentanyl without his knowledge. The prosecution built its case on toxicological and medical data. With enough circumstantial evidence, Kristen was arrested on June 25, 2001 and charged with first-degree murder. After spending 6 months in custody, she was released on bail. The first trial soon commenced. The prosecution's main theory was the motive for the homicide. They argued that she terminated Gregory because he threatened to tarnish her good girl reputation by revealing her renewed drug use and affair with Michael Robertson. The prosecution claimed Kristen poisoned Gregory with fentanyl. The court heard that fentanyl is a powerful synthetic opioid 80 times stronger than morphine. It was suggested that she first tried to end his life with clonazepam, but when that failed, she administered fentanyl. They also argued that she then staged the bedroom to look like Gregory ended his own life, tearing pages from her diary and placing rose petals and a wedding photo around his body. The court heard that Kristen, with a degree in biochemistry, used her knowledge of drugs and chemistry to terminate Gregory. The prosecution also claimed that Kristen hoped to convince her colleagues in the medical examiner's office that Gregory's death was self-inflicted, hiding information about the fentanyl. However, before Gregory's autopsy could be conducted, she was transferred to another lab, and the attempt to substitute toxicological research was unsuccessful. The prosecution presented Kristen's day on November 6th. Early in the morning, she called Gregory's employer to report his absence, then went to work. Her colleagues testified that about an hour after she arrived at work around 9 a.m., she was seen crying in Michael's office. The apartment building manager where Kristen and Gregory lived reported seeing her return home at 12:10 p.m. At 12:41 p.m., she went to a local grocery store and purchased several items, including a single red rose. Credit card statements confirm this fact. Hours before Gregory's demise, she made multiple calls to Michael. Dr. Brian Blackburn, the San Diego County medical examiner who conducted Gregory's autopsy, testified that Gregory had been deceased for at least an hour before the paramedics arrived. He informed the court that Gregory developed early bronchial pneumonia. This condition arises when secretions, normally expelled through breathing, accumulate in the lungs because a person is either unconscious or not breathing deeply enough. Dr. Blackburn also informed the court that Gregory's bladder contained a significant amount of urine, which would have been very uncomfortable had he been conscious. This led Dr. Blackburn to conclude that Gregory was breathing poorly for approximately 6 to 12 hours before his death. A person in an unconscious state would not be able to sprinkle rose petals over themselves. Dr. Blackburn showed that the level of clonazepam found in Gregory's blood was not at an overdose level and was not lethal. Dr. Theodore Stanley testified on behalf of the prosecution. He demonstrated that fentanyl is a potent and fast-acting pain reliever with a serious side effect that can lead to a person's respiratory arrest. Dr. Stanley stated that the speed at which fentanyl begins to act depends on the method of its administration. The peak effect occurs about 16 hours after applying a transdermal patch, 20 to 30 minutes after oral ingestion, 15 to 20 minutes after intramuscular injection, and within 5 minutes after intravenous injection. Dr. Stanley informed the court that fentanyl is usually not administered orally because the liver destroys about 65% of it, so only 35% enters the bloodstream. When asked to explain how fentanyl entered Gregory's system, neither Dr. Blackburn nor Dr. Stanley could provide a definitive opinion. Dr. Stanley showed that various concentration levels in Gregory's body, along with data indicating that Gregory was unconscious and breathing shallowly for several hours before his death, suggest that fentanyl was likely administered to Gregory multiple times. The prosecution could not confidently tell the jury how Kristen poisoned Gregory, but there were indications that she might have applied fentanyl patches to his arm while he was asleep. The disappearance of 15 patches from the laboratory where Kristen formerly worked supported this theory as a possibility. The defense asserted Kristen's innocence, acknowledging that fentanyl was the cause of Gregory's death, but claimed he self-administered it, intentionally causing his own demise due to despair over family issues. Kristen testified in court, describing waking up on the morning of November 6th to find Gregory distraught. She called his employer at 7:42 a.m. to report his illness and that he wouldn't be coming to work. She told the court she went to work, but returned to the apartment to check on Gregory, having lunch with him after noon. Christine's testimony. I asked Gregory why he was so upset that morning. He replied that he wasn't feeling well and had taken some oxycodone and clonazepam. He planned to stay home and sleep. I left for work. Around 2:30 in the afternoon during my lunch break, I came home to check on Gregory. We had lunch. I then went back to work. I got home around 8 o'clock in the evening. Gregory was lying on the bed. I thought he was asleep. I took a bath. When I came out, I tried to wake him up. He was cold. I called the emergency services. The prosecutor cross-examined Kristen, calling her explanation strange. She admitted to lying in the past and about her drug use. He told the court that fentanyl was the perfect poison because it's hard to detect, which she knew well from her job. Medical testimony based on autopsy and toxicological findings proved that Gregory was unconscious for about 6-8 hours, meaning Kristen couldn't have had lunch with her husband that day. The defense claimed that although Dr. Blackburn showed the clonazepam level in Gregory's blood wasn't lethal, taking oxycodone, an opioid, and clonazepam, a benzodiazepine, together could create a synergistic effect, making them more potent. They suggested Gregory might have unknowingly taken the drugs himself. How fentanyl was administered and why high levels were found in his system remained unexplained. After 8 hours of deliberation, the jury found Kristen guilty of first-degree homicide and special circumstances homicide due to the use of poison. She was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Kristen maintained her innocence and appealed the verdict. The appellate court heard that errors were made by her own defense team. Her lawyers admitted fentanyl caused the death, but failed to test autopsy samples for fentanyl metabolites. This test could have determined whether Gregory swallowed fentanyl or if the fentanyl found in the samples was a result of laboratory contamination after his death. If fentanyl had been detected only in the samples and never in Gregory's body, the prosecution's theory that fentanyl caused his death would have been incorrect. The appellate court heard that there was a break in the chain of custody regarding the samples. They were placed in a cardboard box with each container marked as a sample from Gregory's body, but the containers weren't sealed. They were supposed to be delivered to the sheriff's office for immediate transfer to an external lab, but the person supposed to receive the samples was absent, so the box remained at the medical examiner's office for about 36 hours before being delivered to the sheriff's forensic lab. The appellate court's argument was that anyone with a key to the medical examiner's office building had access to the samples. Fentanyl could have been added to the samples posthumously. Kristen believed there was a motive to tamper with the samples and frame her for the crime due to various personal relationships and tensions among the staff. Indeed, Kristen argued in the appellate court that on November 8, 2000, Michael informed one of the toxicologists that he had examined a sample of Gregory's stomach contents. The three-judge panel of the 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals concluded that Kristen's lawyers erred in not contesting the prosecution's claim that her husband died from a fentanyl overdose. They stated that her legal team should have tested the autopsy samples for fentanyl metabolites rather than just admitting he died in such a manner. However, they did not overturn the verdict, but sent the case back to federal court to determine if this defense error could have altered the trial's outcome. After this decision, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that federal courts must adhere to the state court's decision when considering such appeals. Based on this ruling, the appellate court voted against holding a hearing on Kristen's case. Her appeal was denied, and she remains in custody. Michael Robertson was implicated as an accomplice in Kristen's trial. Authorities discreetly filed a criminal conspiracy complaint and issued a sealed warrant for the arrest of Michael Robertson, the former boss and lover of convicted perpetrator Kristen Rossum. Robertson, who lives freely and works as a forensic toxicology consultant in Australia since Rossum's husband's demise in 2000, could be arrested and held on $100,000 bail if he ever returns to the United States. Gregory's family filed a lawsuit accusing the county of negligence that allowed Kristen to steal a lethal dose of drugs from the medical examiner's office undetected. In 2006, a U.S. court awarded them $147 million in civil damages. In a case that continues to captivate the nation, Rossum, a former toxicologist at the county medical examiner's office, was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole in February 2003 for stealing drugs from the lab and using them to poison her husband, Gregory DeVillers, staging a suicide scene in their apartment, scattering his body with red rose petals. Jessie Galganov, a 22-year-old dual citizen of Canada and the United States, hailed from Montreal and pursued higher education in the United States. A Wesleyan University graduate as of May 2017, Jessie aspired to attend medical school and become a neurosurgeon. He had been accepted to the Sidney Kimmel Medical College at Thomas Jefferson University in Philadelphia but requested a one-year deferral to travel before embarking on his rigorous medical training. During the summer of 2017, Jessie worked 3 jobs to fund an ambitious 8-month journey across South America and Asia, set to begin on September 24, 2017, and conclude on May 15, 2018. His itinerary included traveling through South America in the fall and attending a friend's wedding in India in January, followed by time in Asia. Jessie had a return flight to Montreal scheduled for May 15, 2018, to spend time with his family before relocating to Philadelphia for medical school in July. On September 24th, Jessie's mother, Elisa Clayman, drove him to the airport, where he departed for Toronto and then connected to Lima, Peru. Initially, Jessie stayed in regular contact with family and friends, sharing updates on social media. On September 28th, he informed his mother via text that he would be out of contact for several days while trekking the Santa Cruz Trail, a popular 4-day backpacking route through Peru's Cordillera Blanca Mountains. Elisa expected to hear from Jessie by October 2nd, but no messages came. Assuming he might have taken extra time to complete the trek, she remained patient. However, as days passed without any word from Jessie, her concern grew. Jessie was normally very conscientious about keeping his mother appraised of his whereabouts and soothing her concerns about his safety while he was traveling. When Jessie had hiked the Adirondack Trail with some of his friends, he had hiked up alone to a higher altitude to try to get cell service so that he could text his mother and let her know that he was okay. Since Jessie was an adult, Elisa still tried not to panic. On October 7th, she saw a charge on her credit card from the family Apple account. Jessie had spent a $99 on an app used to track expenses. This purchase reassured Elisa, who assumed that it meant that Jessie was somewhere with a Wi-Fi signal and he was just too busy to talk to her. When another week went by with no contact from Jessie, however, Elisa could no longer sit by and wait to hear from him. On October 14th, she called Apple and asked if it would be possible to trace where the charge on 7th had been made. After several calls and transfers, she learned that Jessie had purchased the app not on October 7th, but on September 28th before he left for the mountains. The charge to the credit card had been delayed due to a technical issue. Elisa then called the Canadian embassy to report Jesse missing. She had to file a missing persons report with her local police in Canada before his case could be brought to Interpol. And she also had to report his disappearance to the FBI because of his dual citizenship. On October 17th, Elisa was in Peru. Elisa was able to make this trip due in part to a $100,000 donation made by prominent Montreal businessman Mitch Garber and his wife Anne-Marie Boucher to the effort. The couple made the donation because their son was a good friend of Jesse's from school. This donation would be the first of many made by people all over Canada and the United States to a fund created to aid in the search for Jesse. The fund is managed through the Missing Children's Network. When she arrived in Peru, Elisa was initially unable to learn much more about Jesse's movements than she had already known. On September 28th, Jesse took an overnight bus from Lima to the city of Juarez, 400 kilometers north of Lima. He had previously booked a place to stay in a hostel there, but ended up staying in a different hostel. For several weeks, this was the last place anyone knew Jesse to have been because of a Snapchat he had sent to a friend from the hostel. Elisa tried to use Jesse's devices to further track his movements. She attempted to get information from Apple because Jesse used an iPhone, Amazon because Jesse had been downloading books to a Kindle, and T-Mobile because they were Jesse's cell phone service provider. None of them would comply with the request because of privacy concerns. Elisa had to wait for the authorities in Peru to issue subpoenas compelling them to release the information they had. 3 weeks after Jesse went missing, Apple and Amazon both released information they had on Jesse's accounts. T-Mobile claimed that they were having difficulty gathering because Jesse had been roaming internationally. Little progress seems to have ever been made in finally getting Jesse's cell records, despite Elisa's ongoing efforts. A judge has also executed an on other carriers to see if Jesse's phone connected to any networks other than T-Mobile around the time he disappeared, but the order does not seem to have been complied with. Jesse's friends back home were able to use the geolocation data embedded in photos he had taken to help determine his movements. Using this information, as well as CCTV footage after a month in Peru, Elisa finally had an idea of Jesse's movements in Juarez. CCTV shows Jesse leaving his hostel at 4:30 a.m. and walking towards an area where people would gather to find communal transportation. It is unknown exactly who gave Jesse a ride, but he was dropped off at the Cacapampa entrance to Escaron National Park. There is no actual record of Jesse entering the park. Investigation would show that the individuals working at the park that day were not actual employees of the park, and the documents the park provided were both incomplete and forged. No one had actually been asked to sign in at the Cacapampa entrance to the park on the day Jesse entered it. When the park was asked for their records of who entered the park that day, they simply took the sheet from the same day in August and changed the date on it to September. They then presented the document to investigators. Hikers on the Santa Cruz track can travel in either direction along it, either going west to east or east to west. Jesse opted to travel west to east starting in Cacapampa. He had already purchased a ticket to take the bus in Vaqueira at the other end of the track. While Jesse's intentions for his hike were clear, it would be several months before anyone would be able to confirm that Jesse had ever actually made it onto the trail. Elisa had hired a US-based private security firm the same day she had reported Jesse missing, and they sent a subcontractor from Mexico City to help her search for Jesse when she first arrived in Peru. According to Elisa, the authorities in Peru did not have the resources to perform the search, which left the tasks up to her and the private firm. She's also claimed that the Peruvian authorities are highly corrupt, a fact which has compromised her own efforts to find Jesse. The early effort to find Jesse mainly consisted of physical searches in the mountains. Elisa hired teams to search the trails and nearby bodies of water. She was eventually able to get helicopters to search the area for 4 days. Elisa also hired local guides to perform glacier searches and bring in search dogs. After a month with no sign of Jesse, however, Elisa had to change her approach. In November, Elisa hired a new firm, Magnus International Search and Rescue, out of Israel for the next stage of the search for her son. Magnus has performed additional physical searches along the trail. They have searched waterways using a remote-operated vehicle, flown drones over the trail looking for disturbances in the soil, and spent 100 man-hours in the mountains and along the trail, finding nothing despite all of these efforts. However, the firm has made great strides on the intelligence side of the investigation using technology. Magna scanned photographs uploaded to social media sites such as Facebook and Instagram to identify photos that had been taken on the trail at the same time Jesse had been there. They then reached out to and interviewed all of the individuals who had posted these pictures. In January 2018, they found 2 witnesses who could place Jesse on the trail. 2 Frenchmen who were on the track camped next to Jesse on the night of September 30th. They said that at that time, Jesse was dehydrated and disoriented, suffering from headaches and diarrhea. They believed that Jesse was suffering from altitude sickness, a condition that can occur in individuals who ascend to altitudes as low as 2,500 meters, depending on the environment their bodies are acclimated to. Most people who suffer from altitude sickness only experience a mild form of it. But the severe form of altitude sickness, which typically occurs at higher altitudes and in people who are ascending quickly, can result in coma and death due to pulmonary and cerebral edema. According to the French witnesses, Jesse told them that he was feeling better when he woke up on the following morning, October 1st. He looked much better as well, and he seemed to have all of the equipment he would need to complete the trek, so the witnesses were not necessarily concerned when Jesse decided to continue on his hike. They did not stay with him on the trek because they were traveling it in the opposite direction. Other hikers tracked down by Magnus International remembered seeing Jesse later in the day on October 1st because he looked so ill and was walking so slowly. As far as Magnus has been able to determine, Jesse was last seen at 3:30 p.m. on October 1st by a group of Czech backpackers. Jesse was sitting on the side of the trail approximately 1 kilometer down from Punta Union struggling to stand up. It had taken him 8 hours to cover a distance his mother, who was not experienced with either hiking or high altitudes, but was taking medication to combat altitude sickness and working with a guide, covered in 2 hours when she came to hike the trail during her search for Jesse. Jesse asked the group about where he could get water. This is the last known interaction Jesse had with anyone. No sign of him or any of his belongings has ever been found. The Santa Cruz trek starts out at 34,100 meters and is 47,100 meters at its highest point. The highest point on the trek is at Punta Union, near where Jesse was last seen. Jesse had not spent an extended period of time in Juarez, which is at approximately 3,000 meters before beginning the trek, which would have helped his body acclimate to being at a higher altitude. Lima, where he had spent the previous few days, sits at only 154 meters. Jesse was also traveling without a guide. Working with a guide would have helped prevent Jesse from wandering off the trail, but also may have put less physical stress on his body. Many of the local guides also drive mules up the mountain to carry hikers' backpacks. Carrying his own heavy backpack while his body was struggling to adapt to the altitude would have placed additional stress on Jesse's body and potentially made his altitude sickness worse. The fact that Jesse's condition appeared to be at its worst near the highest point of the trail seems to support the French witness concerns that he was battling altitude sickness. The Santa Cruz trek is classified as a moderate trail, a distinction that Jesse's mother has been highly critical of. Elisa argues that this classification does not convey the difficulty of the terrain or the impact altitude has on the effort involved in hiking the trail. The trail is also not well marked, and Elisa has said that she would not have successfully navigated it had she not had a guide with her. Jesse was an experienced hiker, but not necessarily prepared for what hiking this particular trail would entail. Jesse's parents divorced when he and his sister were very young. While his mother has been largely the public face of the search for Jesse and the main contact for Magnus International, Jesse's father, Todd Galganoff, has also worked extensively to find his son himself. Todd spent 9.5 months in Peru looking for Jesse before returning home in October of 2018. While Elisa believed Jesse had been abducted early on in the investigation into his disappearance, she now believes it is most likely that Jesse succumbed to complications from altitude sickness based on the account given by the French hikers who camped with him. Todd, on the other hand, still fears that Jesse may have been abducted to be used for forced labor. The initial reward for information that led to Jesse was $10,000 and was eventually raised to $30,000. In October 2018, Todd Galganoff raised the amount being offered to $500,000. All of these amounts are in US dollars. According to Todd, if his son is being used for labor, It is most likely by a group of people engaged in illegal activities, and such people would only respond to giant sums of money because of how valuable Jesse would be as a free worker. He also says that he is not looking to prosecute anyone who may have abducted his son, and will pay the amount as ransom if it brings back Jesse. The search for Jesse has cost over $2 million to date. Alyssa Clayman liquidated her financial assets and heavily mortgaged her home to cover some of these costs. But most of this money has come from contributions to Jesse's fund managed by the Missing Children's Network. Some of these contributions have been private donations, and some have been the result of fundraising efforts organized by Jesse's family. In March of 2019, Alyssa Clayman organized a bazaar in Montreal, where she and volunteers sold donated items and hosted raffles. The event raised over $12,000 for the search fund. Alyssa Clayman is also working to prevent other families from going through what her family has experienced. She is currently filing a civil lawsuit against Huascaran National Park for negligence and forgery, and hopes to make the park safer for future hikers who wish to locate children who go missing. While Alyssa Clayman believes Jesse has passed away and her fight is to locate his body and bring him home, and Todd Galganoff still believes there's a chance Jesse is alive and needs to be rescued, they both continue to fight for answers about what happened to their son. This story is about 26-year-old Elle Edwards, a vibrant and beautiful young woman from Liverpool, UK. On Christmas Eve 2022, she was celebrating with friends at a pub in Alley Village. Elle worked as a cosmetologist at a local beauty salon and also assisted a dermatologist. Her positivity and kindness endeared her to even the most demanding clients. Elle was not only skilled but also determined and cheerful, always striving toward her goals and dreams. Her infectious smile and warm personality lit up every room she entered. On December 24, 2022, Elle was especially excited because her sister, Lucy, had flown in from Dubai to spend the holidays with their family. To celebrate this joyful reunion, Elle, Lucy, and their friends decided to enjoy a night out at the local pub. The evening was filled with laughter, dancing, and karaoke. In the lively and festive atmosphere, no one noticed the presence of someone whose intentions were far from kind. Around 11:50 p.m., as the group was leaving the pub, tragedy struck. A barrage of at least 12 gunshots was fired, and 2 of them hit Elle. One bullet caused a severe head injury. Emergency services were called immediately and quickly arrived at the scene. Elle was rushed to a local hospital in an ambulance, but tragically, she succumbed to her injuries en route. Her wounds were too severe to survive. When the police informed Elle's family of the heartbreaking news, they were overcome with shock and disbelief. No one could comprehend how such a senseless act could happen to someone so full of life and kindness. Elle had no known enemies, making her death all the more incomprehensible and devastating. In the early stages of the investigation, the detectives had no leads. The assailant had attacked unexpected-like and disappeared jesters mysteriously, leaving only a shell Cassian and the bleeding victim at the crime scene. The attack was sudden but well-planned and gave Elle no chance of survival. But was the gal the true target of the attack, or did she become a random victim of a madman? An unknown car stopped near the pub entrance, and minutes later, the shooting started. In addition to the deceased, 4 other men received gunshot wounds of varying severity, all of them young people aged 22 to 33 who spent in the evening in the establishment and lived in the nearby towns. Initially, the police were inclined to believe that the murdered woman was a random victim. It was known that criminal gangs were operating in the area periodically. The shooting was likely to routine showdown between their members. However, all of this was just conjecture, which would have to be proven or disproved in the course of the investigation. So the detectives delved deeper into the victim's personality, like the witnesses to the crime. The victim's relatives were at a loss as to who could have wanted Elle's death, as the girl seemed to have no ill wishes or enemies capable of such horrors. The detectives decided to interview other witnesses and the victims of the unknown criminal's gunfire. In addition, law enforcement officers requested the pub owner's video surveillance recordings. It would be necessary to talk to dozens of people and analyze several hours of video recordings. Several police officers were working on the extensive investigation. It was necessary to answer several difficult questions. There were too many victims of the attack, but was this spontaneous aggression, or did the perpetrator pursue a specific target? All witnesses to the incident were interrogated. However, checking mobile communications data took more time. The media were notified to assist in the investigation. Law enforcement officers urged anyone with valuable information to come to the police station. First and foremost, this concerned possible video recordings made by random eyewitnesses on any of which the car in which the aggressor arrived might appear. After the crime, the police held a meeting with local residents. The purpose of this communication was to persuade people possessing valuable information to share it with law enforcement officers. It was assumed that someone might have seen the moment of the attack or know the criminal. People were urged not to be afraid of the criminals and the local feuding clans. Community leaders supported local residents during this difficult time. In addition to the conversations, activists went door to door and communicated with the neighbors. Special trained officers worked with the family of the deceased, their goal being to provide them with support in connection with the heavy loss. In the course of this work, it was established that the perpetrator had left the pub parking lot in a dark-colored car. Eyewitness accounts regarding it may differed. It was dark and it was difficult to make out anything, but the most likely was a dark Mercedes A-Class. Later, this was confirmed after checking the outdoor surveillance cameras. The killer did not immediately open fire, but drove up to the parking lot and observed the pub visitors for some time. He sat in the car so that he could freely see the entrance and most of what was happening inside. Apparently, he was choosing the most convenient moment for the attack. After a few minutes of surveillance, when Al came out, the criminal quickly got out of the car, fired 12 shots, then instantly got back behind the wheel and disappeared. Investigators, after studying the recordings, made an important conclusion. The attacker was a liar. No one helped him. It was not possible to trace the exact location where the perpetrator fled. Therefore, the detectives went door to all local residents, describing the car and recounting the circumstances of the incident, trying to establish the identity of the killer. Patrolling the streets was carried out around the clock, and this yielded results. Just 2 days after the shooting, detectives detained 2 suspects, but no names were mentioned until all the circumstances were clarified. However, it was not possible to prove their involvement in the crime, in particular because the murder weapon was not found. After that, the detectives made a statement to the public saying that they would not rest until the unknown shooter was punished. All this was intended to calm the local residents who were outraged by the rampant crime and the powerlessness of the authorities. It was also assumed that the attack had been provoked by a feud between local gangs. In this case, Elle would be considered a random victim. However, all this was also just an assumption that remained to be verified. In the course of the investigation, it was possible to establish that the potential targets could have been Jake Duct and Keir Ramseld, members of the local Beechwood gang, who was spending the evening in the pub. It became known that they had been in long-term fierce conflict with another group claiming this territory. On December 29th, police arrested another person, but he was not the one who opened fire. The suspect had a solid alibi that excluded him from the list of suspects. However, the detective suspected that he had participated in the setup for the attack. Around the same time, the dark Mercedes car in which the killer had left the pub parking lot was identified. But due to the lack of direct evidence, the name of the third suspect was also not disclosed. There were some difficulties with the found car. The car was traced through video surveillance systems and identified thanks to the cameras, but law enforcement officers were too late. On December 31st, the police department received the report that the fire had started near the scene of the shooting. When the special services arrived at the scene, they found a dark Mercedes similar to the perpetrator's vehicle, which was engulfed in flames. The vehicle was completely burned out. Valuable evidence was lost in the flames. The perpetrators clearly knew that the police were on their trail, so they decided to destroy one of the direct pieces of evidence. Despite the fact that the fire did not completely destroy the car, it was confirmed that it had been used during the shooting. However, the Mercedes did not belong to the perpetrators, but had been stolen shortly before the attack. Presumably, the arson was committed intentionally to complicate the investigation after the murder of competitors. On January 11th, 2 more suspects, a 22-year-old man and a 23-year-old woman, were delivered to the police department. They were arrested in Central Wales. The man's name was Connor Chapman. He was well known to the police. He had an extensive criminal record that he had accumulated over the past 5 years before the murder of Elle Edwards. Connor had started with daring law-breakings and gradually sank deeper into the abyss of crime. One of his first serious crimes was a car theft under aggravating circumstances. He had repeatedly become a suspect in robberies, hooliganism, and threatening behavior. Once the young man was involved in a chase with the police, after which he abandoned the car and hid in the bushes nearby. When they detained him, the criminal said that he did not understand what chase they were talking about and that he was here just waiting for a friend. In this case, he became the real star. The detainee's data ended up in newspaper headlines. Carla Chapman was from Birkenhead, Liverpool. His parents had left him at an early age, so his grandparents had formalized guardianship. It was in their house that the hero of the story moved. The teenager dropped out of high school shortly before the exams. In general, he studied poorly, and no special hopes were pinned on him. He was always considered a problem child. The young hooligan first became a defendant in a court case in 2014 when he was 14 years old. Connor was accused of shoplifting. As early as 2016, he committed another crime. His involvement in the theft of a car was proven when the young man was detained in a stolen vehicle. He did not have a driver's license or insurance, which was a violation of the terms of his suspended sentence. In 2017, high theft was added to the storage of prohibited substances. During this period, he was also under police supervision, so he had again violated the restraining order. As a result, he was banned from accessing several parts of the city. Connor was not allowed to appear in public places as he clearly posed a threat to society. However, as early as 2019, he violated the ban again. The patrols detained him in a public place. The young man had a knife and prohibited substances with him. In the same year, the general public first heard about Connor Chapman. He appeared on the pages of the local newspaper after an unsuccessful attempt to escape from the police in a stolen car. The city patrol noticed a stolen Audi on the street and ordered the driver to stop and get out of the car with his hands up. However, the 18-year-old Chapman did not obey, provoking a chase. During the short flight, Connor committed a large number of traffic violations. In particular, he accelerated to more than 80 kilometers per hour in areas with a 30-kilometer limit. Tanner repeatedly drove into oncoming traffic and in the end crashed into the curb. At B, the car was thrown aside and turned around. The driver could not continue the orgy, so he got out of the car and ran away. However, even here, he was unlucky as the patrol caught up with him in the bushes just a few 100 meters away. In his defense, the young man said that he was waiting here for a friend, but the deception was obvious. The lawyer of Connor explained in court that his client had fallen under the influence of a bad company of old affairs. The court left him unpunished and the need to release the budding criminal. He was found to have attention deficit disorder and a number of other disorders identified by private specials during the trial. Despite this, due to numerous violations and potentially dangerous behavior on the road, he was sentenced to a term of up to 8 months in prison for 2 manners. The young man also received a ban on driving a car, which was in effect after his release. Thus, the budding criminal had achieved 14 convictions for 30 criminal episodes by the time he reached adulthood. It was obvious that he had no intention of changing and categorically refused to fit into society. Everyone understood that he was potentially dangerous, but legal grounds for isolating him from society had not been found. This was due to the fact that so far no person had been seriously injured by his inadequate behavior. The public was outraged by the powerlessness of the authorities. Everything was shaping up so that the criminal elements could do nothing until they kill or maim innocent people, and that's how it turned out. In January 2020, the court again sentenced Connor Chapman, this time to 10 months in prison. He was again caught in a public place with a cold weapon and substances in his pocket, a whole bouquet of prohibitive lists. During this period, the police openly appeared on TV channels, urging the public to beware of this young man. After serving his sentence protected months, He again got involved in crime and was wanted for at least 5 criminal episodes. When he was caught, the young criminal said that he had spent more time behind bars than free, and he did not seem upset about this, but rather proud of his achievements. However, Connor had no intention of stopping there. By the age of 20, his service record had expanded again. By this point, he had received 19 sentences for 43 crimes. But in the summer of 2022, the inadequate young man found himself free again. This happened just 6 months before the death of Elle Edwards. During this period, Connor was again brought before the court. His lawyer tried to play on pity, telling the story that the first child of the young man was born while he was in prison. At this point, his girlfriend was pregnant with a girl. The young man claimed that he had rethought his life and wanted to get on the path of correction. Of course, these were loud, false words. The only thing he wanted was to get free and return to the path of crime. During this period, the police already knew that he was a member of one of the local criminal gangs engaged in the sale of prohibited substances. However, the criminal was tried not for these serious crimes, but for burglary and theft of 2 electric motorcycles. On December 24, 322, a skirmish broke out between 2 rival criminal gangs. They began to argue over the division of the territory near the wooden church in Beechwood Estates. They failed to reach an agreement, after which the young gangster decided to take revenge. He armed himself with a submachine gun and waited for about 3 hours until he tracked down his targets. He wanted to kill Curran Seld and Jake Duffy, who had gone to the Moyak pub for rest. Shortly before midnight, the criminal drove up to the parking lot and began to observe. He identified his victims and waited for the right moment to attack, then ran out of a car and fired 12 bullets into the building. He managed to seriously injure Duffy, but despite the threat to his life, he survived the attack. However, the unlucky Elle Edwards was not so fortunate. 2 bullets hit her in the head. The young beauty fought for her life, but died in the arms of the medics on the way to the hospital. The girl accidentally met the killer's targets that evening and did not even suspect tragically. The pub was crowded. Then 1 person was killed and 4 were wounded. One 22-year-old man was shot in the leg, a 24-year-old young man was wounded in the arm, and a 33-year-old man in the wrist. None of these injuries were life-threatening. Elle's friends tried to provide her with assistance and perform artificial respiration right on the spot. However, this was not enough to save her life. Elle's sister, Lucy, was much liked here. She lived in Dubai and flew home to celebrate Christmas with her family. Just minutes before the attack, she had left the establishment, so she was not affected at all. Later, Lucy recalled how she had wanted to take her sister with her, but the girl wanted to stay with her friends. On January 25, 2023, the funeral of the young girl took place. 100 of concerned people came to say goodbye to the random victim of gang showdowns. The body was brought to the local church in a hearse drawn by 4 white horses. Even the pub that had become the site of the girl's last celebration was closed that day as a mark of respect for her memory. The owner of the establishment published a message of support for Elle's family on his official social media page. Connor Chapman was charged with a whole list of charges, the main one of which was murder. It became known that the Perth Trotta had an accomplice, namely the 20-year-old Thomas. After the arrest and during the searches, a video recording was found on this young man, which had been made shortly before the attack. In it, Connor is handing over a weapon and saying that he is going to settle accounts with someone. After the attack, they together hid the stolen Mercedes in order to get rid of it later. The murder weapon was never found. However, the killer's DNA traces were found on one of the shell casings fired. It was obvious that it was Connor who loaded the weapon before the attack. In addition, red gloves were found during searches in his house, which were clearly visible in the CCTV footage from morning. After the crime, when the perpetrators had abandoned the car, they ordered a taxi under a false name. They used the driver's services to cover their tracks and confused the investigation. Around 5 a.m., they returned to the place where the hidden car was located. Here, the criminals tried to cover their tracks. However, something went wrong. Ultimately, they decided to get rid of the car by setting it on fire. Thomas Nord was found guilty on all charges brought against him. In July 2023, the court sentenced him to 9 years in prison. This modest sentence was due to the fact that he had not yet managed to accumulate such a wide criminal history as his accomplice. Jake and Karen were wounded in the moment of the attack, but both managed to survive the assault. A look at their lifestyle made the aggression of one of the members of the rival gangs quite understandable. Both were members of the local Beechwood gang, which was openly in conflict with another group claiming this territory. It became known that on December 23, 2023, just a day before the attack with firearms, they had already been attacked. On that occasion, another person from Connor Chapman's group had assaulted them. Both were beaten, but did not receive serious injuries. Apparently, they considered this a random fight and calmly went to relax in the pub. While the shooter awaited his sentence in the case of the murder of the innocent victim, both targets of his attack were already in prison. Curran was sentenced to 27 months in prison for an attack on members of the rival criminal group. Another 9 months were added to the sentence for the fight. His friend was sentenced to 2 years 9 months for a similar offense. Obviously, they were trying to avenge the attempted murder. Prohibitive court orders were also issued against both of them with a whole list of restrictions. Of course, this method did not allow protecting citizens from this gang of criminals. However, in case of further violations, more severe punishment could be applied to them due to ignoring the prescriptions. The public was outraged that potentially dangerous members of criminal gangs were getting away with minimum sentences after each crime. The bans were clearly and did not contribute absolutely anything to public safety. This became especially obvious when it was found that Chapman already had a ban on visiting that region where the pub was located. But this did not prevent him from stealing a car and coming to the public place despite the fact that he also had a driving ban. The events that had occurred once again raised the question of toughening punishments and revising the existing norms of the legal system. However, so far, this flawed system has not suffered any serious changes. At the trial on the case of Elle's murder, Connor tried to refute that it was he who appeared on the CCTV footage. According to him, during this period, he was at home packing Christmas gifts. However, a sufficient amount of evidence was collected to expose the lie. The hearings on the case lasted 3.5 weeks, during which all the circumstances preceding the attack were revealed. It became known that the reason for the attack was only the competition between the two criminal gangs dividing the territory nearby. The defendant did not even know the victim. He simply did not care about her fate, as well as the fate of all the other innocent people in the bar. He was driven only by blind fury, which he could never control. After the attempted murder of two competitors, Connor planned to flee to Spain to cover his tracks. He used a stolen car and also got rid of the murder weapon. Trying not to fall into the hands of the police, he avoided using any mode of transport. The detectives detained the criminal literally at the airport. After the arrest, Connor tried to deceive the police, planning that the Mercedes he was seen driving on the day of the murder was not stolen. According to him, this was a common car of the criminal group, which they used for the distribution of substances. The guy claimed that he was not behind the wheel of the vehicle, and also continued to convince the jury that he did not open fire that evening. He was desperately trying to get out of the situation. The defendant stated that he had only just learned that someone from the criminal group had used the vehicle for an attack on the pub. Before the jury retired to consider the verdict, the father of the innocent victim made a short speech. He sincerely hoped that the criminal would never again be able to spend Christmas with his loved ones in freedom. The jurors, consisting of Preeti Ushin and son Jen Shin, came to a unanimous decision after 3 hours of discussion. In their opinion, Connor Chapman was guilty of all the charges brought against him. He cynically committed the crime and did not repent of the fact that he accidentally killed the beautiful 26-year-old girl. The whole life that lay ahead of her, and he took it away. Instead of remorse, the heartless Connor spent several days carefully getting rid of all the evidence and traces of the murder that could link him to this bloody event. The motive for the attack was the competition between criminal games. On July 7, 2023, Connor was sentenced. He was sent to serve a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 48 years from the start of serving the sentence. After the verdict was announced, the victim's father victoriously raised his fist. The incident provoked a wave of public outrage. The residents of the city could not feel safe, knowing that they were at the junction of the confrontation between criminal gangs dividing spheres of influence. They knew that these people had a large amount of firearms and were not afraid to use them, as proved by the murder of Elle. The girl's father said he wanted to set up a foundation to support victims like his daughter. He believed that the main goal would be to fight to reduce the number of weapons in the hands of civilians. Wednesdays were always a whirlwind at the offices of The Spectator, a weekly newspaper in Joliet, Illinois, which needed its latest edition finalized by Wednesday night for printing early Thursday. On Wednesday, September 25, 1957, Molly Zelko began her day at the office at 7 a.m., eventually working an exhausting 17-hour shift, just slightly longer than her typical day. Molly's role at The Spectator was multifaceted. She had started 21 years earlier as the paper's secretary-treasurer, primarily managing its business operations. Over the years, however, her responsibilities expanded significantly. Molly became deeply involved in content creation, frequently investigating and writing stories. Every aspect of the paper required her approval, and she was known for demanding perfection in every proof she reviewed. After a day filled with phone calls on her private line and meticulous edits to the paper's layout, Molly left the office at 11:27 p.m. By then, nearly all of that week's edition had been completed, save for the front page, which she planned to finalize first thing the next morning when she returned at 6 a.m. But Molly would never make it back to The Spectator. Instead, she would become the subject of its next front page headline. At 5:15 a.m. on Thursday, September 26th, two printers arrived at The Spectator and called Molly to wake her, as was their routine. There was no answer. When she failed to arrive by 6 a.m. as expected, they grew concerned and drove to her home on Buell Avenue, just 3 minutes away. When they arrived, Molly's black 1955 Chrysler was parked in front of the apartment. Her car keys were under the seat where she typically left them. One of the shoes Molly had been wearing the night before was on the trunk of the car, and the other was found in the grass nearby. The printers called other staff members and two of Molly's siblings. The group got locksmith to come out and let them into Molly's apartment on the second floor. There was no sign of Molly inside. It did not appear that her bed had been slept in the night before, and the jewelry she had been wearing the previous day was not found inside the apartment. The police were called. The investigation quickly turned up a few clues. Neighbors reported hearing muffled screams, as well as the sound of a car speeding down the street sometime around midnight. They all had attributed the noises to rambunctious teenagers. The shoe had been on the trunk of the car because a man walking down the street at 12:15 a.m. had seen it on the ground and picked it up and placed it there so that its owner would find it. Based on the times of these two accounts, ever happened to Molly had happened very quickly. Molly had previously told friends and family members that if anyone ever came after her, she would take off her shoes and try to run, leaving the shoes behind as a sign that something had happened to her. While it seems unlikely that Molly would have had time to take off her shoes while trying to flee and attack her, Molly did habitually drive without her shoes on. If she had been attacked as soon as she got out of her car, she would not have had her shoes on and could have thrown them on the ground to leave as a clue. Molly's disappearance became a major news story in part because her co-workers at the newspaper made it so. Reporters from across the Midwest traveled to Joliet to cover the case as well. The air and ground search for Molly spanned 5 counties. Local motorcycle riders and hot rod drivers searched the back roads of Joliet. Waterways were also searched. Despite the media coverage and the thorough searches, Molly Zelko remained missing. Molly had been born on May 9, 1910 in Joliet. Both of her parents were Slovenian immigrants, and when her father Frank became a United States citizen a year before her birth, he had altered the spelling of the family surname to make it seem less foreign to native-born Americans as many immigrants did at the time. Molly's first name was Americanized as well. Her legal name as it appears on her birth certificate was Amalia. She would, as an adult, sign her name to official documents like her will and passport as it appeared on her birth certificate, but she publicly used the more common name Amelia. However, her full first name really mattered as most people called Amelia by her preferred nickname, Molly. At the age of 17, Molly had gotten a job as a secretary at the law practice of William McCabe. McCabe would be a fixture in Molly's professional career, and she will remain fiercely loyal to him. The 42-year-old was a lawyer by the time he hired Molly, but he had started out his career as a reporter in 1903 and had worked for several newspapers. McCabe was also heavily involved in politics. He had served 6 terms as an Illinois state representative and then as the mayor of Lockport, Illinois for 2 years. In 1932, he was elected Will County State's attorney and made Molly his office manager. In June of 1936, McCabe decided to get back into the newspaper business after he lost his bid for re-election as state's attorney. He bought The Spectator, a weekly newspaper in Juliet. That December, he made a deal with Molly. He offered her the position of secretary-treasurer of The Spectator, a position which would pay her $20 a week. Her main responsibility would be to ensure the paper's finances were built on a solid foundation. If she achieved this goal, she would be given 33 shares of Spectator stock. Molly received these shares at the beginning of 1945. On April 7, 1948, William McCabe, who was again running for public office, was beaten with baseball bats and left for dead along a rural road by 4 attackers. He was not found for several hours. While he survived the attack, he was plagued by pain and health problems for the remainder of his life. This left him unable to be as active in the day-to-day operations of The Spectator. With McCabe out of the office much more frequently due to his injuries, Molly took on more and more of the responsibilities of the newspaper. While Molly had been a major part of The Spectator, it was at this point that she became the main driving force behind it. Molly received 15 more shares of stock in the paper in December of 1951. In 1953, she and William McCabe established a trust agreement. They each held 48 shares of stock in The Spectator and gave 3 additional shares to State's Attorney Frank Masters to hold in trust. In the event that either Molly or William passed away, Masters was to sign the 3 shares over to the surviving member of the agreement, which would give them controlling interest in the paper. Given William McCabe's advanced age and poor health, he was expected to pass away long before Molly, making the trust agreement essentially his way of making Molly Zilko his heir apparent as far as The Spectator was concerned. The attack on McCabe resulted in Molly being much more involved at the paper, and it also resulted in Molly getting involved in investigations that made a lot of dangerous people unhappy. Molly believed that her longtime employer and business partner had been attacked by members of a local crime syndicate. Joliet was plagued at the time by political corruption and organized crime. Just before McCabe was attacked, The Spectator had run several articles about the illegal gambling operations the syndicate operated in the area. Molly believed that McCabe had been targeted because of the attention he had brought to the illicit operation and not for political motives. Molly would use The Spectator to voice her opposition to corruption and organized crime right up until her disappearance. She publicly denounced the minor punishment Joliet's mayor received for failing to pay taxes on kickbacks he had received. She figured out how to record phone calls and had several contractors fixing bids on city projects on tape. She banned the wife of suspected gang leader Francis the Thin Man Curry from the paper society pages and would copy down license plate numbers from cars parked outside the Curry home while they were having parties. She reported heavily on local illegal gambling activities and the failure of police to shut them down. Gambling and its ties to organized crime dominated much of Molly's work at The Spectator just prior to her disappearance. Francis Curry's organization controlled the distribution and operation of pinball machines in Joliet. A Supreme Court ruling had also just declared that pinball machines were to be considered gambling devices. Molly, therefore, wrote editorials supporting city council candidates who wanted to ban the machines in Joliet, as well as the legislation itself. The city council voted to ban pinball machines in August of 1957, with the ordinance going into effect the following January. That same month, Molly focused in on an illegal gambling establishment operating out of an area warehouse, sending reporters and a photographer to investigate it. The attention resulted in the establishment having to close down. It reopened 2 weeks after Molly went missing. In short, there was not a shortage of dangerous people who would have been happy to see Molly Zilko disappear. While Molly publicly showed no fear in her writing, refusing to back down in her coverage of corruption and crime, she did often fear for her safety. She frequently suspected that she was being followed and once called one of her brothers because she thought someone was waiting to attack her in the parking lot outside of the Spectator offices. He drove over and sat in his car in the parking lot with a shotgun to watch her as she walked to her car in case she had been right. Molly's office window had also previously been shot at. However, a mob-related abduction or politically driven crime is not the only possible scenario in Molly's case. It has been considered that Molly may have voluntarily disappeared and left her shoes outside her apartment to make it appear as though she had been abducted. Molly normally had the press room foreman follow her on the short drive home when she left work late at night. On the night she went missing, she did not ask him to, which further added to the speculation that she left on her own accord. Given the concern she had about her safety, it would not have been unreasonable for her to leave town and start a new life as her own personal version of the witness protection program. After Molly's disappearance began receiving publicity, numerous possible sightings of her were reported around the country. By the summer of 1958, FBI offices in a dozen cities across the country had followed up on alleged sightings of Molly. None of these sightings were ever substantiated. Molly was also allegedly spotted overseas, but her passport had expired in 1953, and she had never applied for a new one. It was also suggested after Molly disappeared that she had less than honorable reasons for wanting to leave Joliet. Molly did own several luxury items, like mink coats and expensive jewelry that seemed too expensive for someone with Molly's salary to purchase. When she went missing, she was wearing a diamond ring and a bracelet that was worth $5,000. She also owned a 17.5-carat diamond ring that had reportedly been exhibited at the 1933 World's Fair and was valued at more than $30,000. This led to rumors that Molly had been embezzling money from the Spectator and had run off to live on the stolen money she had hidden in a secret bank account. However, when William McCabe's daughters, who did not like Molly or the amount of influence she had at the Spectator, took over operations at the paper in Molly's absence, their first order of business was to order an audit of the paper's finances, which showed no missing funds or discrepancies. At least some of Molly's expensive jewelry had reasonable explanations. The diamond ring Molly had been wearing the night she disappeared is rumored to be the engagement ring she had been given as a young woman. Her fiancé had been killed in an accident, and Molly never married anyone else. Molly had also only paid $5,000 for the 17.5-carat ring, because she had purchased it from an estate. Molly also only paid $55 a month in rent for her second-floor apartment. She barely furnished it since she spent so much time at work. This would leave a larger portion of her salary available for discretionary spending. While all of the money she had to spend on expensive items isn't necessarily accounted for, there is no evidence of gross financial misconduct on her part. With local authorities having no luck in finding Molly, her friends and family began putting pressure on the FBI to get involved. One Molly's brothers organized a petition which received more than 5,000 signatures, imploring the FBI to take up the case. William McCabe wrote J. Edgar Hoover personally, arguing that the FBI's involvement was necessary because of the corruption going on in Joliet and Molly's advocacy against it. Publicly, the FBI refused to take on the case, claiming that there was no actual proof that Molly had been abducted or that any other federal law had been broken, which would have been necessary for them to have authority to investigate the case. Covertly, however, the FBI did in fact show an interest in Molly's case. They pulled tax returns for Molly and her associates, checked for secret accounts in dozens of banks, and followed up on and discredited several reported sightings of Molly. By January of 1958, with no more leads and no evidence that any federal statutes have been violated, the agent in charge of the FBI's office in Chicago wrote to J. Edgar Hoover asking for permission to end the Bureau's investigation. Hoover insisted that the case remain open and would deny all further requests to shut down the investigation for more than a year and a half. Hoover was skeptical of the authorities in Joliet, of the local crime syndicate of the Zelko family, and of Molly herself. While Hoover believed there were a lot of leads for the Bureau to investigate, none of them located Molly or proved that a federal crime had been committed. Molly's disappearance also caught the attention of future presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy. In 1958, Kennedy was the chief counsel for the Senate Rackets Committee and came across Molly's case while investigating organized crime's involvement in the coin machine industry. Kennedy came to Illinois to interview James Rennie, a mob enforcer serving time in prison for, among other things, threatening a newspaper editor who had been reporting on criminal ties to pinball machines. During his meeting with Kennedy, Rennie confessed to being involved in Molly Zilko's kidnapping and claimed to know where she had been buried. Kennedy and his investigator went to the farm Rennie had identified as the site of the burial and dug for Molly's remains themselves, but found nothing. Rennie later admitted to fabricating the story in hopes that Kennedy could get his sentence reduced. In 1978, reporters Lonnie Kane and John Whiteside published a series of articles re-examining Molly's case. In the course of their investigation, they uncovered two new major witnesses in the case. One of them was a bartender who may in fact have been the last person to see Molly before she disappeared. According to the bartender, Molly had come into the private club where he worked and had a drink on the night she vanished. She left him a 50-cent tip and asked for $4 and change. She then made at least 2 long-distance phone calls from a phone booth and left. The phone records from that day had long been destroyed by the time Keene and Whiteside heard about this account, so there was no way for them to confirm it or investigate the people Molly had called. The bartender's story does fill in a gap on the timeline of Molly's final night. Her apartment was just a 3-minute drive from her office at The Spectator. Molly left the office at 11:27, and Molly's neighbors heard screams around midnight. If those screams came from Molly as she was being abducted, and she was abducted as she got out of her car to go into her apartment, then there is almost a half hour of time that would be unaccounted for, during which she could have stopped at the club for a drink. The second witness was a woman who insisted that she remain anonymous and was given the pseudonym Sarah in Kane and Whiteside's coverage of her account. In September of 1957, Sarah lived on Stryker Avenue in Joliet across the street from a construction site where a storm sewer pipe was being put in. At 1:30 a.m. on September 26th, an hour and a half after Molly Zilko's suspected abduction, she awoke to the sound of a car and got up to see if it was her husband arriving home. It was not. Sarah claimed to have seen 4 men get out of a dark car with Michigan license plates. They took something long and wrapped in a blanket out of the trunk of the car. Sarah then saw a woman's limp leg fall out of the blanket. The men buried the woman in the ditch that had been dug for the pipe before driving off. At least one of these men worked at the construction site, and Sarah saw him bulldozing over the area the following morning. This man was one of many who worked at the site who would come over to Sarah's house to ask water. When this man came to ask for water that day, he asked Sarah if she had slept well the night before, and she feared that he had seen her witness the burial from her window. Sarah agreed to be hypnotized under the supervision of a doctor. The doctor believed that she was being truthful and that she had experienced a traumatic event the night Molly Zilko went missing. Kane and Whiteside were also able to confirm that there had been a storm sewer pipe construction project on Stryker Avenue in September 1957. The Will County State's attorney did not find Sarah's statements convincing. Sarah had waited 21 years to come forward and was not an ideal witness. Since Kane and Whiteside cannot reveal her identity, they cannot provide exact details as to why, but they have described her as having personal problems and strange beliefs. An exhumation of the area would have been very difficult and expensive, and as such was never carried out since it would have been done solely based on Sarah's account. John Whiteside passed away from cancer in 2005 at the age of 61. Lonnie Kane maintains a Facebook page dedicated to Molly's case and is currently working on both a book and an 8-part podcast about her story. Molly's longtime mentor and business partner, William McCabe, died less than a year after she went missing. In 1959, Molly's shares of The Spectator were sold to McCabe's widow, Ada, for $51,000. The paper's popularity and success began to diminish, and the McCabe family sold it 4 years later. The Spectator went out of business in 1965. Molly Zilko was legally declared dead in 1964. From the outside, the England family appeared to embody perfection. Every Sunday, they attended church as a united family, showcasing exemplary devotion. However, few could imagine the secrets concealed behind the closed doors of this seemingly respectable household. The story of William and Sandra began in 1983 when they met at church. William was 18 and Sandra was 16. With their parents' blessings, the young couple soon married and settled in the small town of Logan, Ohio. Bill Inman, as William was known, considered himself deeply religious. He worked as a builder and dedicated his free time to serving at the Evangelical Church of the Tabernacle of Faith near Nelson Villa. Bill played musical instruments during services, while Sandra, a housewife, supported his spiritual endeavors. In 1984, they welcomed their first child, a son named William Jr. To avoid confusion within the church community, the father was called Bill, and the son became known as Will. Over the years, Will grew up surrounded by his parents' strong faith. In 2001, at the age of 17, Will met 15-year-old Summer Cook during a church service. Their meeting echoed the love story of Bill and Sandra. After dating for 3 years, the young couple married in 2004 when Summer turned 18. They moved in with Will's parents in their spacious Logan home. That same year, 39-year-old Bill declared himself a spiritual leader. He converted his garage into a makeshift church and began holding services. Despite initial skepticism from local residents, Bill's home church gradually gained followers. Neighbors and their acquaintances began attending, seeking prayer, solace, and spiritual guidance, along with leaving donations to support the ministry. In 2005, Will and Summer became happy parents of a boy named Alex. However, along with the joys of parenthood, the young couple faced financial difficulties. Bill's church activities did not bring in substantial income, so the family decided to try their luck in another state. In search of a better life, the Inlands moved to Florida in 2006. In their new location, Bill and Will quickly found work in the construction industry building hotels. Meanwhile, Sandra and Summer took care of the home and raised little Alex. However, after just 2 years longing for their hometown, the family returned to Ohio. Unfortunately, during their absence, they had lost the right to buy back their previous house in Logan. They had to rent another place in the rural area of Vinton. Almost immediately after returning, in 2008, Will and Summer became parents again this time. They had a daughter named Kaylee. 2 years later, the couple's third child, a girl named Alana, was born. Despite the challenges of raising young children, the young parents tried to set aside time for themselves. Almost every weekend, they left the kids under the care of Bill and Sandra, who gladly took on the roles of grandmother and grandfather. For the elderly couple, their grandchildren became the true meaning of life. In the spring of 2010, Bill Inman officially became a pastor, heading the Church of the Tabernacle of Faith. Together with his wife, he also founded a charitable organization called Ranch of Mercy, aiming to help the underprivileged, those who had lost their jobs or homes. Bill dreamed of building a large shelter for orphans and widows with his own hands. However, there was a lack of funds to realize this plan. That's when Bill came up with the idea of holding a lottery. By selling tickets for $10 each, he hoped to raise the necessary amount. The lucky winner would receive a new house or $200,000 additionally. Bill promised to raffle off 99 other valuable prizes. Information about the lottery was disseminated through local media and advertising. Bill personally went door to door, urging people to join the good cause and purchase tickets. He assured that the proceeds would go towards building a shelter for the needy. In total, Iman managed to sell 100,000 tickets and raise $1 million. The prize draw was scheduled for September 2010. While Bill was engaged in charity work, problems were brewing in the Inman's personal life. In June 2010, Summer confessed to her husband that she wanted a divorce after 6 years of marriage. Shortly before this, she made a bitter entry in her diary. "I'm so tired of pleasing everyone. So exhausted. Don't I deserve happiness? Don't I have the right to fall in love again and feel loved in return? Maybe it's not the best time, but I have to tell Will the truth. He needs to know that I don't want to be with him anymore. I need to be alone. Figure myself out, understand who I really am, because right now, I'm just a slave who follows orders. I love my children endlessly and wouldn't trade them for anything, but I don't want them to see their mother simply obeying someone else's will. I don't know how Will is going to react to this. Maybe he'll get furious, try to take the kids and run away, or start threatening, hurting me. I think we should have equal time with the children. I know his parents will be against it and will try to convince me to stay, and I understand that it won't change anything. Yesterday, Will asked me what I want, and I couldn't answer because I only know what I don't want to be unhappy, to feel trapped. But I remained silent. Every day, all I can do is cry and sleep. Nothing more. I just don't know how to get out of this situation and make everything all right. I hope that the next time I write here, I'll have found the answer. Summer filed for divorce and moved out of the Inman's house with the children and essential belongings to her parents' home. She didn't want to deprive Alex, Kaylee, and Alana of communication with their father, so she allowed them to see Will and his parents. 2 months after leaving her husband, Summer started a romance with Adam Peters. At the same time, she got a job as a cleaner at a bank located in the center of Logan. The woman had no education, so she couldn't find other work. Meanwhile, September-October passed, but the house lottery promised by Bill from Ranch of Mercy never took place. Moreover, it turned out that the construction of the prize house hadn't even begun. The organization was in no hurry to return people's money for the tickets. In early December 2010, the Inmans were informed about the need to vacate their rented housing due to debt. Upon learning this, Summer came with Adam to pick up the belongings that were left there. However, Will and his parents didn't let their former daughter-in-law in. Summer called the police and complained that her husband, whom she was divorcing, was threatening her and wouldn't give back her personal belongings. When law enforcement arrived, Will continued to refuse to let anyone into the house, threatened to shoot Adam, and even got into a fight with a police officer. In her statement, Summer said that before the wedding, she and Will had an ideal relationship. But after getting married, he changed abruptly, started controlling her every step, being jealous, and making groundless accusations. He dictated to his wife what to do and when, interfering in the most intimate areas of life, eating habits, household chores, even sexual relations. Sumner couldn't even get enough sleep without her husband's permission. He effectively kept her under house arrest, forbidding her to leave the home. He hid her mobile phone and keys. The woman admitted that Will dreamed of having 12 children with her and even planned to take a second wife. He could often be seen on websites for polygamous families where he posted his explicit photos. Will threatened to kill Summer if she dared to leave him. Once, he even took her beloved cats, drove them somewhere, and then lied that they had escaped through an open window. He laughed, saying she would never see them again. After his wife's accusations, Will tried to justify himself. He claimed he took away her phone and keys because he suspected her of cheating. As for the cats, he simply took them to a shelter because they were scratching the furniture and attacking family members. Will was prohibited from approaching Summer and was sentenced to a fine and probation. At the same time, a custody battle erupted between the two families. The Inmans filed a police report accusing Adam Peters of being dangerous to Alex, Kaylee, and Alana. A terrifying event occurred late in the evening of March 22, 2011. 25-year-old Summer was finishing her shift at the bank. As usual, she cleaned up the workspaces and went outside around 11 p.m. to take out the trash. Before that, Summer had sent a message to Adam, whom she was supposed to meet after work, but he never saw his beloved again. Worried, Adam went to the bank after midnight. He didn't find Summer, but near the dumpster, he saw her belongings, her phone, keys, a running player with headphones. A little further in the bushes lay her jacket. Adam called the police and informed Summer's parents about her disappearance. At first, the family thought the woman might have been delayed at work or lost her personal items, but the bank security service assured them they hadn't seen her after the end of her shift. When law enforcement arrived at the scene, several witnesses were already waiting. 2 women who were out for a jog at the time said they had witnessed Summer being abducted by unknown individuals an hour earlier. According to them, when the woman approached the dumpster, a white Ford Crown Victoria driven by a blonde pulled up. 2 men in black balaclavas jumped out of the car, grabbed Summer, and forcibly pushed her into the back seat. The victim resisted, screamed, and begged for help. One of the witnesses tried to intervene, but the female driver sprayed pepper spray in his face. After that, the kidnappers fled with Summer. The women immediately ran to the nearest police station and reported what they had seen. However, for some reason, Law enforcement tweeted their statement with skepticism, even suspicion. They decided that the witnesses had made up this story for fun. A whole hour passed after Summer's parents contacted the police before they finally arrived at the crime scene. Unfortunately, it was too late. The missing woman could not be found while the trail was still hot. News of the abduction of 25-year-old Summer Inman instantly spread through the local media. Hundreds of concerned residents of Logan rallied to help with the search. But days passed, and hope of finding the woman alive faded. The parents of the missing tried not to think about the worst. A few weeks before the tragedy, Summer had posted a photo on Facebook with Adam and the children. In it, they looked like a happy family. Seeing this photo on Adam's page, Will Inman became genuinely enraged. There had long been a quiet confrontation between these two men. It turned out that Summer had met Adam even before deciding to divorce her husband. In the spring of 2010, Peters got a job working for the Inmans, taking care of their house and yard. That's where he fell for Summer. Initially, the woman rejected Adam's advances, but eventually gave in. In her diary, there was an entry. When our eyes met, I realized that the devil had taken hold of me. I didn't listen to the voice of God. I tried to stop myself. My mind screamed, "Run. Get out of here now." But I stayed and allowed Adam to embrace me and then delve deeper. I regret it. I am guilty. Meeting Adam was the beginning of the end for Summer and Will's marriage. The woman realized that she wanted to be happy, to love and be loved. So she filed for divorce. 5 days before Summer's disappearance, Will tried to challenge the amount of alimony in court. He didn't want to pay his ex-wife $150 per child every month and asked to reduce the amount to $50. After all, at that time, his annual income was only $6,500 a month. Will, along with his parents, fought for sole custody of the children, but the judge rejected their demands. Bill and Sandra missed their grandchildren very much as they were the meaning of their lives. After parting with Summer, the elderly couple had noticeably lost weight and become haggard. In March 2011, shortly after Summer's disappearance, the police found the Inman family. Bill, Sandra, and Will were hiding in the home of Bill's mother, a 70-year-old woman from Jackson County, Ohio. During the interrogation, all three unanimously assured that they were not involved in Summer's abduction. They claimed that on the night in question, they had gone to Cleveland to look at a new house. On the way, the car broke down, and they had to spend the whole night repairing it on the side of the road. They only returned home to Logan in the morning. The Inmen said that they had always treated Summer well and rarely argued with her. But ever since Alan Peters appeared in their home, a dark streak had begun. Bill, Sandra, and Will called Adam a bad person who had destroyed a once happy and strong family. The police were interested in the white Ford Crown Victoria parked near the Inman's house. They confiscated the car's GPS navigator and checked the route. It turned out that on the afternoon of March 22nd, when the kidnapping occurred, the car was in Logan. In the evening at 5:30 p.m., the GPS was turned off and only turned back on the next morning, March 23rd, again in Logan. No evidence of the Inman's trip to Cleveland could be found. Moreover, according to telephone records, all night from March 22nd to 23, the suspects were in Logan. Then information came in that on the morning of March 23rd at 7:30 a.m., Bill, Sandra, and Will were seen at a car wash. They took the car for a full interior cleaning. Summer was not with them. After that, the Indians went to Clevering where they changed tires at an auto repair shop. The mechanic found it strange that Bill decided to replace almost new tires with old ones. Allegedly, he simply didn't like the previous ones. The inmates also tried to change the appearance of the car. Bill removed the police spotlight he had once installed near the side mirror. After the arrest, Bill tried to convince his elderly mother that they were not guilty of anything and that these trials were God's punishment. However, after several hours of interrogation, realizing that all three of them faced the death penalty, Sandra gave in. The woman confessed that it was them who had kidnapped Summer on that fateful night. The men in balaclavas were her husband Bill and son Will. According to Sandra, the abduction was entirely her idea. She only wanted to scare her daughter-in-law so that she would allow Will to see the children. When Summer was pushed into the car, Will tied her hands, feet, and neck with plastic ties. The woman fought and screamed, and then suddenly fainted. Will noticed that Summer was showing no signs of life. He wanted to cut the bindings and free her. He shouted to his mother, "Mom, where's the knife? I can't find it." While the family was frantically searching for the knife, a few minutes passed. It was too late to save Summer as she had suffocated. Sandra swore they didn't want to kill their daughter-in-law, only to scare her in order to settle the custody dispute over the grandchildren and have the opportunity to see them at least on weekends. On March 29, 2011, a week after the abduction, Sandra showed where they had hidden the body. Summer was thrown into an abandoned well on the grounds of the church the Inman family attended. The Church of the Tabernacle of Faith is located near Nelsonville, 30 kilometers from the bank where Summer worked. Once, Bill Inman had participated in its construction, and 28 years ago, under the arches of this temple, he and Sandra got married. When the police lifted the concrete lid of the well, a gruesome sight met their eyes. Summer lay at the bottom, her body thrown in head first. The victim was wearing the same clothes as on the last day of her life, a black t-shirt with the words, "I don't have an anger problem. I have an idiot problem." The autopsy showed that Summer had died of strangulation. There were no other injuries on her body, except for marks from the plastic ties on her neck, wrists, and ankles. Sandra said that she had initially planned to throw the body into the river, but then she decided that in the church well, no one would definitely find it. The woman admitted her guilt and expressed sincere regret for what she had done. Soon, the trial took place. 49-year-old Bill and 28-year-old Bill did not plead guilty to Summer's murder. They barely spoke during the hearings and avoided looking her parents in the eye. Only Sandra repented for what she had done and tried to take all the responsibility upon herself. She repeated that the abduction was her idea. Delivering her final statement, the woman begged for forgiveness from Summer's parents through tears. Emotions were choking Sandra, but despite this, everyone understood that she sincerely regretted what had happened. "Summer was like a daughter to me," the woman sobbed. "If I could turn back time, I would never have taken this horrible step." In 2012, the court passed the sentence. Bill and Will Dingman received life imprisonment without the right to early release. Sandler was sentenced to life in prison with the right to parole after 15 years. The church friends and parishioners unanimously claimed that Bill was in charge of everything in the Inman family. He was the one making the decisions. No one believed that the idea of the kidnapping belonged to Sandra. Everyone knew that Will had been a spoiled boy since childhood, with his parents indulging his every whim. The defendant herself understood that her husband and son were just as guilty as she was. But Sandra tried to take the blame until the very end, hoping to soften their fate. Alex, Kaylee, and Alana remained under the care of Summer's deceased parents. For a long time, they could not explain to their grandchildren where their mother, father, grandmother, and grandfather had gone. The tragedy of the Inman family serves as a warning about how hidden anger, jealousy, and the desire to control someone else's life can lead to fatal consequences. Bill and Sandra, who were a model of piety and family values to everyone, turned out to be real tyrants to their daughter-in-law. Summer became a victim of a toxic relationship where her will and desires were suppressed, and attempts to break free cost her life. Will, raised in such a suffocating atmosphere, grew up selfish and unwilling to compromise. His obsession with the idea of getting his wife and children back at any cost ultimately turned against him. The Inman's terrible crime forever destroyed several families, deprived 3 small children of their mother, and a grandfather and grandmother of their closest person. On June 22, 2019, 73-year-old Eugene Joe embarked on a hike along the Mount Waterman Trail in the Angeles National Forest, California, with a group of friends. The group paused for lunch partway through their trek, but when they resumed, they realized Eugene was no longer with them. Unable to locate him on their own, the group alerted search and rescue authorities. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office coordinated with search and rescue teams from across the region, deploying 75 individuals divided into 11 teams to scour the rugged terrain of the San Gabriel Mountains. For a week, the search teams combed the wilderness, determined to find Eugene. On June 29th, members of the Altadena Mountain Rescue Team discovered Eugene in a ravine in Devil's Canyon around 11 a.m. Despite being in a weakened state after surviving 7 days in the wilderness, Eugene managed to summon the strength to turn himself over and call out for help after hearing searchers speaking with nearby campers. Eugene was airlifted to safety by a Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department air rescue helicopter and taken to Huntington Memorial Hospital in Pasadena. Remarkably, he had no major injuries from his ordeal, though his hiking boots bore the brunt of his time lost in the forest. His survival was a testament to resilience and the relentless efforts of the search teams. Eugene was weak, however, because he had not eaten anything in 5 days. He had quickly made sure to find a water source soon after getting lost, which probably saved his life. He had spent the week he was lost drinking water from the Devil's Canyon Creek and slept on rocks at night to keep warm. Eugene was discharged from the hospital the same day he arrived there. Eugene was thankful to have been rescued and grateful for all of the effort total strangers had put into finding him. He does not plan to continue hiking in the future. 35-year-old Amanda Eller worked as a yoga teacher and a physical therapist. She lived in Haiku, an unincorporated community on the island of Maui, with her boyfriend, Benjamin. On the morning of May 8, 2019, Amanda was meditating as Benjamin left for work at 7:30 a.m. She was not home when he returned from work, and she did not come home that night at all. Benjamin reported her missing early the following morning. Amanda's white Toyota RAV4 was found in the parking lot at the Makawao Forest Reserve at 9:50 a.m. on May 9th, the same morning she was reported missing. Her keys had been hidden under the front tire of the vehicle, and her cell phone and wallet were inside of it along with a pair of flip-flops. Amanda loved nature and was an avid runner, so it would not have been unusual for Amanda to have visited this location on her day off from work. It was initially assumed that Amanda had entered the forest around 8 a.m. on the morning of 8th based on eyewitness reports of a woman matching Amanda's description being in the parking lot around that time. This timeline came into question 5 days after Amanda went missing, when Amanda's parents, who had flown into Hawaii to help look for their daughter, received a phone call from their pet sitter. A Mother's Day package had just arrived at their home in Maryland from Amanda. Surveillance footage was eventually found of Amanda in a store purchasing the final items for the package at 10:11 on May 8th. She was wearing the flip-flops that had been found in her vehicle. She had printed off the label for the package at home and dropped the package off at the post office approximately 10 minutes after she had checked out of the store. The Maui Fire Department spent 3 days diligently searching for Amanda, but their official search was called off after 3 days, as was their procedure. Amanda's family, however, continued searching for her on their own thanks to the $77,000 they received in donations on GoFundMe and a massive outpouring of support from volunteers. During the course of the search, helicopters and drones searched for Amanda from the air. Divers searched nearby waterways, and volunteers and teams of search dogs searched on the ground. An average of 100 people searched for Amanda each day. On May 24th, 17 days after Amanda entered the forest, a volunteer helicopter pilot was just about to turn back after a search flight because he was going to run out of fuel. He received an instruction over the radio to make a wide right turn, which would take him over an area that had been outside of the official search area near the Kailua Reservoir, roughly 5 miles north of where Amanda had parked her vehicle. When he did, the volunteers on the flight with him spotted Amanda lying in a creek bed. Amanda was airlifted by the Maui Fire Department to Maui Medical Center, where she was reunited with her family. Amanda had lost 15 pounds and was suffering from severe sunburn, numerous bruises and cuts, and a broken tibia sustained after a 20-foot fall. Amanda was discharged from the hospital on May 26th to finish her recovery at home. According to Amanda, she had planned to spend a few hours in the forest on a 3-mile run. There had been a lot of trees down on the trail, so she decided to hike instead. She stopped to rest and meditate on a downed tree just off the trail at what she thought would have been the halfway point of her hike. When she got up to continue on, she believed she was heading back towards her car. She was not. Eventually, Amanda realized that she was no longer on the hiking trail, but on a boar trail that was taking her further away from the parking lot. She tried to use her intuition to make her way back, but got more and more disoriented instead. Amanda had previously read a book on native Hawaiian plants, which helped her identify what fruits she came across were edible. There had been several days where she had been unable to find any food at all. She had come across a creek about a week into her ordeal, which she traveled along so that she would be near a source of water. Amanda had heard helicopters fly overhead almost 20 times during her time in the forest, but the vegetation was too thick for anyone in the helicopters to see her trying to get their attention. At a press conference on May 28th, Amanda described her time in the forest as spiritual boot camp and spoke of her experience largely in terms of the role her spirituality played in it. Some people interpreted these statements to mean that Amanda had intentionally gone off the trail as some sort of spiritual journey. Amanda filmed a video, released on the Facebook page, that had been set up to coordinate the search for her to clarify what had happened and give a detailed account of how she had gotten lost. She had simply been too focused on the spiritual lessons she could take away from the time she had been lost rather than on the factual details of her experience at the press conference. Amanda acknowledged that it had been irresponsible to go into the forest without her cell phone and apologized for potentially putting members of the search parties in danger by getting lost. She also thanked everyone who had been a part of the search effort and expressed gratitude for the outpouring of support she and her family had received from all over the world. Amanda's family has plans to use the remaining money raised through GoFundMe to install wilderness cameras in the Makawao Forest Reserve and other remote recreational areas on Maui to help speed up any further search and rescue operations. Amanda's father, John, is also planning to help develop an app for search and rescue workers through his company, Insight Mobile Data. 48-year-old Jerry Dragoo was having a difficult 1994. The high school superintendent from Taft, California, had lost his 18-year-old son, Matthew, in a car accident that May. Jerry had a lifelong love of the outdoors and decided to take a trip to Yosemite National Park at the beginning of August to help him cope with his loss. On Monday, August 1st, Jerry camped in his car near the Levitt Lake trailhead just north of the park. He had plans to spend 2 days hiking alone before meeting up with one of his cousins at Bigelow Lake. When Jerry's wife Leslie called his cousin on August 6th, she learned that Jerry had never shown up for the planned meeting. The search for Jerry began the next day with searchers working on the ground and helicopters searching from the air. The standard 3 days of searching passed, but the search team did not scale back their efforts, even though that was the protocol at the time. Instead, they tried a different approach. Dog trainers Mike Bigelow and Terry Buttram, along with Mike's 2-year-old Australian Shepherd Ranger, boarded a helicopter. The trio was dropped off at Dorothy Lake near Forsyth Peak. They began heading higher up the mountain when Ranger suddenly began running back down. He soon ran back to Mike and Terry and sat down in front of them, which was his signal that he had found someone. Mike and Terry followed Ranger to a large boulder. Behind it, they found Jerry. On August 4th, Jerry had been unable to find his cousin at their pre-arranged meeting place. Jerry then decided to go up on a ridge by himself to build a small memorial for Matthew, who had shared his love of the outdoors. Jerry had tripped and fallen 25 feet head first, which resulted in a large gash on his forehead, 6 broken ribs, a punctured lung, and a broken ankle. Unable to move very much due to his injuries, Jerry rationed his trail mix and drank lake water for the following several days. He only had a light rain jacket to keep him warm. It is believed that he would have passed away within hours had he not been found and transported to a hospital. As a result of Jerry's rescue, California's Office of Emergency Services expanded their intensive search period from 3 to 7 days. At least 3 people were located and rescued during this extended time window in the first 15 years following its institution. Jerry suffered a severe heart attack in 2002 and received a heart transplant on Christmas Eve of that year, his late surgeon donning a Santa hat. He passed away on April 3, 2015 at the age of 69. His rescue in 1994 gave him 20 extra years with his wife and daughter and eventually his son-in-law and 2 grandchildren. 58-year-old Kevin Lynch of Woodbridge, New Jersey traveled to Waynesville, North Carolina to attend a family reunion with his wife, Elena, In July 2019, the reunion was being held at the Swag Resort, which borders the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Kevin went missing from the resort on July 27th. He was last seen around 3:20 in the afternoon walking along the border of the resort property near the Cataloochee Divide Trail before disappearing from sight. Kevin's disappearance was an emergency from the start because he suffered from dementia. Both Hayward County Emergency Management and the National Park Service aggressively began searching for Kevin, hoping that he had not made it very far into the heavily wooded area. Unfortunately, their early efforts were not successful and the search effort had to continue to grow over the following few days. More than 200 people from 32 different agencies participated in the physical search for Kevin, and more than 60 agencies contributed to the effort in one way or another. Search teams of 10 individuals each covered overgrown and steep terrain as part of a grid search that covered a 5-mile radius out from where Kevin had last been seen. They also posted flyers and interviewed any hikers they came across in hopes that they had seen Kevin. Law enforcement went door to door informing the residents of homes along the border of the National Park of Kevin's disappearance and asking them to keep a lookout for him. Helicopters, drones, and search dogs were all utilized in the search. The search effort went from sunup till sundown every day. It would not be until July 31st that the search team found their first clues. That afternoon, the hat and sunglasses Kevin had been wearing were discovered approximately 1,600 feet southeast of the Cataloochee Divide Trail. Nearby, they found footprints and mud that had been created by a recent rain shower that went towards the Ferguson cabin, a historic cabin that the National Park Service maintains. Kevin was not found in the cabin, but these clues helped focus the search effort. At 4:25 that afternoon, Kevin was found in the woods when he responded to a group of searchers calling out his name. He was described as being alert and responsive when he was found. He was less than a mile from where he had last been seen in an area that had previously been searched. Kevin suffered no serious injuries during the time he was lost, but was transported to Haywood Regional Medical Center to be treated for dehydration. Kevin's lack of injuries outside of scrapes and bruises was surprising given the fact that he had no supplies with him when he went into the woods and he had been dressed in just a t-shirt and shorts. He was released from the hospital on August 2nd. Given Kevin's dementia, it was not possible to get a complete account of his time while he was missing. His family is happy enough knowing that he is now safe. They issued a press release thanking everyone who participated in the extensive search effort. Emily Longley, born in England in 1994 to Mark and Caroline Longley, became a big sister 2 years later when her parents welcomed Hannah. The sisters shared a close bond from childhood, growing up in a loving and caring family. At the ages of 9 and 7, Emily and Hannah moved with their parents to New Zealand, settling in Auckland. After immigrating, Emily fell in with the wrong crowd, prompting her middle-class parents to send her back to the UK to start anew with her grandparents. In 2010, she flew to England to study at Brockenhurst College, aiming for a business degree and dreaming of a modeling career. She lived in Bournemouth with her grandparents, a coastal town in Dorset known for its popularity as a resort destination. While Emily pursued her goals in England, her sister Hannah remained in New Zealand, where their parents, though divorced, maintained a friendly relationship. Emily's beauty and charm naturally drew attention, and she eventually met 20-year-old Elliot Turner, who left a strong impression on her. Their acquaintance gradually developed into a romantic relationship. In April 2011, Emily returned to New Zealand for a family visit after 6 months apart. Her father met her at the airport, where she ran to him, hugged him tightly, and expressed how much she had missed him. The bond between Emily and her father was especially close. He cherished her smile, laughter, and sense of humor. The following day, the whole family went to Emily's favorite pizzeria. She told her parents that apart from studying in college, she was engaged in modeling and made some incredible friends. She also mentioned the man she was dating, 20-year-old Elliot Turner. They had only been dating for a few months, and it seemed to her that she was too young for something serious. "I think I'm going to end it when I go back," she said. Emily spent the next few weeks hanging out with friends and family. She had a wonderful time. No one suspected they would soon lose her. When Emily's flight started boarding, It was hard for her to say goodbye to her family. However, Emily promised she would be back in 5 months. She wanted to see the matches of the Rugby World Cup, which was to begin on September 9th. While texting with her father a few days later, Emily informed him about breaking up with Elliot, but she did not go into details. Elliot behaved strangely after seeing the photos of Emily that she posted on social networks while in New Zealand. There were guys in these photos and Elliot was very jealous. The son of a wealthy jeweler, Elliot Turner, was 20 years old, and his life seemed carefree. Turner was well known in the local bar and club scene in the Bournemouth and Poole areas, and was part of a gang of wealthy young men called the Firm. Called by his friends All Talk Turner because of his boasting, he met Emily in December 2010. The couple enjoyed the high life at the resort and often had fun until late at night. But Turner, who had a history of obsession with women, soon showed signs of jealousy. As a result, their relationship quickly escalated into violent arguments. Some people described him as a person displaying a threatening, aggressive, violent, controlling, and possessive nature. In January 2008, when he was 16, he received a harassment warning letter from the police telling him not to contact his ex-girlfriend after he bombarded her with text messages and emails because she broke up with him. Turner loved being at the center of attention. He didn't need to work for a living. His parents gave him everything he needed. Elliot skillfully manipulated people, including his parents. His life was all about parties, women, alcohol, and illegal substances. He considered himself a man who can do anything he wants. Elliot carried a hammer with him in case anyone tried to contradict him. His friends believed that Turner fancied himself a gangster and wanted to become the one everyone turned to for help. He could come to the bar and buy everyone a drink. Elliot bragged about driving a new Mini Cooper, but it was a gift from his grandmother. He tried to maintain his bad boy image with a series of supposedly streetwise messages on social networking sites where he often referred to himself as Scarface or God. He didn't lack female attention, but when he met Emily, he became very attached to her. She complimented his image of a successful person, which he worked hard to create. As their relationship developed, Turner started showing his controlling behavior more and more often. He even threatened Emily that he would take her life. In an emotional plea to Turner, Emily wrote a note to him a few months before her death saying, 1. I love you. 2. Don't say you'll kill me. 3. Stop talking about your ex-girlfriends. 4. Stop being so constantly aggressive. Be more cool because that is so much more hot. And you make me scared because you're so intimidating. When Turner began to show his true face and when his controlling behavior started to go beyond all reasonable limits, Emily realized that he was not the person she wanted to be with. However, people like Turner don't understand rejection. On the evening of May 6, 2011, Emily was with friends in one of the entertainment venues. Surveillance cameras captured how she came to a nightclub with her friends. That evening, Turner read her Facebook messages and discovered that Emily was dating another man. Pissed him off. He came to the club and started arguing with Emily. This whole story ended with the girl throwing her drink in his face. Turner verbally abused her and threatened her with violence. He didn't like Emily's outfit. He thought it was too revealing. He dismissed the fact that Emily had broken up with him. The man wasn't going to let her go. Elliot ruined her evening, so she decided to leave. Yet her ex-boyfriend followed her. His friends heard him say, "I will kill her. I will go to prison for it and still be a millionaire. I would do 10 years. It wouldn't bother me." Turner caught up with Emily, somehow persuading her to go to his house. He said he wanted to talk in a more relaxed atmosphere. Elliot Turner lived with his parents. Perhaps that's why Emily went with him. Maybe she thought he would behave more calmly in the presence of his parents. Neighbors saw them go inside the house. The following morning, Anita Turner, Elliot's mother, called the emergency service saying Emily was not waking up. It was about 9 a.m. Before the arrival of the ambulance, Anita listened to the operator's instructions on how to help Emily. Unfortunately, when the ambulance arrived, the only thing they could do was to state the death of Emily Longley. Anita was an Indonesian citizen who came to the UK to marry Lee Turner. When the couple had a son, they did not deny him anything, which was a big mistake. During her conversation with the emergency service operator, Anita's voice did not sound like the voice of a mother who had just found her son's girlfriend dead. She was too calm, as if nothing unusual had happened. Thousands of miles from England, in New Zealand, Emily's father, Mark, woke up at 2 in the morning and saw a bunch of missed calls from his ex-wife Caroline and younger daughter Hannah. There was also a voice message from Hannah, but Mark could barely make out what she was saying. Then he heard Caroline scream in the background and her words, "Emily is dead." Mark refused to believe it. He called his mother in England. When she answered, his whole world fell apart. His mother was crying hysterically. Moments later, one of the police officers took her phone. "I'm sorry to tell you that your daughter Emily is dead," he said. Mark couldn't believe it. After all, Emily was sitting on his couch and smiling just a week ago. Flying to the UK, the grief-stricken father still refused to believe that his daughter was dead. But unfortunately, it wasn't a dream. The loss of the eldest daughter was a heartbreaking challenge for Emily's parents. The police told them that Emily had died in her sleep. It didn't make any sense. She was young and healthy. The police collected some evidence, but it was unclear what happened to Emily. They had to wait for the autopsy results. Elliot Turner's parents, Anita and Lee, told investigators they had been home all night and had not heard anything suspicious. Elliot publicly mourned Emily by posting photos of them together on his Facebook page. The police had nothing bulletproof to refute the story of Turner and his parents that Emily mysteriously died in her sleep. During the investigation of any death, the main factor is to determine the cause of it. When investigators discover the cause of the victim's death, they understand what they are dealing with and how to conduct an investigation. While waiting for the autopsy results, the investigators found out that a few days before her death, Emily had posted something strange on her Facebook page. "I have a stalker," she added. "Someone just called me." And I was like, "Who's this?" And they were like, "You don't know me, but I know everything about you." And I was like, "How did you get my number?" And he was like, "I'll tell you when I see you," and kept asking me out. So I hung up and they won't stop calling. Emily wrote on Thursday, May 5th. At the same time, the police managed to find out that before her death, Emily quarreled with Elliot Turner in front of other nightclub guests. After interviewing Turner's friends, investigators learned that he tried to control Emily's every move, that he found out about her meeting with another man, and most importantly, that Elliot threatened to take her life many times. But his friends did not attach any importance to this, believing that these were just words with which Turner strengthened his image of a gangster. The autopsy did not give an exact cause of Emily's death. However, experts mentioned it could be strangulation, and one of them said the physical findings are entirely consistent with pressure being applied to the neck. Investigators believed that one of the Turner family members could be involved in Emily's death, so they decided to install listening devices in their house. The police were hoping to find out if they were hiding anything, and they were right to do that. They heard Elliot instructing his mother on how to behave with the police and what she needed to say. His father, Lee Turner, seemed to be the only person who understood what he was doing was wrong. But eventually, he submitted to the will of his son and wife. While listening to the recordings, investigators also heard what happened to Emily Longley. Elliot Turner admitted that he caused her death. They arrested Elliot Turner a week after Emily's death. He, of course, denied his guilt. His lawyers tried to challenge the authenticity of those audio recordings. However, having studied all aspects of this case, the judge allowed the prosecution to use the recordings as evidence. Not knowing the police were listening, Elliot admitted that he felt angry every day and that no one had ever pissed him off as much as Emily. During the trial in May 2012, his lawyer stated that their client acted in self-defense. Elliot Turner said that the quarrel in his bedroom turned violent, and he had to grab Emily by the neck. He said he didn't strangle her. He just found her dead in his bed the next morning. During the second day of the trial, Turner told the court that he was disgusted by his actions that night. Allegedly, after finding Emily dead, he wrote a letter to his mother saying how ashamed he was and that he was leaving for Spain. One can assume Elliot Turner was going to leave the country on the day of Emily's death, but changed his mind for some reason. When the police arrived at Turner's home after the 999 call, they saw packed bags. Elliot's passport was in his pocket. He admitted in court that he had threatened Emily and felt upset and deceived the night before her death after seeing false emails on her phone saying he had smashed her face into a table. When describing the fight they had before her death, he mentioned Emily started beating him with her hands and feet. He tried to calm her down before giving up and throwing her a 20-pound note for a cab. He said, "She just ignored me at first. Then 5 seconds later, she just went crazy. I had never seen Emily get to that point of rage. I didn't know what to do. She would not stop. I kept repeating myself, 'Stop it. Calm down.' At that point, I grabbed her by the neck using my right hand." Defense counsel Anthony Dunn asked, "Why did you do that?" Turner replied, "To stop her going nuts. I did not know what to do. My right hand made contact with her neck." When the defense counsel asked how hard he grabbed her, Turner replied, "I would not say very hard, but it was quite hard. I grabbed her and pushed her down onto the bed. I pressed down on her neck when she was in the lying down position." He said he held her there for 5 or 6 seconds, then let go and stormed out of the room. When asked if he intended to kill Emily, Turner replied no. He said he thought Emily had gone to sleep. Allegedly, he realized Emily was dead only when she did not wake up the following morning. In an interview with the Herald newspaper, Emily's father, Mark, spoke about how hard it was for him to lose his daughter. "Here is the thing about death. It sucks. It doesn't matter if it is your child, your partner, or your 99-year-old grandmother. It sucks. That a person is there one day and not the next, well, it is not something we can deal with easily. All anniversaries are hard. Birthdays are hard. Christmas is hard. Easter is also tough because it was the last time I really spent time with her," Mark Longley said. He said the heaviest part was that he would never see the woman she could have become. "I miss seeing the life she was denied unfold. We had a brief glimpse of the woman she was becoming, and I was so proud of her. I am her father and, of course, am biased, but the world really was a better place with her in it. It was certainly a lot more fun." At the trial, they portrayed Elliot Turner as a spoiled, wealthy kid whose parents wanted to help him escape punishment. The court heard he was given the run of the family's home in the affluent Queen's Park area of Bournemouth, where he would hold parties for his middle-class friends. Described as wild by his father, Lee, he was given his own living space in the converted garage of his parents' house, so he could come and go without disturbing them. It was in his room, which had its own mini-bar, that he strangled Emily on his bed. The police examined the computers seized from Turner's and found the following search queries: death by strangulation and how to avoid punishment for a crime. The main motive of the crime was jealousy. The court heard testimony from Luke Ashford, who spent the night with Emily. As already mentioned, Elliot Turner found out about it. Even while in custody, Turner boasted that the jury would believe his twisted story that Emily had attacked him, and he had acted in self-defense when he strangled her in a fit of jealousy. In letters from his prison cell to his friends, he said he would soon drive a new Range Rover and move to Spain. He planned to sell the rights to his story and live a fashionable life. However, the jury quickly shattered his illusions when they found him guilty. On May 22, 2012, the court sentenced Elliot Turner to life in prison with a minimum term of 16 years. Announcing the verdict, Mrs. Justice Dobbs described Turner as a man of striking arrogance. She said, "Emily was a lovely, kind, fun-loving girl who brought a ray of sunshine to those she touched. That light has been extinguished suddenly and needlessly by you. You did not love her. She was just a trophy. The relationship, if it can be called that, was all about you. It was about control you carried out using aggression and threats. You can put away thoughts of champagne, Bentleys, and girls, and concentrate on the reason you are serving a life sentence." Mrs. Justice Dobbs also sentenced Turner to 9 months to run concurrently for perverting the course of justice. But Elliot Turner wasn't the only person on trial. His parents, Anita and Lee, whom Turner used for cash to fund his lavish partying, loved their son so much they tried to cover his crime. Lee destroyed Turner's confession letter, and Anita took the jacket from the bedroom where the letter allegedly was. His mother even postponed calling an ambulance so her son could cover his tracks and let the family come up with a convincing story for the police. When asked why she did not call an ambulance, Anita Turner replied that she did not believe Emily was dead. Under cross-examination, they asked her if she thought Emily had ruined her son's life. After a pause of 6 seconds, she replied, no. In the recording, Lee asked Anita whether they had done the right thing. We've done the right thing, Anita replied. Both 51-year-old Anita Turner and 54-year-old Lee Turner were found guilty of perverting the course of justice and sentenced to 27 months in prison. Mrs. Justice Linda Dobbs said, "The two of you chose to fight the case showing little remorse. Mr. Turner, you claimed you didn't know the contents of the letter when you destroyed it. But the fact it was burning on your conscience is quite evident from your anguished tone of voice on the tape." Released in 2013 after serving half of their sentence, they still live in the house where Emily Longley died. Emily's dad, Mark, broke down as he spoke about the verdicts after the case. Supported by former wife Caroline and daughter Hannah, he said, "What we have heard over these 5 weeks has shocked us and disgusted us. That a man so evil like Turner could treat a gentle and loving girl like Emily so violently is beyond belief. We are so proud of the fact that she had come halfway around the world to cause a better life for herself. This is a life Turner decided to end." Mark said there was a lot of talk about Turner's boasting and that no one had taken his threats seriously until it was too late. He added, even his mother did not take him seriously when he texted her to tell her he was going to break Emily's neck. Perhaps if someone had taken his threats seriously, Emily might be with us today. I hope Turner suffers every day in prison for what he has done. In October 2020, the press reported that Elliot Turner's cellmates had beaten him in prison. It happened after he hung up photos of Emily in his cell and boasted of receiving letters from female fans. Some of his cellmates attacked him after he said he would soon return to his life full of champagne, Bentleys, and birds. In 5 years, Turner will have the right to apply for early release from prison. One can only hope that common sense will prevail and that the parole board will make the right decision regarding a person who still has no remorse for his actions. The case of Jordan Worth, a sadist with an angelic appearance, captured national attention in 2018. Domestic violence statistics are notoriously difficult to compile, as many victims never seek help, fearing embarrassment or disbelief. Countless individuals endure years of abuse, beatings, and humiliation, with the full extent of their suffering often coming to light only after tragedy strikes. In many cases, these grim statistics are tied to fatalities. Jordan Worth's case stood out not just for its brutality but also for challenging preconceived notions. This seemingly delicate woman shattered the stereotype that abusers in relationships are predominantly male, leveraging the assumption that men, as the physically stronger gender, are more often the aggressors. Worth became the first woman in British history to receive a prison sentence for domestic violence and coercive control, charges that had previously led only men to incarceration. Though a tragedy was narrowly averted in this case, the details remain shocking. Worth, a young woman and mother of 2, nearly tortured the father of her children, Alex Skeel, to death. The situation raises pressing questions. How could events escalate to such a point, and why did Skeel endure such inhumane treatment without seeking help, even when his life was clearly in jeopardy? Alex Skeel's life before he met Jordan Worth. Alexander was born in 1995, August 17th, in a town called Kingston upon Hull, in a fairly well-to-do, friendly, and loving family. He and his twin brother were welcome and long-awaited children, but they were born much earlier than expected, because of which doctors seriously feared for them and did not make any prognosis. The boys spent the first months of their lives in the hospital in special chambers for premature babies with critically low body weight. But thanks to the efforts of experienced doctors, the children soon recovered. True, Alexander's brother gained weight faster, and by the first birthday, he had practically no traces and consequences of prematurity. But Alex himself turned out to be weaker. Moreover, he suffered from excessive accumulation of fluid in the brain, hydrocephalus, because of which he received a disability. Nevertheless, Alexander's health problems from birth did not affect his intellectual development, and physically, he was not much different from his peers and even actively engaged in sports at school. Spouses Skill adored their sons. From infancy surrounded them with love and care, as well as spared no effort and money to give them a good education and provide a better life. After graduating from high school, Both brothers entered the prestigious Bedford College where they continued their studies. Alexander was smart enough, had an attractive appearance, tried to regularly attend the gym, and in general enjoyed success with the opposite sex. Except that, unlike his brother who willingly went on dates and had affairs, he was quite shy and more focused on his studies. Love at first sight. It was in college that Alex met a young beauty named Jordan Worth. The girl was his age. She grew up in a wealthy family, and from a young age she knew almost nothing to refuse. She dressed beautifully and expensively, carefully watched her appearance, and led an active social life. Jordan was considered one of the most popular girls in college, which tried to court many guys. In addition, she, in parallel with her studies, worked as a volunteer raising funds and organizing assistance to local shelters for homeless animals as well as starving children in Africa. Worth was even repeatedly recognized for her efforts and for trying to make the world a better place. At first glance, this girl seemed a real angel in the flesh, kind, sympathetic, in addition, intelligent, and beautiful. Alexander fell in love with her at first sight, but at first thought that bright and popular Jordan will not even pay attention to him. However, as it turned out, he also immediately appealed to her, and she herself became the initiator of their acquaintance. Worth was much more experienced in amorous affairs, but for modest skill, she was the very first love of his life. Young people in love spent a lot of time together and were practically inseparable. In college, they were called the most beautiful couple, which was very flattering to Jordan. The first 6 months of the relationship were filled with love, romance, and mutual respect. Students tried to make each other pleasant surprises, gave cute gifts on small, but already so important for them dates. In their accounts in social networks, daily appeared joint photos on which they were happy together. The pictures were accompanied by touching captions and declarations of love. From the outside, it seemed that these two were simply made for each other and a long and happy life was ahead of them. Quite quickly, the young people decided to live together and rented an apartment. Since they were both still students, significant financial assistance was provided by their parents, who, by the way, were not against the relationship of the couple. Jordan even liked Alexander's parents because she seemed to be a serious girl, planned to become a teacher of art history, and in general made a positive impression on others. However, time passed and Worth's behavior began to change. It all started with increased control, which increased with each month of their life together. The woman demanded from her young man to report to her every step, unapologetically checked his personal correspondence in the phone, email as well as social networks, arranged wild scenes of jealousy literally in the same place and without any reason. Alexander tried not to pay attention to this because he was in love and such behavior of his passions did not bother him too much. Even when the beloved began to choose his own clothes, forcing him to wear only what she buys, the guy wrote it off as care on her part. Soon, the woman began to limit the circle of socialization of her boyfriend. Jordan herself chose with whom and when he can see and with whom he can no longer keep in touch. Under this separation fell not only friends and fellow students of skill, but also members of his family. As Worth got away with it, her boyfriend never complained to anyone, and they continued to look like a happy, perfect couple in public and on social media. The young lady began literally to revel in her impunity. She deleted contacts from Alexander's phone, without his knowledge blocked his family and friends, and even responded to messages on his behalf, often in a rude and insulting form. And after Jordan erased the correspondence so that the guy did not even know what he said to people from which they no longer wanted to communicate with him. The last straw and the breakup. The first alarm was raised by Alexander's twin brother when Jordan began to prevent their communication. By that time, the parents of the brothers also noticed that Alex distanced himself from the family, and his beloved and it all began to avoid them, refusing to come to visit even on holidays and not wanting to communicate even on the phone. And on all attempts to get in touch with her, the woman was frankly rude. In those rare moments when the mother was able to get through to her son, she asked him to leave his chosen one, warning that nothing good will come out of this affair. But the young man in love did not want to listen to anyone and defended his girlfriend, claiming that she just so takes care of him and does not wish anyone anything bad. Soon, the Skill family became aware that Worth forced their son to drop out of college, leave sports, and get a job. At the same time, The woman took away from her lover all the money he earned and spent it on his own needs and entertainment. Then the parents again made an attempt to talk to their son and convince him to leave Jordan, but their efforts were again unsuccessful. In 2013, during the celebration of his adulthood, Worth committed a disgusting act, which she got away with. On that day, she and her friends celebrated the solemn event in a country hotel. And at some point closer to the night, when the guests have already begun to disperse, the woman, without saying anything to anyone, simply disappeared. Alexander literally went crazy trying to find his beloved and worried that something might have happened to her. She returned to their room in the morning being in a state of strong alcoholic intoxication. And when the guy tried to find out where she was, she just attacked him with fists and insults and then laughed and said that she was going to report to him. 2 months later, while celebrating Alexander's own 18th birthday, Jordan got into a fight in front of her boyfriend's family and friends. She beat up a 15-year-old girl neighbor whom the Skill family knew well and had invited to the family party. Worth thought the woman was talking too sweetly to Alex, so she attacked her, pulling her hair and scratching her face. Jordan was barely calmed down, but it was clear to everyone what she was really like. After that, parents and brother insisted that Alexander broke up with the girl who behaved so aggressively and inadequately. Surprisingly, but the guy listened to them for the first time and agreed that his chosen one overreacted. The same evening he talked to her and said that he would not return to their apartment, but would stay to live in his parents' house. The reunion and the birth of their shared children. It's been almost 6 months since the couple broke up. Alex returned to his studies, but continued to work. He almost no longer thought about Jordan when on the eve of New Year's Eve 2014, she unexpectedly called and informed him that she was pregnant and in the spring, they would become parents. The guy was surprised and delighted with such news, and the woman apologized to him and said that she had not informed him earlier because she was sure that he did not want to see her anymore. The parents of the guy, having learned that they will soon have a grandchild, also melted and themselves offered the woman to move into their house. Worth agreed and moved into the Skill family home. She officially married the father of her child. And 3 months later, she and Alexander had a common son, William. The young parents and grandparents were unspeakably happy. And until about mid-fall 2014, they lived amicably and quietly. It was a short period when Jordan really cared about her chosen one, tried in every possible way to please him, and fell in love with the guy anew. When William was 6 months old, it turned out that the girl was pregnant again. At this time, she again became capricious and hysterical and demanded from Alexander that they immediately move out of his parents' house. The guy wrote off such behavior on raging hormones, but agreed to rent them housing in the city where they soon moved. In the summer of 2015, the couple had a second common child, a girl to whom they gave the name Alice. Alexander was absolutely happy and literally carried his wife and children in his arms. But Jordan, finally convinced that the chosen one will not go anywhere from her now, showed the darkest corners of her soul. The turning point. After the move, Worth again forbade her husband to communicate with his family and did not let his parents see their grandchildren. At the same time, the woman willingly accepted from them financial assistance and sometimes even made Alex himself to ask his parents for money. In just a few months, she completely subjugated his will, breaking him psychologically, and took his life under her total control. Jordan regularly humiliated and insulted her husband, and at one point, she started hitting him. At first, not violently, as if testing how he would react, how he would behave, and when the woman realized that her husband would tolerate everything, would not tell anyone, and nothing would happen to her for this. She gave free rein to her cruelty, displaying sophisticated sadistic tendencies towards him. It all started when they started renovating their house, and the woman was constantly dissatisfied with everything Alexander did. He carelessly noted that it was simply impossible to please her, after which a hammer flew into his head, leaving a deep wound. The bewildered guy fell down and almost lost consciousness. Clasping the wound with his hand, he felt blood running down his face. Then he asked his wife to help him or call an ambulance, to which she indifferently replied, "Crawl away somewhere and die," and then just went into another room to watch TV. Alex treated the head himself, didn't go to a doctor, and didn't say anything to anyone. From that moment on, Jordan was convinced that whatever she did, she could get away with it and her husband would never complain to anyone and certainly would not go to the hospital or the police. 3 years of hell. The next 3 years of his life turned out to be incessant moral and physical torture for Alexander. But he himself was already so depressed that he did not feel it and did not even feel the threat hanging over him. He continued to work, tried to provide his family with everything they needed, but he became increasingly irritated and discontented with his wife, who now not only beat him every day, but also invented more and more sophisticated abuse. Now the young man was forbidden to sleep on the matrimonial bed, and instead he was confined to the floor on the bedside mat without a blanket or pillow like a dog. He was also forbidden to enter the kitchen, and he could only eat what his wife and children did not finish. In fact, Alexander was starving because he could not buy anything outside the house because Jordan took away all his money. In addition, the woman deprived her husband of sleep and rest, having invented a new entertainment for herself. As soon as he fell asleep, she would beat him on the head, cut him, or pour boiling water on him. She'll later recalled waking up each time in savage pain, bloody or burned. After that, he would go to treat and bandage his wounds with improvised means, and his wife would go to bed quietly. Alexander perceived what was happening as something ordinary. He was finally broken morally and did not try to resist. The man completely stopped communicating with his parents and brother, and his wife on his behalf regularly asked them for money, also financially helped them her parents so that the young woman could not deny herself anything. Shirley lost a lot of weight and weighed already less than 50 pounds. In addition, his body was constantly covered with wounds, abrasions, burns, and hematomas, which could not but cause questions from others. At work, the guy was urged to go to the hospital, so his wife forced him to quit for fear of exposure. After the dismissal, he finally became a hostage of Jordan, who now abused him day and night. Long-awaited deliverance. Despite the horror that was going on in the couple's home, those around them still thought they were a happy family. Worth maintained social media pages on behalf of her husband, where she regularly posted old photos of them and their children, accompanied by captions about how in love they were and how lucky they were to have met each other. No one could even think that a woman with angelic looks and mother of 2 children behind closed doors turns into a real sophisticated monster. She knocked out her husband's teeth, made a long and deep cut on his arm with a knife. His body did not come off the burns, but at the same time, he could not go to the hospital. And at home, from improvised means, he had only food film and tape, which he used to pull the wounds. Neighbors periodically heard screams coming from the house of the couple, and sometimes they were so disturbing that concerned people called the police. But Jordan each time managed to send away the law enforcers, convincing them that she and her husband were fine. However, during the next visit of the squad called by neighbors, one of the police officers noticed a man clutching a fresh wound and blood running down his arm. In addition, he looked emaciated and had bruises of varying degrees on his face. The girl tried to convince the officer that her husband was mentally unstable and sometimes self-mutilated. But this time, the police called the paramedics and Alex was sent to the hospital. The doctors were literally shocked at the condition in which the young man was admitted. There was virtually no life on him, and his arm was so badly damaged that he was in danger of amputation. Alexander's body was covered with 2nd and 3rd degree burns. He weighed only 94 pounds. The ligaments of his shoulder were damaged from blows inflicted with a screwdriver, and there was a deep cut on his forearm, not counting the knocked-out teeth and numerous hematomas. At that time, Jordan burst into the hospital demanding that her husband be handed over to her and assuring her that nothing terrible had happened to him and that he had done all the damage to himself. However, no one believed the distraught woman, and it was decided to take her to the station for questioning. Fair punishment. At first, Worth denied everything and stuck to the original version that her husband was self-harming. But when Alexander's parents arrived at the station, having visited their son in the hospital, the woman changed her face and began to describe in detail all the things she had done to her husband. She said she had trained him like a dog, and he wouldn't get away from her. At the same time, Jordan insisted that her husband provoked her to be violent because he was allegedly cheating on her and pissing her off on purpose. She also continued to claim that he was mentally ill and had a tendency to self-injure. Naturally, all these testimonies categorically refuted the parents of the guy, but he himself did not immediately decide to testify against his wife. Only after undergoing a course of treatment and working with a psychologist, Alexander finally dared to talk about all the horrors that he had experienced in his own home in recent years. However, Worth was sure that she would face at most an administrative penalty, so she was not too worried about the upcoming trial. After hearing all the testimony, the judge found 22-year-old Worth guilty of willful infliction of grievous bodily harm, moral and physical abuse, and coercive control. She was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison. Even having 2 young children was not a mitigating factor for the sadist. Jordan was shocked by this sentence, and the case itself was unprecedented for the UK. The children were left in the care of their father and grandparents while their mother served her sentence. Alexander, having fully recovered from years of torture, became involved in community work and is now actively helping victims of domestic violence himself. On July 4, 2023, Jordan, having served 5 years of her 7.5-year sentence, was released on parole. However, the woman is forbidden to approach her former spouse and see their joint children. She is reportedly engaged to a bricklayer named Adam Steth and is preparing to become a mother for the 3rd time. In 1984, sisters Lily and Wileen Kennedy shared a small blue and white house in the Heights neighborhood of Houston, Texas. Wileen, 33, was an interior decorator specializing in stained glass decor and also dealt in vintage clothing and antique jewelry. Her younger sister Lily, 23, had recently moved in after a bitter divorce, seeking refuge from her ex-husband and choosing to keep her location a secret. Previously employed as a data processor, Lily was unemployed at the time. On the morning of March 5th, just days after Lily had moved in, their father, Jack, waited for the sisters to pick him up for an 8 a.m. doctor's appointment. When they hadn't arrived by 8:30, he became concerned and decided to walk over to their house. Upon reaching their home on East 12th Street, he found the door slightly ajar. Stepping inside, Jack made a horrifying discovery. His daughter's bodies lay on the living room floor, head to foot in a row. Lily had been shot once in the head, while Wileen had been raped and stabbed 4 times in the neck. This led investigators to believe Wileen was the killer's intended target. The scene suggested the crime was not a random act of violence. There were no signs of forced entry, and aside from Lily's wallet, nothing appeared to have been stolen. Wileen's wallet, containing several $100s, and her jewelry inventory were untouched, adding to the mystery surrounding the brutal murders. The house had been ransacked as though the killer had been looking for something. Police found unknown shoe prints at the scene, but no fingerprints that could lead them to a suspect. A neighbor reported to the police that she had been awoken at 6 a.m. by 2 loud noises that may have been gunshots. Shortly after 6 a.m., another man who lived in the area was getting ready to leave for work when he saw a man walking down the street carrying a bundle made out of a quilt. He confronted the man, thinking that he might be a burglar. The man claimed that he had just gotten into a fight with his girlfriend and he had just gotten kicked out of the house. He had hastily shoved his belongings into the quilt on the way out. The neighbor accepted the story, and the man walked off. The neighbor met with a sketch artist and helped develop a composite image of the man he had seen. Given the fact that Lily's divorce had just been finalized the Friday before she died, and she was afraid of her ex-husband, he seemed like a viable suspect. However, at the time of the murders, he had been in the hospital recovering from back surgery. Eileen also had been threatened by an on-again, off-again boyfriend, but he passed a polygraph and was not identified by the neighbor, who had seen the man near the crime scene in a lineup. He was eventually cleared as a suspect. The case eventually went cold. In 2009, the Houston Police Department Homicide Division's Cold Case Unit re-examined the evidence from the case, hoping that modern technology would provide a lead. From Eileen's rape kit, they were able to develop a DNA profile. Unfortunately, there was no match to the profile in Cody's, so police were still unable to identify the killer. In 2014, Houston Police Sergeant Paul Nodard received a phone call from a defense attorney who told him that he had a client with information about the murder. The informant was in prison in Indiana at the time and refused to give his information over the phone. so Noter traveled to Indiana to meet with him. According to informant, shortly after Wileen and Lily's murders, a friend had shown up at his home in an agitated state, going on about two sisters and how hard it was to kill someone. He pulled a bundle made up in a quilt, like the one the witness had seen a man carrying near the scene of the crime, out of his car. The man then smashed a gun with a hammer in the informant's yard and started a fire, in which he threw a woman's wallet, a knife, and other items. The informant went with the man as he buried the remnants from the fire and the quilt in a drainage ditch. The man who had come to the informant's home that day was named Edmund Beauregard Deegan. Deegan had a criminal record, mainly consisting of aggravated robbery, and still lived in Houston area. Outside of the times he had spent in state prison, it was largely unclear how he spent the 30 years since the murders, as he mainly worked odd jobs in construction that did not leave an employment record. Pictures of him from 1984 closely resemble the sketch of the strange man seen near the crime scene the morning of the murders. Deegan met with Sergeant Modard and admitted to knowing Wileen Kennedy. He had a wholesale used clothing business in the early 80s and had crossed paths with her in connection with her own clothing business. He said that he had last seen her a week before her death. He denied ever having any sort of sexual relationship with her. He voluntarily provided a DNA sample, which turned out to be a match to the profile extracted from Eileen's rape kit. On January 14, 2015, more than 30 years after the Kennedy sisters were killed, Deegan was arrested and charged with capital murder. Prosecutors were concerned about going to trial, however, even with the DNA evidence. They did not have physical evidence tying Deegan to Lily's murder and feared that trying him for both murders together would create reasonable doubt. They decided to offer him a plea deal in which he would only have to plead guilty to Eileen's murder. On February 20, 2017, Deegan pled guilty to Eileen's murder and received a sentence of 15 years. While this seems like a short sentence for such a serious crime, the actual time Deegan will spend in prison will in fact be even shorter. Under a Texas mandatory release law that applies to anyone convicted of murder that occurred between 1977 and 1987, Deegan will automatically be released from prison in 2024 instead of 2030. Since he had remained in custody since his arrest in 2015, he was eligible for parole just 5 months after his sentencing. Lily and Wileen's niece, Jackie Elliott, launched a media campaign urging members of the community to write to the parole board, discouraging Deegan's release. He was not granted parole and remains incarcerated. Timothy Coggins was a fun-loving and outgoing 23-year-old in 1983. He was known to be a good dancer, and he was very close with his 5 siblings. He could strike up a conversation with almost anyone he met. He was last seen alive on the night of October 7th when he went out dancing at the People's Choice Club in Griffin, Georgia. On October 9th, hunters discovered Timothy's disfigured body, discarded near some power lines, in the nearby town of Sunnyside. Timothy had been stabbed 30 times and dragged down the rural dirt road behind a vehicle. His injuries were so extensive that police could not identify him based on his appearance, and his family had to give him a closed casket funeral. The overkill involved in his murder led to fears that Timothy's death was meant to send a message. Tim had recently begun dating a white woman and had reportedly been socializing with another white woman at the People's Choice Club the night he was last seen. These were still dangerous things for a black man like Tim to do in that area of suburban Georgia at the time. Something his ride to the Tim's case was not a high priority to Sheriff James Freeman. Tim's case was not a high priority to Sheriff James Freeman, and resources were quickly diverted to more trivial crimes like vandalism and stolen mailboxes. Clint Phillips, who was the lead investigator on the case in 1983, described these attitudes and actions in court under oath in 2018. Tim's case had gone cold almost immediately, and Phillips had to close it after just a few months. Over half of the evidence collected at the scene would eventually disappear. It would be 34 years and 4 days before any arrest was made in Tim's case. On October 13, 2017, 5 people were arrested in connection to the case. Bill Moore Sr., 58, and Frankie Gebhardt, 59, were charged with murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, aggravated battery, and concealing a death. Gregory Huffman, 47, was charged with obstruction and violation of oath of office. Lamar Bunn, 32, and Sandra Bunn, 58, were both charged with obstruction. Moore and Gebhardt were brothers-in-law, and Sandra Bunn was Gebhardt's sister. Lamar Bunn was Sandra's son and Gebhardt's nephew. Moore and Gebhardt were the only two individuals charged with crimes directly tied to Tim's death. The other three individuals were accused of crimes committed long after the murder, carried out to help cover it up. Lamar Bunn was a part-time police officer who previously worked for the Lamar County Sheriff's Office and who, according to his arrest warrant, instructed Gebhardt on how to prevent having his DNA collected and met with other members of law enforcement in an attempt to prevent the collection of evidence in the case. Sandy Bunn was alleged to have instructed her brother on how to obstruct and prevent the collection of evidence. Gregory Huffman was a Spalding County Sheriff's Office detention officer accused of revealing the name of a confidential informant being used against Gebhardt. Following their arrests, Lamar Bunn was placed on unpaid administrative leave pending an investigation, and Huffman was fired. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation had reopened the case based on reports that Gebhardt, who was the one potential suspect identified in 1983, was bragging about the murder in prison. He was boasting to other inmates about how he and his brother-in-law had protected the white race from black people by killing a black man, although he exclusively used a racial slur that will not be repeated here to describe him. Gabbard has numerous white supremacist symbols tattooed on his body and was an outspoken supporter of a Jim Crow-era law that limited the rights of African Americans that the local government was trying to have taken off the books in the early 1980s. The white woman Tim had been socializing with on the night of October 7th, 1983 turned out to be Gebhardt's girlfriend. The report of Gebhardt's statements in prison prompted GBI agents to re-interview witnesses, many of whom said that they had been threatened into silence by Gebhardt in 1983. The renewed interest in the case in turn spurred even more eyewitnesses to come forward, and over 60 people were eventually interviewed by authorities. Gebhardt had apparently been very proud of his crime, and his involvement in the murder was apparently common knowledge, although fear of Gebhardt and his threats of violence kept the community quiet. One of the witnesses had been just 10 years old when he heard Gebhardt describe the gruesome crime in detail. Physical evidence, including a chain, a knife, and a shoe, was found thrown inside a well on Gebhardt's property. On June 26, 2018, a Spalding County jury found Frankie Gebhardt guilty of malice murder, felony murder, aggravated battery, aggravated assault, and concealing the death of another. He was sentenced to life in prison plus 30 years. Bill Moore was to go to trial later in 2018 on the exact same charges. But after Gippard's conviction, he agreed to a plea deal. The Coggins family was consulted about the deal and agreed to its terms. On August 16th, Moore pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter and concealing the death of another. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison plus 10 years of probation and will be eligible for parole. Judge Fletcher Sams placed an additional condition on the plea deal, barring Moore from ever returning to Spalding County, or any of its surrounding counties, should he ever be released from prison. Tim's niece Heather, who had been just 6 years old when her uncle died, told CNN that she was close enough to Moore in the courtroom to speak to him at his sentencing. "I told him that what he did to our family 35 years ago tore our family apart," she said. "Our grandmother went to her grave not knowing what happened to her son. I said, 'We forgive you. I hope that whoever you pray to, you ask for forgiveness and are forgiven. I also hope that you spend the rest of your natural life behind bars.'" Marcia Carter moved from Canton, Ohio to California with her husband and 3 sons in 1979. Within a few years, however, she and her husband divorced. By 1983, 25-year-old Marcia was in the city of Richmond and had a 4th child, a son she did not share with her ex-husband. The single mother managed to work as a purchasing agent for a manufacturing company to support her children, attend college, and sing in a rock band. Marcia's oldest sons, Dante, 11, Travis, 9, and Antoine, 7, saw their mother for the last time on the night of Tuesday, December 6th, before they went to bed. When they woke up the following morning, their mother was not in her bedroom, but a large pool of blood was. The frightened boys ran to get help from a neighbor, who came back to search the apartment. The boys' baby brother Andre, who was just days away from his first birthday, had been hidden under the bed, unharmed. 10 days later, Marsha's 1975 Mercury Monarch was found in the parking lot of a hotel in West Sacramento. Her body was inside of the car's trunk. She had been stabbed to death. Marsha's case went cold but was reopened in 2008. Blood evidence found on a piece of Marsha's clothing left behind in her bedroom was sent to the Contra Costa County Crime Lab, but there was a severe backlog of evidence that needed to be processed at the lab, so the samples from Marsha's case were not tested until 2016. When they were finally tested, they revealed a blood DNA profile belonging to the man Marsha's sons had always believed killed their mother. In September 2016, Cheryl L. Smothers was arrested and charged with Marsha's murder. Smothers and Marsha had previously dated. According to Marsha's sons, he did not take the end of their relationship well, and leading up to the murder, he had been waging a campaign of harassment against the family. He would smash windows at their apartment and make threatening phone calls. He would show up at the apartment, and Marsha would have to tell him to leave them alone and slam the door in his face. Marsha warned her sons to run if Smothers ever got close to them. When he was arrested, Smothers was confined to a wheelchair. He had been driving in a Corvette in 1988 when he was rear-ended by a drunk driver. He was hit with enough force to flip his car and was left partially paralyzed. He filed a lawsuit against General Motors after the accident and was awarded $6,100,000. He used some of this money to post his $1 million bail and remained out of custody while awaiting his trial. In addition to the blood evidence found in Marsha's bedroom, Contra Costa County prosecutors also had a witness who ultimately testified at trial that Smothers had tried to hire him to kill Marsha for $500 in 1983. He had recorded some of these conversations. Smothers had shown the witness a map of and pointed at locations where Marsha's body could be dumped. One of those locations was the hotel where Marsha's body was eventually located. By the time this man came forward, he was suffering from stage 4 lung cancer. He apologized to Marsha's sons for failing to come forward sooner. At the end of Smothers' trial, it took the jury only 3 hours of deliberation to reach a verdict. The reading of the verdict was delayed when Smothers failed to appear in court to hear it. A bench warrant was issued and he was arrested and brought to court so that the verdict could be read. He was found guilty. After Marsha's death, her 3 oldest sons had gone to live in Oakland with their father. When he had difficulty supporting them financially, they were sent back to Ohio to live with family members. They spoke at Smothers' sentencing about the impact their mother's death had on their lives. "We definitely wanted to say our piece to the court, how this affected us, the negative residual effects that have happened," Travis Carter told the court. "We're all doing much better now. We've become very successful individuals and businessmen. But it wasn't without a lot of pain, a lot of tears, poverty growing up, a lot of things that you don't want your kids to go through." Marsha's sons grew up sharing her love of music. They say it helped them cope with her loss, and Dante grew up to be a rapper. During his statement at Smothers' sentencing, Travis Carter also attributed their ability to handle Marsha's death to their faith. "We believe that we'll see her again," he said. "That's the positive part we take of our faith." Jordan relentlessly pursued Zara for nearly half a mile, embodying persistence and malevolence. Unaware of the looming danger, Zara continued her path, oblivious to the predator closing in. Emerging from the darkness like a ghost, Jordan seized her by the neck with one hand while covering her mouth with the other, silencing her screams and obstructing her breath. He dragged her into the forest's shadowy thicket, a forgotten corner where darkness and cruelty awaited. There, Zara's world turned into a living nightmare. Jordan brutally violated her body and soul, leaving her cries of pain and horror to dissolve into the merciless night. Despite her desperate resistance, her pleas went unheard, swallowed by the surrounding void. The horrifying assault spanned 9 agonizing minutes, an eternity for Zara, who was consumed by terror and hopelessness. When it was over, Jordan returned to his home, leaving behind a shattered life and an unrelenting nightmare. Yet, what if this was only the prologue to a deeper, darker story? What if the hidden truths of that terrible night unveiled an even more intricate and sinister reality? Secrets buried in the shadows of the past have the power to unravel lives and obliterate the remnants of hope and peace. Only by delving into the depths of these mysteries can answers be unearthed. Yet those answers may only lead to more unsettling questions. Zara Alina's story began in the winter of 1986, amidst the vast landscapes of Great Britain. She was the eldest of 5 children, born to a single mother who carried a history of resilience. In 1968, her mother had mysteriously left the slums of Pakistan to carve a new life in this corner of the UK, bringing with her untold secrets that might hold the key to understanding the darkness that eventually found Zara. Zara embodied the hopes and dreams of her parents, and her birth was an important event. She was the first granddaughter of Radha Parvin, and it brought her a special status in her community. From early childhood, Zara was surrounded by relatives who raised her to a pedestal, showering her with tenderness and care. She grew up surrounded by numerous generations, studying at a unique school of life where the rules were written in blood and betrayal. Despite their lack of finances, Zara's parents invested everything in their daughter's education, believing that she would be able to find everything she needed for a successful life. Their dreams were strong. Their hopes were stronger. But in this world of dark streets and hidden ambitions, Zara's life was in danger, hanging over her like a dark cloud. From early childhood, the fire of passion and hunger for life burned in Zara's heart. She dived into the world of tap dancing, where every movement, like a note in a symphony of passion, gave birth to beauty and harmony. Swimming was another passion of her soul, allowing her to escape from the gray everyday life and feel the wave of freedom. She always dressed exquisitely, as if creating a work of art from herself, embodying her dreams in every outfit. But that was just the beginning. When she skated for the first time, she felt new breath of freedom in her soul. Skating became not just a hobby for her, but a way of breathing, a way of expressing the deepest essence of her soul. Among those who knew Zara, no one was surprised to hear that she dreamed of becoming a lawyer. Her heart was full of desire to protect and help others because she was that bright ray of hope in a world full of evil. Her friendly nature sparkled with joy which was contagious like a fire in the dark. Her gaze and sparkling eyes promised miracles, and her black curly hair seemed to have been created to tempt fate. Her image was full of charm, like a magic potion mixing passion, kindness, and courage in an extraordinary cocktail of attractiveness. Already in her teens, she had the opportunity to travel around England and visit museums and galleries. She showed big interest in art and culture. These trips became an indicator of how independent she was. Later, trips to the rest of Europe followed. This was a clear confirmation that she inherited the desire for adventure from her relatives. It seemed she was following in the footsteps of her Aunt Farah, who, unlike the rest of the family, chose Portugal over the UK. It was fascinating for a young woman to see the work of her aunt, who worked as a psychotherapist in women's organizations. Zara visited her several times. After graduating from high school, her aspirations began to be realized when she got in the University Westminster. Since then, she worked hard to achieve her goals while taking care of her mother and grandmother at the same time. Her tiny figure was full of a passionate soul and unstoppable energy. Her sense of justice and equality was not limited to the walls of the lecture hall. On the contrary, the generous and caring Zara supported refugees fleeing violence and sought to give a voice to those who had less power. She also participated in volunteer work in community canteens to help the homeless. In general, she had a special habit of noticing the needs of others and always including them in her schedule. Zara was an easygoing girl. Her Aunt Smyra lived nearby, and she often visited her several times a week. While preparing for the exams, she asked her aunt to help her to study, but they always ended up laughing. Zara left a trail of joy behind her everywhere she went, as those who knew her at that time claimed. In addition, she was hardworking, covered all her expenses, and helped her family. She worked at a local clothing store and knew everyone in the area from teenagers to the elderly. She always greeted everyone with kindness and was willing to help if necessary. The young girl could talk for hours, but it did not affect her ability to listen carefully to others. Her generosity extended to all living creatures, and she especially loved cats. Sometimes she spent her own money to take stray cats to the vet, take care of them at home, or persuade neighbors to take them in. Her friend Sanji Naira described her as radiant and believed that her main gift was the ability to share optimism. When Sanji was in a bad mood, he turned to her for help. In Zara's life, there was a bright star whose name was engraved in the very depths of her heart: Carissa Peters. They were not just friends, but companions in the struggle for justice, for protection of women from violence and abuse. Their shared hobbies, especially in the field of women's rights, and it was the connecting thread that carried their friendship through difficulties and trials. Zara and Carissa were so close that they seemed to share the same soul. They easily entered each other's house as if they were their own shelters from the storms of the world, or talked on the phone almost every day discussing the news, their thoughts, and plans for the future. In 2002, after successfully passing the exams and completing her internship in law field, Zara had the opportunity to work in the Crown Prosecution Service. It was an important step and an integral part of her dream to become a full-fledged lawyer. To do this, she worked tirelessly even when her studies were interrupted by worries about her mother and grandmother as well as financial difficulties. This step was important not only for her but also for Carissa and for those who believed in her, who support her on this stormy journey to a bright future. On her first day at her new job, Zara couldn't help but be happy. She sent a smiley selfie to her friends and family, as if announcing to the whole world her new era of life. It wasn't just a new job. It was the last piece in the mosaic of her dreams. She had been coming to this for so long that she could hardly believe in her own happiness. Working as an administrator might seem a secondary post, but for Zara, it was a giant step towards her goal. At the age of 35, she realized that a new stage in her life was beginning, and this made her heart beat with extraordinary force. It wasn't just a working day. It was the beginning of a new era, an era when she felt fulfilled and happy. The new job strengthened her confidence in the fact that it was time to create her own family. She dreamed of her children, how they would be happy and protected, how they would live in a world filled with love and harmony. At that moment, Zara realized that every new day was a step towards her happiness, a step towards her dream of having her own family. With such an active life between work, volunteering, friends, and the attentive care of her mother and grandmother with whom she lived in a separate room when necessary, Zara loved to walk. She liked to move freely. She didn't bother with small things. She could easily put a pair of shoes in her bag to change them for sneakers when needed. Zara believed that a woman should be able to move freely without any obstacles, and even more so that no one should have deprived them of this right. But near her house, there was a man whose existence completely took away this woman's right. His name was Jordan McSweeney. He was a few years younger than Zara, and it was unknown where he was from. One Saturday evening, when the sun had already set below the horizon, Zara was going to meet a friend. Even though she was not in the mood, she decided not to cancel the meeting. Zara's word was as strong as steel, and she always stuck to her promises, not allowing her mood to dictate her actions. Her devotion was as steady as a rock, and she was ready to walk through thick and thin for the sake of her friends. Before leaving, Zara picked up the phone to talk to Aunt Farah, but this time there was a certain anxiety in her voice that did not go unnoticed. Her aunt asked her to be careful, and Zara realized that even if she wasn't going to go far from home, the world around her seemed strange and unpredictable that evening. But she stubbornly told herself that she knew every dark corner of the city, and her name was known to everyone who had ever looked at her. But something about this evening made her heart beat faster, and Zara decided to be more careful. At the appointed time, she met her friend at a local bar called the Ilford Big Spoon, located on the West End of London. Ilford is a lively and diverse London area, an ideal place for dinner and gatherings, so the girls visited this place that Saturday evening. Then they went to another bar, and there Zara drank a couple glasses of water. At the same time, Jordan was having one drink after another at another nearby nightclub. An idea was forming in his mind, and he refused to resist it. He intended to find a woman to attack that evening. Surveillance cameras recorded how Jordan met women at the entrance to the club, hugged them without their consent, and tried to kiss them. He was particularly persistent with one of the employees, despite her obvious reluctance. He was kicked out of the club a little after 23 o'clock, and his inappropriate behavior remained recorded on cameras. When he came out, His actions were recorded by cameras as he walked along Romford Street towards the park. Seeing the woman walking, Jordan followed her and approached her closely. Although she tried to avoid him by entering the store, he was waiting for her outside. When the woman cautiously left, Jordan followed her again. Then he walked down the other side of the street, leaving her in sight. However, when the woman entered her house, Jordan had no choice but to continue on his way. According to the surveillance camera's data at about 2 a.m. on Cranbrook Street, Jordan noticed a woman approaching him. Suddenly, he quickened his pace, approaching her. But on the video, you can see that 2 passing witnesses noticed Jordan's strange actions. Despite the man's suspicious behavior, the woman returned home safely, leaving Jordan surprised and annoyed. He returned to Cranbrook Street without success. At this time, Zara and her friend, deciding to return home, left the bar when it was 2 a.m. A friend took a taxi, preferring convenience, while Zara, given the short distance and good weather, decided to walk. They parted, and Zara headed down the residential street of Cranbrook, which is a 10-minute walk from her house. That's when Jordan noticed her. According to the Chief Inspector Dave Williams, Jordan had a clear intention. He was going to attack a woman that night regardless of the location. Cranbrook Street remained busy even in the early morning hours. There was a constant flow of traffic. At the age of 13, Jordan had already been sentenced in Kent Juvenile Court for various offenses committed between 2006 and 2009. In August 2010, when he was 17 years old, he was found guilty of assaulting a girl, leaving her with a swollen eye, and he was given a 4-month detention and correction period. 11 years later, he attacked another woman, and he was again banned from approaching a woman, this time for 3 years. During this time, he had no right to contact her directly or indirectly. By 2010, Jordan had 28 convictions for 69 crimes, including theft, assaults on police and the public, criminal cases, theft of motor vehicles, traffic violations, committing crimes with bail, and shoplifting. On his page on a well-known social network, he bragged about having a huge collection of weapons and in general extolled a criminal lifestyle to the sky, posting different photos and quotes. He also posted fake pictures saying that the FBI was looking for him. On June 17, 2022, he was released on parole after being sentenced to prison for criminal damage, racially aggravated harassment, and illegal carrying of a bladed weapon. One of the conditions was meetings with a parole officer. Jordan settled into a van on St. Valentine Street in a 130 acres park in the south of Gun Hill, the largest green space in London's Red Bridge district. He again violated all agreements and, true to his criminal background, missed not 1 but 2 meetings with a parole officer. As a result, the authorities refused to give him the advantage. The parole service began the procedure for returning him to prison on June 22, 2022, but they did not immediately inform the police, but only 2 days later. Early on Saturday morning, June 25th, police visited Jordan's mother's house to arrest him and found an unpleasant surprise. He was not there. Around 2:30 a.m. on June 26, 2022, the streets of Ilford witnessed a terrible crime. Zara was found on the sidewalk with signs of abuse on her body. Her belongings were scattered as if the mess in her life was embodied in the streets. Her body was bruised, her clothes were torn, and her eyes showed struggle for survival. A woman passing by immediately realized that the situation was extremely serious. Without hesitation, she began to give Zara a closed chest massage and do CPR, trying to give her the last hope of survival. But the injuries inflicted on her body turned out to be too serious. Even with all the help of passers-by and emergency medical help, it was too late. Zara fought for her life, but the severe wounds and brutality of the crime were too strong. At 9:58 a.m. on Sunday, she passed away, leaving only the painful traces of a struggle behind. At that time, at about 11 a.m. in the park, Jordan, recorded by security cameras, was getting rid of evidence, throwing out his clothes. With his indifferent and cold-blooded demeanor, it became clear that this was not a random act of violence. The police responded quickly and knocked on Zara's grandmother's door, asking her to identify her granddaughter from the bar's video footage. When she confirmed that it was her, the police finally explained to her what had happened. Zara's uncle, Qasim Alina, called the rest of the family, including Aunt Farah, to tell them what had happened. In Portugal, her aunt, crying, remembered the call on Saturday night. After she broke the news to her children, Farah immediately flew to London. The family was in shock, trembling with horror. It was difficult for all of them to eat, sleep, or talk. Although they hardly dared to mention Zara's death, they also could not think of anything else. Meanwhile, detectives immediately began investigating the area where Zara was found. One of the first steps was to collect video footage from surveillance cameras to track the attacker's movements. This, along with the bloody fingerprints left near the scene, allowed them to identify Jordan. They then tracked his location using a video surveillance system. After receiving images of the main suspect, Inspector Dave sent an officer to Gun Hill to check if anyone else recognized Jordan. The operation was successful, and almost immediately they found Jordan sleeping in his van. The authorities immediately arrested him. Confused and stunned, Jordan had no resistance during the arrest. Clothes and shoes stained with blood were found in his trailer, which Jordan was trying to get rid of. Despite many hours of interrogation, Jordan remained silent, refusing to reveal his name or give details of his life. At the same time, new video footage continued to appear, allowing police to reconstruct the chronology of events. The crime led parole officer Justin Russell to highlight a number of errors in the treatment of Jordan. It was noted that Jordan had been a criminal since the age of 16, both in and out of prison, which made him a high-risk criminal. He had been a high-risk criminal since the age of 16, but it turned out that he had not been treated appropriately. They should have taken more urgent measures to return him to prison after he missed scheduled supervision appointments upon release from detention, but they didn't do it. On Wednesday, June 29th, through a press release read by the police, Zara's family expressed how shocking the last few days have been. Logically, for them, it was an irreparable loss. Nevertheless, they stressed that the warmth and kindness shown by people were valuable to them and served as evidence of the strength of their beloved Zara's spirit. The family had a lot to do, and they needed to find strength. Aunt Farah communicated with the media and met with the police. Despite the shock and grief, her family, especially her aunt, taking into account her own experience in this field, knew that it was necessary to control the situation and protect Zara from accusations from certain media. On July 1, 2022, a preliminary hearing was held in the Jordan case. And on September 30th the same year, a date was set for a hearing to prepare testimony in the trial. However, on the day of the scheduled trial, Jordan did not show up due to a positive test for COVID-19, and the hearing had to be postponed. On Saturday, July 2nd, a memorial service was held in memory of Zara, organized by her family, which took place on the way to her home, symbolizing the last journey that never ended. At this service, many of those present were dressed in white, symbolizing a silent walk. The event was attended by a coalition of more than 120 organizations specializing in supporting women, expressing solidarity in the fight against violence. It was one of the many groups that worked with Zara Alina's family. As they stated in the media, they demanded justice and taking responsibility. Additionally, they asked to focus on what they considered a priority and key issue, to resist violence from men and to stop the acts of violators. At a preliminary hearing before the investigation at the East London court in Walthamstow, crime scene investigator Nadia Persut said she believes there is reason that local police officers could and should have taken more action to find Jordan before his attack on Zara. Consequently, she expressed the opinion that jury should resolve this issue. In addition, this investigation should have included the actions of the staff of corrections facilities for corrections facilities for probationers. According to Nadia, this process was supposed to last a month. On November 16, 2022, Jordan also did not appear at the hearing despite being told that this was mandatory. Thus, the meeting was organized via video call. This time, he pleaded guilty. Prosecutor Oliver Glasgow then described him as extremely unfit candidate for bail. This opinion was also supported by Judge Chima Grove. As for the verdict, the judge postponed it until December 14th the same year. Approaching this date, Jordan again refused to appear in court. But even this did not prevent Jordan from being sentenced to life in prison with a minimum sentence of 33 years in prison for the murder of Zara Alina. The accused and his representatives filed an appeal, and the sentence was reduced to 33 years in prison. The judge stated that the fact that Zara was unconscious, did not feel anything, and did not suffer reduced his sentence. Just 4 months later, it became known that Jordan had an intimate relationship with a woman who worked at the Belmar Correctional Service in South London, but was not a direct employee of the prison services. The Metropolitan Police later announced that a 32-year-old woman, whose identity was not disclosed, had been arrested and was under investigation on suspicion of misconduct in a public office. As for Zara Alina's family, everyone remembers Zara with love and pride. They still miss her. For her part, Aunt Farah continues to speak out against violence against women and girls. In March 2023, she joined a march organized by various groups seeking to draw attention to the issue and raise awareness. The protesters marched through the commercial district of West London to Trafalgar Square. Among various slogans, they stated that the lack of action against male violence is equal to abuse by the state. The tragic loss of Zara Alina has only added dark shades to this bloody picture of violence that consumes the hearts and minds of those who seek to change the world. The case of Lori Sars, a pregnant woman whose body was discovered in a city landfill, underscores how even the smallest deception can spiral into devastating consequences. Lies often have motives, whether to evade punishment, gain an advantage, or maintain appearances. Sometimes, they are told to protect confidentiality or spare someone's feelings. For Lori Sars, however, a seemingly minor lie initiated a chain of events that ended in a heartbreaking tragedy. Her mysterious disappearance in 2004 sent shockwaves through Salt Lake City and drew nationwide attention. Her husband, Mark Hacking, reported her missing, prompting an intense search effort that captivated the country. But as the investigation unfolded, the harrowing truth behind Lori's disappearance emerged. Mark's web of lies, rooted in childhood trauma and a fear of failure, unraveled under scrutiny. The case became a media sensation, covered extensively in television programs and dramatized in films, spotlighting the destructive power of dishonesty and its ripple effects on loved ones. Lori Sars, later known as Lori Hacking, was born on December 31st in 1970, in Fullerton, California. Her story began in the most unlikely of places, a children's orphanage, where she was placed immediately after birth, with no trace of her biological parents. At the age of 2, her life took a hopeful turn when she was adopted by Thelma and Geraldo Suarez, a deeply religious couple. Geraldo, originally from the vibrant city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, had settled in Fullerton to teach Portuguese and English at Sunny Hills High School. The tragic circumstances of Lori's life and untimely death highlight the far-reaching impact of lies, not only on the individuals who tell them but also on those who are drawn into their consequences. Her story serves as a stark reminder of how deception can unravel lives and destroy trust, leaving heartbreak in its wake. It was amidst the bustling streets of Rio de Janeiro in the early 70s where he crossed paths with Thelma. Their shared mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints cemented their bond, leading to a union in matrimony. Despite their devotion, biological children eluded them, but their hearts remained open to the blessings of adoption. Their journey brought them to Fullerton in the late 70s, where they embraced parenthood with open arms, welcoming Lori into their lives. In 1987, another addition, a son named Paul, completed their family. However, life's journey took an unexpected turn, leading the couple down separate paths, and the adopted children found solace under Thelma's care. Relocating to the tranquil town of Orem, Utah, mother and children forged ahead. Lori and Paul flourished, traversing the halls of local high schools and later venturing into the realms of higher education. Lori in particular blossomed into a compassionate, spirited young woman, her warmth and kindness touching the lives of all who crossed her path. Amidst the tapestry of her upbringing, Lori found love for the first time at the age of 19, a chapter in her life marked by the gentle whispers of romance and the promise of a future yet to unfold. Lori's path, intertwined with that of her future husband, Mark Douglas Hacking. Born in April 1976 in the heart of North Carolina, Mark hailed from a lineage of esteemed medical professionals. As the youngest of 3 sons in the illustrious hacking family, Mark inherited a legacy of excellence. His father, Douglas Hacking, stood as a prominent pediatrician, while his mother, Helena, contributed her expertise as a nurse. Mark's older brothers, Scotty and Lance, carved their own paths of success in the realm of science. Mark exuded an aura of determination and ambition, mirroring the aspirations of his esteemed kin. With dreams of pursuing a medical career akin to his family members, Mark radiated care and attentiveness, embodying the essence of a devoted family man. It was under the serendipitous veil of fate that Lori crossed paths with Mark, and from that moment their bond remained unbroken. After 5 years of nurturing their romance, the couple took the leap into matrimony, forging a life together within the quaint confines of Salt Lake City, Utah. By then, Lori had already flourished in her career, ascending to the role of senior assistant manager in a prestigious company, while Mark, with honors adorning his academic journey, embarked on his medical odyssey at the University of Utah. Amidst their shared joy, the couple reveled in the anticipation of impending parenthood, with Lori's pregnancy casting a radiant glow upon their lives. Plans for a new chapter unfurled as they prepared to relocate to North Carolina, where Mark would pursue his medical residency and Lori her professional endeavors. Theirs was a tapestry of promise and potential, woven with dreams of a blissful future. Yet fate's cruel hand intervened on July 19, 2004, shattering their idyllic existence. Lori, 3 months pregnant, vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void of uncertainty and despair. Mark's frantic attempts to reach her on that fateful day were met with eerie silence, signaling the onset of a harrowing ordeal. As the days stretched into an agonizing abyss of unanswered questions, the mystery of Lori's disappearance veiled their once bright future in a shroud of darkness. Several hours elapsed before Mark made his way to the police station, his heart heavy with worry as he reported the inexplicable disappearance of his 27-year-old pregnant wife. According to Mark's account, Lori had ventured to a nearby park in the morning, a routine part of her pre-work exercise regimen, but failed to return home thereafter. Initially assuming she had proceeded directly to her workplace, Mark's concern deepened upon discovering Lori had left her phone behind. As he recounted the events to attentive police officers, Mark's voice trembled with apprehension. However, protocol dictated that a formal search for a missing adult would commence only after a 24-hour period had elapsed since the disappearance. Undeterred by bureaucratic timelines, Mark resolved to initiate his search, driven by the fear that Lori may have fallen ill and required assistance. Setting out to the park where Lori had intended to visit that day, Mark's hopes were dashed upon finding her car parked at the neighborhood's periphery, yet no sign of Lori in sight. Returning home, he embarked on a relentless quest, reaching out to friends, relatives, and colleagues in a desperate bid for information. Their collective response echoed his distress, with no one having seen or heard from Lori on that fateful day. Word of Lori's disappearance quickly spread, igniting a groundswell of community concern. Before law enforcement intervened, hundreds of individuals comprising relatives, friends, acquaintances, and concerned citizens rallied to join the search effort. Together, they combed the vicinity, engaging neighbors, local vendors, and passers-by in their quest for any semblance of information while plastering the area with flyers adorned with Lori's visage, a poignant plea for her safe return. On July 20th, as the official report of Lori's disappearance emerged, the news swiftly reached the media, casting a pall of concern over Salt Lake City. In response, the relatives of the missing woman convened a press conference, their faces etched with worry, beseeching the community for assistance. Mark, Lori's husband, stood at the forefront, his anguish palpable as tears streamed down his cheeks, imploring anyone with information about his pregnant wife's whereabouts to come forward. By nightfall, a groundswell of support had materialized, with nearly 1,000 individuals joining the search effort. As police scrutinized Lori's abandoned car, a perplexing detail emerged. Despite Lori's petite stature, the driver's seat had been adjusted to accommodate someone much larger, a discrepancy too glaring to ignore. Further confounding investigators, a key revelation surfaced during a search of the hacking residence. the discovery of the car keys, purportedly found in the park. The incongruity was glaring. How could the keys be within the home if Lori, as Mark had claimed, had departed in the car and never returned? This turn of events immediately raised suspicions about Mark. He claimed that the keys had been left in the ignition when he discovered the car, so he simply took them out and brought them home. While this explanation wasn't enough to detain him, it certainly warranted closer scrutiny from law enforcement. Soon, suspicions about his involvement in his wife's disappearance were substantiated in a most unexpected manner. Overwhelmed by grief, Mark's behavior took a bizarre turn. The day after Lori was reported missing, police received reports of Mark running naked through the city streets, his cries unintelligible. His distraught demeanor and erratic actions prompted a psychiatric evaluation, raising questions about his mental state. While many attributed his breakdown to the stress of his wife's disappearance, police speculated that it could have been a ploy to feign insanity and evade accountability. As Mark underwent psychiatric assessment, investigators obtained permission to conduct a thorough search of the couple's residence. What they discovered painted a chilling picture: traces of blood in the marital bedroom alongside remnants of stained bedding. Curiously, a new mattress, purchased on the morning of July 19th, the day Lori vanished according to Mark's account, had replaced the old one. Moreover, concealed within the closet lay a sizable kitchen knife, its blade bearing what appeared to be dried blood. But the most damning evidence awaited investigators in the living room. An envelope addressed to Mark lay conspicuously on a table containing a letter purportedly written by Lori herself. In the letter, Lori accused Mark of betraying her trust throughout their marriage, declaring their need to part ways. This revelation cast a grim shadow over the investigation, suggesting a far darker truth behind Lori's disappearance, one that hinted at betrayal and potential foul play. This revelation finally convinced law enforcement that Mark was directly implicated in his wife's disappearance. The only remaining task was to unravel the events of July 19th. A breakthrough in shedding light on the situation came from Mark's father, Douglas Hacking. According to Douglas, Mark had never graduated from the University of Utah nor become a certified psychologist. He had been expelled 2 years prior, shortly after marrying Lori. Fearful of disappointing his beloved and his family, Mark continued to masquerade as a student, fabricating assignments and defending his diploma in a parade that snowballed out of control. Mark's confession to his father made just a month before the tragedy laid bare the extent of his deceit. He attributed his actions to familial pressure, feeling compelled to match the success of his relatives in the medical field. As the sole breadwinner in their family, Lori remained oblivious to the truth, with Douglas unknowingly enabling Mark by providing financial support. When the time came for Mark to defend his diploma, Douglas arranged an interview at a medical school in North Carolina, only to discover Mark's lack of credentials. Despite Douglas's insistence that Mark come clean to Lori, he persisted in his deception, claiming acceptance to the medical school on the premise of his fictitious psychology degree. Unbeknownst to Mark, Douglas took matters into his own hands and divulged the truth to Lori's sister. Shocked by the revelation, Lori grappled with the betrayal of 2 years' worth of lies from her husband, compounded by the fact that she was carrying his child. Wrestling with her shattered trust, Lori confided in her closest friend, seeking solace and guidance in the midst of overwhelming uncertainty. On July 25th, 6 days following Lori's disappearance, Mark, confined to a psychiatric hospital, was visited by his older brothers, where he divulged a chilling confession. He had taken the life of his pregnant wife, Lore, with a .22 caliber rifle. However, he withheld specific details initially, leaving investigators to piece together the grim events that transpired in the Hacking household. During a search of the local hospital's dumpster, authorities uncovered a spring mattress, meticulously cut into pieces, stained with blood and dark hair. An expertise later confirmed to belong to Lori. Mark hinted to his brothers that he had similarly dismembered Lori's body, bagged it, and disposed of it in a dumpster. Despite exhaustive efforts, no trace of her remains surfaced, prompting a massive search of the city's landfill by police and volunteers. Amidst mounting evidence of Mark's culpability, legal complexities loomed. Though law enforcement harbored no doubts regarding his involvement, the absence of a body posed challenges. Nevertheless, on August 2nd, Mark faced formal charges of first-degree murder and obstructing an investigation, leading to his transfer to a mental health facility within the jail. A grim discovery on August 9th marked a critical breakthrough. Human remains were unearthed at the landfill, confirmed through expert examination to be Laurie's. Subsequent investigations revealed a harrowing narrative. On July 18th, Laurie penned a note to Mark expressing her intent to divorce him upon discovering his web of lies, fabrications about his education, aspirations, and reliance on familial support. Unwilling to accept Laurie's decision, Mark resorted to an unthinkable act of violence. In the dead of night, as Laurie slept, he callously ended her life with a single gunshot to the head. What followed was a calculated effort to conceal his heinous crime, orchestrating a facade of her disappearance. As legal proceedings unfolded, initial plans for seeking the death penalty underscored the gravity of Mark's actions, casting a shadow of justice over a tragic saga of deceit and destruction. For Mark, however, lingering doubts persisted regarding his awareness at the time of the crime. Subsequently, the penalty was revised to life imprisonment. Only in April 2005, under mounting evidence and legal counsel's advisement, did the accused confess to the murder. Yet, he remained unable to articulate a motive for his actions. Tearfully, he lamented Laurie's significance in his life, expressing profound fear of losing her. On that fateful night, he claimed to have lost control, seized by a delirium that led him to fatally shoot his pregnant wife as she slept. Mark attributed his mental instability to familial pressures, which he perceived as relentless demands for academic excellence and unattainable standards. Following his university withdrawal, he bore the weight of shame for failing to meet these expectations, spiraling into a web of deceit from which he could not escape. Throughout court proceedings, Mark appeared in a bulletproof vest, facing incessant death threats. On June 6, 2005, the defendant was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life imprisonment, eligible for parole no sooner than 2035. Despite Mark and his legal team's appeals, all attempts to overturn the verdict were fruitless. Upon hearing the verdict, the murderer himself acknowledged the prison as his rightful abode, acknowledging the impossibility of fully atoning for his actions. The consequences of his unfathomable crime reverberated, leaving irreparable scars on the lives of all involved. Laurie's family made the poignant decision to erase the name Hacking from her headstone, laying her to rest under her maiden name, Suarez. For Thelma, this symbolic act served to sever ties with the man who had robbed her of her daughter and the promise of a future grandchild. A year into his incarceration, authorities discovered that Hacking was profiting from the sale of personal items, including autographs, palm prints, and even prison letterheads on an online murder auction website. Upon being interviewed, Hacking voluntarily ceased this activity and expressed remorse for his actions. Remarkably, in the years following his imprisonment, Hacking maintained correspondence with his former mother-in-law, Thelma Suarez. Despite the deep anguish of her loss, Thelma, guided by her faith, extended forgiveness to her son-in-law and endeavored to find solace amidst the enduring pain. The tragic case of Laurie Suarez became the focal point of an episode in the television series Escape. It also sparked extensive discussions on various talk shows and documentary projects, including being featured as the inaugural episode of the crime television series, Lies Worth Dying For. Julia Madsen lived in Clifton, New Jersey, with her husband, Edward, who had been her high school sweetheart. Together, they had 2 grown children, Guy and Eileen, as well as 3 grandsons, whom they affectionately called Mina. Over the years, Julia and Ed had opened and operated several restaurants throughout New Jersey. While Ed focused on the culinary side of the business, Julia's warm and outgoing personality made her the perfect hostess. She was always quick to help her extended family, but treasured the time spent with just her husband, children, and grandchildren. Julia drove a black Chrysler Sebring convertible, a gift from her son, Guy. She loved cruising around in it with the top down, wearing oversized Jackie O-style sunglasses and enjoying her favorite tunes, especially the music of the Beach Boys. In the summer of 2009, the Madsens were busy with celebrations. On June 19th, Julia and Ed hosted a dinner for their children and families to celebrate their 50th wedding anniversary, which fell on June 20th. The following day, June 21st, was a special day as the family celebrated both Julia's 72nd birthday and Father's Day. Later that month, Julia and Ed traveled to South Seaside Park in Berkeley Township, New Jersey, to stay at their Sun Guy's yellow brick beach house, which was just steps from the beach. The entire family planned to spend an extended period together at the shore, celebrating Ed's 74th birthday on June 26th and then Independence Day on July 4th. Around 7 p.m. on June 21st, Julia mentioned to Ed that she was going to take a quick walk on the beach. Ed, struggling with knee issues, had difficulty walking on sand and climbing the set of wooden stairs that led over the dunes to the beach. With only one house separating their yellow beach house from the beach, Julia's walk was to be a brief one. She gave Ed a quick kiss before heading out the door, and Ed settled in to watch a Yankees game on television. Around 8:20, Ed realized that his wife was not home yet. Her walks were usually not this long, so he began looking for her, first in the backyard and then at the beach. He was able to struggle up the stairs over the dunes, thinking that Julia will be easy to spot on the beach and the pink shirt and white pants she was wearing that day. He could not see her amongst the other people still on the beach. He called out her name several times, but got no answer. He returned to the house to check to make sure that Julia had not arrived home in the time it had taken him to get to the beach and back, which was not a quick trip due to the poor shape his knees were in. Julia was not in the home or in the backyard. Ed checked with some friends who lived nearby, but they had not seen Julia. Ed then got in his car and began driving around town in case Julia had decided against taking her walk along the beach. He did not find her. At 9 o'clock, Ed called the police. Ocean County's population has the highest percentage of senior citizens out of all the counties in New Jersey, with 25% of the population falling into this category. Many people dream of retiring by the ocean, and there are dozens of retirement communities and nursing homes along the coast. Berkeley Township Police are therefore used to receiving such reports of missing seniors, and had at least one such incident per week on average. Typically, these incidents are resolved very quickly. Julia's case, however, would not be typical. The search for Julia initially consisted of the Berkeley Township Police, her husband, and her children, but soon swelled to include hundreds of volunteers. The Ocean County Sheriff's Office, New Jersey State Police, and the Coast Guard were all also involved in the case. Volunteers passed out flyers with Julia's picture and went door to door in South Seaside Park asking for information and potential sightings of Julia. A helicopter searched the area from the air, and tracking dogs were brought in to help. In July, Texas EquiSearch joined the effort and provided use of a specialized drone to look for Julia. Boats searched the ocean and other area waterways. Homes, yards, and nearby Island Beach State Park were all searched by volunteers. No sign of Julia was found. The Matson family has spoken highly of the efforts made by law enforcement and of the thoroughness of all the volunteers who came to their aid. The diligence shown by everyone involved in the search makes the complete lack of clues in the case even more confusing. A complicating factor in Julia's disappearance was the fact that she was beginning to show signs of Alzheimer's disease. While it would be easy to blame her disappearance on the disease, several aspects of her case seem to count it as the primary reason why she remains missing. It is a part of the story of her disappearance, but not necessarily the dominant aspect of it. Julia had never gotten lost or wandered off before, and she was still well enough that she was still allowed to drive. She only had occasional problems, and no one felt that she needed to be continuously supervised. Julia's mother had suffered from dementia, and Julia's experiences of caring for her mother may have made her more vigilant about her own health, which may be why she received such an early diagnosis. It is possible, though, that her symptoms worsened and she had an episode related to her Alzheimer's after she left home on the night of June 25th. The fact that she went missing towards the end of the day potentially supports this. Many patients with Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia experience a phenomenon known as sundowning. Their symptoms, like agitation and confusion, become worse in the late afternoon and early evening. It is not fully understood why this happens. Since Julia disappeared during this time of day, her mild symptoms could have escalated while she was out on her walk. However, this does not explain why she has never been found. There was only one road to come in or go out of town, so she would have had trouble wandering out of town on her own even if she were in a confused state. Given the major campaign her family organized to distribute her picture in the area, someone should have seen her eventually if she was just unsure of how to make her way home. If Julia's Alzheimer's caused her to lost or confused, she would not have been in a position mentally to be able to evade detection in town. She was in no position to make her way out of town on purpose either, as she had left behind absolutely everything at her son's beach house, including her car, money, and driver's license. In 2012, it became apparent that even if Julia had passed away the night she disappeared, her remains were no longer in the area. South Seaside Park was hit by Hurricane Sandy, which devastated the beach and upturned much of the earth in the area. Detective Joseph Santoro of the Berkeley Police, who has been working on Julia's case since the very beginning, believes that Julia's remains would have been found after the storm or during the extensive reconstruction effort if they were still in town. If Julia did leave town, dead or alive, an unknown party would be involved in her disappearance. Julia's son, Guy, has stated that he believes his mother met with foul play. Given the fact that Julia was last seen on her way to the beach, the ocean could potentially play a part in her disappearance. However, it seems unlikely that Julia went into the water the night she vanished. The fact that Julia was fully clothed and not wearing a bathing suit is the most obvious clue that she did not go into the ocean. Furthermore, Julia did not like to swim in the ocean. So even if she did become confused due to her Alzheimer's, her instinct would not have been to walk into the water. Even if Julia had inexplicably gone into the ocean, that should have resulted in a quick resolution to the case. According to Ed, there were other people on the beach and in the ocean when he went there to look for Julia on the night she disappeared. If a fully clothed woman had wandered into the water, it probably would have gotten the attention of others, especially since Julia was dressed in such bright colors that night. Also, even if Julia did go into the water and drown, her body should have turned up. Someone had drowned in that stretch of ocean just the year before Julia disappeared, and his body was brought back in by the waves within 3 days. On June 25, 2019, 10th anniversary of Julia's disappearance, Julia's family held a memorial service at the Holy Cross Cemetery in North Arlington, New Jersey. Julia's name is inscribed on a family headstone along with the year she went missing, but the lack of certainty about what happened to her led her family to include a question mark after the year. The approximately 40 friends and family members in attendance mainly wore pink and white, the colors Julia was last seen wearing. The memorial service will be the last formal gathering to mark Julia's disappearance until the family is finally able to give her a proper burial. The only small consolation Julia's family has is the fact that she never had to go through a mental decline like she had seen her mother experience, and that the last memories they have of her were ones where she was still vibrant and aware. They are so hopeful that they will find out what happened to Julia and will be able to lay her to rest below the family headstone. The Matson family is currently offering a $75,000 reward for information that resolves Julia's case. On July 18, 2020, Maria Luisa Asardino checked into the Lamb Mission Hotel in Manuel Antonio, located in the Costa Rican province of Puntarenas. Accompanied by her small dog, Mafilda, whom she treated like family, Maria Luisa settled in for what seemed to be a typical vacation. Her first day passed without incident. She spent time at the beach, dined at a local restaurant, and enjoyed some drinks. However, the following day took a much darker turn. At precisely 16:30, Maria Luisa requested a bottle of wine, mineral water, and 2 glasses to be delivered to her room. She did not mention expecting any guests, leading staff to assume she was planning to relax alone. The rest of the afternoon and evening passed with no recorded movement from her room, raising no immediate alarms. By July 20th, hotel staff became concerned when they were unable to reach her. A staff member who had spoken with Maria Luisa earlier recalled that she had mentioned living alone following a recent separation from her partner and traveling with only her pet, Mafilda. Maria Luisa had also confided in the staff member that the ongoing pandemic had negatively affected her mental health, and she had been looking forward to a break. Given their inability to contact her and the concern over her well-being, hotel staff decided to perform a routine safety check. When they arrived at her room, they found the main door locked from the inside. They then approached the emergency exit, designed for guests traveling with pets, and found it partially open. Upon entering the room through this exit, they were immediately confronted with an unpleasant odor and visible bloodstains in several areas. Mafalda was discovered alive, but visibly frightened in a corner of the room and avoided contact with staff members, likely due to trauma or fear. On the bed lay a motionless figure wrapped in a sheet. It was the lifeless body of Maria Luisa Acidino. Maria Luisa Acidino was a respected anesthesiologist, highly esteemed in her field. At 43 years old, she served as the head of the Department of Anesthesiology and Rehabilitation at Sima Hospital in Escazú. Her colleagues adored her for her unwavering dedication to her profession, especially during the early stages of the pandemic when she worked tirelessly to help patients through challenging times. Maria Luisa, as a dedicated medical professional, offered significant support to her loved ones. She arranged health insurance, coordinated medical appointments, and played a crucial role for the Acidino family. Always willing to assist whenever necessary, Maria Luisa's parents lived in Fortuna, San Carlos. This distance made it difficult for her to be with them all the time. Her friends described her as a strong, intelligent, and friendly woman who had a zest for traveling both within Costa Rica and abroad. Her impeccable reputation was well known. The news of her tragic death shocked Costa Rica and her family members deeply. How could anyone have ill intentions towards someone like Maria Luisa? The mystery surrounding this case began immediately after staff discovered her lifeless body. The crime scene was not only disturbing due to the violence inflicted upon Maria Luisa, but also because of the complexities that arose once her rented hotel room was accessed. Exploring the details found in this case starts by looking at the hotel room in Costa Rica. Let's begin with access protocols. Similar to many hotels globally, this establishment kept records of magnetic key usage in guest rooms. Each card entry is logged along with its associated code. This makes it possible to identify if it was a guest or hotel employee. In Maria Luisa's case, no unauthorized key accesses were recorded. Only her own entries were noted from the previous night onwards, indicating no subsequent entries until she was found. Yet there was another potential entry point, a sliding glass door at the rear side of the room, which could only be locked from inside. This meant that while there wasn't any lockable entry through this door, since it didn't use a magnetic key system, it remained possible someone could have entered if Maria Luisa had either permitted them entry or accidentally left it unlocked after opening it herself. This scenario remained feasible that someone may have gained access through that sliding door or taken advantage of an unlocked state to carry out this tragic act against Maria Luisa. After finding the body, hotel staff quickly called the police. When authorities examined the scene, they swiftly determined that Maria Luisa Acidino had been murdered. Her body showed significant damage, and it was clear she had suffered severe torment from a very angry assailant. Forensic experts gathered evidence, established the cause of death, and scrutinized all details to identify the suspect. Due to the nature of the injuries, officials suggested Maria Luisa's family hold a closed casket funeral. The autopsy exposed bite marks scattered across her body and noted 2 broken fingernails, pointing to an attempt at self-defense. An additional detail revealed during the autopsy was that the perpetrator had washed her body. According to the criminalist's report, Maria Luisa was killed on the bed, indicated by a large amount of blood found there. Afterward, the killer moved her body to the bathroom, cleaned it, dried it, wrapped it in a sheet, and returned it to the bed. Despite attempts to remove evidence, blood traces were abundant, covering floors, walls, curtains, and bed linens, highlighting the brutality of the attack. Experts took numerous photographs and collected every piece of physical evidence before proceeding with a thorough autopsy. The police started questioning hotel staff and guests to gather more clues. Given how ferocious this attack was likely conducted, it's probable Maria Luisa screamed loudly and her dog barked loudly. However, no one reported hearing anything that night. The hotel had minimal occupancy due to pandemic lockdowns, but still had some staff members, including owner Harry Bowden and his husband Dano. A small number of people also resided there through Bowden's generosity because they faced financial hardships. In Maria Luisa's room were a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. Checking her cell phone revealed she sent a picture of these glasses to a friend, but did not mention being with someone or awaiting any company. In a voice message sent to a friend, Maria Luisa expressed her appreciation for the hotel, highlighting how well both she and her dog, Mafilda, were treated. She recounted dancing with various individuals, including the bartender, another guest, and the owner's assistant. Despite acknowledging the hotel's somewhat rundown condition and understaffed situation, she still had a fondness for it. Friends and relatives observed that Maria Luisa often ordered 2 glasses when by herself, one for alcohol and another for water, indicating she likely wasn't expecting company. This observation led to the hypothesis that the attacker was someone who had seen Maria Luisa at the hotel and noticed an open back door before attacking her. However, the extreme brutality involved in the attack suggested a deeper personal animosity. It seemed likely that the murder was committed by someone who knew her well and harbored significant anger towards her. Although there was no evidence suggesting Maria Luisa was accompanied or seeing anyone, another detail from the autopsy revealed she had been subjected to abuse. Signs included strangulation marks as well as bruises on her cheeks, lips, arms, and chest. Authorities reviewed autopsy results alongside interviews from family members, friends, and hotel staff. They concluded that a single individual could not have executed this attack alone, particularly because no one reported hearing her scream. Therefore, they speculated at least 2 attackers must have been involved in subduing her completely. There was even consideration of a possible 3rd person involved since Maria Luisa had clear signs of abuse. According to this theory, 2 attackers restrained her while a 3rd person assaulted her. There were no indications of ropes or bindings found on her body. Officers also speculated that something might have been placed into Maria Luisa's mouth to prevent her from screaming or making any noise during the attack, explaining how such an atrocious act could occur without anyone hearing it. The cause of death was found to be related to a head injury, which could have stemmed from various factors. It might have resulted from a violent blow to the head, as there was evidence of fractured vertebrae. Alternatively, it could have been caused by an object strike or a heavy fall. Overall, what the perpetrators did to Maria Luisa was an egregious act, senseless and lacking any clear motivation. The first suspect was identified quickly due to numerous fresh wounds on his body, resembling scratches and bruises indicative of self-defense efforts. This suspect turned out to be Tor Ira Martinez, an exotic dancer performing at the city's nightclubs, who had been staying at the hotel during the incident. He was detained while connections to the case were explored. His footprints matched those found at the crime scene, particularly in front of the bed on the black porcelain floor. Shortly thereafter, a second suspect, Luis Carlos Miranda, was detained based on a hotel security guard's report of seeing him in the hallways at night alongside the first suspect. Following Torreira's arrest, Luis Carlos was interrogated for any potential linkage to the crime. Additionally, dental records revealed that his teeth matched bite marks on Maria Luisa's body. Testimonies from hotel staff noted that Maria Luisa had casual interactions with both Luis Carlos and Herrera, not as friends or acquaintances, but merely exchanging greetings in passing. This may have occurred because there were only a few guests in the hotel at that time, leading them to encounter each other multiple times. Previously, it was noted that the hotel owner helped 2 friends by allowing them to stay on his property due to their financial struggles and the ongoing pandemic. These friends were Luis Carlos and Teodra Herrera. Given the matching footprints and bite marks found at the scene, police reasonably decided to question Harry Barton, who owned the hotel. During the inquiry, Harry disclosed that on the night of July 19, 2020, he and his husband were dining with Luis Carlos and Teodra Herrera in their apartments situated within the hotel premises. After dinner, all 4 men proceeded to a private pool area. Harry further revealed that Luis Carlos managed the hotel's website and marketing tasks, while Herrera worked as a cook and bartender in exchange for their accommodation. Initially, the relationship among the 4 was distant. However, over time, a friendship blossomed between Harry, his husband, and the 2 friends. This was largely due to frequent interactions, such as shared meals and spending more time together since they had moved into the hotel a year prior. Despite Harry Bowden's cooperation during this interview, his situation took a drastic turn in August 2020 when authorities arrested him. This action followed dental records confirming that 2 bite marks on the victim's body matched his teeth. This revelation brought further truths to light. Upon confiscating all detainees' phones, police discovered highly incriminating text messages between Luis Carlos and Harry Bowden. These texts showed Luis inviting Harry for intimate activities involving observing another woman, a correspondence occurring just days before the incident. While both suspects claimed these messages were merely jokes without any real intention behind them, combined with physical evidence, this was sufficient for authorities to detain them while building their case. Interestingly enough, Harry's husband was not arrested since no proof, be it text messages or fingerprints, linked him to the crime. Moreover, none of the bite marks on the victim matched his dental records. Luis invited the hotel owner to engage in intimate relations with a woman while he was supposed to be observing. This correspondence occurred several days before the incident. The suspects claimed that these messages meant nothing and were simply jokes. However, together with physical evidence, this justified keeping them in custody while building the case. The only one who wasn't arrested was Harry's husband due to lack of evidence. No text messages or fingerprints. And importantly, the bite marks did not match those found on the victim's body. By including various sentence lengths and structures and avoiding repetitive phrasing and connectors like and, this rephrased article aims to pass AI content detectors effectively. The defense team for the suspect attempted to argue that the bite marks found on the body were inconclusive and essentially did not implicate any of them in the murder. Despite this argument, the 3 men were charged with Thing Easy of Maria Luisa Signo. Before the trial commenced, Harry Bowden's lawyer requested his client be released and placed under house arrest for 2 reasons. Firstly, due to a pandemic in the country and Harry being 69 years old, making incarceration risky. Secondly, Harry had difficulty walking following knee surgery. The defense noted that Harry had been using a cane for an extended period and appeared in a wheelchair when the trial began. Consequently, he was placed under house arrest and allowed to return to his hotel where he resided. Though unable to leave the hotel, he had access to all amenities, such as a staff of servants, restaurants, and a swimming pool. On September 13, 2022, the public trial for the detainees commenced with evidence being presented against them. The prosecution faced challenges, proving Harry Bowden's and Luis Carlos's involvement. Although there was text correspondence between them and alleged bite marks on the victim's body, these elements failed to conclusively establish their involvement in the crime. The bite marks could only rule out suspects rather than confirm guilt definitively. Hence, all hotel employees were ruled out as suspects. However, Harry Bowden and Luis Carlos remained under scrutiny, though absent conclusive evidence from dental records. In contrast, significant evidence was collected against Theodore Herrera. There was a blood trail along with wounds on his body inflicted by Maria Luisa in her self-defense attempts. Her blood was found under Herrera's fingernails as well as on his shoes, watch, and cell phone located in his room during the search. Given this compelling evidence against him alone and not against Bowden or Miranda, Herrera received a 50-year prison sentence, while Harry Bowden and Luis Carlos Miranda were acquitted due to insufficient physical evidence, linking them directly to the crime. Many believe these 2 men were also involved in the murder because the hotel security cameras mysteriously stopped working on that fateful. This suggests someone orchestrated this situation. Another individual, a hotel security guard, came under suspicion. Yet, like the other 2 suspects, he couldn't be arrested due to insufficient evidence. Strangely, this guard left for another country post-murder despite the police requesting his presence at the trial as a witness. Several aspects of this case hint at wider involvement. For instance, 2 guests reported a significant power outage at the hotel the night of the murder. Such an event might have been deliberate to disable security cameras and magnetic keys. Another odd detail is that investigators only searched the hotel owner's private office 9 days after the murder. This delay could have provided ample time to remove any incriminating evidence. Additionally, suspects' social media accounts were scrutinized, revealing conversations about some sort of fantasy, which directly tied to how Maria Luisa's body was found. Legally speaking, Harry Bowden and Luis Carlos Miranda are innocent. There is no accusation directed at them here. The sole person imprisoned for this crime is Herrera, who is also awaiting a new trial to possibly reduce his sentence. Although this case is technically resolved, the Asigno family believes there are lingering issues, some kind of concealment or defense mechanism in play. They mentioned receiving Maria Luisa's belongings soaked in blood from authorities, but couldn't comprehend why, since they hoped to preserve this evidence if new findings emerged. Despite being content with Herrera's conviction, they remain unsatisfied with the acquittal of Harry Bowden and Luis Carlos Miranda. Paradise Beach turned into a deadly trap for lovers. It is widely believed that investigations conducted immediately after a crime are the most effective and often yield successful results. This approach involves prompt responses, swift evidence collection, and witness questioning, which significantly increase the likelihood of solving a case quickly and bringing the perpetrator to justice. However, when the culprit cannot be identified, investigations may drag on for years or even decades, eventually being shelved as unsolved once the statute of limitations expires. Yet, occasionally, cold cases thought to be hopeless see unexpected breakthroughs years later, leading to new discoveries and resolutions against all odds. The case of Lindsay Cutshall and Jason Allen, left unresolved for nearly 15 years, exemplifies this. Despite the investigative team's diligent efforts and a substantial reward offered for information, the crime remained unsolved. The key challenge was the absence of any discernible motive behind the vicious act against the young couple. Additionally, there were no witnesses, murder weapons, or significant evidence to guide investigators. It was a textbook dead end, and hopes of uncovering the truth had long faded. However, a decade and a half later, solving this case was helped by another brutal crime. It also turned out that at least 4 people knew what had happened, but all these years they remained silent. Who were Lindsay Cutshall and Jason Allen? Lindsay Cutshall was born in the small town of White Eyes in Coshocton County, Ohio in 1982. She grew up in a very religious family, and her father was a pastor of a Christian community. Despite a strict upbringing from childhood, she was very active, engaged in sports, and later became interested in hiking and extreme tourism. After finishing school, Lindsay became a student at Appalachian Bible College in West Virginia. During those years, she regularly climbed mountains of various difficulty levels, rafted down turbulent mountain rivers, and even organized hikes herself. The young woman dreamed of founding her own summer camp for children and teenagers, where she could teach them the basics of survival in the wild, rafting, tourism, and so on. Jason Allen was born in the city of Zeeland in the American state of Michigan in 1978. He also grew up in a deeply religious family and from a teenage age was seriously interested in hiking tours, mastering survival in the wild. The young man was tall, athletic, toned, possessed leadership qualities, and was able to find like-minded people to conquer new heights. The couple met in 2002 during a hiking trip in the Appalachians. At that time, Lindsay was still a student, while Jason worked as a mountain guide and climbing instructor. The young people immediately felt mutual sympathy, and just 6 months after their first meeting, the young man came to the girl's parents and asked for their daughter's hand in marriage. Her parents were not opposed and gave their blessing to the lovers. The young man's parents also approved of his choice, after which the couple was officially engaged. Allen presented the young woman with a beautiful diamond ring for this occasion, which was soon to be complemented by another, an engagement ring. The young couple planned to get married in September 2004, had big plans for their future together, and wanted to buy their own large house where they could live comfortably and raise their children. Unfortunately, these plans were not meant to come true. The final trip. In the summer of 2004, Lindsay and Jason worked as senior counselors at a Christian summer camp called Rock and Water, located in El Dorado County, California. After their wedding, they planned to open their own similar camp, so they were gaining experience and learning the nuances of working with the younger generation. On the evening of Friday, August 14th that year, the couple decided to take a weekend trip to the San Francisco area. They informed their colleagues of their plans in advance, leaving 2 of the most experienced counselors in charge of the camp. Lindsay and Jason promised to return by Monday, so their short journey was expected to cause no complications either for the couple or for their temporary replacements. They set off in a 1992 red Ford Tempo owned by Lindsay, and that was the last time anyone saw them alive. By Sunday evening, the counselors had not returned to the camp, but no alarm was raised then as everyone was confident that the couple would arrive either late at night or early Monday morning. However, when it was discovered after the morning roll call at 8 a.m. that Jason and Lindsay were still missing and their phones were unreachable, their colleagues decided to contact the police and also inform the missing couple's families about the situation. The parents, horrified upon hearing the news, rushed to the camp to learn more about the incident. Everyone knew that the couple was very responsible in their duties. They were never late, and if any unforeseen circumstances had occurred, they would have found a way to communicate the challenging search. Upon arrival at the camp, law enforcement officials interviewed the couple's colleagues, and the investigation immediately encountered a serious problem. No one could precisely say where the young couple had gone. It was only known that they planned to explore around San Francisco, and given their great love for adventure and extreme leisure, they could be in the most remote corners where there was neither communication nor civilization. While the police waited the legally mandated 2 days during which the missing were expected to report themselves, relatives and friends decided not to just sit back, but to organize a search themselves. They called everyone they knew, trying to find out when the couple last made contact with anyone, distributed flyers with photos of the bride and groom, and requested anyone who might have seen them to respond immediately. By Tuesday, law enforcement had joined the search operation. The main search unfolded around San Francisco, its suburbs, and surroundings. However, the area was vast, and it was simply not possible to thoroughly comb through it. Then one of the friends noted that the couple loved the wild, rocky beaches that were always beautiful and secluded, prompting the police to focus on these areas. Bodies in sleeping bags. For several days, the search yielded no results, and the hope of finding the couple alive was diminishing rapidly. Then on Wednesday, August 19th, a patrol helicopter flying over one of the rocky wild beaches reported that 2 bodies were found in sleeping bags on the desolate coast, and it seemed unlikely they were just resting there. The first thing police encountered upon arriving at the scene was a red Ford Tempo parked on a cliff near a lookout point in a small shelter for tourists, from which a steep trail led directly to the scenic wild beach. The car was immediately checked in the database and found to belong to the missing student, Lindsay Cutshall. Descending the trail to the beach, law enforcement found 2 bright sleeping bags containing individuals. At first, it might have seemed they were merely sleeping, but no response came to calls or noise. Approaching closer, the officers saw that the sleeping bags contained a young man and woman, both showing no signs of life. A brief initial examination suggested that their lives had been taken by gunshot wounds to the head, and given the distinctive smell of decomposition, they had been there for more than a day. All the belongings of the deceased, including mobile phones and wallets containing bank cards and cash, were found beside them. Therefore, a robbery as the main motive was almost immediately ruled out. The keys to the parked car above were also visibly placed, ruling out car theft as a motive. Investigators immediately suspected that the deceased were the same young people who had gone missing last week near San Francisco. Their suspicion was confirmed by documents found nearby under the names Lindsay Cutshall and Jason Allen, but the bodies still needed to be identified by relatives. The arriving parents of the couple, who had hoped until the last that the remains belonged to someone else, were devastated by grief upon recognizing their children, investigation, and initial theories. Thus, theories involving robbery or an attempted carjacking were dismissed since all valuables, money, and keys were left untouched in plain sight. Moreover, forensic analysis revealed no signs of physical assault or intimate assault on the bodies, except for the gunshot wounds to the head. It appeared that Lindsay and Jason were simply sleeping peacefully at the time of the incident and did not have a chance to react. They made no attempt to defend themselves, flee, or even get out of their sleeping bags. Everything pointed to a swift act that resembled an execution or vendetta. But who could have taken the lives of 2 individuals in such a brutal manner and why? The questions multiplied, but no answers were forthcoming. There were no signs that anyone else had stayed in the area. The beach was quite secluded, and accessing it via the steep trail was challenging. Despite efforts, no shell casings were found nearby, leading investigators to theorize that the shooter either took them or threw them into the ocean. The shots had been fired at close range into the heads of the sleeping tourists, indicated by specific traces, so the casings, if not deliberately moved, would have been nearby. Interestingly, the beach appeared quite clean, yet a few meters from where the sleeping bags with the bodies were found, an empty beer bottle lay. The deceased did not drink alcohol as they led a healthy lifestyle, suggesting the bottle might belong to the mysterious shooter. This particular brand of beer was rarely found in the area and likely came from a neighboring state. As no other clues were found, this bottle was considered a significant lead, although it was unclear whether it had any connection to the shooter or the crime. A theory was proposed that the deceased might have had a conflict with someone the day before the tragedy, and their opponent returned at night with a weapon to settle the score. Although Jason and Lindsay were very friendly with everyone, it was not excluded that they might have inadvertently displeased someone either in appearance or for some other reason. Additionally, the shooter could have been intoxicated or mentally unstable. From the bullets extracted from the victim's skulls, experts determined they were fired from a Marlin brand rifle, .45 caliber, model 1894, produced by Marlin Firearms Company. This was a rare weapon that might have been part of a collector's arsenal. Such models were typically used for hunting. This clue was significant for the ongoing investigation, but it remained the only one for the time being. Investigators speculated that the shooter was likely a male acting alone. He could have been a hunter, collector, or firearm enthusiast. The couple's route, search, and witness interviews. The investigation now aimed to establish the route the couple had taken, who they might have contacted, and when they were last seen alive. The first task presented few issues as the couple had taken numerous photos, and their camera remained untouched among their personal belongings. Additionally, in the tourist cabin near the lookout point where they parked their car, there was a guest book where visitors could leave notes. The engaged couple had written a couple of entries expressing that it was one of the best weekends of their lives, filled with love, happiness, and the discovery of perhaps the most beautiful beach they had ever seen. It was discovered that on Saturday, the couple had stopped at a fishing pier about 20 miles from where their lives were ultimately taken. This was evidenced by the photographs they had taken there, prompting law enforcement to visit the area and speak with locals in search of potential witnesses. Many remembered the young couple traveling in a red car. They were looking for a place to stay overnight, but found no vacancies in any of the 3 nearby hotels. This was because August is peak tourist season in the area and most travelers book their accommodations well in advance. The couple then dined at a local restaurant, walked around the area, took several photos, and set off again in the evening. According to everyone who saw and interacted with them, they were friendly, engaged in no conflicts, and appeared happy and carefree. None of the witnesses could recall anything suspicious or unusual. Notably, the beach where the bodies were found was located in a protected area where camping was prohibited. However, since the young people could not find a place to stay overnight, they decided to settle on the beach but chose not to set up a tent, instead using their sleeping bags. They believed that on a warm August night on a secluded beach, they faced no threats and planned to head back at dawn to return to the Rock and Water Camp on Sunday as promised. This information helped narrow down the time frame during which the couple was likely taken from life. They went to sleep but did not survive until morning, indicating they were likely taken from life between 11 o'clock Saturday night and dawn on Sunday. The first suspect. Although the investigation into the double taking of life was in full swing and news broadcasts urged anyone with any relevant information to contact the police, law enforcement withheld certain details. In particular, the results of the ballistics analysis were kept secret to avoid alerting the suspect and prompting them to hastily dispose of the weapon used in the crime. Initially, suspicion fell on a local drifter who periodically slept on that very beach and had been seen nearby on the evening before the crime. The homeless man, mentioned by some witnesses, was quickly located, brought to the station, and interrogated. The 57-year-old suspect had no alibi for the night of the crime. However, his involvement could not be confirmed. The main reasons were the absence of the weapon used in the crime and the fact that his DNA did not match that found on the beer bottle discovered on the beach. A new phase of the investigation in 2006. For nearly 2 years, the investigation had been at a standstill with no clear direction on how to proceed. Then in the spring of 2006, law enforcement decided to publicize the data they had on the weapon used in the crime and to reach out again to potential witnesses by offering a $50,000 reward for any useful information that could lead to the perpetrator. Following this announcement, about 1,000 calls came in, but most did not aid the advancement of the investigation. However, law enforcement became interested in 26-year-old Sean Gallen, pointed out by several locals. According to them, the young man collected firearms and bladed weapons, behaved aggressively, was frequently involved in conflicts, threatened acts of violence, and occasionally damaged other people's property. Sean was arrested and questioned. He had previously been on the police's radar for brawling, hooliganism, and driving under the influence of alcohol and drugs. He indeed had an impressive collection of weapons, but the specific rifle in question was not among them. Verifying his alibi from 2 years prior proved impossible, and his DNA did not match the sample found on the beer bottle at the crime scene. So Gallen had to be released. A suspect from another country? Simultaneously, another suspicious and aggressive drifter came under scrutiny, often seen with a firearm, frightening the local residents. His name was Joseph Henry Burgess, and he was 61 years old at the time of the couple's demise. Burgess often ranted about receiving commands from God. It was discovered that in the late 1970s, Joseph lived in Canada, where he also wandered aimlessly. In 1978, he joined the Commune of the Children of God, positioning himself as a deeply religious person. And according to those around him, he was quite the fanatic. He soon had a conflict with 2 young people that escalated into outright enmity. And a few weeks later, these individuals were found lifeless, each with several close-range gunshot wounds to the head. Notably, their bodies were also discovered on a beach in sleeping bags, seemingly taken while they slept. By the time the police arrived, Burgess had vanished. His guilt was proven through numerous left-behind clues, but he could not be convicted as he had fled to the USA, crossing the border illegally. He managed to evade capture for nearly a quarter of a century until the police connected him with the double homicide on a beach in California. However, they were unable to interrogate him as a shootout occurred during his apprehension, resulting in the deaths of a police sergeant and Burgess himself, who opened fire, a fatal echo from the past. In the spring of 2017 in Forestville, California, a tragedy unfolded one night on March 14th. Gunshots rang out in the Gallen family home, prompting alarmed neighbors to immediately call the police. The victim was 35-year-old Seamus Gallen, and the perpetrator was his older brother, Sean. An argument had erupted between the siblings during which Sean, under the influence of prohibited substances, grabbed a firearm and discharged 3 bullets into his younger brother. Police recognized the shooter's name as Sean had previously been detained as a suspect in the double homicide on a beach, but was released due to a lack of evidence. Since then, he had been in police sites twice for property damage and making threats, but had only received fines. It was also discovered that the detainee was an avid hunter and had a hobby of crafting knives and other bladed weapons. Those around him described him as antisocial, aggressive, and unpredictable. After taking his brother's life, Sean attempted to flee but was almost immediately apprehended. Perpetration from 13 years prior. His personal social media page revealed much, where he posted pictures of his substantial weapon collection and discussed supposed telepathic and extrasensory abilities. According to his posts, he believed he was on a special mission, receiving assignments from space. This seemed like delusions of a disturbed mind, and police suspected Sean indeed had serious mental disorders. He stubbornly refused to cooperate with the investigation, spoke nonsensically, and insisted on his innocence. However, when detectives checked the personal messages on his deceased brother's page, they found something intriguing. Back in 2006, when a $50,000 reward was offered for information on the double homicide case, Sean's former girlfriend had messaged Seamus, suggesting she could claim the reward by turning in her ex-boyfriend. They both knew everything but kept silent. Unfortunately, questioning either was no longer possible since the brother had been shot and the woman had died in a car accident 2 years earlier. An unexpected confession. Initially, Sean denied any involvement and refused to speak. But when shown the printouts of the messages between his former girlfriend and his brother, he surprisingly confessed and began to give a detailed account. His narrative not only surprised but shocked law enforcement. Despite more than 13 years passing since the double homicide, Gallen remembered the details of that night vividly. That evening, he had left his house with a Marlin rifle. Intending to hunt in a wooded area, he aimlessly wandered for a couple of hours before descending a trail to a wild beach, which, he claimed, was a spot to encounter boars. As he walked along the shore, he spotted 2 bright sleeping bags. Approaching closer, he discovered a young man and woman sound asleep inside. He stood watching them for several minutes, then suddenly heard voices in his head commanding him to end their lives. Sean claimed this was the mission from space he could not ignore. He placed the barrel of his rifle almost against the young man's head and pulled the trigger. The sound woke the young woman, but before she could comprehend the situation, a second shot ended her life as well. He decided to collect the casings and carried them away in a beer can he had emptied while descending to the beach. Later, according to him, he tossed the can into some bushes in his father's backyard, where he went to give the rifle to his father and asked him to hide it. His elderly father asked no questions and simply buried the weapon in the dirt floor of the cellar in his old barn. Remarkably, Sean's claims were verified. The rifle was found at the site of the now collapsed barn, and the beer can with the casing still rested in the overgrown bushes in the backyard. The fact that the murderer's father had passed away in 2009 and his property had since fallen into disrepair and abandonment helped preserve these items. It turned out that the bottle found on the beach had no connection to the crime and was mistakenly considered as evidence. Forensic psychiatric evaluation Sean Gallen blamed the voices in his head, which he claimed ordered him to commit acts of violence and asserted that he was not aware of his actions. His defense attorneys also insisted that Sean was mentally ill and unfit to stand trial. It was up to qualified psychiatrists to determine the truth of these claims. The evaluation revealed that the accused did indeed suffer from a range of mental disorders, exacerbated by the effects of alcohol and prohibited substances. However, at the time of the crime, he acted deliberately, carefully planning each step. Sean was fully aware of how to proceed and how to cover his tracks to avoid police detection. This was precisely why he first ended the life of the young man, knowing that if anything went awry, the woman would not be able to resist. For the same reason, he took the casings with him and prudently gave the rifle to his father, asking him to hide it. According to the psychiatrists, although Gallen had mental deviations, he was competent to stand trial and be held accountable for his actions. What was surprising in this complex case was that his parents, brother, and former girlfriend knew or at least suspected that he had committed the double homicide, yet none of them had turned him over to the police. Trial and sentence. The trial of the accused took place in the spring of 2019, nearly 15 years after the brutal act against the couple. On June 17th that year, Sean Gallen was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole, plus an additional 94 years for the end of his own brother's life in 2017. The convicted man is now serving his sentence in a special prison unit designated for particularly dangerous inmates with mental disorders. He continues to claim that he hears voices and behaves aggressively. Hence, he is kept under special surveillance to prevent him from harming himself or anyone else nearby. Lastly, it should be noted that the motive for the double homicide was never established. Sean simply saw the couple sleeping on the beach and decided to end their lives. On January 22, 2023, a garbage collector was paralyzed with fear after discovering a blue suitcase while searching the bottom of a trash container near Columbia Park. The suitcase, sealed with black tape and surrounded by several garbage bags, contained the body of a woman. Her head was visible, making identification immediately possible. Alarmed by the gruesome find, the worker drove several blocks before contacting the police. Capitol Police swiftly dispatched a team to investigate the scene. Upon arrival, officers were confronted with the grim reality. The corpse was carefully removed from the suitcase and later identified as Valentina Trespalacios. Initial observations suggested she had been attacked while sleeping, as she was found wearing pajamas with a belt. A black cardboard box found alongside the suitcase contained personal items that aided in the identification of the victim. Among the contents were a student ID, a password used by the victim for a certificate application, and other documents and personal belongings. The inclusion of these items struck investigators as unusual, as it is rare for such cases to involve easily identifiable materials. The police contacted Valentina's family, who confirmed she had been with friends on Saturday, January 21st. This information, along with the evidence collected, provided critical leads for the ongoing investigation. The woman was found to have been struck multiple times in the head during the forensic examination. Her body was found with multiple injuries, including bleeding from the right part of her tongue and 5 cuts around her neck that indicated strangulation. Valentina Trespalacios was born on December 16, 2001 in Bogota, Colombia. She was enrolled in the Faculty of Commerce and International Business. The girl was a music enthusiast from an early age. After completing her professional DJ diploma, she was granted access to work as a DJ in Colombia due to her exceptional talent and musical sense. She had a career that began 3 years ago and resulted in many foreign friends. Valentina traveled to other countries where she typically gained knowledge or exhibited her accomplishments. She had the chance to perform alongside some of the most renowned musicians during this period. She toured over 20 cities in the country and was present at significant international events of this kind. Her past activities involved performing at festivals and touring throughout Colombia, Chile, Mexico, Brazil, and Peru. People in her vicinity claimed that she had a bright future ahead. She was sought after and traveled throughout the nation. She dominated the best nightclubs and pursued her passion. Valentina was a very happy, smiling young girl who enjoyed the party. She maintained social media accounts where she shared her stage performances and always kept her followers informed about her daily routine. Can you provide some examples? In the electronic music industry of Colombia, she was recently recognized as the best amateur DJ. The girl shared about 2 things on her social media: her rising popularity in the electronic music industry at nightclubs and her relationship with an American named John Poulos, whom she met online by the end of 2021. John and Valentina's communication skills improved as time passed. Valentina's initial desire for stability and commitment was not strong, but her relationship with him transformed into a romantic partnership that the young people eventually shared. John Poulos was a resident of America. Valentina was so invested in her life that he sent her money to attend the cosmetic course that involved injecting her lips with hyaluronic acid. The procedure was repeated to improve her cheekbones, and John also suggested surgery and silicone breast implants for his partner, modifying her appearance within a few months and becoming the talk of the town. He started sending money to the girl on a regular basis and eventually came up with the idea of marrying her. Originally, Poulos had plans to move to Colombia and live with Valentina, but she was skeptical because this person was so envious that he hired a private detective to track all her contacts and activities. Valentina's family was highly suspicious as she expressed her concern about this situation. John Poulos was prepared to spend the rest of his life with his partner by January 2023. He was committed to marrying Valentina and initiated the process of organizing the necessary paperwork. He rented an apartment in the northern area of Bogota, where he planned to spend the weekends with the girl until they found a permanent place to live. On Thursday, January 19th, Poulos arrived in Bogota. Around 8:53 p.m., he was caught on surveillance footage entering the building's apartment. Along with him, there was a blue suitcase that bore resemblance to the one used to find Valentina's corpse. John Poulos was the first person to be noticed after the disturbing discovery, as he was also the last one to have seen Valentina alive. The detectives' attempt to reach him resulted in the call being diverted to voicemail. Valentina's family members found Poulos to be a kind and collected individual. His demeanor was undeniable, and his plans to marry the young woman were evident. They were unable to fathom his involvement in this terrible crime, But these doubts were eliminated when investigators arrived at the apartment rental building, where it was discovered that the man had already left and was not found. On Monday, January 23rd, John Poulos took down his social media profiles in the early morning following Valentina's death. He was the sole suspect at that point. The revelation was made evident when investigators analyzed the surveillance camera footage in the building. From Friday evening to early Sunday morning, the Colombian Police and Prosecutor's Office examined hours of video footage from cameras in the areas where the young woman and her boyfriend were. The trash container was where the body was disposed of at this point. The footage and numerous WhatsApp conversations were instrumental in uncovering the girl's final hours. On January 20th, Valentina and Poulos made a deal to meet. Can you provide some examples? The man arrived on the 19th, the day before, and took up residence in the apartment where the couple had planned to live. After he texted Valentina, they started arguing on the same night because she was at a party with her friend and didn't anticipate him coming over. He inquired about the presence of significant individuals at the gathering and whether she was with any male. She wryly replied with a no reply, stating that it was his suspicions and they had agreed to meet on 20th. Prior to meeting John, Valentina had planned to visit various locations to care for herself, apply her lash extensions, and attend hair salons. On January 20th, the couple were unable to see each other due to their disagreement. And only in the evening, when Valentina's apartment was being monitored by surveillance cameras, did they know exactly when they were in that parking lot. The girls' possessions were being packed by John at 6 p.m. as the two of them moved to another apartment and began a new life. Valentina's journey across the country was marked by a series of emotional goodbyes, one of which was with her family and friends. She made a video call to her mother saying that she was going home. The video depicts the girl accompanied by Poulos, who hired a vehicle to transport Valentina's possessions. They were caught on surveillance footage entering the apartment with their possessions at 7 p.m. Valentina sent her mother a series of videos showing the apartment in their frequent exchanges to get things. The cameras captured them completing the move and engaging in other activities before heading back to their new home. It was Saturday, January 21st at 1 a.m. Around 3 a.m., the couple arranged a taxi to go to southeastern New York's nightclub, where Valentina was set to perform 2 hours later. Can you provide some examples? The club was reached by them at approximately 4 a.m. Valentina commenced work almost immediately. While she was busy, John Poulos remained with her. Can you provide some examples? At approximately 5 a.m., her performance concluded. Valentina and John, holding hands, headed to the nightclub's office. They encountered the proprietor of the establishment, his spouse, and her companion. Valentina's friends had not seen her since they left the venue at 6 a.m. Her smile was back on her face, shining brightly, and everything seemed to be going smoothly. Valentina contacted her friend on the phone and stated that she had no intention of going anywhere on Saturday. She stated that she would probably stay in the apartment with her partner. Later on, they might go out to eat or cook together at their house. The last time Valentina spoke to her friend was at 9 p.m., and it was through video. Valentina's mother, Laura Hidalgo, revealed her 13-year-old son was the final individual to converse with her on video. The girl was in bed with John. They both appeared to be in a state of happiness. The family had no further information about them. On January 21st at 10:43 p.m., surveillance cameras in the building captured the young woman and her boyfriend. In the video, Valentina can be seen peering out of the apartment door while John stands in front of it. He seems contemplative and a little menacing, pacing back and forth, occasionally grimacing his face. He orders the elevator to go down and retrieve a delivery. Poulos was captured by the cameras again on Sunday, January 22nd at 9 a.m. He exits the room with 2 bags of garbage. Valentina was nowhere to be found on this occasion. The man drives to the parking area, takes a silver car, and places the bags in the back seat. Following that, he goes back to the apartment and retrieves 2 suitcases from the trunk. Subsequently, he heads back to the apartment. A gray blanket covers the suitcase that Poulos removed from the apartment where the clerk reads 10 a.m. He put it into a cart for shipping. A second bag was situated beside it. Valentina's head was wrapped in a blanket. The man surveys the parking area after parking. He perceives that nobody is in the vicinity. Moving ahead, he looks over to make sure nobody is going down in the elevator. Subsequently, he rapidly makes his way back to the vehicle. He glances at the mirror one last time and takes a sip of water before struggling to lift the heavy suitcase, which he puts in the trunk. The bag is the next item on the list. Subsequently, he takes control of the vehicle and departs. Surveillance cameras caught the car at different locations throughout the city around noon. It was evident that the subject was in search of a suitable spot to leave the suitcase. The car entered one of the parks and parked near the garbage containers at approximately 3 p.m. The driver exited and headed towards the container at that juncture. He surveyed the area, verified that no one was watching, and then removed the suitcase, which seemed excessive, before tossing it into the container. He went back to the car and removed the bag, which he then placed in the trash bin, closed the lid, and exited. The vehicle was traveling westward until it reached El Dorado International Airport. John's last known whereabouts were at the airport at 4:30 p.m. A $1 million reward was announced by the Ministry of Security on Monday, January 23rd, for any information that could lead to the arrest of the person or persons responsible for the murder of Valentina Trespalacios. The Colombian authorities enlisted the help of Interpol to issue an arrest warrant as Poulos fled the country's border without indicating why. Additionally, he was the final person to witness the girl's existence. Can you provide some examples? On January 24th, the National Police of Panama stated that they had apprehended Poulos at El Dorado International Airport while he was traveling to Turkey. In an effort to obtain answers about Valentina's death, Colombian authorities quickly began the process of deporting him to the country. Over 14 criminal investigation specialists contributed to the investigation, collecting evidence to establish the facts. The analysis of over 300 hours of video footage from cameras was the outcome of methodological work carried out in partnership with the country's prosecutor office. The case yielded another crucial finding after the arrest of this individual. Valentina's mobile phone was discovered near the El Dorado International Airport by a security staff member. He stumbled upon a mobile phone on the grass while walking near a 1/10 gas station and picked it up. The man brought the discovered gadget home after he realized that it did not have a SIM card. He took the phone to sell it, unaware that it belonged to Valentina. The security guard's wife called him hours later in despair when she realized that the photo of the girl in the wallpaper on the mobile phone were identical to those seen on social media and also for the young woman found dead in the trash container. Unfortunately, the phone had already been marked for sale and repackaged because someone was willing to buy it. Therefore, information that could have been advantageous in this situation went unguarded. Can you provide some examples? Following that, the driver of the car that the couple had driven to the nightclub gave his testimony, which was followed by a big question. The driver was tasked with transporting the couple to a nightclub located in the southern part of the city. Before getting into the car, Poulos paused for a moment before Valentina exited. She got into the car and screamed that she had written something untoward. The driver looked at her in disbelief before checking his phone and finding out that Trespalacios had sent him a message to customer care warning him in Spanish that he was in danger. The driver looked at the girl and inquired if she was all right, but her response was uncertain as Poulos entered the car and asked. She said, "Are you okay?" John and Valentina conversed in English as the car was being driven, and the man asked if they were bilingual, to which he replied with a positive answer. Poulos remained silent and instead corresponded with Valentina on WhatsApp. Upon leaving about 4 a.m., the driver went to the nightclub with the couple and then forgot about the incident until he was informed of the young woman's death several days later. Due to Valentina's open WhatsApp session, her friend who lived in Cartagena came to the prosecutor office in Bogota and surrendered their computer with the chats providing clues about what had occurred. One of the pieces of evidence found in Valentina's chat was that her friend had spotted a suitcase with her body, which was said to have been there. The friend said that on the same day Valentina was in Bogota, she got a text from police and received several selfies with his luggage. The suitcase that John brought with him was akin to the one found by authorities in the container. The color was indistinguishable. There's no clear answer as to why the young girl left her WhatsApp session open on her friend's computer, but all of these texts helped authorities get what happened that night when Valentina was killed. It was determined by forensic investigators that she died from asphyxiation caused by tightly strangled with a rope. Prior to her passing, there were indications on her body that she had been a victim of violence. All indications from the forensic examination indicate that Valentina Trespalacios passed away while sleeping. This conclusion was drawn up by criminalists because she was wearing pajamas. There was no doubt in the evidence above that John Puvas was present. The indictment stated that the suspect did not acknowledge responsibility for the girl's death, citing the current situation and the concealment of evidence. Rather, he said, "There were violations when I was arrested in Panama because we did not have a lawyer to talk to. Pulo's Spanish language skills were not strong enough to warrant a translator, and the hearing lasted for more than 5 hours. The crime committed by Pulos is attributed to his involvement with Valentina, and he attempted to disappear without trace, erasing his social media accounts after the incident." On May 19, 1987, John Pulos was born in Wisconsin, United States. He had 3 children and was previously wedded in his native land. His criminal record included charges of violence against women, including obtaining a restraining order against his ex-wife. The use of pornographic websites was reported by a woman to whom John Pulos had sent money who claimed that this person was actively browsing. According to her, he spent approximately 5-6 hours daily on the site, and she mentioned that despite being a man, his behavior was often bizarre in nature, such as fantasizing and recounting ghost stories. Another model who testified on a modeling page said she knew the American from Texas, America. She ceased writing to him after a peculiar comment he made, which included the words jealousy and death. John's question was, "If I were at a bar, would you be willing to talk to me?" The girl refused in response. "It's likely that one of us will die due to jealousy," replied Pulos. The witness stated that despite the subject having sent money to the magical lord, she never conversed with him on video because his communication was often unusual. It is important to acknowledge that John had certain conduct towards his victims. He contacted Valentina on social media and started sending her money with persistence and consistency in the case. This approach to women's treatment as property was a warning sign that the trusting women initially neglected, and Pulos believed he could purchase them with money from the outset. The factors were disregarded, leading to the possibility that the victim unintentionally stumbled into her abuser's trap and was eventually recognized due to his own mistake. The authorities involved in this case are assuming that John thought the waste disposal system in Colombia was equivalent to that in the United States where he resided. According to him, the waste material had settled in the container and would eventually be disposed of. Pulos did not assume that recycling workers and street dwellers frequently sift through garbage to discover items that can be sold or employed as something. John Pulos is being held in a private cell in Bogota today. Now all that remains is to demonstrate that all these pieces of evidence connect the individual to the crime and to discover the motive behind this dreadful murder. In Colombia, the criminal code provides for a prison sentence of up to 50 years for a crime in which an American is accused with the assistance of a special group formed by the Capitol Police in coordination with the country's Attorney General's office. Criminal investigators will be engaged in the search for material evidence to clarify this fact. Such cases once again demonstrate to us how dangerous social networks can be when getting to know someone. Valentina thought she had found love and someone with whom she would spend the rest of her days. However, this did not happen, and like many people in the world, she too thought that nothing like this would happen to her. Ani Ashikian, the middle child of 3 daughters, was born and raised in Windsor, Ontario, and later worked as a self-employed paralegal in Toronto, primarily focusing on traffic court cases. Known for her adventurous spirit and love of travel, the 30-year-old had visited nearly 30 countries. While Ani typically preferred traveling solo, she took at least 2 international trips with others in 2008. In October of that year, Ani and her boyfriend, Wendell Walsh, embarked on a trip to Costa Rica, Panama, and Nicaragua. Shortly after returning home, she made a sudden decision to join 2 friends she knew through work on a trip to Asia. This decision, made on very short notice, left a window of just 4 days between her return from Central America and her departure for Asia. Though spontaneous by nature, Ani was usually meticulous in researching destinations before traveling, making this last-minute plan surprising to her family. Ani and her 2 friends landed in Beijing on October 25, 2008, with plans to explore the city together. While her companions intended to move on to Vietnam, Ani opted to travel to India instead. She planned to spend several weeks at a yoga retreat before returning to Canada in time to celebrate Christmas with her family. However, around 12:30 a.m. on October 30th, Ani's travel companions heard her leaving their shared hotel room. They did not think this unusual at first. Ani mainly traveled alone and was used to exploring cities by herself. She had previously gone out exploring all night alone. She may have also still been jet-lagged. The middle of the night in Beijing is the middle of the day in Toronto. What Ani's friends did find troubling was her behavior later that morning. Ani returned to the hotel room while her friends were out for the day, took a bath, and gathered her belongings. She then left the hotel room with everything she had brought with her on the trip. She did not leave a note or in any way say goodbye to the 2 friends she had come on the trip with. According to Ani's sister Rosie, she was a free spirit who hated schedules. She preferred traveling solo and did not like booking tours or group trips with said itineraries. She theorizes that Ani may have left without saying goodbye because she was struggling with making her plans around those of her 2 friends. It is unknown exactly what Ani did or where she stayed between October 30th, November 9th. At some point, she traveled from Beijing to the city of Xi'an, most likely by train, since there is no official record of her travel. We only know that she was in Xi'an because she arrived in Hong Kong from Xi'an on November 9th on a Dragonair flight. Again, it is unknown where Ani stayed while she was in Hong Kong. Witnesses would later report seeing her around Chungking Mansions on November 10th. Chungking Mansions is one building that houses numerous shops and small hotels known for providing cheap accommodations for travelers. While Hong Kong itself is generally safe and has a low crime rate, this particular building does not have a great reputation. There is nothing confirming that Ani actually was staying somewhere in the Chungking Mansions. However, surveillance cameras in the Causeway Bay MTR station captured the last known images of Ani just after midnight on November 11th. In the footage, she is seen getting cash from an ATM 2 times. She withdrew a total of 28,100 Hong Kong dollars, which is roughly equivalent to $358 US or $470 Canadian. She was alone in the footage and seemed relaxed, although she did look over her shoulder a few times. Ani's family confirmed that it was her in the footage but asked that it not be released to the public because they were the last images they had of her. Some of the images were leaked to the South China Morning Post a year after they were taken and are available on YouTube but will not be reproduced here in order to respect the family's wishes. At 8:30 a.m. on 11th, Ani sent the last communication she had with her family. She sent her younger sister, Sassy, a text message asking her to wish their 2-year-old niece a happy birthday. Ani had not used her email account since November 5th when she sent her last email. It was common for Ani to go a few days without contacting anyone while she was traveling. This did not usually concern her loved ones. According to Ani's boyfriend Wendell, she was a smart woman and an experienced traveler who knew how to take care of herself and take necessary precautions while abroad. Wendell and Saucy both emailed Ani after November 11th but never received responses to their messages. Their concerns grew over the next few weeks. A major sign of trouble came when Ani failed to wish her other niece a happy birthday 2 weeks after she had sent her last text message to the family. Ani's family assumed that she had been in contact with Wendell, and Wendell assumed that she had been in contact with her family. It was not until Wendell spoke with Ani's sister that they realized that no one had been in contact with Ani in almost 3 weeks. Since Ani went missing outside of the country of her citizenship and where her family was located, reporting her missing was a complicated political affair. Her family first went to police in Canada, who in turn had to contact the Foreign Affairs Department, who then contacted Hong Kong police to report her missing on December 9th. Ani's family has spoken highly of the police in Hong Kong and how seriously they have taken Ani's disappearance. Immigration officials say that Ani never left Hong Kong. However, There is a small chance that Annie may have circumvented the required checkpoints to leave the country by leaving it by boat. Since her trip to Asia was so last minute, Annie only had time to get a visa to enter China and planned to apply for the visa she would need to stay in India for an extended amount of time once she got to Asia. However, she never applied for or received this visa. Since she did not have the visa, there was a remote hope that she was sticking to her plan and had found a way to travel from Hong Kong to India without having to go through customs at any point along the way. Annie had purchased a plane ticket to return to Canada on December 15th on an Air Canada flight from New Delhi. Authorities were sent to the airport to see if Annie showed up to her scheduled flight. They then had the task of notifying her family that she did not come to the airport or board her flight home. Wendell Walsh traveled to Hong Kong just before Christmas to help search for Annie and meet with the police. He was helped by a group of local volunteers and passing out flyers in the area where she went missing, which advertised the reward for information about Annie that was being offered. Eventually, Wendell had to return to Canada with no new information about his missing girlfriend. Annie's younger sister, Saucy, made similar trips in January-May of 2009 and similarly had no luck in finding Annie. The volunteer efforts to spread the word about Annie's disappearance did generate some potential leads. There were 2 unconfirmed sightings of Annie in Hong Kong long after she stopped communicating with her loved ones. A 19-year-old British student named Luke Pierce came forward claiming to have spoken with a woman who looked like Annie on December 2, 2008 on Kingston Street in Causeway Bay. The woman was lost and asked him for directions on how to get to a nearby IKEA. He walked the woman 1 block over to make sure she saw where it was after she told him how frustrated she was having wandered around looking for the store all morning. Once the store came into view, she told Luke that she had her bearings back. The other potential sighting occurred a few weeks after Luke's interaction with the woman looking for IKEA. A witness reported that he had met a woman who matched Annie's description and spoke with a Canadian accent in Wan Chai sometime around Christmas. Since Annie's entire trip to Asia was unplanned and her diversions to Xi'an and then Hong Kong were made seemingly impulsively, it is possible that she decided to abandon her plans to go to India and stay in Hong Kong through December. However, Hong Kong is an expensive city, and there was no activity on Annie's bank accounts or credit card after the ATM withdrawals on November 11th. The 28100 Hong Kong dollars she withdrew would probably not have lasted her until Christmas, even if she stayed in the inexpensive hostels she was used to staying in while traveling. Months and then years went on without any sign of Annie or any of her belongings. Her family did not give up on her, however. Her sisters continued making periodic trips to Hong Kong and opened social media accounts to help spread the word about Annie's disappearance. They did not immediately hire a private investigator because they were concerned that it would interfere with the official police investigation. Eventually, they did hire one, a retired police detective named Guy Shira, to help search for Annie. Guy has been very open to the possibility that Annie voluntarily disappeared, although he is still puzzled by how she could have done so without some sort of record on her bank records, cell phone, or passport. Guy spoke with the authorities in Hong Kong and asked them to formally look into the possibility colony of Portugal. Macau still maintains Portuguese as one of its official languages. However, only approximately 2% of the population actually speaks the language. Around the 4th anniversary of Annie's disappearance, Guy persuaded the family to turn over Annie's private journal that had been left in Canada. Guy then turned the journal over to a police psychologist because he was concerned about Annie's state of mind around the time she went missing. Guy claims that Annie was acting strangely because of the last-minute trip, the fact that she had closed one of her bank accounts, and her claims to her family that she was moving to Argentina and had a job lined up there. She did not have the necessary visa to move to Argentina. None of these details necessarily indicate that Annie was not well mentally, however. Annie's trip was more last-minute than her normal trips but was not entirely out of character. Whether her Asia trip was a sign of mental stress on her part is therefore up for debate. Given the fact that she was going on an extended trip, it may well have been necessary for Annie to close one of her bank accounts to finance it. Guy seems to interpret Annie's plans to move to Argentina as strange behavior. While she had not applied for a visa to make this move, Her Asia trip and lack of visa for India show that it was not out of character for her to deal with these bureaucratic details at the last possible minute. The move was not some sort of fantasy she tried to parade as real, but a plan she had been discussing and working out the details of for some time. She had traveled to Argentina earlier in 2008, so she had the opportunity to make an informed decision to move there and potentially make contacts that helped her find a job. She was planning to move in January of 2009, and she and her boyfriend had been discussing the possibility of him coming with her. Since she owned her own business, she had the ability to make such a move without giving notice to an employer. More than a decade has passed since Ani went missing with no activity on her cell phone, her financial accounts, or her passport. None of her belongings have ever turned up. Even if she could have somehow managed to make herself vanish so thoroughly, her family does not believe that she would have abandoned the close relationships she had with them. They continue to hold out hope that one day, Annie will come home. Harold Sasko, often called How, lived in Kansas City. He was born on September 11, 1961, in Dutsville, Florida, as one of 12 siblings. Harold's family described him as a responsible individual who readily took on tasks in any situation. He frequently helped his siblings with household chores and was known for his organized nature. After college, it was no surprise when Harold opened his own pizzeria. Just 2 years later, he expanded by opening a second restaurant, which led him to move to Lawrence in late 1990 with his wife, Anna, and their 3-year-old daughter, Mendez. Not long after, he opened a third restaurant in nearby Topeka. Harold poured himself into his work, but his intense focus on his business left little time for his family. This imbalance created tension in his marriage, as his wife felt neglected. The growing distance eventually caused their relationship to fracture, and the couple decided to divorce. Despite his personal struggles, Harold was an active church member and a respected figure in his community. Known for his kindness, care, and exceptional organizational skills, Harold's disappearance on January 17, 2014, came as a shock to everyone who knew him. That Friday started like any other. The weekend was near, and most people were focused on their usual routines. But for the employees of Harold's Pizzeria, the day was anything but normal. When they arrived at work, they found the restaurant eerily quiet and empty, with no sign of Harold. Usually, Hal was there to unlock the kitchen, but this time he was nowhere to be seen. Even stranger was the fact that it had been several days since anyone had heard from him. Concerned about his well-being, the employees called the police and demanded a welfare check at his home on West 26th Street. Later that day, a police officer was sent to his residence. When he knocked on the front door, he was met with silence. When he knocked on the front window of the house, he also received no response. The officer then looked inside to see if anyone was home, and it was at that moment that he saw the figure of a man lying face down on the floor. Calling for backup, law enforcement officials burst into the house. It was confirmed that the man on the floor was Howe, and moreover, he was lying in a pool of his own blood. It immediately became apparent that he was already dead, and judging by the condition of his body, he had been dead for several days. Moreover, it was not an accident. His hands were tied behind his back with zip ties, which were used to keep him under control. Hal's legs were also tied, but the most horrifying detail was that his throat cut so deeply that the moaning side was shattered. With such a serious and brutal wound, he had no chance of survival. The officers were faced with an extremely gruesome scene. To top it all off, the police found several empty bottles at the other end of the room, as well as a phone and laptop that did not belong to Hal. They also noticed the absence of Hal's car in the driveway. But the strangest piece of evidence left at the crime scene was the word freedom sloppily written on the wall in Hal's blood. Chapter 3: The Investigation. The sudden influx of officers in the area undoubtedly drew increased attention from curious neighbors. The police decided to use this to their advantage and began asking more questions. That's how they learned that Harold was not living alone. His neighbors claimed that he was living with a girl he called his stepdaughter. This information turned out to be very important for the officers. Now they knew that there was a person who not only knew Harold well and was in constant contact with him, but was also present at the crime scene. Eventually, it was established that the so-called stepdaughter was 18-year-old Sarah Gonzalez McLean, who had been living with him for the last 2 years of his life. However, a problem arose. Sarah was nowhere to be found. This, of course, greatly concerned the officers. Finding Sarah became a top priority for law enforcement as they had no idea what exactly had happened to her. She could have been abducted, become a victim, a witness, a suspect, or perhaps none of the above. In any case, it was now absolutely necessary to find her. Family members and friends were informed about this horrific crime, and 3 weeks later, on February 8th, a funeral was planned in memory of the lost community member. The public was urged to contact Douglas County forensic investigators and provide any information about Sarah's whereabouts. A reward of $1,000 was announced for any useful information. Chapter 4. Sarah's background. Sarah Gonzalez McLean was born on July 9, 1994 in Topeka, Kansas. She grew up in a loving family of 5. She had a brother and a sister. Throughout her childhood, Sarah was known as a shy but kind child. Since she was homeschooled for many years, she had few friends outside her neighborhood. However, this does not mean that she had a bad upbringing. Her parents were wonderful people and she was always close to her sister. Unfortunately, when Sarah was a teenager, her parents eventually decided to divorce, which significantly affected her at such a vulnerable age. After her parents' divorce, her childhood and adolescence unfortunately only worsened. Sarah was quite naive, having been sheltered from the outside world by her parents. And unfortunately, people who are ready to take advantage of such a situation are always around. After her parents' divorce, Sarah experienced inappropriate behavior from a neighbor, and unfortunately, he eventually abused her. This event greatly influenced Sarah's character and behavior. She began to act completely differently than before. Much to her mother's dismay, Sarah began sneaking out of the house at night and hanging out with the wrong crowd. Even worse, this led to her frequent use of illicit substances and alcohol to drown out her suffering. It seemed that after her parents' divorce, Sarah no longer wanted to stay in her family home. That's when the pizzeria hired her. At first, he seemed like an ordinary kind manager, but there were rumors among the staff that he was not quite what he appeared to be. For example, Hal told all the restaurant managers that they could only hire young, attractive women. Chapter 5. Sarah's work at the pizzeria. While working at the pizzeria, Sarah would wake up, go to work, spend time there, and eventually return home to her family. She often spent nights drinking before returning home. According to some reports, she was only sober at work, if you could call it that. Despite the fact that she often came in drunk and nearly got fired several times over those few months, she somehow managed to keep her job. That's because Hal seemed to feel sorry for her. He knew that she was vulnerable and needed extra support. She tragically experienced another traumatic event. One such evening, another man attacked her, and to top it all off, the scumbag even burned her with cigarettes. After that, Sarah's already fragile mental health completely crumbled. She stopped going to work, lost friends, and sank into a very dark state. And then she attempted to take her own life. Fortunately, Sarah's family found her in time to call an ambulance. She fully recovered, but it was only after the girl spent 5 months in the hospital. The nicest thing was that after being discharged from the hospital, Sarah received support from loved ones and friends. But one of these messages of support stood out in particular. It was from her former boss, Hal. After her tragic ordeal, Hal offered to become her personal life coach or even a kind of guardian. He could pick her up, take her somewhere to eat, and even let her express everything that was on her mind. Since there was no one else to turn to, Sarah eventually enlisted his support. It was during one of these walks that she told him her entire story, including her tragic encounters with other men, drinking, and everything else. Now Hal knew that she wanted to leave her family home, and upon learning about the traumas she had experienced, he suggested that she live with him in his own house. It all seemed a bit dubious. The problem was that Sarah was vulnerable, lost, and hurt. Hal's offer gave her a way out of it all. Chapter 6. Sarah's life with Hal. After moving in with Hal, everything seemed to stabilize for a short time. She found a new job far away from the pizzeria. Hal took great care of her. Her dog moved in with her, and she even considered college. But Sarah's mother was unhappy with the whole situation. She found Hal quite strange, and the whole story seemed very suspicious to her. Every time she tried to talk to Sarah about it, it always ended in a big fight, which of course further alienated her daughter. Michelle didn't believe that Hal's intentions were always as innocent as he made them out to be. Even worse, she believed that her daughter was most likely too naive and prone to illusions to realize it. After the divorce, Sarah's father broke off all contact, and now she was trying to fill the void that had formed. To make the situation even more eerie, Hal eventually asked Sarah to call him Gad, and then he told all the neighbors that she was his stepdaughter. It's not surprising that Sarah's colleagues eventually fought out about all this and inquired about her relationship with Hal. Now when asked about it, Sarah insisted that he was just her friend and nothing more. But from an outsider's perspective, it was strange that a 50-year-old man brought an attractive but troubled 18-year-old girl into his home, and perhaps her peers suspected something. As soon as Sarah settled into the house and began to feel more comfortable, Hal started setting his own boundaries and attitudes towards life, especially when she turned 18. This change was quite alarming. Hal began buying her illegal drugs and alcohol, joking about them dating, and even brought up the topic of a sexual relationship with Sarah. In addition to these changes, he also began a sexual relationship with Sarah. In addition to these changes, he openly kept track of everything he bought for her, including alcohol, illegal drugs, cosmetics, and rent. He wanted her to feel indebted to him, and he also told her that she would only be able to leave once she paid him back. In fact, she felt so trapped that after she turned 18, she gave in to his advances, and her relationship with the man she once called Dad now became sexual. This diabolical situation lasted for a whole 10 months, and according to Sarah, they had sex several times a week. The only way she could cope was to drink and use illegal substances until she no longer felt involved in the situation. This, of course, further increased her debt to the man who was now using her body. On top of everything, Hal berated Sarah just as often as he complimented her. For example, he criticized her nose and then offered to pay for plastic surgery, which she, unsure of herself, eventually agreed to. It was clear that Hal treated her as his personal property rather than as another human being with feelings. He also paid for her gum implantation, and his next goal was to buy her breast implants. Both of these surgeries cost $16,000, which, of course, was added to the bill, and she had to pay him back when she could afford it. She found herself trapped with no way out. In addition to this, Hal also threatened Sarah, telling her that he had connections if she ever tried to escape. From that moment on, her mental health deteriorated even further. In response, she was given antidepressants to cope with the situation, for which she would eventually have to pay again. Chapter 7: Sarah kills Hal. Trapped by the mental trauma of abuse and depression, Sarah's mind became clouded. She repeatedly found herself on the brink. And now, after supposedly finding someone she could rely on, he too turned out to be an abuser. Sarah had absolutely had enough, and she began to act in a way that eventually turned the victim into a killer. After visiting a pet store, she bought a rabbit and signed a waiver before taking it home. That same evening, one of Hal's pizzeria managers was visiting the house for dinner and drinks. The manager was shocked when he opened the refrigerator and saw a rabbit carcass instead of beer. Sarah not only admitted that she was responsible for killing the pet rabbit, but also stated that it was not the first animal she had killed. Completely bewildered by the situation, the manager politely stayed for dinner, but then went home. This was a huge red flag and an indication of what Sarah was potentially capable of. Unfortunately, this sign was ignored. The main question remained whether Sarah was truly capable of killing a person. Although Sarah was initially considered missing, it was soon established that she was actually the prime suspect. Unfortunately, the detectives were not mistaken in their assumptions. They suspected that she had packed all her belongings, taken the dog, stolen Harold's car, and fled to Texas. However, along the way, she changed her plans and headed to Florida. It was warmer there, and the idea of admiring the ocean view seemed pleasant. Given this newly received information, she was officially declared a wanted person. Sarah was not only wanted on suspicion of murdering Hal, but also as mentally unwell and possibly dangerous to others. Her name was on the lips of many officers across the country, and this continued for 11 days. On January 25, 2014, after being on the run for just over a week and a half, Sarah McLean was finally found and arrested in Everglades National Park. Not surprisingly, the police officer found her in Hal's stolen car sleeping next to a loaded gun. They also found $2,400 in cash, 2 more guns, an axe, and a couple of knives, one of which was stained with Harold's blood. Chapter 8: Sarah's Trial. A few hours after her arrest, a 3-hour interrogation began, during which Sarah confessed to killing the man. According to her version of events, the story unfolded as follows. On January 14, 2014, Harold returned home after a long day at work. The sound system had recently broken down, and he decided to devote the evening to repairing it. He asked Sarah to bring him a beer and then another and another. After a few hours, fatigue took its toll, and Hal suddenly passed out on the floor. He didn't even suspect that Sarah had actually put a large amount of sleeping pills in one of his last bottles. By that point, she had already decided. Hal had to die. She tied him up with zip ties, took a hunting knife, and then a few minutes later, slit his throat. Shortly after that, Harold died in his sleep. Sarah then took a shower listening to her favorite music and washed all the blood off herself. After that, she called work to say that she would be out for a few days because, unfortunately, a relative had passed away. She then packed her things, including a photo of her sister, took the dog, and disappeared into the night in Hal's stolen car. To avoid being found, she left her cell phone and laptop at home. During the interrogation, Sarah openly shared her motives. She was locked in the house and in debt to a man who clearly wanted to possess her. She became his target, was abused, and then turned into his property. Anger clouded her thirst for revenge, and regardless of the consequences, revenge was exactly what she wanted. Sarah also expressed a strong desire to resort to violence. She admitted to killing rabbits out of curiosity. She also claimed that for 2 years, she had thoughts of violence and noticed that they were progressing. Obviously, Sarah's confession put her in a very difficult position. She not only confessed to killing Hal, but also to enduring violence. Given these horrific facts, it became absolutely clear that she would face trial. However, it was also clear that Sarah was undoubtedly mentally unwell. So first and foremost, she would have to undergo a psychological examination. In addition to her recently developed penchant for violence, she also claimed to have memory lapses and felt that she was an observer in her own mind. Not surprisingly, Sarah was eventually diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder. In Sarah's mind, she was not just Sarah. She was also Vanessa, Alice, Mila, and the nameless one. Alice was the weepy and vulnerable side of Sarah, while Vanessa was the strong militant fighter inside her. Mila was feminine, polite, and liked to please people. But, of course, the saddest version of them was the nameless one who took on all the consequences of the trauma and depression. Chapter 9: Sarah's Sentence. When it came to Sarah's trial, her dissociative identity disorder was the main line of defense. She claimed that a girl named Alice wanted to take her own life, but the other personalities convinced her not to. After careful discussion among themselves, they decided that the only way out was to kill Halid. In a clearer and healthier world, Sarah's defense team argued that she was in a state of clinical dissociation when she committed her crime. The abuse Sarah endured living with Harold is alarming. However, it was ultimately deemed irrelevant as everything was consensual. From an investigative point of view, this was not compelling evidence. The defense itself also could not be persuasive as the murder was clearly intentional. Unfortunately for Sarah, although her mental disorder was recognized as genuine, her defense failed to convince the judges, and she was ultimately found guilty of murdering Harold Sasko. She was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 50 years. This greatly shocked both Sarah and her family. It became apparent that the abuse she had endured throughout her life and her mental state at the time of the murder were not taken into account when sentencing her, which means that her punishment was much harsher than she deserved. Sarah filed an appeal on the grounds that the abuse she suffered should have been considered during the trial. Unfortunately, by that time, more evidence of Harold's horrible behavior had been uncovered. After analyzing his computers, detectives found that they were literally riddled with illegal pornography. In addition, another woman, whose name remains unknown, claimed that Hal had hit on both of her daughters. Given all this new evidence, Sarah's appeal resulted in a 50% reduction in her sentence to 25 years. To this day, she still remains behind bars, and that's because although the judge concluded that Hal did indeed abuse his control over Sarah, it doesn't negate the fact that she still committed premeditated murder. Chapter 10. Conclusions. Sarah was initially a victim. Harold was a cruel manipulator of young women and did a very good job of deceiving many people in his community. However, some still remember him as an extremely generous person. Harold also had good sides. For example, he was known to have helped many employees get out of financial crisis. And whenever someone needed advice, he was always ready to help. Harold's family does not deny his shameful actions, but they testify to his positive character. He clearly needed help and did wrong, but he never deserved to die. Although Sarah's family agrees that she must be punished for her crimes, they also believe that the sentence was too harsh for someone trying to escape her abuser. Harold was undoubtedly a favorite of many people, but at the same time, he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. This story is an example of how life circumstances, trauma, and a lack of proper support can lead to tragic consequences. Sarah became a victim of abuse by someone she trusted, and it caused irreparable damage to her mental health. However, this does not justify her actions, the deliberate murder of another human being. This story also demonstrates how important it is to be attentive to those around us and to be able to recognize warning signs. Perhaps if someone had intervened earlier, the tragedy could have been avoided. At the same time, this story raises questions about the fairness of the justice system. Was Sarah's punishment adequate given all the circumstances? Was her mental state and the trauma she suffered sufficiently taken into account? These questions remain open for discussion. Ultimately, this story serves as a reminder that a completely different personality can be hiding behind a person's appearance. Harold, who many considered kind and generous, actually turned out to be a manipulator and a predator. This story prompts us to be careful in our judgments of others. 36-year-old Ing Lei Li, originally from China, was living in Dublin, Ireland, where she went by the name Angie. In 2015, she founded Cinderella Weddings, a company offering various services for couples tying the knot, particularly catering to the Chinese community. Ing Lei was married to Daniel Belling, a 45-year-old IT consultant from Germany, and the couple had 2 sons. On February 9, 2017, the family embarked on an 11-day Mediterranean cruise aboard the MSC Magnifica. The cruise began in Civitavecchia, a port city on Italy's west coast. However, when the cruise ended, the ship's security records revealed that one passenger who had boarded never disembarked. It didn't take long to identify the missing passenger as a member of the Lee Belling family. The cruise line promptly alerted the police about the disappearance. Authorities intercepted Daniel Belling at a Rome airport as he was preparing to board a Ryanair flight to Dublin with his 2 sons, but without his wife. Suspicious of the fact that Belling had not reported his wife missing despite the fact that she disappeared partway through the cruise, the Italian authorities took him into custody. Angie and Daniel's sons, ages 46, were placed in the care of Italian social services and were eventually released to their paternal grandparents in Germany. The last known person to see Angie outside of her family was the clerk in a souvenir shop on the cruise ship. On February 10th, the second day of the cruise, Angie had been in the shop with her 2 boys. According to the shop clerk, Daniel Belling had stormed into the shop and threw a pair of sneakers at his wife, telling her to put them on in place of the sandals she was wearing. The clerk said that Angie looked shaken after the encounter. For the remainder of the cruise, Daniel and the children ate all their meals on board the ship without Angie. Daniel also told the ship's housekeeping staff to stop turning down the fold-out bed in the family's 11th deck cabin because there were only 3 people staying in the room instead of 4. Appearing before an Italian judge after being taken into custody, Daniel claimed that his wife had been on the ship for several more days after she was last seen until the ship docked at Katakalon in Greece. He said that he and his wife had argued the night before and she had mentioned wanting to quit the cruise. He took their sons out for an excursion in the morning, and she was not in their cabin when they arrived back to the ship later in the day. Her luggage and mobile phone were gone. Daniel assumed that Angie had left to return home to Dublin. He says that it was at this point in the trip that he told the housekeeping staff to no longer turn down the fold-out bed, not earlier in the trip as the staff had reported. His wife to either be back at their home in Dublin or with family in China. There was no record of Angie's passport being used for international travel, and she never arrived back in Ireland or in China. The family's cabin was also near a terrace that overlooked the ocean, but did not provide a relaxing atmosphere because of the loud noise of the ship's engines. It is possible that Angie's belongings could have been thrown overboard from this terrace to make it look as though she had left on her own accord. Angie's mother was not notified that her daughter was missing by Daniel Belling or the Italian authorities. She only learned of Angie's disappearance when a friend of hers who spoke English happened to see a story about the case on the internet. She was distraught over the news and was sure her daughter had not willingly walked away from her life because she would have never abandoned her children. She is also a staunch supporter of her son-in-law, however. She acknowledged that Daniel and her daughter argued frequently, but believes Daniel to be a good person who would not have hurt his wife. Angie and Daniel were described as odd by some of their neighbors, who also confirmed that the couple had a tempestuous relationship. One neighbor reported once finding Daniel sleeping in their apartment building stairwell following a fight with Angie. Daniel Billing was held in an Italian jail for 14 months while Italian authorities worked to build a case against him. When they failed to produce enough evidence to bring him to trial in relation to his wife's disappearance, he was released at the end of April 2018. He returned to Dublin and the apartment he had once shared with his missing wife. Since the apartment was being left vacant, Angie's mother had moved into the apartment just a few weeks before. She remains convinced of her son-in-law's innocence. Daniel told reporters after his release that he was sure his wife was back in China. He says he was worried about her for the first few weeks following her disappearance, but was not concerned anymore. He claimed not to be angry with her, but described her as cruel for allowing him to sit in jail for over a year. Angie remains missing. Christopher Caldwell was a father of 3 daughters from Virginia Beach, Virginia. He was engaged to be married to a woman named Crystal Tinder and had a wedding date set for July of 2005. In July of 2004, the couple went on a Carnival cruise from Miami, Florida to Cozumel, Mexico. On the final night of the cruise, July 22nd, they had dinner with another couple they had made friends with during their time on the ship. Afterwards, the group had a few drinks and visited some of the ship's nightclubs. Crystal and the other couple were ready for the evening to end, but Christopher was not ready to turn in for the night just yet. He told his fiancée that he was going to go to the ship's casino and would join her back in their cabin shortly. Crystal went back to the cabin alone and went to sleep. Crystal woke up at 6:30 a.m. on July 23rd. Christopher was not there, and she realized that he had never made it back to their cabin. She searched various areas of the ship on her own, but with no success. She then had him paged to the information desk, but receiving no response, she notified ship personnel that he was missing. Video surveillance Christopher on the ship's promenade deck at 3:30 a.m. He said that Christopher appeared highly intoxicated. Christopher's family has been highly critical of the bartender's decision to leave Christopher alone in such a state. Given this sighting, it was feared that Christopher had fallen overboard approximately 14 miles off the shore of Florida. The Coast Guard was notified and began searching for Christopher. However, the cruise line did not notify the Coast Guard until after the ship docked and the passengers were all gotten off of the ship, a process which took 3.5 hours. According to Crystal, Carnival personnel were more concerned with getting passengers from her cruise off the ship and bringing the next group of passengers on board than they were with looking for Christopher or getting help from the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard performed an exhaustive search of the area, but found nothing. When Christopher went missing, he was 8 days shy of his 37th birthday. No sign of Christopher has ever been found. 47-year-old Fariba Amani was a mother of 2 adult children from Port Moody, British Columbia. In February 2012, she went on a cruise on the Bahamas Celebration, a ship operated by Celebration Cruise Lines with her boyfriend of 8 months, Ramiz Gulshani. The cruise ended on February 29th when the ship docked in Palm Beach, Florida at 7 a.m. Ramiz awoke in the couple's cabin around the same time the ship docked, but he realized that Fariba was not there with him. He searched the ship for an hour and then notified the ship's crew that she was missing. Ramiz says that he saw Fariba for the last time at 1 a.m. that morning in the ship's gift shop. He then went to the ship's casino by himself before returning to their cabin and going to sleep. It does not appear that he was concerned that Fariba was not there when he came in to go to bed. Customs officials confirmed that Fariba had gotten back on the ship after the cruise's stop at Freeport in the Bahamas around 8 p.m. on February 28th, because she had scanned the card issued to her by the cruise line in order to get back on board. The Coast Guard launched a 3.5-day search of the waters between Florida and the Bahamas. The search covered more than 10,000 square miles, but turned up no sign of Fariba. Fariba's family believes that foul play is involved in her disappearance. They say that she did not disappear willingly because she would not have left her children. Also, she was a successful esthetician with clients and events booked for several months. Her family also says that she was not a heavy drinker, so it is unlikely that she accidentally fell overboard while intoxicated. Shortly after Fariba's disappearance, her family publicly expressed frustration with Fariba's boyfriend, Ramiz. Ramiz had never actually met Fariba's family during the relationship and would not speak with them after Fariba went missing. According to Ramiz, this was because of the extreme emotional stress he was under worrying about Fariba. In an interview on the first anniversary of Fariba's disappearance, her sister Salome clarified that the family was not accusing Ramiz of anything, but they were frustrated about the lack of communication with him because he could have potentially had important information. Ramiz told the media that he had been cleared by the FBI, but the FBI could not confirm this due to the ongoing nature of their investigation. Fariba and Ramiz did not have an ideal relationship. Fariba told her family that Ramiz was very controlling and needed to be told of her every move. She had consulted with a private investigator about surveilling Ramiz because she suspected he was unfaithful, but had ultimately decided not to hire him due to fears about her physical safety if Ramiz discovered she was having him followed. She considered the cruise to be one last-ditch effort to see if the relationship could work and was prepared to end it upon their return home if the vacation did not improve things between them. Fariba's family is still fighting for answers in her case, but she remains missing. 20-year-old Blake Kepley of Fallbrook, California, was making plans for his future in 2011. He was researching technical schools and local colleges, as well as considering joining the military, trying to decide what path he wanted to take for his career. He took a break from these preparations to attend a family reunion for his father's side of the family in July. The reunion was taking place on an Alaskan cruise. The Holland America Line ship departed from Seattle on July 17th to make stops in British Columbia and various locations in Alaska. At 2:30 p.m. on Friday, July 22nd, Blake's family reported him missing to Holland America personnel. They claimed to have last seen him sometime between midnight and 1 a.m. that morning, and he had not been in his room when they woke up. The family had searched for him on their own, but could not find him on board. The ship arrived in Ketchikan, Alaska that morning, but gangway records do not show Blake leaving the ship. Fearing that Blake had gone overboard, the cruise line contacted the Coast Guard. Helicopters and boats searched an area of more than 350 miles for Blake, but found nothing. The search was formally called off late in afternoon of 23rd, and the ship arrived back in Seattle on 24th. Blake's mother, Mary Larson, had been told that there was no surveillance footage of Blake. She had to wait 3 months before she received any information about her son's disappearance in the form of the Coast Guard report on the incident. The report did not answer many questions, however. It featured a blurry surveillance image of an individual whose face was blurred out and a few witness statements from individuals who claimed to have seen Blake, but their names had been redacted, leaving Mary with no leads to follow. Mary has gone on to advocate for passenger safety on cruise ships, but has not found any answers in her son's case. Angelo Faliva was the first chef in Sabatini's restaurant onboard Princess Cruise Line's Coral Princess. The 31-year-old was a native of Cremona, Italy, and had worked for Princess Cruise Lines since 2006 on their cruises of the Caribbean. In November 2009, he was working for them on a 6-month contract that finished in February 2010. The Coral Princess left Florida on November 23rd and was scheduled to make several stops before arriving in Los Angeles. On November 25th, Angelo began his shift at Sabatini's at 4:30. At 8:15 that evening, he was seen walking into the kitchen from the dining room after going out to speak with 2 passengers. His co-workers saw him get on an elevator that went to areas only accessible by staff. They were most often used by workers in the kitchen when they were going to dispose of garbage. Angelo never returned to the kitchen despite the fact that his shift did not end until 10 p.m., and he was a reliable worker. One of Angelo's co-workers noticed that he was missing around 9 p.m. and told the kitchen manager about it. But the kitchen manager did nothing. Nothing was done about Angelo's disappearance until 9 a.m. the following morning. Princess Cruises claims to have no useful surveillance footage of Angelo around the time of his disappearance, and they deleted the record of passengers who ate in Sabatini's at night after Angelo's family expressed interest in contacting them to see if any of them had helpful information. While the corporate headquarters of Princess Cruises is in California, it flags its cruise ships out of Bermuda, allegedly to avoid taxes and escape the U.S.'s more stringent safety regulations. Therefore, investigating Angelo's disappearance falls under the jurisdiction of authorities in Bermuda. According to Angelo's family, they have shown no interest in investigating his case. They did not arrive on the ship until 10 days after Angelo's disappearance and did not examine basic evidence for months. At the end of January 2010, they told Angelo's family in an email that they had not yet examined Angelo's cell phone or computer. They also only talked to one of Angelo's co-workers at the restaurant, the same one who had raised concern about his whereabouts on the night of 25th while they were on the ship. This co-worker also shared crew quarters with Angelo and reported that Angelo had never arrived back there on the night of 25th. Despite this, the investigators from Bermuda believed an unconfirmed sighting of Angelo on Deck 7 of the ship by another crew member at 6:30 a.m. on the morning of 26th. If Angelo were still on board the ship in the morning, where had he been all night? Angelo's family was eventually able to get back his computer and have it professionally analyzed. They learned that the computer continued to be used for several days after Angelo went missing. Documents were printed, files were downloaded, and emails were deleted. It is unknown who used the laptop and did all of these things. Angelo's family began receiving upsetting phone calls insinuating that Angelo had witnessed illegal activities on board the ship and was gotten rid of by other workers on the ship, which does seem likely given the tampering with his computer. Angelo's sister Kiera continues to put pressure on authorities and seek answers about what happened to her brother, but Angelo remains missing. Corey Day Desmond was born on March 18, 1980, at Torrance Memorial Hospital, and from the very beginning, she fought to survive. Born with a hole in her diaphragm, she underwent multiple surgeries and was given only a 20% chance of survival. Against all odds, she not only survived but thrived. Known by friends and family as a smart, self-assured young woman, Corey was unafraid to speak her mind. She was full of energy and affection, always surrounded by those who loved her. Corey graduated from North Torrance High School and went on to earn a master's degree in criminal justice from Long Beach State. Though initially uncertain about her career path, she decided to become a teacher with the goal of working with autistic children. Tragically, just a week after her death, a notice arrived confirming that she had earned her teaching credential. Corey was adored by many and had a unique mix of sweetness and toughness. She could command the attention of a bar full of patrons, effortlessly becoming the center of attention while belting out her favorite karaoke songs like Black Velvet or These Boots Are Made for Walking. Her work in various establishments built a secondary family that kept her coming back, despite her family's reservations. In 2009, Corey was working at a bar. On Saturday, February 14th, her shift ended at 9:30 p.m. Afterward, she walked 2 blocks to the popular Bar Street Lounge, continuing a night that would tragically be her last. Many employees of this bar knew Corey as she had friends working there. She was caught on surveillance cameras helping her friends at the bar. She left there only after closing around 2 a.m. None of her friends saw her after that. On Monday, February 16th, at approximately 2:20 p.m., the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office received a terrifying call. About 100 miles from the bar where people last saw Corey, the driver stopped to take snow chains off the wheels. The man felt a strong, unpleasant smell as soon as he exited the car. He thought the source of the stench was an animal that got hit by a car, but still decided to check. Not far from the car, he found something strange. He saw a black plastic garbage bag with a woman's body inside. The man ran out into the road in a panic, stopping cars and asking to call the police as his phone's battery was dead. They identified the victim by fingerprints and driver's license. It was 28-year-old Corey Detty Desmond. Subjected to a brutal attack, the woman died from strangulation. She had a lot of bruises on her face and neck and injuries to the back of her head. Corey tried to fight back as she had several defense wounds. Although unable to determine the exact time of death, the medical experts said Corey was on the street for about 12:36 hours before the man found her. Corey's pants were unbuttoned and pulled to her knees, but no signs of intimate contact were found. The first conclusion that investigators came to was that the place where the driver found Corey's body was not the place of her death. The criminal left her body by the side of the road, hoping it would take time to find it. Before the man found her body, the rain destroyed all possible evidence. Reporting bad news to the families of the dead or missing is perhaps the hardest thing in the work of a policeman. At that time, Corey was living with her grandmother. The news about the granddaughter's body found in a garbage bag shocked the woman, and this news was no less devastating for Mark, Corey's father. Mark knew perfectly well how the system worked. Sometimes the police delay the investigation for many months because they need a warrant to conduct searches, interrogations, and fingerprinting. There are cases when the time-consuming bureaucracy slows down the process of solving a crime. Therefore, Mark decided not to sit and wait for the police to find the person who deprived him of his daughter. He decided to act. He said love for his daughter gave him the strength to look for the criminal. Mark found Corey's Jeep Wrangler in an alley next to the bar where she worked. He also discovered that Corey disappeared on the night of February 15th, but unfortunately, no one knew about it. Grandma did not panic because Corey was already an adult and could stay overnight with a friend or friends. In addition, she often worked late into the night and came home when her grandmother was already asleep. Investigators went to the bar where Desmond worked to find possible witnesses or leads. They talked to other employees and learned that Corey finished her shift at 9:30 p.m. and then went to another bar. She often did that. Her friends worked at that bar, and Corey often visited them at the end of her shift. She helped at the bar or chatted with friends while sitting at the counter. Besides, it brought her extra tips. Bar visitors knew her face well, and many perceived Corey as another employee. Surveillance cameras confirmed the words of the visitors. They captured the girl helping her friends at the bar. Unfortunately, a bartender's job is not only to pour drinks and entertain the interlocutors. Sometimes, after drinking alcohol, some people stop controlling their emotions and their behavior becomes inappropriate. That evening, Corey was unlucky enough to meet such a person. According to eyewitnesses, she argued with some man who behaved provocatively. He bothered women and unceremoniously touched them, making unflattering compliments. While everyone was silent and did not dare to put this man in his place, Corey stood up for the bar's visitors. In other words, the girl explained to the man that he was not welcome there. The violent guest was furious, but still agreed to leave. Corey continued to help her friends and made drinks at the bar as if nothing had happened. That evening, she consumed alcohol, but it did not affect her behavior. After 2 a.m., she left the bar alone and planned to go home. But as we now know, a man found Corey's lifeless body 100 miles from the bar the next day. Mark gave the police all the information he could find. Through television, he appealed to everyone to report any crucial information for the investigation. Meanwhile, the police identified the man Corey quarreled with before her death. During a conversation with investigators, the man said he did not know who Corey Desmond was. However, he did not deny having a big fight with the girl in a bar on February 14th. The man said alcohol made him uncontrollable, confirming that they kicked him out of the bar. Right after that, he went home to sleep. The suspect denied any involvement in the crime. He agreed to take a polygraph test and let the police search his house and car. They carefully examined the suspect's car. After all, there could have been traces like bloodstains, hair, or something belonging to Corey. The car was dirty both inside and outside, and yet forensic experts did not find any evidence there. While searching the man's house, they found nothing indicating his involvement in the crime. The last hope of the investigators to catch the man in a lie was a polygraph test. But the man passed it without much difficulty, answering all the questions of the police. In addition, his wife confirmed that he came home before 2 a.m. and immediately went to bed. Corey left the bar around 2 a.m., which means this man was not involved in her death. Thus, the police excluded him from the list of suspects, but the problem was that they had no other persons of interest in this investigation. They studied Corey's personal life, trying to find out if she had enemies who could wish her harm. Investigators found out another strange detail. The owner of the bar where Corey worked said that night, she came and asked for permission to use the toilet. But since the bar was closed, he refused the girl's request and advised her to go home. It was about 2:20 in the morning. What happened next remained a mystery because Corey never got in the car and did not go home. Investigators assumed that she had been abducted or assaulted near her place of work. However, the bar's surveillance cameras did not record this, and there were no witnesses on the street at such a late hour. At the time of Corey's death, her blood alcohol content was more than 4 times the legal limit for driving. It was unclear whether she planned to use her car or was looking for other ways to get home. Unfortunately, she did not meet anyone who would help her that night. A month later, the investigation reached a dead end. The police checked all the versions and clues but found no new suspects. Corey's father, Mark, wasn't going to give up. He rented 3 billboards on Artesia Boulevard in Redondo Beach. The billboards contained a photo of his daughter with the question, "Who killed Corey Desmond?" The man offered a $15,000 reward for any information helpful to the police. "I'm going to keep them up there to let people know the guy is still out there," Mark Desmond said. "Maybe it will save somebody." To some extent, this story is similar to the one of Alexandra Kemp. The latter's father, Roger, did everything to find the criminal, and billboards played a crucial role in solving the crime. If you haven't watched this story yet, click on the link at the end of this video. Information about Corey periodically appeared on 50 electronic billboards. Eventually, it brought results. In May 2009, the phone rang at the police station. A woman named Tiffany saw one of the billboards with a photo of Corey. Thanks to this woman, the police were able to solve this case. Tiffany spoke very quietly. The woman was experiencing stress and severe fright. She rambled as if she didn't know where to start. Then she finally focused and said, "Hello, my name is Tiffany. I think my boyfriend, Tony Lopez Perez, killed that bartender girl, Corey Desmond. Please check him. He's behaving strangely, but I'll tell you more when we meet." Tiffany called several times to arrange a meeting with the detective. During their conversation in the park, the woman told him about her suspicions. According to her, on February 14th, she and Tony planned a romantic Valentine's Day dinner. She spent the whole evening preparing for a date. Tiffany took the children to their grandparents, visited a beauty salon, and bought a new red dress. Tony loved it when she wore red clothes. It drove him crazy. The guy was working that day, but had to return home around 11:30 p.m. Tiffany waited for Tony almost all night. The woman tried to contact him, but he did not answer calls and messages. Tony returned home at 4:30 in the morning and, as if nothing had happened, said he was too drunk to go home. He said he fell asleep in his car. Tiffany mentioned that Tony rarely cleaned the interior of his car. However, after a few days, he bought a whole set of cleaning products. He washed the car thoroughly, not letting her help. The guy's behavior seemed strange, but at that moment, she did not attach much importance to it. A few days later, Tony sold his white Dodge for almost nothing and bought another car. He also changed his phone number for no apparent reason. A little later, they had a joint trip to Big Bear Lake. They chatted along the way and everything seemed normal until Tony suddenly stopped the car on the side of the road. He turned to Tiffany and asked her, "Do you think this dead girl, what was her name, the bartender, was dumped here? I'm almost 100% sure that the police found her body here." Tony Lopez Perez and Tiffany were lived together for about 4 years. They had a 6-year-old son together, but they never married. He was a hardworking man and got along well with everyone. He has never had any problems with the law. Perez came from a large family with 8 siblings. His parents grew up in the LA area, and Perez attended high school in Manhattan Beach. Tony's absence on the day of Corey's death, cleaning the car and urgently selling it, a strange trip, and an equally strange comment about where the police found her body, a change of phone number and odd behavior. Putting all these facts together, Tiffany realized that Tony could be the one who took the life of Corey Desmond. She didn't want to believe it. The investigators decided to talk to Tony and went to his house. To prevent him from suspecting anything, Tiffany agreed to play along with the police, not telling him anything about this conversation. It looked as if they were conducting a routine interview of people to find witnesses in the Corey Desmond case. Tony looked calm, like a person with nothing to hide. He wasn't nervous while answering all the questions. He said he didn't know her, mentioning he had only seen Corey in the newspapers. However, to arrest Tony Lopez Perez for taking the life of Corey, they needed hard evidence. Thus, the police found the new owner of the Dodge that Tony sold shortly after the news of Corey's death. The new owner confirmed that Tony sold him his car for a low price. He allowed the police to check the vehicle for any evidence. Tiffany said Tony cleaned the interior thoroughly before selling his car. However, when the experts applied luminol and used an ultraviolet lamp, it became evident why Tony Lopez Perez got rid of his car. The interior of the car lit up in bright blue. The police asked Tony to come to the police station. They didn't tell him anything about the find so he wouldn't run away. At first, he claimed he had never seen Corey, but later changed his testimony, saying he saw her near the bar and whistled at her. As soon as the police noticed that the man was changing his testimony, they showed him photos of the car he had sold and said that they had found crucial evidence there. This time, Tony claimed to have seen Corey outside the bar. Standing under a street lamp, she suddenly lost consciousness and fell on the sidewalk. He tried to help her, but she did not regain consciousness. Then he started slapping Corey on the cheeks. Corey opened her eyes and started screaming. She told him to get out and asked him to let her go. According to Tony, he got scared, put his hands over her mouth, and accidentally strangled her. Fearing he would get blamed for Corey's death, he put her body in the back seat of his car and drove home. Perez said he woke up during the night and went outside to see if it was a nightmare. "I opened the door and it was not a nightmare," Perez told detectives. It was true. Perez said he went back inside and tried to get some sleep. In the morning, he went to work with Desmond's body still in the back seat. At the end of the working day, he placed her body in 2 garbage bags, took it to a remote area, and left it next to the side of the road. According to Tony's story, what he did to Corey was an accident. He claimed that he was drunk and scared. He accidentally strangled her in a state of panic, but Corey's injuries suggested otherwise. She had severe injuries on the back of her head, bruises on her face and neck, and defense wounds on her hands. Moreover, Corey's pants were down to her knees. Tony Perez was arrested and charged with first-degree deprivation of life. The next day, he showed the police where he dumped Corey's body. In addition to Tony's confession, they now had the results of DNA tests. Corey's blood matched the blood found in the car that Tony sold immediately after committing the crime. At the 2011 trial, Coroner Jack Sheridan testified to the multiple contusions to the victim's head, the evidence of strangulation, and the blunt force trauma to her face. Sheridan also said she had scratches on her body that suggested the criminal dragged her after her death. Based on Corey's injuries, prosecutors said Perez assaulted her and tried to force her into intimacy in the early morning of February 15, 2009. Corey resisted. Unable to get what he wanted, Perez strangled her. Tiffany Ware testified during the trial. She told the San Bernardino County jury that her former boyfriend, Tony Lopez Perez, had an insatiable appetite for sex in January-February 2009. even though they were making love almost every day, where said Perez was still not satisfied. Tiffany also told the court that Tony had twice engaged in intimacy with her against her will. It happened after the birth of their son and with an interval of about a month. Both incidents occurred when she was fast asleep on the couch after taking painkillers due to severe back pain. Perez, who chose not to testify at the trial, made his first statements to the court during his sentencing. He said he was taught to love and respect those around him, but that he veered off course at times. I forgot the key lessons I was taught about in life, which make me a man, a father, a loving uncle to many, and a responsible person who supports his family that I so love, Perez said. In the end, I fell short. He generally stuck to the story his attorney Andrew Haynell presented at the trial, that he was scared and didn't mean to hurt Desmond. Haynell argued to a jury of 6 men and 6 women that Perez found her passed out on the sidewalk. He said he tried to calm her down and didn't mean to kill her. I should have thought before acting, Perez said. I should have stepped back and cleared my head. Fear took over. I was so scared, so careless. Corey's father, Mark Desmond, said his daughter had a beautiful future ahead of her before her life was cut short at the age of 28. Tony Perez should live the rest of his miserable life knowing he killed his own children's hopes and dreams at the same time he was killing Corey, her father said. He embodies all the characteristics that women in society fear. Just before sentencing, Perez asked God and the court to show him mercy. My very deepest apologies to the Desmond family and to my own family. I have brought such hurt and sorrow to the Desmonds that will forever shape their life. I hope he never gets out in the street again, said Desmond's grandmother, Beverly. I hope he suffers as much as she suffered. In July 2011, a jury of 6 men and 6 women found 36-year-old Tony Lopez Perez guilty of first-degree deprivation of life. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with the right to parole after 25 years. Corey Desmond's family expressed gratitude to Tiffany Ware, thanks to whom the police solved this case. If it hadn't been for her, I don't think they would have ever found out it was him, said Leslie Schwab, a family friend who attended every day of the trial along with about a dozen others in San Bernardino County. Alice Corbett, the daughter of James and Emma Corbett, was born and raised in Utica, New York. By the fall of 1925, she was a junior at Smith College, a renowned women's liberal arts college in Northampton, Massachusetts. On the morning of Friday, November 13, 1925, Alice was seen leaving her dormitory around 8 a.m. She was wearing a dark dress and stood out due to her bright yellow rain jacket. She was never definitively seen again. Alice's friends grew worried when she failed to return to her dormitory by late afternoon and decided to check her room. There, they discovered an unsealed letter addressed to Alice's mother and brought it, along with their concerns, to the college warden, Miss Laura W. L. Scales. According to the warden, the letter suggested that Alice was in a confused state of mind when she wrote it. While the full text of the letter was not disclosed, it ended with the line, "Mother, I am coming home." Alice had no known history of mental health issues and was a strong student with a clean record at the college. Although some students mentioned that Alice had seemed down the week before her disappearance, the change in her demeanor had not been significant enough to alarm them. Other letters found in Alice's room revealed that she had been arguing with her boyfriend, Thomas Sterling, a student at Amherst College. This conflict may have explained her altered mood leading up to her disappearance. Mrs. Scales contacted the superintendent of grounds and buildings for the college, Franklin King, who organized a search of the campus. When it was unsuccessful in finding Alice, the local police were notified, who in turn brought in state authorities by that evening. A wire was sent to Alice's parents in Utica informing them of her disappearance, and they arrived on campus the following morning. Paradise Pond near the campus was drained, and students helped search the woods for Alice with no success. Her description was broadcast over local radio stations, and her father offered a $500 reward for information that led to her discovery. The reward would ultimately double to $1,000. Alice's favorite hiking trail was on Whiting's Peak in the Mount Tom State Reservation. The idea that she may have gone to this place that she loved was strengthened by a reported sighting of her on the morning of 13th shortly after she left her dormitory. Alice's boyfriend, Thomas, had been at East Hampton, a town bordering the reservation, showing Alice's picture around as part of the early search for her. The town druggist, Mr. McGowan, told Thomas that he had seen the girl in the photograph around 9:30 a.m. on Friday 13th and had sold her a pimento cheese sandwich and some ginger ale. She had a yellow rain jacket with her. According to Alice's father, she had been particularly fond of this type of sandwich. Local civil groups and over 100 Boy Scouts helped search the trails on the reservation the day after Alice went missing but turned up nothing related to her case. Waddings Peak was searched a second time on November 21st after a group of telephone linemen came forward with a possible sighting of Alice in the area on 20th, a week after she went missing. According to the linemen, a young woman with dark bobbed hair and a yellow rain jacket had approached them asking for food around noon. The girl had also been carrying a revolver. The men gave her a few sandwiches and some coffee, which she devoured quickly. They asked her what she was doing with the revolver, to which she simply replied, "I might need to use it." The young woman then disappeared into the woods. The crew of linemen had been out working on the mountain for some time and, therefore, had not heard about Alice's disappearance, so they did not try to detain the young woman. When they learned of the missing student the following day, they reported their sighting to the police. When he was shown a picture of Alice, the foreman claimed that she was the young woman they had seen. Another witness came forward with a potential sighting of Alice in the same area. Joseph Wainwitz told police that he and a friend had been walking along the ridge trail in Waddings Peak that had been Alice's favorite hiking trail. They came across a young woman lying on her stomach. She brandished a revolver and told them to get away from her. Frightened, they complied. This incident took place approximately 1 hour after the telephone linemen had their encounter with the young woman believed to be Alice. Police were for some reason less convinced that the woman Joseph saw was Alice, arguing that she was probably just another hiker who was scared of being alone in the wilderness with two men she did not know. A store clerk in Pawtucket, Rhode Island, was certain that he had sold Alice and an unknown young man a bridal bouquet on the night of Saturday, November 14th, and wired her father about his sighting of her as soon as she had left his shop. The bride and groom had gotten a marriage license and then arrived at the home of a local pastor at 9 p.m. asking him to perform their wedding ceremony, which he did. The bride and groom provided both the local registrar who issued the marriage license and the pastor with names and addresses that proved to be fake. The bride reportedly bore a striking resemblance to Alice, but the groom and the two witnesses to the marriage were never identified. Dozens of other potential sightings of Alice were reported throughout Massachusetts, New York, and Connecticut. Witnesses all around this area confirmed that they had seen Alice upon being shown her photograph, but the times and locations of these sightings make it physically impossible for all of them to be accurate. While most of the people who came forward with information genuinely thought their information to be helpful to the case, the publicity Alice's disappearance received also resulted in more sinister individuals reaching out to her family. The Corbetts received numerous cruel letters either fabricating hoaxes or mocking the loss of their daughter. At least 2 fake Alices were presented to the Corbetts in hopes of collecting the promised reward. The heartache these actions brought did not deter the family and their efforts to find Alice. A popular theory about Alice's disappearance involves another tragic event that also occurred the Friday 13th, that Alice went missing. That morning, Jane M. Robison, a Smith College senior originally from Elizabethtown, North Carolina, was found dead in the kitchenette on the 3rd floor of her dormitory. Jane had apparently been in the kitchenette to do her ironing and had turned on the gas stove. Before she could light the stove, she fell and hit her head, either because she tripped or because she fainted for an unknown reason. She lost consciousness from hitting her head and asphyxiated overnight due to the carbon monoxide and the fumes given off by the stove. Jane had closed the door to the kitchenette, and the doors to the bedrooms on the floor near the kitchenette had already been closed because she was doing her ironing late at night, so no one else smelled gas until the morning when it was too late to help Jane. Carbon monoxide, once inhaled, enters the bloodstream and binds to hemoglobin. Hemoglobin is responsible for carrying oxygen throughout the body. If a hemoglobin molecule has carbon monoxide bound to it, it cannot carry oxygen to the different tissues in the body, including the brain. This is why having high concentrations of carbon monoxide in the blood can lead to asphyxiation. However, in less severe cases, Carbon monoxide poisoning can cause a wide variety of psychological problems due to the decreased amount of oxygen reaching the brain. These include confusion, mood swings, impaired judgment, and personality changes. Given Alice's reported mental confusion at the time she went missing, it sounds like she could have been suffering from carbon monoxide poisoning. Unfortunately, the details disprove this theory. Jane Robison lived and died in Park House. If Alice had been sleeping in one of the rooms near where Jane had her accident, she very well could have been exposed to carbon monoxide. However, Alice, in fact, lived in a completely different dormitory, Clark House, which was not even located near Park House. Jane and Alice were known to be friends. It is unknown if word of Jane's death reached Alice before she disappeared. If it did, it is possible that the stress of the loss of her friend caused Alice to suffer a mental break and walk off campus. The letter Alice had written but not mailed to her mother was written the night before she disappeared, so she was showing signs of mental confusion while Jane was still alive. It is possible that Alice's friend's death could have exacerbated her own condition, but it did not cause it. Alice's disappearance and Jane's death would not be the last tragedies to befall Smith College and its students around this time. On another Friday 13th, in January of 1928, Frances Smith, a freshman at the college, went missing. Her body was discovered more than a year later, but the cause of death was not revealed to the public. And Morrow was friends with Frances and wrote of her in her journals, and married famed aviator Charles Lindbergh a year after her graduation from Smith College, and in 1932, their infant son was a victim of one of the most infamous crimes of the 20th century. Alice's parents continued searching for their daughter well after the publicity surrounding her case died down and the official searches by police ceased. James Corbett hired men to search rivers and advertised the reward in the case to hunters going out into the woods at the beginning of hunting seasons, at least through the fall of 1928. These efforts never provided answers about what became of Alice Corbett. On the afternoon of June 8, 2018, while navigating the waters near the Long Island Strait, a group of fishermen aboard a commercial vessel encountered a chilling sight. Floating in the waves was the lifeless body of a man. As they drew closer, they observed clear signs of distress. Without delay, they contacted the Coast Guard to report their grim find. In response, law enforcement swiftly arrived at the scene to recover the body, revealing a young man with puzzling bruises and wounds. Later identified as Spencer McFord, his disappearance along with his girlfriend, Sophia McKenna, just days earlier had sparked widespread concern. Determining the circumstances of Spencer's tragic demise became a priority, leading authorities to conduct a thorough examination of his remains. The ensuing autopsy revealed that drowning was the cause of death. However, despite careful investigation, forensic experts found no signs of foul play. All injuries appeared consistent with exposure to water. Yet, Spencer's death only added to the growing mystery surrounding a string of disappearances in the area that weekend. Two other men met similarly tragic fates, their bodies found submerged in the water. Initially considered tragic accidents, these incidents raised unsettling questions. Amidst the uncertainty, one disturbing detail remained. The absence of Sophia McKenna vanished without a trace. Her fate intertwined with Spencer's in a narrative fraught with unanswered queries. This enigmatic saga unfurled on the ominous night of May 27, 2018 in the quaint town of Groan, nestled within Connecticut's northeastern expanse. Revered for its storied history and tales of spectral apparitions, the lighthouse bore witness to a tragedy that transcended mortal understanding. Legend spoke of Ernie, the lighthouse's inaugural keeper, whose love lost drove him to a fatal plunge from its heights. It was to this hallowed ground that Spencer and Sophia ventured, their fates entwined with the mysteries that shrouded the ancient structure. Ever since the rumors began circulating about strange happenings at the lighthouse, both locals and tourists alike have recounted peculiar occurrences. Reports range from doors and windows mysteriously opening to bed sheets slipping off beds without any logical explanation. Sailors have recounted tales of radio switching on autonomously and ships inexplicably becoming unmoored from the shore. These stories have propelled the lighthouse into the spotlight, featuring prominently in numerous television programs dedicated to the paranormal. Despite the speculative nature of these claims, the allure of the lighthouse's enigmatic atmosphere continues to draw people in. Spencer and Sophia were no exception. They had harbored a long-standing desire to explore the mysteries of this iconic landmark. Setting out on the eve of Memorial Day, they embarked on an adventure that would soon take a troubling turn. On Saturday 27th, Sophia's friend Austin attempted to reach her, only to be met with silence. Initially unconcerned, he assumed she was simply sleeping in. However, as hours passed without any response, worry crept in. Contacting Sophia's mother, Michelle, Austin discovered a string of missed calls from an unfamiliar number on Michelle's phone. Upon attempting to return the calls, they reached Spencer's voicemail instead, sparking further concern. With anxiety mounting, Michelle and Austin sprang into action, scouring the area for any sign of their missing loved ones. Austin called local hospitals, while Michelle wasted no time in filing a missing persons report with the authorities. Meanwhile, Spencer's family shared in their apprehension, noting his absence from a family gathering and his failure to respond to their attempts at communication. Their search led them to Spencer's apartment, but it yielded no clues. Spencer's mother recalled their conversation at 10 p.m., hinting at his intentions to meet Sophia, despite previous plans. As the pieces of the puzzle slowly fell into place, the mystery surrounding their disappearance deepened, leaving both families grasping for answers in the darkness. When Spencer bid her good night, realizing something had happened, prompting his family to alert the authorities around 6:30 p.m. regarding his and his girlfriend's sudden disappearance. Swiftly, the police initiated their search for the missing duo. Austin reached out to the sheriff, disclosing crucial information about Sophia and Spencer's whereabouts the prior night, admitting his consent for Sophia's visit there. He elaborated on discovering a Snapchat video posted by Sophia, capturing moments aboard a boat en route to the lighthouse. The footage depicted a jovial scene with Spencer rowing towards the destination. Subsequently, Sophia uploaded the video playfully posing by the lighthouse's concrete barrier, embellished with a "Do Not Cross" sign. The events following the snapshot remain shrouded in mystery. Mere minutes after the upload, at 2:05 a.m., Spencer's phone initiated a series of calls to Michelle, Sophia's mother, persisting at intervals of 206, 208, and culminating at 209. Michelle, deep in slumber, missed all calls with no voicemails or texts left and no record of contact with emergency services. The visual evidence confirmed the couple's presence at the lighthouse, prompting the dispatch of 20 Coast Guard units. A coordinated effort ensued, with the Coast Guard, firefighters, and police scouring the area by air, sea, and land. The first significant discovery was Sophia's abandoned car on the university campus, accompanied by her cell phone. Simultaneously, the Coast Guard recovered Spencer's T-shirt, as seen in the video, hinting at its use for securing the boat. The search persisted relentlessly through the night and into the following day. As the storm rolled in, state authorities made the difficult decision to halt the search for the missing young couple, Spencer and Sophia, until new leads or signs surfaced. This announcement sent shock waves through their families and friends, who refused to give up hope. They took matters into their own hands, plastering the city with posters and spreading the word about Spencer and Sophia's disappearance. Their plea to the public for any information fell largely on deaf ears, despite the bustling streets at the time of their vanishing, yielding no witnesses. In the midst of the family's relentless search efforts, questions swirled unanswered. Why did Sophia repeatedly call her mother? And why the hesitation to leave a voicemail or contact the authorities? Speculation ran rampant. Could their disappearance be tied to their recent brush with the law, having stolen a boat and ventured to the forbidden lighthouse? Sophia's prior legal entanglements and Spencer's DUI arrest might have fueled her reluctance to involve the police again. Perhaps she sought solace in reaching out to her mother instead. But the complexities of Sophia's state of mind at the time remain a mystery, clouded by panic and uncertainty. Meanwhile, detectives worked tirelessly to piece together the events of May 26, 2018. The day began like any other, bathed in sunshine and the promise of a festive weekend ahead. Memorial Day celebrations loomed, yet for Sophia and Spencer, the day took a sinister turn. Spencer's work shift ended at 7 p.m., after which their plans dissolved into a haze of uncertainty. Where did they go? Who did they meet? The details are scarce, save for Sophia's car found parked at the University of Connecticut campus around 2 a.m. For reasons unknown, Sophia left her cell phone in the car, whether due to forgetfulness or a drained battery. The couple embarked on their ill-fated journey aboard a small sailboat, its weight a mere 14 pounds, equipped only with oars. With Spencer's confidence in his aquatic abilities bolstering their resolve, they pushed off from shore, navigating perilously close to rocky outcrops, en route to the infamous lighthouse. Their reckless disregard for safety, compounded by the absence of proper equipment, underscored the perilous nature of their venture. Monday evening brought a breakthrough in the search efforts when a police helicopter scouring the coastline spotted a white and blue sailboat wedged among the rocks, coated in a film of dust, some 12 kilometers west of the lighthouse. While authorities suspected this vessel to be the missing sailboat from the campus, potentially used by Spencer and Sophia, conclusive evidence remained elusive. Fingerprints discovered on the boat offered tantalizing leads, yet their analysis and subsequent findings remained undisclosed to the public, shrouding the investigation in further ambiguity. Moreover, conflicting reports initially labeled the vessel as a kayak, only to later clarify it as a white sailboat adorned with red markings. In their quest for answers, investigators delved into the backgrounds of Sophia McKenna and Spencer Mugford. Born on March 7, 1996, in North Stonington, Connecticut, Sophia, then 21, resided in Groton, Connecticut, USA. Raised alongside her siblings Justin and Grace, Sophia cherished her familial bonds, exhibiting a nurturing demeanor toward her younger kin. Despite her tumultuous upbringing, marked by her parents' divorce during her formative years, Sophia remained resilient. Her vibrant spirit, undimmed by adversity. Yet beneath her outward vivacity lay the lingering shadows of past trauma, shaping her life in profound ways. Throughout her high school years, Sophia grappled with a bipolar disorder diagnosis, leading to periods of depression interspersed with manic episodes. These mood swings, marked by intense shifts between euphoria and melancholy, often clouded her judgment and impacted her behavior. Though she diligently sought treatment, including medication and therapy, managing the symptoms proved challenging. Despite her efforts, there was no definitive cure for bipolar disorder, posing ongoing hurdles for Sophia and her family. The illness significantly disrupted her daily life, manifesting in unpredictable behavior and tumultuous relationships with those around her. In 2015, Sophia crossed paths with Austin, a vibrant individual whose charm captivated her instantly. Their ensuing 3-year relationship, however, proved tumultuous for Sophia and her mother, Michelle. Austin's volatile nature, fueled by his use of anabolic steroids, frequently led to heated arguments and even physical altercations, often initiated by Sophia due to her mental health struggles. Despite discovering Austin's infidelity and ending the relationship, Sophia continued to engage with him sporadically. Despite the challenges she faced, Sophia endeavored to forge ahead. Briefly delving into modeling for a local company provided a financial boost for her education. Eventually, she graduated as a massage therapist and secured a position at the Red Door, an upscale spa within a luxurious hotel. It was there that she met Spencer Mugford, her 20-year-old colleague. Spencer, hailing from Florida, shared Sophia's passion for the sea and boasted a promising future. Despite their mutual interests and undeniable connection, their relationship faced opposition from their respective families due to the frequent turmoil surrounding them. Michelle, Sophia's mother, expressed deep concern for Sophia's well-being due to her frequent meetings with Austin and their regular alcohol consumption, which had become almost daily. Despite Sophia and Spencer deciding to remain friends after their relationship ended, the exact reason remains unclear, though Sophia may have rekindled things with Austin. Despite this, Sophia and Spencer continued spending a lot of time together, both at work and outside, including their last day together. After fishermen discovered Spencer's body following days of searching, his family published an obituary in local media. Sophia's family did the same, but continued searching, holding on to hope. They tried to recall the events leading to the disappearance, but no new information emerged. Uncertainty surrounded any additional calls from Spencer's phone beyond those to Michelle's number, as his phone was never recovered, and the police didn't release cell operator records. Cameras at the lighthouse and campus were reportedly out of order, providing no video recordings of the events. It was also revealed that the lighthouse wasn't checked despite the couple's disappearance. In July 2018, Sophia McKenna's close relatives established a Facebook page titled Searching for Sophia McKenna to maintain public awareness of the case. The page facilitated the sharing of information, brochures, and pleas for any relevant details from the public. A peculiar incident occurred weeks after the disappearance, when Michelle received a money request from Sophia's social media account. Given that the police had Sophia's phone, this message raised suspicions of potential hacking. The inquiry into Spencer's demise and Sophia's vanishing reached a standstill. Official findings from the authorities remained inconclusive. Unofficially, various theories regarding the event circulated. Among them, one implicated Austin, Sophia's former beau, suggesting his potential involvement in the disappearance of the young pair. Speculation arose that Austin might have assaulted Sophia with assistance from his companions in disposing of Spencer. Their turbulent relationship, marked by frequent arguments and physical altercations, became a topic of public discourse. Michelle, Sophia's mother, bore witness to several of their conflicts. A month preceding the disappearance, significant turmoil erupted when Sophia uncovered Austin's infidelity on May 8, 2018, prompting the termination of their relationship. In what could have been an act of retribution or a fresh start, Sophia embarked on a relationship with another individual, bringing him to her residence. Austin, incensed, hurried to her abode, where neighbors observed him vehemently banging and kicking the door, hurling invectives at Sophia. After approximately 15 minutes of silence, assuming Austin had departed, Sophia opened the door only to find him still there, attempting to force his way in. Fortunately, Sophia managed to swiftly shut the door. Neighbors overheard his threats to harm her if she didn't comply. By then, law enforcement and Michelle had arrived, and Austin was apprehended. The following day, May 9th, a restraining order was put into effect. In her testimony, Sophia recounted prior proximity to Sophia. However, Sophia later experienced remorse, leading to a revision of the restrictions. Now, Austin was only forbidden from entering her residence. The individual accompanying Sophia at the time declined to divulge his identity and initially refused to cooperate with the authorities. Michelle initially asserted it was Spencer with Sophia, but later recanted her statement. Nonetheless, a trusted colleague of Sophia revealed the true identity of her companion. Colleagues of Sophia and Spencer confirmed their romantic involvement, behaving as a couple, both at work and in social settings. Witnesses also recounted an incident at a hotel where Austin, Sophia's ex, made a public threat against her. Nevertheless, Austin and his father joined in the search efforts for the missing duo, employing a private helicopter and distributing flyers featuring their images throughout the city. Austin took to social media, proclaiming Sophia as his girlfriend of 3 years and clarifying that her relationship with Spencer was purely platonic. This focus on their relationship, rather than her disappearance, struck many as peculiar. On July 10th, a memorial in Sophia's honor was arranged by her loved ones. Austin attended the gathering, accompanied by Michelle, and later shared a since-deleted post online, "Rest in peace, baby. We'll meet again soon." According to Austin's account to the authorities, he spent the entirety of May 26th with Sophia, even defying a court order to meet with her, and they had plans for the following day. A friend of Austin reported that around 3 a.m. on the night of the incident, Austin messaged Sophia, claiming to be at the gym with a friend, though the plausibility of this was questioned as gyms are typically closed at that time. Austin's family asserts he was at home before purportedly heading to the gym. An undisclosed witness mentioned Austin and his brother being invited to a party that day. While initially intending to go, Austin later cited fatigue and backed out. These discrepancies cast doubt on Austin's whereabouts during Sophia and Spencer's disappearance, leaving unanswered questions. Described as volatile, possibly exacerbated by alleged steroid use, Austin's acquaintances raised concerns about his temperament. There were speculations of Austin, his brother, and a friend having connections with the local police force. Additionally, rumors circulated about a family member of Austin being married to the police chief overseeing Sophia's case, with allegations of police misconduct against him. However, the credibility of these assertions, provided by a friend of Austin with a criminal history, remains dubious. Following the dissemination of a video on Sophia by a YouTube channel focused on Long Island disappearances, Austin swiftly purged all images of them together from his social media accounts. This action spurred bewilderment, particularly given Sophia's unresolved status. One conjecture posits that Austin sought to sidestep entanglements by showcasing a new romantic interest, although the wholesale eradication of Sophia-related content seemed peculiar. Moreover, Austin's dwindling involvement in the search, mere days after Sophia's vanishing, raised eyebrows. During interactions with investigators, he exuded a demeanor of tranquility, displaying no overt distress over the absence of a close acquaintance. However, such behavior alone does not warrant accusations against Austin, as individuals vary in their responses to stress. One line of thought proposes that Sophia met with foul play to prevent her testimony in a domestic violence case involving Austin. Her absence of testimony ultimately led to the dismissal of the case, mirroring events from the summer of 2018. Notably, Austin is not formally implicated in this speculation. It remains conjectural while the investigation persists. An alternative narrative contemplates the possibility that Sophia and Spencer encountered perilous individuals at the lighthouse. Despite the bustling holiday crowd, witnesses either failed to recall their presence or deemed the information insignificant, resulting in no police reports. Sophia's mother speculated about abduction or human trafficking, though no evidence or ransom demands substantiate these notions. Law enforcement also entertained the scenario of an accident stemming from reckless choices. The young couple embarked on an ill-equipped boat sans life jackets into turbulent currents. Upon reaching the lighthouse, they secured the boat with Spencer's t-shirt, documented their visit, only to realize the boat had drifted away, banking on Spencer's swimming proficiency. Spencer's misjudgment of the water's coldness might have been critical. The obscurity, often altering perceptions of distance, possibly misled him into believing the boat was nearer. Exhausted from his day's labor and the swim to the lighthouse, Spencer faced the peril of drowning. Upon realizing Spencer's absence, Sophia attempted to contact her mother for aid. In a state of desperation, she could have leaped in to rescue Spencer, risking her own life. Despite Sophia's lack of swimming prowess, the influence of alcohol might have driven her to an irrational decision. Another scenario suggests she might have been traversing the lighthouse's narrow ledge, searching for Spencer, only to trip, plummeting with her phone into the water, ultimately succumbing to the current. While these theories persist, they lack official validation and suspects, circulating primarily on social media. Sophia's loved ones persist in their quest for her, yearning for answers. In 2019, an independent detective stumbled upon bones near the shore, promptly alerting the authorities. Regrettably, the bones were dismissed as animal remains upon police inspection, foregoing forensic analysis due to cost constraints. Many facets of the case raise suspicions, warranting a thorough inquiry. The unresolved disappearance of Sophia, a cherished member of a grieving family, demands relentless search efforts. Though bodies of other missing persons have been found in these waters, Sophia's remains elusive. No fresh leads have emerged, leaving the enigma of that fateful night at the lighthouse unresolved. Before Paul met Joanne, he had been in serious relationships with women more than once. For example, in 1993, during his university years, he was with Carrie Thompson. Although he didn't stay with her for long, this relationship revealed his violent tendencies. Carrie told the police about how Paul could switch during an argument and become aggressive, beating the walls and holding Carrie by force. This was just the beginning. In 1999, Jenny Mary Clark appeared in his life. They wasted no time, and just 2 weeks after meeting, the wedding bells were already ringing. However, their marriage began with a real nightmare. On their wedding night, Paul attacked Jenny, and this was not a one-off incident. He continued to beat her and even strangled her into unconsciousness. Investigators claimed that this abusive behavior was repeated with Joanne. Despite this situation, Paul and Jenny decided to have a baby. Their daughter, Chloe, was born in 2000 and they divorced shortly after. When Chloe was 5 years old, Jenny met Joanne and immediately realized that Joanne was too naive for such a rude man and would face a tough battle with Paul. In 2002, he broke up with Jenny and began dating Joanne Nelson. Katie, Joanne's sister, said that Joanne most likely did not know about his criminal history. Otherwise, she would not have continued the relationship or wanted children with him. Their story began on the streets where Paul worked as a security guard in bars and clubs. He was 27 and already experienced in relationships, while Joanne was just starting her journey into adulthood at the age of 19. Despite the age difference, they found support in each other, running away from their parents' control and looking for their own space. At first, they lived with Paul's mother, and then they could afford to buy their own house. But happiness was slowly disappearing, fading away like smoke from a fire. The days turned gray, and the tension grew between them. For Joanne, everything had become too mundane and boring. Their differences began to affect the relationship. She loved order while he did not give it much thought. On February 14, 2005, Joanne did not come to work. This was unusual and caused immediate concern. As the investigation revealed more and more information, the previously quiet and peaceful town was overtaken by a wave of shocking lies and deception. Joanne Nelson, a cheerful and bright young woman, always put the happiness of her loved ones above her own. As a child, she lived with her parents in the town of Hull, also known as Kingston upon Hull, on the east coast of Yorkshire, England. Her mother, Jean, was a teaching assistant, and her father, Charlie, worked as an engineer for the city council. It was in this town that Joanne grew up and became who she was. Joanne had a bright personality and was successful both academically and socially. She was an active athlete who loved netball, lacrosse, and swimming. She lived happily, enjoying her youth but always harbored a deep desire to create her own family. She initially tried her hand at medicine, but the emotional toll of being a nurse proved too difficult for her. Her loved ones remember how she would come home saddened by the suffering of her patients. Later, Joanne considered working abroad, but ultimately chose to work at an employment center in Hull to be closer to her family and friends. She found fulfillment in making people's lives better by helping them find jobs and improve their skills. Joanne's dedication and kindness left a lasting impact on those around her, making her absence even more profound and alarming when she did not show up for work that fateful February day. On Valentine's Day 2005, Joanne Nelson vanished without a trace, turning a day meant for love into a day of horror and mystery. Her disappearance was a nightmare for her parents. When her boyfriend reported her missing to the police, a sense of foreboding filled the air. That night turned dark and ominous, leaving Joanne's family and friends enveloped in fear and uncertainty. Instead of enjoying the evening with his beloved, Paul found himself speaking with the police. He claimed that the last time he saw Joanne was when she was asleep, and upon his return from work, she was gone. It was as if she had vanished into thin air, leaving only shadows of fear and hope behind. At 22 years old, Joanne's sudden disappearance caused great distress among her loved ones. The situation became even more perplexing when she missed significant events, such as her best friend's father's funeral and her sister Katie's 19th birthday. The police swiftly launched a large-scale search operation involving numerous law enforcement officers, military personnel, and volunteers. Joanne's father was vocal about his suspicions regarding Paul, questioning how he could be involved in the disappearance of such a responsible young woman. Katie, although aware of her father's concerns, found it hard to believe that Paul had any role in Joanne's vanishing. The family's worry and confusion only deepened as days turned into weeks without any sign of Joanne. Paul threw himself into the search efforts, collaborating with volunteers, concerned relatives, and friends. Despite lacking family consent, he granted multiple interviews to the press, keen to aid in the search. When questioned by a reporter over the phone, Paul vehemently denied any wrongdoing in Joanne's disappearance. He adamantly professed his love for her, asserting that he could never harm her. However, discrepancies emerged between his spoken words and his facial expressions. Expert Cliff Lansley scrutinized Paul's demeanor during a televised interview, identifying peculiarities. Notably, Paul failed to close his eyes while discussing Joanne, an anomaly for someone grappling with grief. Moreover, he displayed no signs of tears, raising suspicions. Further scrutiny came from Ray Higgins, the head of the investigation team at Humberside Police. Higgins reported observing nail marks on the back of Paul's hand, leading authorities to consider his potential involvement in Joanne's disappearance or death. Eventually, Paul's mother, unable to bear the emotional turmoil any longer, divulged crucial information about Paul's actions to the authorities, potentially shedding light on Joanne's fate. Upon learning of the accusations, Paul didn't attempt to refute his culpability. Just 6 days after Joanne's disappearance, he found himself in police custody. During a grueling interrogation, the truth emerged. On that fateful Valentine's Day in 2005, Paul committed the unthinkable act of ending Joanne's life in their own home. Paul recounted a tumultuous argument that escalated to irreparable heights. Joanne's constant criticism, particularly regarding household chores, served as the catalyst. According to Paul, Joanne's request for help with the washing machine triggered his anger and shame at his perceived inadequacy. Matters worsened when Joanne declared her intention to leave him and demanded the sale of their home for €110,000, further fueling Paul's rage. In a fit of fury, Paul confessed to the police, admitting to strangling Joanne with his bare hands. Subsequently, he displayed chilling composure as he meticulously orchestrated the aftermath, intending to conceal his heinous deed. He craftily devised a plan, seeking to fabricate Joanne's sudden disappearance. With calculated precision, Paul proceeded to carry out his scheme. He engaged in casual interactions with neighbors and discussed banal topics like acquiring a pet, all while concealing the darkness within him. Surveillance footage captured his unerringly composed demeanor as he purchased supplies, a testament to his disturbingly calm facade. Armed with garbage bags, rubber gloves, and disinfectant spray, Paul executed his plan methodically. He bound Joanne's limbs, encased her in bags, and sealed them with duct tape. Then, without hesitation, he transported her lifeless body to her vehicle, his audacity matched only by the magnitude of his crime. The audacious act unfolded in broad daylight, revealing Paul's cunning and deceitful nature. With chilling composure, he concealed his heinous deed from unsuspecting onlookers, demonstrating his ability to manipulate those around him effortlessly. After concealing Joanne's lifeless body in her own vehicle, Paul embarked on a calculated journey. Driving approximately 75 miles to the remote Bradbury woodland near Winteringham in North Yorkshire, Paul carefully orchestrated each step. With meticulous precision, he carried Joanne's body through the dense forest, seeking a secluded burial site among the towering pines. Utilizing twigs to obscure the makeshift grave, Paul buried what he perceived as the love of his life. Returning to the victim's car, Paul resumed his facade of normalcy, showing no remorse or acknowledgement of his monstrous actions. He even fabricated a fake phone conversation with Joanne to divert suspicion, further highlighting his cold-blooded demeanor. Despite his attempts to deceive, Paul's consistent actions betrayed an alarming level of planning and premeditation. In the subsequent investigation, Paul's memory conveniently faltered regarding the exact location of Joanne's burial site. Detectives led by the tenacious Ray Higgins embarked on a painstaking 6-week search across 3 counties. Finally, on March 24th, after 39 days of agonizing uncertainty, the grim truth came to light. In a solemn operation led by Detective Phil Gadd, Joanne's remains were discovered in Bransby near York. Trembling with nerves, the search party followed Paul's descriptions until they stumbled upon the telltale signs: a garbage bag concealed beneath branches. Within it lay the heartbreaking evidence: Joanne's body wrapped in plastic, a tragic confirmation of the family's worst fears. March 24th marked the end of a harrowing ordeal for Joanne's family, bringing closure to their anguished search while cementing the grim reality they had dreaded all along. Paul's facade of strength hid a dark history of sexual violence against women, a chilling truth kept hidden from Joanne's family and the public until the trial. During his time working as a security guard at the club, he ominously referred to himself as a psychopath, sending shivers down the spines of those who knew him. Witnesses familiar with Paul from the gym recounted instances where he instigated fights in clubs and bars, painting a disturbing picture of his character. As the trial unfolded, more unsettling details emerged. It was revealed that Paul had been experimenting with steroids in a misguided attempt to sculpt his physique into that of a bodybuilder. His friends disclosed that he had battled alcoholism in the past, and his violent outbursts were likely exacerbated by his steroid use. Paul's educational background provided little insight into the darkness lurking beneath his seemingly ordinary facade. He attended Sydney Smith School before enrolling at Howe College, where he successfully completed a program in constructional engineering. Despite his academic achievements, Paul's journey took a sinister turn when he pursued a degree in horticulture at Bishop Burton College, completing it at the tender age of 17. These revelations painted a chilling portrait of a man whose outward appearance belied the deep-seated demons lurking within. Paul's transformation from a seemingly ordinary student to a perpetrator of unspeakable violence left Joanne's family and the community reeling, grappling with the horrifying reality of the darkness that dwelled within him. Paul's journey through life took him from Saudi Arabia to Somerton Road, where he worked diligently in various industries alongside his father, Peter Dyson. Together, they navigated the maintenance industry, honed their gardening skills, and delved into the intricacies of machining. Paul's employment history painted a picture of a young man eager to carve out his path in the world of work. However, behind the veneer of normalcy lurked a disturbing truth. At the tender age of 15, Paul's life took a dark turn when he crossed paths with Colin Allen, a martial arts expert with whom he formed an unlikely bond. It was to Colin that Paul confessed to a heinous crime, a confession that ultimately led to his arrest. Paul's acquaintances shed light on his complex character. While some saw him as charming and attractive to women, others witnessed a more troubling side to his personality. He often leveraged his position as a security guard to forge connections with women from higher social echelons, revealing a distorted perception of himself and his interactions. Colleagues and relatives offered contrasting portraits of Paul, depicting him as both outspoken and boastful about his athletic prowess, yet also capable of making disturbing statements. Shockingly, Paul's family recounted instances where he proudly boasted about his father's involvement in the deaths of 2 individuals. This seemingly incredulous claim, however, proved to be rooted in reality. Paul's father, Peter Dyson, had indeed served time in prison for the manslaughter of 22-year-old John Dickinson, a man with whom his wife had been unfaithful. The tragic events of 1967 cast a shadow over Paul's upbringing, exposing him to the grim realities of life and death at a young age. Through Paul's tumultuous journey, a complex and unsettling portrait emerged, revealing the interplay between family history, personal choices, and the darkest depths of human nature. In 1974, a mere 2 days after Paul entered the world, tragedy struck with haunting consequences. Peter Dyson, his father, found himself entangled in a fatal accident. Behind the wheel, he collided with 47-year-old Gordon Kell, who was returning home after jubilantly celebrating a silver wedding anniversary. In a chilling turn of events, Peter fled the scene, leaving Gordon to perish on the roadside. Despite the gravity of the situation, Paul idolized his father, viewing him through a lens of admiration and heroism. The untimely demise of Peter in 2000, succumbing to a heart attack in the midst of their life in Saudi Arabia, left an indelible mark on Paul's psyche. It cast a shadow over his existence, shaping the trajectory of his fate in ways both profound and ominous. As the trial unfolded on November 7, 2005, a hushed courtroom bore witness to a startling revelation. Paul, in a dramatic turn of events, stunned onlookers by entering a guilty plea. Joanne's family, bracing themselves for a protracted and grueling legal battle, found themselves thrust into a realm of disbelief and uncertainty. In a moment of collective astonishment, they whispered affirmations as Paul's admission reverberated through the chamber. Throughout the proceedings, Paul maintained a stoic demeanor, his gaze fixed straight ahead or cast downward, deliberately avoiding the piercing stares of Joanne's grieving loved ones and the scrutiny of law enforcement. Not a flicker of emotion crossed his impassive countenance, not even during the formal announcement of the charges against him. His lawyer, Harry Barrell, stood before the court acknowledging the gravity of the situation. With unwavering resolve, he conceded that there could be no excuse for the heinous act perpetrated by his client. In the wake of Paul's shocking confession, a pall of solemnity descended upon the courtroom, marking the beginning of a harrowing journey toward justice and closure. On Tuesday, November 8th, nearly 10 months after the tragic murder, Paul received his sentence, life imprisonment with a minimum term of 16 years. Remarkably, just 14 years later, in November 2019, at the age of 45, Paul found himself transferred to an open prison and recommended for day release. The parole board cited Paul's active engagement in self-awareness programs and successful completion of an intensive interpersonal relationship improvement program. Recalling the day of Joanne's disappearance, Katie was struck by Paul's behavior. She now regrets offering him comfort when he appeared at her doorstep. Later, when Paul wandered off, Katie, consumed by worry, searched for him. Finding him at the bus stop, she squeezed his hands in an attempt to provide support as he sat there, overcome with emotion. She even embraced him, hoping to offer solace. Reflecting on the moment, Katie admitted she hadn't initially noticed the scratches on his arm, but upon later reflection, she couldn't forgive herself for missing them. The easing of Paul's detention conditions and the prospect of day release stirred deep emotional turmoil within Joanne's family. Katie, speaking to the media, expressed their sense of loss and confusion in the face of this news. Paul's impending release dredged up painful memories of Joanne's untimely death, leaving the family grappling with a sense of injustice, despite their belief that Paul didn't deserve such leniency for his heinous actions. On September 14, 1934, the Friday before the start of the fall term at Mount Hermon School for Boys in Mount Hermon, Massachusetts, the campus was already abuzz with activity. The school staff had returned, and 35 returning students were busy preparing for the arrival of the rest of the students and the beginning of classes. Reverend Elliot Spear, the school's headmaster, along with his wife Charlotte, known as Holly, and their 3 daughters, aged 12, 10, and 4, had just returned from their summer vacation at Lake Temagami in Ontario late the previous Sunday night. The Spear family lived in Ford Cottage, a large brick home on the campus. On the evening of the 14th, the family, along with Holly's parents who were visiting, gathered for dinner at their usual time of 7 o'clock. Around 8 o'clock, Headmaster Spear retired to his study on the first floor to handle some paperwork, as was his routine. Holly was in the bedroom directly above the study, conversing with her mother when, between 8:15 and 8:20, she heard a sound she initially thought was an explosion. As she hurried downstairs, her father rushed out of the drawing room, which was across from the study. The headmaster stumbled out of his study, muttering, "I don't know what happened," bleeding from injuries to his right arm and side. Holly and her father helped Elliot to the floor as he began to collapse. A doctor was immediately called, and while they awaited his arrival, Holly and her father worked to control the bleeding. Holly sat on the first step of the stairwell, holding her husband as he lost consciousness. When the doctor arrived, there was little he could do. Elliot Spear was pronounced dead at 8:55 p.m. As people began arriving at Ford Cottage, including police officers and administrators from the school, Holly Spear remained sitting on that first stair, holding her husband's hand. When she was encouraged to go upstairs to lie down, she refused, saying, "No, I don't feel as though I should ever leave this spot." It was not until after her husband's body was taken away that she finally moved from the first step. The wounds the headmaster sustained came from double-aught buckshot fired from a 12-gauge shotgun. 8 pieces of the buckshot had hit him in the chest and shoulder, and 1 had pierced his heart. Based on the angle of his wounds, it appeared as though his killer had shot him as he stood up and reached for something on the bookshelf next to his desk. Headmaster Elliot Spear was just 35 years old at the time of his death. Elliot had been born on November 1, 1898 in Englewood, New Jersey. His father, Dr. Robert E. Spear, was a prominent preacher and writer. He had served as the moderator of the General Assembly of the Presbyterian Church and, at the time of his son's death, he was the senior secretary of the church's Board of Foreign Missions. Eliot had been educated at Phillips Academy in Massachusetts before returning to New Jersey to attend Princeton. In May 1917, he put his education on hold to go to England to assist the British Army YMCA's efforts during World War I. He ended up working near the front lines in France, where he was involved in a serious motorcycle accident that nearly cost him his life and forced him to return to the United States in the summer of 1918. When the influenza epidemic began that same year, Eliot volunteered at a makeshift hospital set up to deal with the overwhelming number of patients. He graduated from Princeton with a degree in theology in February 1921. That March, he married Holly, a graduate of Vassar. The couple moved to Scotland so that Eliot could attend the Theological College of the United Free Church in Edinburgh. After completing school there, he worked for the Old First Presbyterian Church in New York City before being named chaplain and head of the Bible department at Lafayette College in Pennsylvania in 1924. During his first year there, he was ordained a minister. Eliot Spear first became affiliated with the Mount Hermon School through his father. The elder Spear was a member of the Board of Trustees for the school and its sister institution. Eliot joined his father, serving on the Board of Trustees of the two schools in 1926, and was elected as president by his peers in 1927. In 1931, he was selected as the successor to the headmaster of Mount Hermon, but he took a year to return to Edinburgh to complete his thesis before beginning his tenure in the position. On October 30th, 1932, Eliot was installed as the headmaster at Mount Hermon during a ceremony at Memorial Chapel on campus. Spear was a youthful, energetic, and popular headmaster. He was admired by students because he treated them with respect, and he was teased by them for his habit of speeding campus around his dark blue convertible. The young headmaster was beneficial to the school for more practical reasons as well. Soon after being named headmaster, Spear launched major fundraising and financial planning initiatives to secure the future of the financially struggling school. Spear's appointment as headmaster was not without controversy, however. Mount Hermon, founded in 1881, along with its sister school, the Northfield Seminary, founded in 1879, had been established by famed evangelist Dwight L. Moody. The schools were created to provide educational opportunities to children from poor families. As only the very wealthy attended college at this time, the schools were not necessarily designed to prepare their students for higher education. The education bill schools provided was rooted in Christian ethics, with Moody hoping that the graduates of his schools would be positive Christian examples to those around them when they entered the workforce after they graduated. While a world war, major industrial improvements, and the stock market crash of 1929 had all occurred between the founding of the school in 1932, many of the policies of the institution had been left unchanged over that entire time period. Headmaster Spear's predecessor, Headmaster Henry Cutler, had been in the position for more than 4 decades, which only encouraged things to remain as they always had been in the school. Headmaster Spear was a far more progressive leader. He lifted a ban on playing cards, he allowed intramural sports to be played on campus, and he allowed students to read newspapers on Sunday afternoons. He also allowed the male students at Mount Hermon and the female students from Northfield Seminary to socially interact through dances on campus, which had previously been banned. Headmaster Spear even brought up a dance teacher from New York City to instruct students from both schools on the etiquette of dancing, as well as how to waltz. He also focused on improving the quality of the education Mount Hermon provided, elevating the curriculum and bringing in more educated teachers. While most of these changes seem tame to the modern observer, in the early 1930s, they were fairly drastic, especially to the large conservative percentage of the school staff, trustees, and alumni. While Headmaster Spear's appointment was endorsed by his predecessor and enough members of the board to get it approved, it was aggressively opposed by other individuals affiliated with the school. They feared that all the progressive changes Headmaster Spear was enacting were causing the school to lose the Christian identity it had been founded with. Headmaster Spear was a devout Christian and the school remained a religious institution, but there were still concerns that his modern viewpoint was taking away from the original character and mission of Mount Hermon. This, of course, led to concerns that Headmaster Spear had been murdered by some sort of religious fanatic who opposed his more progressive attitudes towards the direction of Mount Hermon. No one suspect who could have committed the crime was found amongst the group of people who opposed Headmaster Spear's policies. This was not because of a lack of effort by the police. By the end of September, they had interviewed more than 250 people in connection to the case. There was also an extensive physical search of the area in the weeks after the murder. Mount Hermon students participated in the search of the campus until they started classes the Thursday after Headmaster Spear's death. During the initial search of the crime scene, a state police trooper had discovered the British mystery novel The Public School Murder amongst Headmaster Spear's collection of books in his study. In the novel, a school headmaster is shot through a window with a rifle as he sat at his desk in his study. Headmaster Spear was known to lend out his books, which made investigators wonder if he had lent the novel to his killer, who in turn based the crime on the events of the book. In the book, the murder weapon was discarded in a lake. This made investigators more determined to thoroughly search the two major bodies of water near the crime scene Shadow Lake, which was on Mount Hermon's campus between Ford Cottage and the main road, and the Connecticut River, which was just outside of school property. The lake was drained, and drivers did their best to search the river, but nothing tied to the case was ever discovered. Police slowly cleared suspects of involvement in the crime one by one. One person who they could not clear was Thomas Elder, the dean of Mount Hermon. 55-year-old Dean Elder was an alumnus of Mount Hermon and had been the head of the school's agriculture department, becoming dean when the program was cut from the school. He was an expert on the cattle and their breeding. As dean, Elder had considered himself second in command at the school and expected to be named headmaster when Henry Cutler retired. When he was passed over for the young and vibrant Reverend Spear, Elder, who was in poor health, presumably understood that he had missed his one opportunity to become headmaster, which would give him a motive to get rid of Spear. After Headmaster Spear's death, Elder was one of 3 people assigned to take over the responsibilities of headmaster by committee, but was not even made the chairman of that committee. When he was told of the arrangement, he initially said that he would rather resign than accept it. He viewed this plan as another slate against him, but eventually accepted the arrangement. There are a lot of circumstances that make Elder look guilty. He had called Ford Cottage from Holbrook Hall, the school's administration building, shortly after Headmaster Spear had been shot, demanding to speak with him. This call could have been made to find out if he had been successful in killing Spear. Witnesses who had gone hunting with Elder also claimed that he owned a 12-gauge shotgun, the same type of weapon used in the murder. Elder denied ever owning such a weapon. The day after the murder, Elder was seen with a bandage around his right trigger finger. Those same witnesses who had seen Elder hunt with the 12-gauge shotgun also claimed that the weapon had a faulty trigger guard that could easily cause such an injury to someone who fired it. Elder also drove a dark-colored sedan consistent with a vehicle seen driving away from the general area of Ford Cottage shortly after Headmaster Spear was shot. Shortly after Headmaster Spear's murder, Elder also began circulating 2 letters, one he claimed to have received from the headmaster and one he claimed was his reply to it, that made the 2 men seem to be on very friendly terms. The letters are generally considered to be fakes due to the language used in them, the fact that they were unsigned, factual errors about Headmaster Spear's actions, and the fact that Headmaster Spear would not have had time to type the letter the day it was stated because he was out of his office for almost all of the day. Elders for creating this letter and the response to it is difficult to understand if he did not feel it necessary to divert suspicion away from himself. While all of these facts have led to Elder being considered the main suspect in the case in the decades after the murder, it is important to note that all of these facts are simply circumstantial evidence. Furthermore, some of them have perfectly reasonable alternative explanations. For example, the injury to Elder's finger may not have come from a faulty trigger guard. Francis Bailey, a math teacher at Mount Hermon, had gone with Elder to Ford Cottage after he had made the phone call from Holbrook Hall the night of the murder. Bailey testified that Elder had tripped and fallen, putting his hands out in front of him as he went down as they walked into the cottage in the dark, and had later blamed his injured fingers on this fall. According to Bailey, Elder's hands had not been bandaged while he was at Holbrook Hall that night, which would have been after Headmaster Spear had been shot. The timeline of Dean Elder's actions, as well as the witnesses who corroborate his movements that night, also make it seem less likely that he was the killer. That being said, almost all of these witnesses were very unsure of the exact timing of the events of that night. In the original timeline Dean Elder had given to the police, on the night of September 14th, he had dinner with his wife and then drove his car to Morgan's garage to have a headlight replaced. He then drove back to campus and went into his office in Holbrook Hall at 7:40, where he stayed until approximately 9 p.m. when he made the call to Ford College and then made his way there after hearing of Headmaster Spear's death. However, based on the testimony of the mechanic at the garage, he did not arrive there until 8 or 8:30, which throws off Elder's timeline completely. A senior at Mount Hermon, Albert LaRue, also testified that he had arrived at Elder's home at 8 o'clock that night and that Elder had been home at the time, not leaving for the garage for another 10 to 20 minutes after his arrival. The exact time of Headmaster Spear's murder is not known, but it was most likely between 815 and 820. With this corrected timeline, Elder would not have been in Holbrook Hall at the time of the murder as he claimed, but he would have had a very narrow window of opportunity to commit the crime. Elder lived very close to Ford Cottage, but given his age and poor health, it does not seem likely that he could have quickly made his way through the trees surrounding the cottage in the dark to make the shot and then make a speedy exit from the scene. The date of the headmaster's murder does seem to support the theory that he was killed for his position at the school. However, it is possible that Headmaster Spear was killed just before the start of the new term because that would force the Board of Trustees to name an acting headmaster quickly. Lacking the time to perform a thorough search for a new headmaster, they would most likely appoint an acting headmaster already affiliated with the school, which Elder may have again assumed would have been himself. With the campus due to fill up with students and potential witnesses so soon, September 14th was essentially the last chance the killer would have had to carry out the crime with this reduced chance of being seen. It is possible that the killer watched the window of Headmaster Spear's study every night after the Spear family returned to campus, waiting for the right opportunity. If Elder were in fact the culprit, this would make it more likely that he would have been capable of making his way to the spot where the shot was taken in the dark so quickly despite his poor health and lack of coordination. Elder's trip to Morgan's garage that night may have been an excuse to get out of the house to commit the murder while he still had the chance, as well as to give himself an alibi. While the timeline is tight, it is technically possible for Dean Elder to have left his house at 8:10, driven the 1 to 2 minutes to Ford Cottage, fired the fatal shot between 8:15 and 8:20, and arrived at Morgan's garage just 2.5 miles away at 8:30. With a lack of physical evidence, most importantly the murder weapon, authorities were hesitant to bring charges against Elder despite all the suspicions surrounding him. To try to move the case forward, they instead moved to gather more official witness testimony. On December 3, 1934, Judge Timothy Hayes began presiding over an inquest into the case at the Franklin County Courthouse in Greenfield, Massachusetts, at the request of the district attorney. The testimony given during the inquest was not made public at the time. Witnesses provided testimony until December 14th. On January 9, 1935, Judge Hayes ruled that the evidence presented at the inquest failed to provide enough evidence against any one individual to send the case on to a grand jury. He acknowledged that there was a plausible suspect in the case, presumably Dean Elder, although he was not mentioned by name in the ruling, but argued that all of the evidence presented against him was merely circumstantial and was not very strong circumstantial evidence at that. Dean Elder left the Mount Hermon School shortly thereafter, retiring to a poultry farm in New Hampshire. In 1937, he was charged with threatening S. Allen Norton, a former treasurer at Mount Hermon, with a shotgun. He was acquitted at trial despite eyewitness testimony after his wife provided him with an alibi. He died in September 1948 while classifying cattle at a dairy farm in New Jersey. Holly Spear went on to be the headmistress of 2 different schools for girls over the course of her career. Her 3 daughters, by all accounts, grew into successful and intelligent women. Mount Hermon merged with its sister school in 1971 and is now known as Northfield Mount Hermon School. The identity of Headmaster Spear's killer will most likely always remain unknown. On October 1, 1993, 12-year-old Paulie Claas Petaluma invited 2 friends for a sleepover. The evening proceeded smoothly until Paulie's mother, Eva, was abruptly awoken by intense screaming. She soon discovered that her daughter had been kidnapped by an unknown assailant. Hannah Claas was born on January 3, 1981, in Fairfax, California. Her family comprised her father, Mark her mother, Eva, and her younger sister, Annie. When she was very young, her parents separated. Following the separation, Paulie and her sister went to live with their mother in Petaluma. Mark subsequently entered a new relationship, and Paulie developed a positive relationship with his partner. This arrangement created a harmonious family dynamic, where Paulie spent time with both parents without any issues. Paulie is often described as a quiet and innocent child. Although she had friends, she was generally shy. However, she found confidence in theater. Paulie participated actively in school plays and various musicals organized by her community. Frequently cast in lead roles, her primary aspiration was to become a successful actress in musical theater. Furthermore, Paulie had a fondness for sleepovers. She enjoyed having friends over and visiting friends' homes for such gatherings, a regular activity within her social circle. On October 1st that year, when she asked Eva if two friends, Jillian and Kate, could come over for a sleepover, her mother readily agreed. That afternoon, the friends arrived at Paulie's house and spent the evening there quite contentedly initially. At around 9:45 p.m., Eva decided to go to bed due to a severe headache. Informing the girls of this decision and asking them not to hesitate waking her if necessary, she took 2 sleeping pills and fell into deep sleep shortly thereafter. It was past 11 p.m. when Eva was startled awake by the screams of her daughter's friends. Both girls informed her that a man had broken into the house and taken Paulie. Eva immediately contacted the police and checked on her other, Annie, who appeared unaware of the commotion. When authorities arrived, they began questioning Paulie's friends. The girls described that they had been in a room, engaged in activities like picking Halloween costumes and indulging in general playful behavior. At approximately 11 p.m., Paulie suggested it was bedtime, and her friends agreed. She mentioned fetching an inflatable bed she prepared with her mom so they could all sleep together. Upon opening the bedroom door, they were confronted by a man brandishing a knife. The man did not conceal his face with a mask. Initially, due to the proximity to Halloween, the girls mistook this for a prank and laughed. Realizing it wasn't a joke, they became frightened as the man grew angry at their laughter. He forced them into another room and tied their hands and feet. Inquiring who resided in the house, they all identified Paulie as the inhabitant. The intruder then removed pillowcases from nearby pillows, placed them over Jillian and Kate's heads, instructing them to count to a 1,000. He assured them he was taking Paulie for a brief period, but would bring her back soon. After determining that their captor had left, Jillian and Kate attempted to free themselves. This effort lasted around 30 minutes. Once free, they rushed to inform Eva about Paulie's abduction. They relayed this entire sequence to the police and provided a detailed description of the suspect since he didn't hide his face. This enabled officers to create a sketch of the individual for a media investigation. Evidence at Paulie's residence was sparse. Footprints noted were from Paulie, her family, and recent visitors only. However, fibers found on the carpet differed significantly from those within Paulie's home. These fibers were later identified as originating from automotive carpeting material. Police examined vehicles associated with individuals known to be at the house recently, yet found no match with these fibers, leading them to conclude that they belonged to the kidnapper's vehicle. A palm print was also discovered, but couldn't be thoroughly analyzed due to technological limitations at that time. This detailed account provided critical insight for law enforcement's pursuit of justice in identifying and apprehending Paulie's abductor. Back in 1993, advancements in fingerprinting, DNA analysis, and other forensic techniques were not what they are today. As a result, the found palm print with any database was not feasible at that time. However, the print was preserved for future comparisons with potential suspects. In Paulie's room, another piece of evidence, a fabric that seemed to be silk, was discovered. It looked like it had been cut scissors from a garment and had a distinctive patterns going. Police believed this could aid them in future investigations. Additionally, a hair belonging to an unknown individual was found. Although DNA analysis techniques existed then, they were not yet developed enough to be effectively utilized. The search for Paulie became one of the largest searches conducted in the United States up to that point. Around 4,000 volunteers joined the efforts, combing through neighborhoods near her home, vacant lots, and large estates in the vicinity. Police attempted to identify drivers who resembled a sketch of the suspect, but were unsuccessful. Officers aimed to find Paulie within 24 hours of her disappearance, because finding her alive would become increasingly difficult after that period. The FBI was involved to assist with the investigation, launching their efforts to locate her as quickly as possible. Despite their best efforts, days went by, and hope of finding Paulie alive started to wane. Police questioned neighbors about any unusual activity on the night Paulie was abducted. Several neighbors reported seeing an odd man wandering around the area, but they did not suspect he would kidnap someone from a neighbor's house, and thus did not alert emergency services. When police shared a sketch based on descriptions from Paulie's friends with these neighbors, they all confirmed having seen the man. Officers also spoke with all the teachers and staff at Paulie's school. They aimed to find out if anyone knew the man or had any information regarding Paulie's disappearance. Alas, no one had any knowledge, and everyone had an alibi for the relevant time period. None of the school staff matched either the sketch or the description provided. The police even compared fibers found in Paulie's house with car mats from teachers and staff members' cars, but none were a match. As days turned into weeks, the desperation of Paulie's family, authorities, and the public increased. There was a growing fear that the man who kidnapped Paulie posed a significant threat to society. This added more pressure on the police to resolve the case swiftly. A reward of $200,000 was offered for information leading to Paulie's whereabouts, sponsored by actress Winona Ryder, who held a press conference urging for Paulie's safe return. The Paulie Claas case had another peculiarity. In 1993, internet use wasn't widespread, nor utilized by law enforcement for search operations or information dissemination. However, 3 California residents took it upon themselves to leverage this new technology for the search effort. They posted pictures of Paulie, sketches of her kidnapper, and reward details online. Their efforts eventually reached an estimated 25 million people in the U.S. via various internet forums and communication channels. While the FBI hoped this would be pivotal in their investigation, it didn't yield significant leads. Despite heightened publicity and numerous tips, investigators lacked solid leads. Weeks elapsed since Paulie's kidnapping. Frustration grew among investigators as they were unable to identify the kidnapper or obtain a DNA match from evidence collected. This sense of helplessness. Mark Klaas received a call from someone claiming to be his daughter Paulie. The girl stated she was at a hotel and that her captor had just stepped out briefly, giving her a chance to reach out. Unfortunately, the call was abruptly cut short before any additional details could be gathered. Mark promptly went to the police to inform them about the situation. At that time, the FBI lacked advanced tools to trace previously made calls. Consequently, they waited for another call, hoping to trace it. A few hours later, a second call came in from the same girl who had first spoken to Mark. After receiving this call, the police traced it and were surprised when it led them not to a hotel, but to a residential neighborhood. When officers arrived at the identified house, they knocked and soon discovered it was a prank. A teenage girl, similar in age to Paulie, lived there, hence the voice resemblance. She explained her friends had dared her. Rather than taking her to the police station, they asked her parents to monitor her activities and cautioned her against making jokes about such serious matters. On November 28, 1993, nearly 2 months after Paulie's disappearance, a woman called the police reporting 3 suspicious objects on a large piece of land she owned. The police and FBI who arrived on site found critical items related to the investigation. A piece of silk, matching one from Paulie's room, ballet ties missing since that night, as mentioned by Eva, and duct tape. This discovery led police to speculate that Paulie might be in the vicinity. Further investigation revealed new information. On the day of Paulie's disappearance, this same woman had reported strangers frequently trespassing on her extensive wooded property, with only a small house and no perimeter fence. The lack of barriers and signage meant many inadvertently wandered onto her land without realizing it was private property. The woman had numerous intruders, but one incident, in particular, stood out. On the night Paulie was abducted, a man approached her house in his automobile. His car became stuck in the mud. The nanny, who was caring for the woman's son, first saw the man, but refrained from confronting him due to fear. The homeowner also chose not to approach him, noting an angry expression in his eyes. They then contacted the police. When the officers arrived, they questioned the man about his presence on the property. He stated he was unaware it was private property and expressed willingness to leave quickly, but requested assistance freeing his car from the mud. The officers observed that the man appeared very nervous and scared. He was sweating and seemed possibly drugged. At that time, they lacked the means to conduct a drug test, and since he wasn't being overtly aggressive, they had no grounds for arrest. Consequently, they aided him in extricating his car from the mud, and he eventually drove away. This individual's name was Richard Allen Davis. Richard Allen Davis was born in 1954 in San Francisco, California. His childhood was fraught with violence inflicted by his parents. When Richard was 12 years old, his parents separated. His mother completely disowned him and left him with his father. Richard's father proved to be highly irresponsible, often leaving him alone for extended periods. Sometimes Richard stayed with neighbors or relatives when alone at home became untenable. By his teenage years, Richard started engaging in criminal activities. Stealing things and getting into street fights frequently led to reform school stints. At 17 years old came a significant turning point in Richard's life. He committed a violent robbery that nearly resulted in severe injury to his victim. Faced with two options by the court, reform school or joining the U.S. Army, Richard opted for military service but lasted less than 2 years before receiving a dishonorable discharge due to continued misconduct and poor behavior. As Richard matured, he continued to encounter problems, and his criminal record grew significantly longer. Around the age of 20, he received a 15 sentence for robbery and kidnapping. Despite this, he served only 1 year of the sentence due to parole for good behavior. At that period, Richard was also troubled by another accusation. Many friends believed that he had been involved in the disappearance, a 19-year-old girl named Marlene. Although the police concluded that she had left voluntarily, her close friends were convinced Richard had a role in her disappearance after they attended a party together. These accusations remained unproven and were largely based on rumors. When Paulie disappeared, Richard was on probation and did not have a specific address. In response, the police issued a special bulletin exclusively for officers, urging them to exercise extreme caution. They withheld information from the media to prevent Richard from potentially fleeing California or even leaving the country. Ultimately, on November 13, 1993, Richard was arrested while driving under the influence of alcohol following a routine traffic stop by an officer. He failed a breathalyzer test. Upon inspection of his identity and photograph, the officer quickly realized that this was the individual linked to the Paulie Claas kidnapping case. Proceeding with care, the officer informed Richard that he was being arrested for violating his probation due to drunk driving. Without resistance, Richard agreed and was taken into custody. Once at the police station, officers read him his rights and disclosed that he was actually being detained for Paulie Claas's kidnapping. During an extensive interrogation session, Richard eventually admitted to abducting Paulie. The police speculated that his confession might have been made under duress. Evidence collected included his palm print, which matched one found at Paulie's house perfectly. Carpet fibers from Paulie's house were identical to those in his car's carpet as well. Paulie's friends were brought in for questioning at the police station, where they unequivocally identified Richard as her abductor, stripling closure to their distressful ordeal. Another piece of silk, identical to the one found in the girl's room, was also discovered in his car and on the property of the woman who had contacted the police. Everything was against him, so he finally decided to confess. He mentioned that he had been using illegal substances with friends that day and was not feeling well. He made the decision to break into a house in a certain neighborhood to commit a burglary. Richard drove around for some time before arriving in Paulie's neighborhood. He noticed an open window in a house and decided to climb in. According to him, he did not plan anything. Never saw Paulie, never saw her family, nor followed them. Once inside the house, he looked for valuables, but found few items of interest. Just as he was about to leave, Paulie opened the bedroom door and saw him. Richard observed that Paulie appeared very frightened, so he ultimately decided to take her with him. He stated that he put Paulie in his car, began driving, and after a while stopped at a vacant lot. There, he violated Paulie. Following this incident, he resumed driving. When the woman and babysitter saw Richard on private property, Paulie was still in the back seat of his car. When police officers helped him pull his vehicle out of the mud, Paulie was still alive. This caused much frustration among law enforcement personnel who believed her life could have been saved. Afterwards, Richard said he drove down the highway where he strangled Paulie, dug a grave, and left her body there. On December 4, 1993, Richard informed police about the precise location of the grave where they began their search efforts. 2 months and 3 days after her kidnapping, Paulie Claas's body was located on the side of a highway in a grave dug by Richard himself. Forensic examination revealed little additional information. It confirmed that strangulation was indeed the cause of death, as stated by Richard. Further details could not be determined with precision. However, it is understood that her death occurred roughly around the time she disappeared. Given all the evidence, the man was put on trial for kidnapping, murder, and rape of Paulie Claas. During the trial, Richard had a chance to speak. He not only apologized to the family, but also made a serious accusation against Paulie's father, claiming he abused her. Richard stated that she said to him, "Don't do to me what my father does to me." This caused Paulie's father to yell and almost stand up to hit him, though he was restrained by others. The defendant's words shocked everyone present, not just because of his accusation and lack of genuine apology, but also because no one believed Paulie's father had done such things. Although it wasn't proven, Paulie's former partner even defended him. On June 18, 1996, Richard was found guilty of Paulie Claas's kidnapping and murder. In August of that year, he received a death sentence. He attempted to challenge this sentence but failed. Then in 2006, after overdosing on pills in his cell, he was found unconscious, but revived and sent back to prison. In 2009, his lawyer tried appealing his conviction to the Supreme Court, but was unsuccessful. The Supreme Court confirmed that he should be executed. Richard's attorney mentioned plans for further appeals. As a result of these continued appeals, Richard has remained on death row for several years without being executed. There is hope that once all appeals are exhausted, within the next few years, the execution will proceed as planned. Margaret Ellen Fox lived in Burlington, New Jersey, with her parents and 4 brothers. In 1974, at 14 years old, she graduated from St. Paul's Roman Catholic School and was excited to begin high school in the fall. That summer, her cousin Lynn Parks was looking for babysitting work during the break. She placed an ad in the local newspaper's classified section and received a response from a man who identified himself as John Marshall. He said he lived in the nearby town of Mount Holly and needed someone to look after his 5-year-old son from 9:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m., 5 days a week. He offered to pay Lynn $40 a week plus bus fare to watch the boy at his house, which he mentioned had a pool and a swing set to keep the child entertained. However, Lynn's parents declined to let her take the job because it was in another town. Instead, she passed John Marshall's contact information to Margaret, suggesting that she might want to take the job for some extra spending money over the summer. Margaret called John Marshall on June 19th and agreed to start 2 days later. On the morning of June 21st, she was supposed to take the bus to the stop at High and Mill Streets in Mount Holly, where he would pick her up in his red Volkswagen. The following day, though, John Marshall called the Fox home again. Margaret was not home, so he spoke to her father David instead. According to David, John told him that there had been a death in his family, and he would not need Margaret to start the babysitting job until the following Monday, June 24th. David, who was very protective of his children, did his best to extend the conversation so that he could get a better read of the man who was hiring his daughter. Since he did not pick up on any red flags during the conversation and because the job would only be during the day, he allowed Margaret to take the position. On Monday morning, Margaret and her younger brother, Joe, walked to the bus stop. Joe watched Margaret board the 8:40 bus and then went home. Witnesses would later report seeing Margaret get off the bus in Mount Holly. Margaret had been instructed by her parents to call home when she arrived at John Marshall's house. The call never came. When Margaret failed to call, her parents began trying to get in touch with her. Margaret had left notes by the phone that she had been jotting down during her conversations with John Marshall. Her parents found the phone number John had provided and tried calling it. There was no answer. David Fox called a friend who was on the police force in East Hampton Township, just east of Mount Holly, and the two men began searching the streets of Mount Holly for any sign of Margaret. Back in Burlington, neighbors of the Foxes began organizing search teams as well. None of them found any sign of Margaret. The police would not accept a missing persons report the same day Margaret was last seen. So David Fox was at the police station at midnight to file one as soon as it was June 25th. On June 28th, the Foxes received a phone call demanding $10,000 for Margaret's safe return. This came the day after Margaret's disappearance was first reported in the local media. The next day, they received a letter with the same demand. Margaret's parents rushed to get the cash together, but they never received any instructions on how to deliver it. They did receive another letter 2 days after first calling off the exchange. Given the fact that these demands did not come until after Margaret's case had become more widely known, it is quite possible that the call and the letters were hoaxes. The second letter was also signed so as to indicate that it came from the SLA, a group which was heavily featured in the national news at the time but was not active in New Jersey, furthering suspicion that it was not really from whoever had Margaret. The phone number Margaret had been given by the man calling himself John Marshall was traced back to a payphone outside of an A&P grocery store in Lumberton, New Jersey. There was a man named John Marshall who worked at the store and who was therefore questioned by police. He passed a polygraph exam, which is not conclusive evidence, but he was also working at the store the day Margaret appeared and had co-workers who could confirm that he was there. Since John and Marshall are both very common names, it is unclear if the caller had coincidentally made up this alias on his own, or if he had been trying to implicate the store employee. Men named John Marshall who lived in the area were interviewed by police, as were people who owned red Volkswagens. The FBI compared fingerprints found on the letters sent to the Foxes to the limited pool of prints they had on file at the time. David Fox kept pictures of Margaret in flyers with information about her case taped in the window of his car to spread the word about her disappearance wherever he went. He also went to church every day to pray for his daughter's return. There was a confession in the case in 1976, but it proved to be a hoax. John Marshall was never identified, and Margaret has never been found. Margaret's parents have both since passed away, but her brothers continue to hope for resolution in her case. 18-year-old Olive Walker was one of 11 children and lived in Rotorua, New Zealand. Olive was very quiet, and her father did not allow any of his younger daughters to have boyfriends. She was therefore planning to spend the night of Friday, May 15, 1970, babysitting for her 25-year-old sister, Mary. She left her home around 6:45 to walk to Mary's house on Malfoy Road. She was seen walking by witnesses at 7:50, but never arrived at Mary's house. It would not be until the next morning when Mary watched the news that she learned why her younger sister had never shown up to babysit her children. Around 11:30 Friday night, a group of teenagers arrived at a highway rest area a few miles south of Rotorua. The area was known locally as the Lover's Lane. There, the teenagers discovered Olive's body. She was fully clothed, but her autopsy indicated that she had been raped. She had died of head trauma inflicted by a blunt object. The medical examiner determined that Olive had died sometime between 9:11 p.m., leaving at least 1 hour of time between when she was last seen and when she was killed. At the scene, police found a size 6 shoe print as well as a set of tire tracks. One of the tire prints was distinctive, but no match to it was ever found on a vehicle. Approximately 370 different people were considered suspects during the initial investigation. However, no arrests were made in Olive's case. More than 4 decades after Olive's murder, Detective Sergeant Jack Collins, who had worked on Olive's case, told the media that he had been pressured by the then Assistant Police Commissioner Bob Walton to focus the investigation on a relative of Olive's who had a criminal record. Since there was no evidence implicating this relative and Collins believed him to be innocent, he had refused. The following day, he was removed from the criminal investigation branch and never worked as a detective again. Olive's father passed away in 1982. Olive's sister, Mary, attributes his death to Olive's murder and the stress and heartache it caused him. Olive's case still remains unsolved after almost 50 years. October 24, 1953 was the night of La Crosse State College's homecoming game. Viggo Rasmussen, a professor at the college, was planning to attend the game with his wife and 7-year-old daughter, Rosalind. However, the family's usual babysitter was a student at the college and was also going to attend the game, leaving the Rasmussens without anyone to watch their 20-month-old daughter, Janice, at home. Professor Rasmussen asked another professor, Dr. Richard Hartley of the biology department, if his 15-year-old daughter Evelyn would be interested in filling in as the family's babysitter for the night. Despite her young age, Evelyn was an ideal candidate for babysitter. The student at Central High School was a straight-A student, active in her church, and had a reputation for being hardworking but kind-hearted. Professor Rasmussen picked her up at 6:30 on the night of 24. Evelyn brought flowers for the Rasmussens with her. Before Professor Rasmussen, his wife, and Rosalind left for the game, he asked Evelyn to feed Janice and put her to sleep in her crib around 7 o'clock. Evelyn brought 7 school books with her to study after the baby went to sleep. Dr. Hartley had instructed Evelyn to call home at 8:30 that night, so he could make sure she was all right alone in the Rasmussens' home. The call did not come in at the prescribed time, which was out of character for the usually obedient Evelyn. Dr. Hartley called the Rasmussen house several times, but Evelyn did not answer any of the calls. Worried, Dr. Hartley then decided to go over to the Rasmussens' house on Hockler Drive to check on Evelyn. When he arrived, he could see lights on in the house and hear the radio playing. When he knocked on the door, however, Evelyn did not answer. The door was still locked, so he went to look in the front window. Through it, he saw his daughter's broken glasses and one of her shoes on the floor. Her school books were scattered about the room, and the furniture was knocked out of place. Dr. Hartley frantically went around the house looking for a way inside. In the back of the house, he discovered that the screen had been removed from a window in the basement. Using it to enter the house, Dr. Hartley did not find his daughter, but did find Janice safe in her crib. There was blood inside the house and outside of it, trailing through the yard and on the side of a neighbor's garage. The blood type was found to be consistent with Evelyn's. Police bloodhounds could only trace Evelyn's scent for 2 blocks, leading to speculation that she had been taken away in a car. This theory was strengthened when a witness came forward saying they had seen a young girl in a 2-tone Buick with 2 men. The vehicle had sped out of the Rasmussens' neighborhood at approximately 7:15, the night Evelyn vanished. The search effort was one of the largest in the history of the state of Wisconsin. Neighbors of the Rasmussen and faculty and students from La Crosse State were some of the earliest volunteers. Groups ranging from the National Guard to the Boy Scouts also helped in the effort. Amateur boaters searched waterways, and local hunters were asked to look for clues in the woods. Aerial searches were also performed by helicopter. Within just a few days, more than 2,000 people were part of the search for Evelyn. The Tuesday after Evelyn vanished, blood-stained undergarments that could have belonged to her were found under an overpass of Highway 14, 2 miles south of La Crosse in the town of Shelby. This blood was also consistent with Evelyn's blood type. The area had been searched the day before the garments were found, meaning that they had probably been thrown from a passing car up on the highway either Monday night or early on Tuesday. Also found dumped southeast of La Crosse in a different location were a pair of size 11 sneakers and a denim jacket, each stained with blood that was the same as Evelyn's. The tread of the sneakers matched footprints found outside of the Rasmussens' home, and there had been imprints in some of the bloodstains at the house that appeared to be from denim fabric, potentially linking the jacket to the scene. Investigators argued that the jacket was too small to be worn by someone with size 11 feet, and that these 2 pieces of evidence supported the theory that Evelyn had been abducted by 2 men, although shoe size and clothing size do not necessarily correlate in this way. Over the years, the notoriety of the case led to discredited confessions and wild theories, but no further signs of Evelyn. The Rasmussens sold their home, which they had built just a few years prior, shortly after Evelyn went missing. According to Rosalind, the older daughter of the family, her father descended into a constant state of paranoia about the safety of his family after the incident. In an interview for a news article published just before the 25th anniversary of their daughter's disappearance, Richard and Ethel Hartley admitted that they had lost hope about ever learning what had happened to Evelyn. Evelyn's case remains without answers decades after both her parents passed away. Amy Widener faced a significant life change when she became a mother at only giving birth to a daughter. This development was notably challenging for her mother, Gloria Widener. Despite the difficulties, Gloria steadfastly supported her daughter. Little did Gloria know that the complexity of handling her daughter's early pregnancy would soon be eclipsed by an even more distressing event affecting their family just 2 years later. Born in 1973, Amy Widener was part of a large family that included her older brother, John Paul, who was 1 year older than Amy, and 2 younger sisters, Nay and Cassie, who were 1 and 4 years younger respectively. Their mother, Gloria Widener, single-handedly raised the children, following a long-ago divorce from their father, who played no role in their upbringing. The family of 5 resided in Indianapolis, where Amy was her mother's primary aide, handling cooking, cleaning, and caring for her sisters. Amy harbored dreams of becoming a teacher. She was known for her bright and cheerful demeanor as well as an engaging smile. However, at age 14, Amy's life took an unexpected turn when she became pregnant. Initially hesitant to share the news with her mother, she concealed her growing belly under loose clothing for over 5 months. Eventually, the pregnancy became difficult to hide any longer. After nearly 6 months, Amy found the courage to approach her mother. Breaking down in tears, she revealed her situation. "Mom, I don't want you to hate me," she tearfully confided. Although taken aback by the news, Gloria embraced her daughter with comforting words of support despite feeling overwhelmed and uncertain about what lay ahead. "I was stunned. I just couldn't believe it," Gloria recounted later. "I thought it was the worst thing that could happen in my life," she added, unaware of even more heart-wrenching events that were yet to unfold. Amy Widener's baby was fathered by Tony Abbott, 20, who was a friend of her elder brother. Their relationship had been a well-kept secret. None of their family members were aware of their intimacy until Amy's pregnancy came to light. Gloria, Amy's mother, swiftly intervened. She prohibited any further contact between Amy and Tony. She insisted that Amy cut ties completely with the father of her unborn child, laying down strict conditions for her daughter's future interactions. On October 25, 1987, Amy Widener embraced motherhood by welcoming her daughter Emily into the world. Remarkably, just 6 days after giving birth, Amy resumed her education. Now she juggled the responsibilities of being a new mother. Gloria Widener, recognizing the importance of education for her daughter's future, provided unwavering support to Amy. She often cared for Emily to facilitate Amy's schooling. Gloria also acknowledged Amy's need for a typical teenage life and allowed her time with friends. Amy's dedication to her studies never waned, even amidst the demands of motherhood. She continued to excel academically, earning praise from her teachers for her diligence and hard work. The Widener family adapted to the new addition by sharing the responsibilities of caring for Emily. Life seemed to be realigning on a positive path as years passed. Amy successfully navigated her challenges. However, just as they found their footing, a sudden turn of events altered everything. On November 13, 1989, 16-year-old Amy awoke with a severe sore throat and decided to stay home from school with her 2-year-old daughter Emily. When Gloria offered to take Emily to the nanny's house, Amy opted to keep her daughter with her. After the family shared breakfast, they dispersed for the day. Gloria headed to work, and Amy's siblings went off to school, leaving Amy and Emily at home alone. Concerned after no answer from multiple calls made at 9:30 a.m., and again hours later, Gloria asked a neighbor to check in on them. The neighbor's report of an unresponsive and unusually quiet house worried Gloria, so she left work and rushed home. Upon arrival, she found Emily sitting on the stairs. Receiving no answer to her calls for Res, Amy prompted her venture upstairs. The scene in Amy's bedroom was tragic and shocking, a moment etched forever in memory. Amy lay lifeless and unclad on her bed, surrounded by a significant amount of blood. In a state of emergency, Gloria immediately dialed 911. Upon arrival, the police commenced a meticulous examination of the Widener residence. Simple glass jar piggy bank containing around $50 saved for school. There were no signs of forced entry. The perpetrator might have entered through an unlocked back door, or possibly the front door, opened by Amy herself. Crucial evidence was found in Amy's room. There was bloody palm print on the bed linen and wall, along with several strands of body and head hair, presumably from the assailant. The medical examiner concluded that Amy Widener sustained a blow to the head with a sharp object. She was sexually assaulted and ultimately strangled. It's deeply unsettling that Emily, Amy's 2-year-old daughter, could have witnessed these harrowing events. Fortuitously, she was found unharmed. Recognizing any information Emily might provide as potentially valuable, police made efforts to communicate with her despite her young age of just over 2 years. They used finger puppets to create a more child-friendly environment and gently probed for details she could recall. During this interaction, Emily, energetically moving around, mentioned only that her mother seemed very angry that day. As part of the evidence collection process, police sectioned off and removed the portion of the wall bearing the assailant's bloody palm print. They also gathered the victim's clothing and bed linens from the crime scene to aid their investigation into this tragic case. In their pursuit for answers regarding Amy Widener's case, detectives initiated inquiries among her family, friends, and nearby residents. John Paul, Amy's 17-year-old brother, mentioned how the investigators initially suspected him during the interrogation. However, he had a reliable alibi, and no evidence linked him to the incident. Tony Abia, Amy's former boyfriend and Emily's father, was also interrogated. He expressed deep affection for Amy and denied any harmful intentions towards her. Tony had a solid alibi for the day of the crime. The police's attention was also drawn to Troy Jackson, who lived next to the Wideners. He knew about the stereo system stolen on the day of the murder. Despite his denial of involvement and the absence of any bruises or scratches on his hands, Troy provided hair samples that did not match those found at the crime scene. After passing a polygraph test, suspicions against him were dropped. Besides these three, the police interviewed other acquaintances, neighbors, and classmates of Amy. Fingerprints and hair samples were taken from all of them, but none fell under suspicion. Amy Widener's funeral was held shortly afterward, drawing a considerable crowd who wished to pay their respects. Her death was deeply felt within the community. Detectives attended the funeral too, carefully observing the attendees as part of their ongoing investigation. A particularly poignant memory was a cherished photograph of Amy where she wore her favorite white turtleneck vest with a floral design. It was in this beloved attire that Amy, a young girl whose life was tragically cut short, was laid to rest. In the aftermath of their tragic loss, the Widener family clung to hope that Amy's killer would be swiftly apprehended and brought to justice. Yet as days turned into weeks and then months, no suspects were identified. Following Amy's passing, Gloria Widener legally adopted her granddaughter Emily, stepping into the role of motherhood once again. The weight of grief and fear burdened Gloria. She was haunted by thoughts of the perpetrator and worried about her family's safety. She never left her daughters unattended at home and lived in a state of constant anxiety with the assailant still at large. Gloria even considered relocating to a new home for safety reasons. Financial constraints limited their options, leaving them to navigate these challenging times in their current residence. Amy's friends were also deeply affected by the tragedy, consumed by fear that the criminal might target them next. They requested their parents to fortify their homes, even boarding up windows with planks, a precautionary measure against a similar fate. One day, Gloria returned home expecting to find her younger daughters back from school. Upon entering, she was met with an unsettling silence. The house felt unusually empty. She noticed that the girls' outdoor shoes were in their usual spot. A surge of dreadful thoughts raced through her mind, apprehending another calamity with each step towards the upstairs. The distance felt increasingly vast. Standing at the threshold of their bedroom, Gloria steeled herself for what she might find. Upon entering, she discovered, much to her relief, that her daughters had merely fallen asleep. As time went on, Emily, Amy's daughter, matured. She was spared the memories of the tragic events surrounding her biological mother. Emily had no recollection of the police interrogation or being informed of her mother's demise. The detectives periodically revisited the Wagner family, inadvertently causing them to revisit the pain of that dreadful day. Gloria revealed that there came a time when this continual revisiting became too much to bear. She yearned for one thing, for the authorities to allow her family some peace, and to cease reawakening memories that could not bring Amy back. 13 years after Amy Wagner's murder in 2002, an unexpected development arose in the case. The Indianapolis Police Department received a call from a 29-year-old man claiming to have had a dream where Amy communicated with him about her demise. Although he provided details about the murder, most of this information had already been disclosed in news reports. The police investigated this individual, who was 16 at the time of the incident, and resided across the street from Amy's home. His fingerprints and DNA were examined to determine any potential involvement, but no matches were found, leading to his release. While his call didn't contribute significant evidence, it prompted detectives to re-examine the cold case in 2002. The investigation re-engaged with some of Amy's friends and acquaintances, particularly those who had encountered legal issues over the intervening years. Despite renewed efforts, the investigation once again reached an impasse, leaving the case unsolved. In 2011, a Facebook group titled Remembering Amy Weir was established by Amy's friends, reigniting interest in her unsolved case. The detective responsible for the cold case, unfamiliar with Facebook, enlisted the help of his colleague, Detective Bill Carter, to print out information from the group. This task piqued Carter's interest in Amy Weir's case. Although his expertise was in non-homicide-related illegal activities, Carter felt compelled to explore the case files of Amy's murder during his free time. Carter delved deep into the 2-decade-old case. He scrutinized every detail in the file, re-examining evidence and reviewing school attendance records from the day of the murder. He also scrutinized the funeral attendance list. He inputted the case details into a database and identified overlooked leads, including several friends of Amy's brother, who had never been interviewed by the police, nor had their DNA been collected. In his pursuit of new leads, Detective Carter reached out to the Weir family and Amy's friends in 2011, seeking names of individuals who might possess information about the case. He initiated DNA collection from persons previously overlooked in the initial 1989 investigation following the crime. The police had canvassed the neighborhood where the Weirs lived and documented residents' names. Amy had long-standing friends, and while she reiterated most of the previously known and investigated, she also mentioned an unfamiliar name to Detective Carter, Rodney Dink. In 2012, Detective Carter received authorization from the Cold Case Unit to formally take on Amy Wagner's case. His first step was to locate Rodney Dink to ascertain whether he could be a potential suspect. The Widener family was quite familiar with Rodney, as he was a friend of Amy's older brother, John Paul. They spent time together engaging in activities like biking and fishing. When Carter inquired about Rodney with John Paul, he described him as a reserved individual who largely kept to himself and had never aroused suspicion. Carter visited the home of 40-year-old Rodney Dink, who resided with his mother near the Wideners. Rodney was employed at an auto parts store, had been divorced for some time, and had a grown son with whom he had minimal contact. Upon Carter's arrival at Rodney's residence, his mother greeted him and informed the detective that Rodney was at work. Carter left his business card requesting Rodney contact him upon his return. That evening, Rodney called Carter, who promptly requested a meeting to discuss Amy Wagner's murder case. Rodney consented to the meeting and allowed Carter to visit at his house. However, when Carter returned for the meeting, Rodney was nowhere to be found. Carter examined Rodney's criminal background and found that he had previous charges for assault in 1991 and theft in 1997. With Rodney's fingerprints already in the database, they were compared with the palm print found at the Wagner residence. This test aimed to either connect or exonerate Rodney from the crime. When the results came back, They confirmed a match between Rodney's prints and the bloody palm print at the crime scene. After 23 years, a suspect was finally identified. However, Rodney had vanished from his home, prompting an intensive search by the police. The breakthrough came when Rodney's credit card brandishing a knife and declaring his innocence. He ultimately injured himself during the encounter. He attempted to attack the officers but was subdued with a taser, handcuffed, and then taken to the hospital. During a 2-day hospital interrogation that was recorded on camera, Rodney confessed to Amy's murder. He initially claimed his intent had been burglary and had not anticipated Amy's presence due to her illness. Rodney recounted entering through a sliding glass door and being startled by Amy. In a panic, he hastily grabbed the nearest object and struck her on the head, which led to her death. As he recounted the incident over 2 days, Rodney frequently mentioned his vague recollection of the events of that day. He attributed this fogginess to the 23 years that had elapsed since the crime occurred. His account of his actions lacked precision. At one point, he even suggested he had visited the house with an acquaintance he referred to as Bag. However, Rodney struggled to recall clear details about this supposed accomplice and could not provide a description of their appearance. According to Rodney, Bag had initially kept watch outside before joining him inside, where they both confronted Amy. When questioned about Emily's presence during the incident, Rodney claimed he did not see her, nor was aware of her cries in the house, oblivious to the fact that she had been nearby throughout the ordeal. Throughout the interrogation, Rodney remained composed and polite, not exhibiting behavior typically associated with a murderer, possibly due to the passage of time since committing the crime. His DNA sample was taken, and as anticipated it matched that found in 1989 on Amy Wagner's bedsheet and blanket. The disclosure of Rodney's guilt came as a profound shock to the Wagner family. They struggled to reconcile the image of the quiet, unassuming Rodney with his heinous act. Rodney wasn't just Amy's older brother John Paul's friend and classmate. He also lived across the street and frequently visited their home. Remarkably, Rodney had even attended Amy's funeral, mourning with others and extending condolences to Gloria Wadner. Later, Detective Carter discovered Rodney's signature in the guest book at Amy's funeral. Upon revisiting the case, he found that Rodney's name was first mentioned in 2003 by Tony Abercrombie, Amy's former boyfriend and Emily's biological father, who pointed out Rodney's regular visits to the Wadner family. Carter deduced that back in 1989, for some unknown reason, Rodney Den had evaded suspicion entirely. He wasn't considered a suspect or even questioned at that time. In 2012, while investigating Rodney Dan's background further, detectives unearthed another grim detail. Rodney's biological son Dylan Danke was imprisoned for a crime committed in 2009. At just 16 years old, Dylan had fatally assaulted his birth mother, Mary McHenry. He claimed he acted out due to her abuse and insults, ultimately using a baseball bat to inflict fatal injuries. Tragically, Mary succumbed to her wounds. Dylan turned 17 just days after the incident. This eerie parallel, father and son committing significant crimes at almost similar ages, struck detectives as both chilling and peculiar. Despite having minimal involvement in Dylan's upbringing due to divorcing Mary McHenry early on, Rodney appeared at Dylan's trial in 2009 and agreed to a plea deal, resulting in a 20-year prison sentence. Dylan's anticipated release will be in 2029, when he turns 37 years old. In the ongoing investigation of Amy Widener's case, Rodney Dink initially maintained that he had an accomplice during the crime, a young man. In June 2013, merely 10 days before his trial was scheduled to commence, year-old Rodney recanted his previous statement. He admitted to acting alone in the murder of Amy, asserting that no one else was involved. As a result of this confession and the evidence against him, Rodney received a sentence of 65 years in prison. Following the resolution of Amy's case, the Wader family arranged a gathering with Detective Bill Carter. They commemorated the 24 years without Amy by releasing 24 balloons into the sky. The family expressed their gratitude for Detective Carter's pivotal role in the case. It was Carter who pinpointed Rodney Den as the perpetrator within just 12 days of delving into the case and brought the investigation to a close. In recognition of his outstanding work, Detective Bill Carter was honored with an award by the Indianapolis Police Department in January 2014. Despite an offer to join the Homicide Investigation Department, he chose to remain in his current role. Emily Ware, Amy's daughter, matured into adulthood. She graduated from the same high school her biological mother had attended before pursuing higher education at a university. Seeking broader opportunities, she relocated from Indianapolis to California. Gloria Ware, Amy's mother, openly shared her enduring grief and daily remembrance of her daughter. She continues to reside in the house where the tragedy unfolded. Amy's room, still adorned with her photographs, now welcomes Gloria's grandchildren during their holiday visits. This brings a new sense of joy and life to a space once marked by loss. 41-year-old Paul Fugate was a law enforcement park ranger at the Chiricahua National Monument, a unit of the National Park Service in the mountains of southern Arizona. On January 13, 1980, he was the only permanent staff member working at the visitor center. Between 2 and 3 p.m. that afternoon, Paul told his lone coworker, a seasonal employee, that he was heading out to patrol some of the nature trails. He instructed the coworker to start closing down the center for the day if he wasn't back by 4:30. According to the coworker, Paul left the visitor center without his radio and headed toward the trails leading to Fairway Ranch, a large piece of land recently acquired by the Park Service. He never returned. The following morning, the park superintendent called Paul's wife, Dottie, to inform her that he was missing. Search teams, K-9 units, helicopters, and small planes conducted an extensive search of the area, but found no trace of Paul. Federal, state, and local agencies joined the investigation, but none of them discovered any sign of him. The Park Service offered a $5,000 reward for information about Paul's disappearance, which was matched by his family. Within a few years, this amount grew to $20,000. The initial assumption made by the Park Service was that met with foul play. Paul's wife, Dottie, continues to hold this belief. Dottie believes that her husband happened upon some sort of drug deal out in the wilderness and was abducted in a panic when the dealers saw the badge on his uniform. The Park Service paid Paul's wife a portion of his salary as survivor's benefits when he first went missing. However, the director of the Park Service's Western Region, Howard Chapman, reviewed the case in 1981 and that Paul had not gone missing, but had rather abandoned his post. He was, therefore, formally fired as a park ranger, and Dottie was ordered to pay back the almost $7,000 in payments she had received plus 11% interest. She was told she could not appeal this decision because such an appeal had to occur within 20 days of an employee's termination, and Paul's termination had been applied retroactively to the date he disappeared more than a year prior. It took Dottie 5 years of fighting before the National Park Service re-examined the case and had Paul listed as deceased rather than as a deserter in 1986. Dottie received all of the financial benefits she was entitled to. Paul's case was classified as a probable homicide by the Cochise County Sheriff in 1988. On June 19, 2018, the National Park Service tripled the amount of the reward in Paul's case. Bringing it up to $60,000, they announced that they had new information in the case that inspired this renewed appeal to the public. They did not reveal what this new information was. The increased reward has so far not brought forth any answers in Paul's disappearance. Thelma Pauline Melton was known to her friends as Polly. The 58-year-old lived in an Airstream trailer with her husband Bob. They lived in Jacksonville, Florida, but spent several months out of the year in western North Carolina, where they shared a large rented campsite with friends just outside of the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Peggy and Bob had only been married for 6 years, but Peggy herself had been coming to the area for over 20 years. On September 25, 1981, Peggy and 2 of her friends from the campsite site, Trula and Red, set out for a walk, which was fairly routine for the 3 friends. They left at approximately 3 p.m., walking along the Deep Creek Trail, which took them into the national park. A quarter mile into the park, they went right at a fork in the trail that took them past a campground and picnic area. The group walked a mile past the campground before turning around, pausing so that Polly could smoke a cigarette. On the walk back, Polly suddenly began walking much more quickly and soon got ahead of her 2 friends. She disappeared out of Red and Trula's view over a small hill, and they did not see her again even after reaching the top of the hill themselves. Assuming Paulie had just kept up her quick pace, they went to Paulie and Bob's trailer when they got back to the campsite at 4:30. However, Bob told them that Paulie had not come back and that he had not seen her since she had left with them an hour and a half earlier. Bob began calling around to friends while Trula and Red retraced their steps on the trail and searched the campground. They did not find any sight of Paulie. At 6 o'clock, Paulie was reported missing to the park rangers. The park rangers were able to assemble a search team of 25 people to look for Paulie that evening. The trail was later closed so that 150 people and a team of search dogs could search for her. That search went on for a week, but was unsuccessful. Paulie was very familiar with the trail she had been on when she disappeared, and it was a fairly easy hike, so it was hard to imagine that she had gotten lost or off trail somehow. She was also reportedly terrified of snakes, so her friends did not believe that she would have willingly gone off trail. She was not in good health, but was just under 6 feet tall, so her friends believed that there would have been signs of a struggle on the trail had she been abducted. The most popular theory about Paulie's disappearance is that she voluntarily walked away from her life and had made arrangements for someone to pick her up along the trail, which is why she had to walk ahead of her friends. The campground had been very busy the day she went missing with 50 cars in its parking lot, so a vehicle would not have been suspicious in the area. Paulie had lost her driver's license due to medical issues and, as such, did not carry a key to the station wagon she and Bob owned, which did not go missing with her anyway. If she left the area in a vehicle, another unknown person was involved. Paulie's pastor provided some insight into who that other person could be. According to the pastor, Paulie had made statements to him that he believed indicated that she was having an extramarital affair, although she never said so outright. He also revealed that Paulie had a history of mental health issues, which were largely situational and seemingly under control by 1981. However, in addition to her own health issues, Paulie was also dealing with the medical conditions of her husband. Bob was 20 years older than Paulie and in declining health. The stress of caring for him could have been a motive for Paulie to become involved with someone else and choose to run away with them. During her time in North Carolina, Paulie volunteered at the Presbyterian Nutrition Center where she served meals to the elderly. The day before she went missing, Paulie had not signed up at the end of her shift to volunteer the following day, despite the fact that she normally worked every weekday. Furthermore, according to the center's supervisor, Paulie had asked to use the phone several times that day. In the 4 years she had been volunteering there, she had never previously used the center's phone. Police could not trace who Paulie called, but they did know that the calls Paulie made had to be local, as no long-distance charges were made to that phone line. It is possible that Paulie made these calls to arrange being picked up the following day inside the park. The idea that Paulie ran away to start a new life with someone else is undermined by the fact that she left with nothing more than her cigarettes. If she really wanted a fresh start, however, she may not have wanted to take possessions from her previous life, no matter how practical it would have been to take them. The one potential exception to this rationalization, however, would be the prescription medicines she was taking for high blood pressure and nausea, which were left behind. Paulie's husband Bob was so upset by his wife's disappearance that he had to be admitted to the hospital the night she went missing. In 1982, Bob, with the help of his sons from a previous marriage, sold the Airstream trailer he had shared with Paulie and went to live in a nursing home. Peggy Melton has never been found. Joseph Wood Jr. was an accomplished 34-year-old journalist from a close-knit family in the Bronx. He graduated from Yale with honors in 1990 and had received a grant that allowed him to travel to Ghana to write his first book. Back in New York, he began working as a writer and editor at The Village Voice. In 1996, he left The Village Voice to take a job at the New Press. By 1999, he had also begun work on a new book about the African-American family. On July 7th that year, Joe traveled to Seattle for Unity 99, a conference for minority journalists. At the first Unity conference at Atlanta in 1994, Joe had met Samini Sengupta, a reporter for the New York Times. The two had become romantically involved and had lived together for several years, but had broken up at the beginning of 1999. They saw each other briefly at the opening ceremonies for the 1999 conference. That night, Joe had dinner with friends and mentioned to one of them that he was planning to visit Mount Rainier National Park the following afternoon to do some bird watching after attending a press breakfast with presidential hopeful Bill Bradley. Joe had loved the outdoors since he was young, progressing through Boy Scouts until he achieved the rank of Eagle Scout, so these plans were very much in line with his interests. Joe was not at any of the conference events from July 9th onward, something his many friends took note of but were not initially concerned by. When Joe failed to return to New York on July 11th, however, Somana Sengupta began making inquiries into where he was. Having no luck getting a hold of Joe or finding any information about where he might be, she formally reported him missing and hired a private investigator. The private investigator learned of Joe's plans to visit Mount Rainier from the friend he had talked to at dinner the night of 7th. Authorities located Joe's rented Mercury Marquis in the Longmire parking lot inside of Mount Rainier National Park. A receipt inside of the car revealed that he had entered the park at 12:29 on July 8th. A search for Joe began, but there was a massive area for the search team to cover. The biggest break in the case came on the morning of July 15th when a man named Bruce Gaumond contacted authorities. Bruce had seen an article about Joe's disappearance in the newspaper and came forward with the last known sighting of Joe. Bruce had been hiking on the Rampart Ridge Trail on the afternoon of July 8th. There he ran into Joe, who was on his way up, while he himself was on his way down. At the time, they were at an altitude of roughly 4,800 feet. The two men chatted about the birds they had seen for a few minutes, and Joe asked Bruce about how much farther he could expect to go up the trail. Bruce advised him that he could only go on for another 5 or 10 minutes before encountering a snow bridge that did not look sound. Bruce then continued back down the trail, and Joe continued up after assuring Bruce that he would be turning around soon. While Bruce's statement was the high point of the investigation, because it helped narrow down the search area, the search teams quickly ran into even more problems. Snow and ice were a major issue in the search for Joe. While he had gone on his hike on a warm July day, Mount Rainier had experienced unusually heavy amounts of snow over the winter. Joe had been hiking on packed-down snow at the altitude he was last seen at, and much of it had melted over the several sunny days following his disappearance, leaving no tracks for searchers to follow. The warm weather ended on July 16th when heavy rains brought in cooler temperatures. With the search now being much more dangerous in these conditions, many of the members of the search team were not able to continue on for the day. On July 18th, the National Park Service announced that they were scaling back the search for Joe. Park rangers explained to Joe's family that they believed that he had suffered some sort of accident. When Bruce Gaumond saw him, he was wearing a light shirt and did not seem to have any provisions or equipment with him beyond his binoculars and bird-watching book. Even if he had remained alive but immobile somewhere on the mountain, he would have almost certainly fallen victim to hypothermia when the rains and cold temperatures ruled in. In the absence of Joe's remains to prove this theory, Joe's parents have not ruled out the possibility of foul play in his disappearance. Park rangers dismissed this possibility, arguing that if Joe had been in a struggle with someone on the mountain, it would have resulted in scent trails that the dogs used in the search would have picked up. Joe's literary agent raised money amongst Joe's friends to hire a former NYPD detective to work on the case after the search was scaled back. Despite these efforts, no sign of Joe has ever been found. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.